Transcending into a novel, I assumed the role of a villain. After numerous attempts, all ended in failure, leaving me stranded from the real world. Ultimately, I surrendered to fate, only to discover that writing in a diary could grant me strength. After all, no one would ever read it thus. I boldly pinned down everything without reservation. Female lead. Indeed, this diary has allowed me to seize the protagonist's opportunities. All I desire is to grow stronger. Female second lead. I am indifferent to attaining the pinnacle of power in the cultivation realm for now. I merely seek amusement. Female third lead. What? Everyone around me is an undercover agent. Am I the clown demon lord? How peculiar, why does the narrative deviate so absurdly? Yet the conclusion remains unchanged. Are you all merely performing a play with my life? Chapter 1. I have not lost my sanity in the absence of returning to reality. I truly regret not having killed you back then. Though I may perish today, the victor remains me. Ha ha ha. Su Luo laughed heartily, especially upon noticing the bloodstains beneath the figure opposite her, which only intensified her mirth. Then, she self-destructed. A seasoned villain understands the importance of maintaining dignity. Tra-la-la, tra-la-la. I have completed the level, finally finished. Farewell to this wretched novel. Su Luo could hardly contain her excitement. She had died, yet not entirely. Within this space conjured by the system, she danced with unrestrained joy. A mechanical voice resonated. Host, I regret to inform you that you have not completed the level. Let me assure you, dear system, I was once a beloved traveler in Teyvat, a versatile tool in the realm of the E.G. G. Tart, the enigmatic doctor from Rhodes Island, the commander of the dual realms, the director of the infinite, and a demigod archer in the arena of kings and farmers. Though my experiences are quite diverse, with a mere flick of my hand, my foes could only anticipate their own humiliation. Just how formidable do you think I am? System. Have you lost your mind? Su Luo, host, with a smile retracted, Su Luo reluctantly accepted the reality of her failure to complete the challenge. Yet internally, she felt as if a volcano were about to erupt, her frustrating. On reaching its zenith, give me one reason. I have exerted my utmost effort, painstakingly and meticulously attending to every narrative detail. Is this still insufficient? If this continues, I shall descend into melancholy. Indeed, Su Luo had once bellowed Genshin Impact, activate, from her home, only to find herself inexplicably transported into a novel, where only by completing the narrative could SH. Return. There are two types of completions. The perfect completion, which allows for multiple attempts but requires an exact adherence to the storyline, and a general completion, which perm. It's a broader interpretation of the main plot and is subject to a rather lenient review process, albeit with only a single opportunity. Su Luo, aware of her limitations, did not harbor the arrogance to seek a single attempt at success. Thus, she consistently opted for the perfect completion. System, are you deliberately complicating matters for me? I am not a machine. How could I possibly replicate every plot point with absolute precision? Close enough should suffice. We sincerely apologize. The evaluation standards are exceedingly stringent. If the system possessed a tangible form, Su Luo would unhesitatingly deliver slap to it. Countless times, the narrative primarily chronicles the protagonist's journey of vanquishing monsters and ascending in power, basking in glory, and, even in its absence, receiving accolades from others. Along this unimpeded path, he instills fear in demonic beasts, eradicates malevolence, subjugates various talented individuals, ultimately reaching the pinnacle of humanity. While the protagonist revels in triumph, I am relegated to the role of the antagonist. I have persistently served as the stepping stone for the protagonist, having endured countless slaps to the face, unbeknownst to him. Su Luo has tolerated this. Yet what leaves him utterly speechless about this novel is the depiction of a harem where the protagonist never once engages with the female leads. Interaction is solely maintained through innocent gazes, enchanting smiles, dazzling teeth, and remarkable quotes. Who desires to witness such exchanges? It is beyond comprehension what the author was thinking. Was it penned by a eunuch? Such writing has repulsed readers, and Su Luo is no exception. He never anticipated being transported into this very novel. To make matters worse, do you recall the conclusion? The protagonist finds himself lacking in that particular aspect. This is not merely Su Luo's whim or a vendetta, but rather a reflection of the author's inability to continue the story, hastily crafting a lackluster ending. Before departing, the author chose to further discuss the readers upon encountering this conclusion. Su Luo dedicated an hour-long video to lambasting the novel. It garnered 500,000 views, accompanied by thousands of comments vehemently criticizing the author. Reflecting on this, as the author relinquishes their narrative, I too shall relinquish mine. Why must I endure the protagonist's humiliation while also being compelled to flatter the female leads? In a moment of self-abandonment, Su Luo declared, "This time, I choose to achieve a rough completion." Received. Due to the singular opportunity presented, the system shall bestow upon you a diary. Should the host compose narratives pertinent to the plot, rewards shall be granted to facilitate your progression. For further methods of utilization, please refer to the manual. In conclusion, I wish you a smooth passage farewell. With that, the system departed. Once immersed in the narrative, the system relinquishes its intelligence, leaving only basic auxiliary functions. Subsequently, Su Luo felt a wave of dizziness, signifying his imminent entry into the realm of the novel, embarking on a new chapter as the antagonist. Give up, I will never have feelings for you. And thus, the journey commenced. Before him stood a charming girl, Li Siyu, the object of affection for Su Luo, the antagonist. Su Luo devoted all his thoughts to her, striving daily to bring her joy, showering her with gifts, and even offering his own cultivation resources without hesitation. Yet, all his efforts were in vain. Li Siyu harbored no feelings for Su Luo and found his persistent attention to be bothersome. It is evident that Su Luo's initial persona is that of a lovesick male supporting character, colloquially referred to as a puppy or devoted admirer. Just moments ago, Su Luo had intended to present the cleansing elixir bestowed by his father to Li Siyu. However, she remained unmoved, her disdain unmistakable. Su Luo instantly immersed himself in the role, clutching his left chest with a pained and bewildered expression. "No, why won't you accept me? What is it about me that is lacking? There's no reason, I simply find you irritating. Do not seek me out again." Li Siyu had no desire to linger, even a moment longer. Having spoken, she departed without hesitation. "No." Su Luo's voice was a desperate cry, as if she had lost everything. "How can I live without you?" With great effort, Su Luo chased after Li Si, even stumbling in an inopportune moment, yet she persisted in her pursuit. But how could she expect Li Si to stop? "Li Si, my Si." Su Luo wept bitterly. Had it not been for the difficulty of shedding tears, she would have cried more. Li Si remained unmoved, swiftly vanishing from Su Luo's sight. "Woo-woo, woo-woo. Yes, that should suffice." Su Luo abruptly ceased her lament, wiping away her tears. Rising, she dusted off her clothes. With a light-hearted tune, she departed, as if the earlier events had never transpired. For a moment, bystanders were perplexed by the unfolding situation. Are they unwell? What is wrong with today's youth, so inexplicably erratic? Just moments ago, she was in tears, yet now she turned away as if nothing had happened. Such a rapid change of demeanor seemed absurd. Su Luo paid no heed to the opinions of onlookers. She had grown indifferent, believing that when the show is over, one should not seek to add further drama. This tiresome narrative had become insufferable. Did they think I wished to placate Li Si? Had it not been for the sake of maintaining an image, I would have confronted her directly, saying, "You are indeed a diva. Whoever wishes to serve may do so." Essentially, only one maid attended to Su Luo. However, her status was not insignificant. He was the son of the head of the Su family, one of the 3 prominent clans in Qiufeng City. Though lacking in talent, idling away his days, and serving as a sycophant, his lineage alone granted him enough stature to walk with confidence in Qiufeng City. Moreover, the Su family is currently exerting considerable influence in Qiufeng City, subtly overshadowing the other 2 prominent families. They are undoubtedly flourishing. However, Su Luo remains indifferent to this. His primary concern lies with the diary bestowed upon him by the system and its emotional resonance. Although the system has not led him astray, it has also not provided substantial assistance. He hopes that this final encounter with the system will prove to be more fortuitous. Yet, upon reflection, it appears to be an ordinary diary, possessing merely the peculiar ability to appear and vanish at will, which alleviates his concerns about prying eyes. After all, who writes a diary for others to read. Forgot the date, Sunny. Another beginning, already several times, but this time it may finally come to an end, whether in success or failure. It is all a release, a source of joy. Moreover, this time, armed with the system's golden finger and my understanding of the plot, I can confidently assert that even if I slack off, I shall prevail, which brings me their delight. However, a troubling thought crosses my mind. The first event in the storyline is the birthday banquet of See You Tomorrow. Undoubtedly, I must on the role of a sycophant, and my spirits have instantly soured. Do you think I harbor any affection for her? It is often said that beauty does not equate to intelligence. Yet she possesses neither ample beauty nor wit. She is of little merit, yet considers herself exceptional. Is my family wealthier than hers? Is her status superior to mine? She is left with nothing but a pretty face devoid of any self-awareness. How could I ever be attracted to someone like her? A sycophant, feasting on scraps while willingly consuming refuse. Ugh. For the first time, I have acquired a golden opportunity, and with a lenient passage mechanism in place, two sources of joy converge, each promising to yield even greater delight. What I have gained should rightfully be a blissful experience akin to a dream. Yet why, oh why, has it devolved into this? No, I must not succumb to despair. The path to victory lies ahead, and I shall walk it with a smile until the very end. My beloved gaming partner awaits me. I wonder how many updates there have been since, and if the server is still operational. Persevere. If I can endure the trials posed by See You Tomorrow, I shall be able to withstand all the foolishness the world has to offer thereafter. Initially, I believed myself incapable of maintaining a diary, fearing a lack of words. To my surprise, once I began, the thoughts flowed uncontrollably. However, such endless musings cannot persist indefinitely. Previously, achieving a flawless completion required immense linguistic and performative skill. But now, merely completing the annulment of the engagement suffices, which simplifies matters considerably. That I in the city of autumn breeze. It is well known that the Sue and Lee families have always maintained a cordial relationship, leading to a childhood betrothal between the two generations. In light of my unrelenting pursuit of See You, which has borne no fruit, I find myself in a fit of frustration. Thus, tomorrow, before the guests, I shall bring forth the childhood betrothal in an attempt to compel See You to yield. Yet, how could See You ever acquiesce? Not only does she refuse, but she is also incensed enough to declare that she would rather die than marry me. This is indeed a resounding slap in the face for the Sue family, and to have it occur in front of numerous distinguished guests is simply mortifying. It is foreseeable that, within a day, the entire city will be aware of this farce involving me. The expressions of the Sue family present darkened. Even though I may be deemed worthless, I am still a member of the Sue clan. Is it permissible for you to brazenly slap my face simply because of our familial ties? The atmosphere was charged with tension. Can you guess what transpired next? Naturally, I immediately cowered, approaching See You on my knees, pleading for her forgiveness, insisting that my earlier words were merely said in anger. I promised not to pressure her any longer and implored her not to ignore me. In my desperation, I completely disregarded the feelings of the Sue family nearby, embodying the role of a pathetic ally, much to my own disgust. Yet I digress. The unfolding of such a scenario for my character is clearly not meant to convey a lesson of humility, but rather to elevate the protagonist, Lin Xian. Where was he at this moment? As I resorted to coercing See You with a childhood betrothal, he furrowed his brow and quietly retreated behind the crowd. Indeed, rather than rushing to assist, he was captivated by an aura emanating from a certain treasure, which alerted him to its presence. No one anticipated that the ancestor of the Lee family had concealed a precious artifact beneath the table, masquerading as a mere table support. Seizing the moment while everyone was distracted, Lin Xian discreetly retrieved the treasure, only to feel a twinge of guilt for his actions, prompting him to eventually step for war. To aid See You at that time, the Lee family members were reluctant to intervene directly, for such actions could potentially incite a conflict between the Sue and Lee families. However, Lin Xian was different. As an outsider of ambiguous identity and a junior, his involvement was perfectly timed. Lin Xian proposed a duel to resolve the matter, and I, of course, could not refuse, ultimately facing defeat. At this moment, Lin Xian flashed a charming smile, causing Li Siyu's affection for him to swiftly escalate, as if her intelligence had momentarily diminished though. To be fair, she never possessed much to begin with, so was inconsequential. Thus, Lin Xian effortlessly reaped the rewards of both beauty and fame, soaring with delight. Alas, I was not only humiliated on the spot, but also endured a beating. Who says that in this day and age, only protagonists face the plight of being jilted? Sigh. Well, I shall pause my writing here and await tomorrow's unfolding of events. The sooner I conclude, the sooner I can depart. What a stroke of misfortune. Chapter 2. My system embarrasses the systems of all realms. Su Luo closed the diary and waved his hand, causing the notebook to vanish. A wave of relief washed over him, serving as a unique form of emotional release. After a while, a notification from the system chimed in. Diary completed. Please watch a 30-second advertisement to receive your reward. What kind of system requires advertisements? Is this a downgrade? How utterly embarrassing. Yet, for the sake of the reward, I begrudgingly complied. 30 seconds it is. Diary completed. Reward. Constitution 1, Strength 4, Cultivation level increased by 1 tier. Acquired special ability. My suffering exceeds yours. When attacked, 10 of the damage received can be transferred to a specified individual. I am moved to tears. Su Luo had anticipated that the system would impose further challenges upon him, offering only trivial rewards. However, he was pleasantly surprised by its generosity. Though the implications of Constitution 1 and Strength 4 remained unclear, it evidently signified an enhancement of his physical prowess. The elevation of one's cultivation level is quite comprehensible. Originally, Su Luo was at the early stage of qi refinement and now has directly ascended to the mid-stage. The cultivation hierarchy within this narrative is delineated as follows: qi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, void traversing, great ascension, tribu, lation crossing, and immortal. Each level is further categorized into early, mid, late, and perfected stages. This sudden elevation saves an immense amount of time that would otherwise be spent in cultivation. Additionally, there are unique abilities. Simply put, there is a 10 damage immunity coupled with a 10 damage retaliation. If I endure 90 of the harm, you shall bear 10 of it indeed. My suffering is projected onto you. If such rewards continue to manifest, is there still a need for diligence? Certainly, there is. Everything I have acquired has been through relentless effort and painstaking cultivation. Opening the diary. One cannot fault Su Luo for contemplating the advantages of a shortcut. Rather, the blame lies with the negligent author who, in crafting a new antagonist, show a lack of creativity by recycling several villains. It is noteworthy that until the grand conclusion, Su Luo's combat prowess can barely keep pace with that of the protagonist. What does this entail? Being able to achieve such feats without being the main character comes at a tremendous cost. Well, the cultivation of demonic arts, the depletion of potential, the myriad hidden injuries to the body, and even the sacrifice of one's life force. In pursuit of the ultimate conclusion, Su Luo endures considerable suffering, and even without his narrative, he must bear the torment of lingering after-effects pain that surpasses the agony of giving birth to 10 children. Now, with the diary in hand, it seems that one need not engage in cultivation to keep up with the protagonist's pace. What, then, is the purpose of further cultivation? Indeed, once one embraces a state of complacency, they become invincible. In the same moment, within the city of Autumn Wind, the Li residence, Li Siyu pointed at the diary before her and inquired of her maid, "Can you truly not see it?" "Miss, see what?" "Nothing of consequence. You may leave." The sudden appearance of the diary had startled her. She had thought herself ambushed and instinctively retaliated with a sword strike. Yet, to her astonishment, the blade could not mar the diary in the slightest. What was even more peculiar was that Li Siyu could effortlessly summon it into existence or make it vanish at will. The cover of the diary bore the inscription, "The Serious Diary of Su Luo." Li Siyu's expression darkened instantly, suspecting that Su Luo was behind this. However, upon reflection, she dismissed the notion, realizing Su Luo lacked such capabilities. Initially, the idea of prying into someone's diary, especially that of Su Luo, was beneath her disdain. She would rather use it to clean the floor than sully her hands with it. Yet, This diary was too enchanting to resist, and she found herself unable to refrain from perusing its contents. Dot of little merit, yet possessed of great self-importance. Oh, it seems her intellect is rather limited, then it is of no consequence. The more she read, the more her ire escalated, culminating in her hurling the diary to the ground and trampling it underfoot. Had it not been indestructible, she might have already set it ablaze. How dare you label me a fool? If I can endure you, can I not endure all the fools of the world? Do you have any idea how long I have tolerated you daily? Are you unaware of your own actions? Clinging stubbornly to me, and yet you have the audacity to speak? To slander me, this time I cannot abide. Li Siyu drew her sword, furious and ready to confront Su Luo. But wait. Halfway through her furious advance, Li Siyu came to an abrupt halt. Could this be a deception? Li Siyu summoned her diary, a private sanctuary visible solely to her, yet devoid of any substantiating evidence. When she eventually confronted the Su family, she would merely be seen as a nuisance, a jester in her own narrative. Moreover, how could a living person like herself possibly embody a character from a novel? Perhaps this was merely a manifestation of her inner demons. After a period of contemplation, Li Siyu regained her composure, a cold smile gracing her lips. A mere trick, and thankfully, her intellect had spared her from falling victim to it. Yet, the more she reasoned in this manner, the more she found it difficult to convince herself. In the end, she stifled her anger and revisited her diary, whereupon she discerned a crucial detail she had previously overlooked. It pertained to her ancestral treasure. Li Siyu hurriedly searched within the grand residence. The tablecloth was not conspicuous, but even within the Li household, tables were scarce with diligence. She would inevitably uncover it. To her astonishment, it was indeed real. Li Siyu discovered the tablecloth and peeled away its external disguise, revealing the treasure, a lustrous, crescent-shaped pendant. The Qinghua pendant. She had seen this very design in her family's texts during her childhood, precisely the ancestral treasure, its patterns identical to those depicted in the books. Legend has it that the very existence of the Li family was attributed to this pendant. However, it had vanished in later years. Could it be that the diary's claims were genuine? Li Siyu was no longer composed. On the following night, the celebration for Li Siyu's 18th birthday commenced as anticipated. At this juncture, Su Luo, also 18, appeared strikingly handsome. Nevertheless, even under such circumstances, Su Luo made a concerted effort to present herself well, deliberate. Avoiding any unseemly attire, for her persona demanded it. She adorned herself splendidly, solely to be struck down beautifully. Regarding the diary, Su Luo had penned numerous entries yesterday, expressing her grievances towards Li Si in a plethora of creative insults, all in hopes of garnering rewards to each. Rough her written reflections. Alas, her aspirations were in vain, as no rewards awaited her. The system elucidated that only diaries pertinent to the unfolding narrative would bear any merit, specifically those linked to the recent developments in the plot. Consequently, entries concerning mid to late plot points would yield no rewards. Thus, her dreams of transcending the ordinary were swiftly dashed. Yet, prior to her departure, Su Luo felt compelled to document her thoughts. Remembering a few days back, September 1st, clear skies. Yesterday, I relished in writing and neglected to mention a significant detail. This pertains to the birthday gift I presented to Li Si, today our family's heirloom, the falling star jade bracelet. Quite extravagant, wouldn't you say? In truth, this heirloom is not particularly remarkable. It possesses no extraordinary features. However, it is essential for activating the Qinghua pendant, which currently can only unleash a fraction of its potential. Given this alone, it is evident what fate awaits our Su family, merely a stepping stone for the protagonist. This evening, Li Si would not accept the jade bracelet, presenting it was merely to showcase its presence, allowing the protagonist to take note, thus laying the groundwork forth. Future events. Ultimately, all treasures will find their way into the protagonist's hands, augmenting their prowess. Thus, it can be said that the protagonist is destined to stumble upon riches, for all splendid things are arranged for their benefit. Having succinctly recorded her thoughts, Su Luo prepared to attend the soir. The reward this time is rather mundane, merely enhancing a few points of agility and defense with not. even a single level of cultivation being elevated. Perhaps the diary entries have been too insipid. Chapter 3. The beginning of the plot as Su Luo stepped into the Li residence and entered the grand hall. Her gaze was immediately drawn to the striking figure of Li Siyu. Dressed in a resplendent outfit and sporting a high ponytail, she exuded a natural allure that surpassed many. Her face adorned with a subtle smile that enhanced her captivating presence. However, upon noticing Su Luo's arrival, the warmth in her expression vanished instantaneously, replaced by a fierce glare that seemed to ignite with unspoken fury. Su Luo, intending to greet her with enthusiasm, found herself halted by that piercing stare, her own smile faltering. It was perplexing. What could possibly warrant such animosity? The narrative had only just begun. It seemed excessive for her to wield such a lethal gaze. Su Luo was at a loss for understanding. And indeed, she was. Last night, Li Siyu had been preoccupied with the Qinghua pendant, yet her efforts yielded no fruitful discoveries, and the family tomes offered no guidance on its use. Nevertheless, she had indulged in a restful sleep, clutching the pendant as she drifted off. Upon awakening, she found her diary updated, anticipating significant revelations, only to be met with a barrage of insults directed at her. Infuriated, she had leapt from her bed in indignation. The exchange had become a battle of wits, with each retort from Su Luo eliciting a fresh wave of vitriol from Li Siyu. Thus, when Li Siyu beheld Su Luo, her narrowed eyes bore the weight of unspoken grievances. Her restraint in refraining from verbal assault reflected a modicum of composure. Though Su Luo could not fathom the depths of her ire, it did not deter her from advancing the plot. Regaining her composure, she donned the brightest of smiles and approached Li Siyu. "Happy birthday, Siyu." As she spoke, she handed the jade bracelet to her. Li Siyu revealed a smile once more, leaning closer to Su Luo's ear and whispering softly, "Go away, you big fool." Su Luo was taken aback, bewildered, thinking she had misheard. Could Li Siyu actually curse? It seemed illogical. Although she was proud, she rarely used harsh words, usually just casting disdainful glances, at most calling someone despicable or shameless. This sudden remark left Su Luo in a state of confusion. At that moment, the head of the Li family, who was also Li Siyu's father, approached. "My dear nephew, does your family know that you gifted this jade bracelet?" "Yes, uncle, they do." "By the way, do you remember that Siyu and I have an engagement?" Su Luo deemed it more important to follow the plot than to ponder why Li Siyu had cursed. After all, her disdain for him was not a recent development. "Well, this matter can be discussed later." "Ah." The head of the Li family chuckled, attempting to sidestep the issue. "Why discuss it later? Let's take this wonderful opportunity to settle the matter now," Su Luo pressed, not yielding an inch and showing no regard for the Li family's patriarch. Turning to Li Siyu, he declared, "Siyu, marry me." "Nephew, what are you doing? Such a significant matter should be discussed thoroughly. Is your family having second thoughts?" "I brought the engagement letter with me." Su Luo raised his voice, intending to assert his authority, making sure everyone present was aware of the situation. As he produced the engagement letter for all to see, he exclaimed, "Surely you won't deny this engagement, and the benefits of allying with the Su family are undeniable." Li's patriarch hesitated momentarily. The benefits were indeed plentiful, yet he still yearned for his daughter's happiness. It was decided then, this month, we shall select an auspicious day to fulfill the marriage contract. Su Luo seized the opportunity, exuding an air that brooked no refusal. The guests regarded Su Luo's commanding presence with newfound respect, truly a testament to the adage that a tiger begets no dog. Perhaps this demeanor was merely a fade. "I will not marry you," Li Si finally spoke, pointing an accusatory finger at Su Luo. "You insipid creature, lacking in both cultivation and intelligence, with no emotional acumen, merely existing to eat and sleep. Wait, if you refuse, why add such superfluous remarks? You were never like this before," Su Luo responded, bewildered once more. After a lengthy tirade, Li Si finally felt a sense of satisfaction, having avenged herself for the previous night's grievances. This jade bracelet. Li Si hesitated, recalling the diary from the morning. This bracelet could activate the pendant. She was genuinely curious about the pendant's potential capabilities. That infuriating Su Luo had only written half of it. Su Luo held the jade bracelet firmly, yet did not withdraw it, for Li Si was gripping it tightly. Su Luo tugged with all her might, but her current abilities were no match for Li Si's strength, rendering her efforts futile. "I return it to you," Li Si declared, her tone softened by unwillingness. Ultimately, however, her pride prevailed. To accept it would imply acquiescence to marrying Su Luo, a notion she vehemently rejected. Once more, I shall say it. I will not marry you, not even in death. With this declaration, Li Si unequivocally denied the Su family any semblance of dignity. Surely, this was not a favorable course of action? Do you look down upon the Su family? Naturally. The members of the Su family must step forward to exert pressure on the Li family. Refusing to marry is a firm decision. No one can change that. Li Si remains resolute. The atmosphere is charged with tension, ready to ignite at any moment. Su Luo realizes that it is time for her to make her entrance once more. All eyes turn towards me, eager for my announcement. Just as Su Luo prepares to plead with Li Si to remain calm, suggesting that they can discuss it later, she is abruptly interrupted. Well said, I support you. Lin Xian emerges from the crowd, taking center stage. No, you've arrived too soon. I haven't finished my performance yet. How did you manage to acquire the pendant so quickly? Su Luo regards Lin Xian with disdain. Who are you? This does not concern you. Leave now as if you never spoke. As a seasoned performer, I am adept at handling unexpected situations. I am merely a humble admirer of the eldest daughter of the Li family, compelled to speak out against injustice. What right do you have? This is a matter between our two families, a member of the Su family retorts. I may lack the authority, yet the eldest daughter of the Li family has expressed her unwillingness. I see you are courting disaster, they respond. Are you attempting to bully the smaller party? It's truly disgraceful. Lin Xian remains unfazed by the Su family's hostility, maintaining his composure in the face of pressure. Su Luo gestures to quell the Su family's urge to assault Lin Xian, asserting, I can handle this on my own. Lin Xian maintained a composed demeanor, exuding an air of elegance. How about we make a wager? If you lose, you shall kneel and apologize. If you win, you will cease your pursuit of Lady Li. Why should I accede to your proposal? Are you truly frightened by someone who has merely begun to cultivate qi? In that case, I find your status as the young master of the Su family rather unimpressive. Lin Xian's words were laden with provocation. Fear you? Bring it on. Su Luo could no longer contain herself and advanced toward him. Without overthinking, Lin Xian threw a tentative punch. Although he was confident in his ability to win, he was acutely aware that Su Luo had been at the early stages of qi cultivation for an extended period. It was wise to exercise caution. Boom. The punch connected with Su Luo, producing a resounding slap. She was sent sprawling, rolling several times before finally coming to a halt. The onlookers were left astounded. They had labeled Su Luo as a spoiled brat, but this was beyond disgraceful. Had her years of training been utterly in vain? Was Lin Xian not also a novice in qi cultivation? Yet, he seemingly possessed a prowess that belied his status. Surely, Su Luo could rise again. It was inconceivable that one punch could incapacitate her. Speculation circulated among the crowd. Su Luo paid no mind to the encouraging gazes urging her to stand. She had no desire to get up. Yamucha, lying down, she thought, utterly terrified. In that moment, Lin Xian seized the opportunity for a counterattack, securing his victory. The atmosphere shifted dramatically. Su Luo hastily retreated, bidding farewell. Silence enveloped the banquet, as no one anticipated such an outcome. Lin Xian began to question his own strength. Observing Su Luo's lack of intent to rise, and broke the silence. I have triumphed. I trust you will honor your promise. He then turned to Li Si with a devilish smile, saying, It is all resolved. I have taken care of him for you. Li Si felt an inexplicable shiver run through her, and after reading the diary, she found it impossible to meet his wicked grin with anything but an awkward yet polite smile. Mark my words, this matter is far from over. We shall depart. Su Luo, observing that the scene had played out sufficiently, rose abruptly to deliver a decisive remark before laboriously dragging her injured body away. Li Si watched Su Luo leave. Feeling at a loss for words, the performance was far too superficial. She was well aware of Su Luo's capabilities. A defeat might occur. Yet it would never be so straightforward. The diary had made it evident that Su Luo was merely acting. However, the others remained oblivious to the truth, perceiving only what lay before them and concluding that Su Luo was indeed lacking. It became evident that without Su Luo, this birthday celebration would have been even more splendid. Yet the other members of the Su family refrained from complicating matters, for the family head was absent, limiting their authority. The entertainment offerings were rather mundane. Musical performances, storytellers, and culinary delights were all that graced the event. With no access to the internet, the overall entertainment value was undeniably diminished. One could not help but reminisce about the engaging interactions with online acquaintances. Chapter 4. A classic adventure awaits beneath the cliff upon awakening the next day. Su Luo felt a wave of comfort wash over her. Although the previous day's events had deviated somewhat from the expected narrative, they were ultimately satisfactory. The system had introduced a new feature. It would now issue alerts when significant deviations in the storyline occurred, rather than waiting until the conclusion to notify one of the discrepancies. In the midst of elation, one must not forget today's duties. He summoned a subordinate who had reached the later stages of qi cultivation. You are aware of yesterday's events, are you not? Indeed, the subordinate promptly bowed his head. It was evident that this subordinate had nearly succumbed to laughter, yet, being the professional he was, he restrained himself. Su Luo paid little heed, for he knew that the entire city was abuzz with last night's incident. They were mocking him for being publicly rejected by the young lady of the Li family, unable to even best a novice in qi cultivation, and worse still, being defeated in an instant. His reputation was utterly shattered. In the original narrative, Su Luo harbored deep resentment towards Lin Xian, attributing all blame to him while absolving Li Siyu of any fault. However, who is Su Luo now? He is entirely indifferent to such matters, allowing others to speak as they please. Did you think the former peak keyboard warrior was feigned? His psychological resilience is a rarity in this world. Nevertheless, the plot must progress. The individual who defeated me last night, ensure he receives a lesson. But this may not be wise. Your involvement would be highly suspect at this time, young master. There are no buts. With my father away assisting a friend, I hold the authority here. Do you wish to defy me? And no, I shall proceed at once. The subordinate had no choice but to comply. With Su Luo's father occupied elsewhere for the past few days, he felt emboldened. Today, this matter was his sole concern. Everything else was of no significance. Allowing him to rest well. With time to spare, he began to pin his thoughts in a diary. September 2nd, clear. At present, my spirits are soaring. Reflecting on past triumphs where I navigated challenges with trepidation, fearing missteps. Now it is quite effortless to perform, granting oneself a reprieve. And even in the face of deviations, there are prompts available for timely correction, which is rather delightful. However, what is the purpose of it all? It merely serves as his assistance. He traversed through a hidden passage beneath the cliff via a pool of water, arriving at the cave of a senior, where he acquired a legacy that propelled his cultivation to the mid-stage, along with an unparalleled sword technique and an assortment of miscellaneous elixirs. Remarkable indeed. Over the past few days, I have enjoyed some tranquility while the protagonist busies himself enhancing his combat prowess. Is there anything else worth mentioning? It seems I have forgotten something. Ah, yes, the Qinghua pendant. This item is extraordinary. Just yesterday, Lin Xian stood up for the Li family, and in their joy, they invited him to stay the night. Eager to grow stronger, Lin Xian hastily unsealed the Qinghua pendant. At that very moment, a hidden family sensed the unsealing through their unique treasure, though they could only ascertain its approximate location. As the pendant was utilized, the treasure gradually pinpointed its position. Consequently, misfortune befell Qiufeng City, which was thoroughly excavated. The Li family was left with only Li Siyu. It was during this tumultuous time that Li Siyu, feeling abandoned, chose to follow Lin Xian. Well, that will suffice for today. Li Siyu could hardly muster the energy to scold anyone. Perhaps it is best to bask in the sun. With that, Su Luo indeed went to soak up the rays, reclining on a lounge chair, swaying gently, thoroughly content. At that moment, a message from the system arrived. Completed diary entry, cultivation level 4, strength level 3, ascended 1 tier in cultivation. Acquired special ability, your strength is now accepted by me. The power of others can be replicated and enhanced within oneself. Su Luo sprang from the chair, executing a flawless 360-degree spin before landing gracefully. Astonished and elated, she realized that in just 3 days, she had reached the latter stage of qi refining. Previously, after a disheartening failure in both her engagement and the challenge posed by Lin Xian the day before, she had only managed to progress to the mid-stage of qi refining. Now, she had ascended to the latter stage effortlessly, thanks to the remarkable support of the system. Moreover, the special ability was exceptionally potent. For instance, if her opponent possessed a strength of 10 while she had only 1, invoking this ability would elevate her strength to 11, surpassing her adversary. Of course, if her physical constitution could not support such amplified strength, it could easily lead to her own detriment. Furthermore, if the opponent was exceptionally agile, high strength would prove futile if one could not land a hit. Yet, at an equal level, she would be invincible. It was truly marvelous. Why had she not chosen this path of ease sooner? Su Luo lamented her previous choices. Meanwhile, In Li Siyu's room, she observed the diary, making continuous updates. Li Siyu hoped to glean the method of utilizing the Qinghua pendant from its pages. The Li family has been reduced to only Li Siyu. No, this cannot be true. Li Siyu struggled to accept that a family which had stood strong for generations could simply vanish. Yet the contents of the diary were undeniably real. Could it truly be fate? No, she refused to accept the notion of destiny. She was not a character in a novel. At that moment, Li Siyu felt compelled to take action, to instigate change. Her first thought was to seek out Su Luo. Given her extensive knowledge, she surely possessed a solution. However, upon deeper reflection, what reason did he have to assist himself? The moment her thoughts turned to Su Luo's visage, the desire to seek him out diminished further. In their childhood, they played together, yet as the years passed, her disdain for Su Luo's myriad behaviors grew. His laziness, lack of discipline, profligacy, gambling, and incessant flirtations with individuals of all ages. These qualities became increasingly intolerable. Over the years, Su Luo engaged in no virtuous endeavors, dabbling in every form of mischief. Contemplating this left her in a quandary. Her singular expertise lay in cultivation. Cultivation to become stronger. If I attain sufficient strength, I can resolve any issue. I must dictate my own destiny. The more she pondered, the more resolute she became. In that moment, Li Siyu seemed to mature, her conviction solidifying. Previously, her cultivation was merely a routine, but now it was imperative to strategize her approach, to leverage every opportunity to enhance her strength. Of course, solutions still eluded her. Li Siyu reflected on her current advantages. The diary was undoubtedly her greatest asset. Su Luo, I must apologize in advance. Henceforth, I shall miss not a single word of your journal. Next, there was the Qinghua pendant. She would seek to uncover its utility when the opportunity arose. Yet now, there was also the matter of the cliffside adventure. My apologies. Li Siyu had firmly resolved to utilize every means available to grow stronger. She immediately ventured out. Gathering several members of the Li family, intent on locating Lin Xian, this was indeed the most suitable course of action for her current predicament. This is bad, young master. A subordinate rushed in, shattering Su Luo's leisurely moments. What is the panic about? Can the heavens truly fall? Just now, Miss Li has fallen off the cliff. Who? Miss Li has fallen off the cliff. Who else could be esteemed as Miss Li in the Autumn Wind City but Li Siyu? How did she end up at the cliff? I instructed you to discipline Lin Xian. What does that have to do with Li Siyu? Su Luo sprang up, perplexed. Despite having traversed this world numerous times, the unfolding events were utterly bewildering. How could Li Siyu possibly appear in that situation? To comprehend the matter, we must turn back to half an hour prior. A subordinate, at the behest of Su Luo, had gathered a few individuals to besiege Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian, ever agile and perceptive, sensed the impending danger and promptly fled. In the course of the chase, Lin Xian sustained multiple injuries, yet continued to escape tenaciously, leaving the subordinate in a state of confusion. Initially believing the ordeal would conclude swiftly with a thorough beating, they were astonished by Lin Xian's remarkable speed. Frustration mounted with each passing moment, and they were determined to capture him to deliver a proper thrashing. Upon reaching a cliff outside the city, Lin Xian, battered and bruised, declared defiantly, "Run? Why are you not running now? If I do not perish today, it shall be you who meets your end in the future." With that, he prepared to leap from the precipice, just as Li Siyu and her entourage burst onto the scene. Su Luo's subordinates instinctively retreated, for Li Siyu was favored by the young master. Even a single hair harmed could cost them an arm. Although curiosity compelled them to linger nearby, they observed quietly, hoping for an opportunity to resume their assault on Lin Xian once Miss Li departed. To their astonishment, they witnessed Li Siyu instructing her subordinates to take Lin Xian for medical attention while she remained behind. The subordinates were left wondering why the young lady did not leave. Ultimately, Li Siyu leaped off the cliff. This startled his subordinates, who hurried to investigate, only to find the vast abyss where Li Siyu had vanished. Their fear intensified. They were not foolish, having covered their faces throughout. However, a diligent inquiry would undoubtedly lead to revelations. Moreover, Li Jiajin's subordinates had also caught sight of them, making their identification simpler. Should the eldest daughter of the Li family go missing, it was highly likely that the blame would fall upon them. Su Luo, upon hearing this, could scarcely believe it. Was he at Lin Xian who was supposed to jump? How could Li Siyu possibly appear? Could it be that her earlier recklessness had precipitated this? Lin Xian, who had been relentlessly defeated yet rose again, was undeniably valiant. Yet, wasn't he even more impressive when he swiftly vanquished his opponent? Perhaps this was why Li Xiyu held Lin Xian in such high regard. Yet, her own leap was incomprehensible. No matter how one pondered it, it lacked reason. Very well. You may withdraw. I shall handle this matter. Though Su Luo held no concern for Li Xiyu's fate, her presence was essential. While the plot could be glossed over, a lack of characters was unacceptable. Su Luo made a few adjustments to her appearance, enveloping herself in a large black cloak and donning a mask. She swiftly approached the cliff's edge and peered down, failing to discern any traces. Without hesitation, she leapt into the void. Below lay a pool of water. Fear not. According to the laws of fantasy novels, death was not an option. Su Luo had already tested this theory, successfully arriving at the base of the cliff. She surveyed her surroundings, yet found no sign of Li Xiyu, not even beneath the water. Could it be? No, this place was typically challenging to detect. After swimming in the pool, I discovered a hidden passage and successfully arrived at the place where Lin Xian's adventure awaited. Indeed, signs of previous visitors were evident, with numerous water stains marking the path. Su Luo advanced with practiced ease. One might wonder why he was so adept. It was because he had been here before, having previously claimed all of Lin Xian's adventures. Although the outcome was gratifying, it was evident that he could not pass through, necessitating a return. This was rather tedious. Upon reaching the end, Li Xiyu was found covered in bruises, some from falls, others from traps within the cavern. She sat cross-legged, a pained expression etched upon her face, indicating something was amiss. Despite some suspicions, witnessing it firsthand was still difficult to accept. The protagonist's fortuitous encounters had been usurped by Li Xiyu. What should be done? I awaited guidance. It truly tested my patience. I had resigned myself to inaction, wondering if everyone could not simply proceed in an orderly fashion. Previously, it was I who deviated from the norm. Now the roles had reversed, and it unsettled Su Luo. However, taking away a minor stroke of fortune from the protagonist should, in theory, pose no significant issue. Chapter 5. The unresentful Su Luo. After a brief wait, the system provided no notifications, allowing Su Luo to breathe a sigh of relief, indicating that matters were not dire. Suddenly, Li Xiyu became frenzied, launching a fierce attack on Su Luo. In the past, he would have certainly been unable to evade such an onslaught, but now he was different, capable not only of dodging but also counterattacking. Li Xiyu's assault was unconscious, akin to being possessed, albeit not to such an extreme degree. It was somewhat challenging. Despite Su Luo's extensive experience and skills, he still faced some difficulties due to level suppression. I have accepted your strength. Su Luo promptly activated his special ability, feeling his power surge. Regain your senses. Her strength, combined with her own, assured victory. In that moment, Li Xiyu experienced a breakthrough, advancing to the early stages of foundation establishment. Having already achieved the perfected stage of Qi training, the disparity between her and Su Luo, who was still in the early stages of Qi training, was evident. Attaining foundation establishment at the tender age of 18 is not merely rare, it is a hallmark of genius. Initially, she had intended to break through only after joining a sect, but now she had accomplished it ahead of schedule. As Li Xiyu broke through, an overwhelming force suddenly drained from her body, and she slowly collapsed to the ground, succumbing to slumber. Su Luo observed the prostrate Li Xiyu with an impassive demeanor, devoid of any worldly desires, only a genuine sense of trouble. After a while, Li Xiyu opened her eyes, gazing at her hands and sensing the empowering force her breakthrough had bestowed upon her. She had done it. Before her arrival, she had been plagued by uncertainty, questioning whether she would find the inheritance or face failure and lose her life. Even the act of leaping from a cliff required immense courage. Each step taken here represented a monumental challenge in her life. At that moment, Li Xiyu felt tears welling up. However, the sheer joy of success compelled her to scream and shout, even dance in elation. Yet, after a few cries in mid-dance, she finally noticed a figure clad in black robes nearby. The atmosphere abruptly fell silent. Following a brief moment of awkwardness, Li Xiyu stepped back, creating distance, and inquired warily, "Who are you?" Su Luo, shrouded in her dark attire, remained unrecognizable. "If you wish to survive, follow me," Su Luo commanded in an authoritative tone. This exemplifies caution. Su Luo, a master of disguise, understands that simply donning a different outfit and a mask is far too simplistic. Having navigated numerous plots throughout her existence, altering her voice is a trivial task. When questioned about her experiences in women's attire, she simply responds, "I cannot disclose that." Upon hearing a woman's voice, Li Siyu's vigilance noticeably eases, yet as she scrutinizes the cloaked figure, an uncanny familiarity lingers, though she cannot recall any woman who fits the silhouette. Torn between following and hesitating, she is reminded that the mechanisms behind her are beyond her capability to manage. After Su Luo's declaration, she strides toward the exit. With no option left, Li Siyu, in her weariness, trails behind. Winding through the labyrinthine cave, Su Luo deftly evades all traps, arriving at a formation. "Stay close to me and tread carefully," she instructs. With expertise, Su Luo traverses the array without triggering any of its mechanisms. Although Li Siyu recognizes the ominous aura emanating from the formation, she is unaware of its nature, yet senses that survival alone is improbable should it activate. Despite her caution, the fatigue of her journey weighs heavily upon her. Suddenly, her balance falters, and she stumbles to the ground. At that precise moment, a surge of energy erupts from her left. Su Luo reacts with remarkable swiftness, throwing herself onto Li Siyu and narrowly avoiding disaster. Had she not intervened, the latter would have been cleaved in two. In the midst of this, as Su Luo falls atop her, Li Siyu inadvertently makes contact with a sensitive area. Her immediate thought is, "This sister is rather flat." The energy surge leaves deep scars upon the wall. Li Siyu was engulfed by a wave of fear, had it not been for the sister before her. She feared the worst. She once again felt the chilling proximity of death, her entire body trembling involuntarily. "Allow me to carry you away," Su Luo remarked, observing her state. It would be swifter to simply carry her on her back. With that, she effortlessly lifted Li Siyu, disregarding her willingness. Gradually, as she rested on Su Luo's back, Li Siyu began to regain her composure, finding solace in the presence of this sister. "Thank you," she murmured. Seizing the moment, Su Luo inquired, "What brings you here?" "An unexpected incident occurred above, which led me to discover this place." "Is that so?" "Yes." It was a rather tenuous explanation, yet there were no points to refute. Su Luo could only accept that she had fortuitously stumbled upon this locale. Perhaps this was merely the protagonist's luck. However, Li Siyu was not the protagonist. Escaping this cavern required navigating numerous perilous traps. Lacking a knowledgeable elder by her side, had Su Luo not arrived, her fate would have been sealed. Lin Xian had such an elder, which allowed him to exit the cavern unscathed. As for Su Luo, she appeared at ease and swiftly transitioned into a speedrun mode. Before long, they reached the final challenge, an illusion that struck at the heart of one's fears. This was unavoidable as it was positioned at the exit, necessitating passage through this illusionary array. Su Luo effortlessly unraveled it. Having practiced it countless times, there was little left to fear. Yet, for Li Siyu, the ordeal was evidently more daunting. Su Luo had no intention of rousing her. This was meant to be a test of will, a confrontation with one's innermost fears. There is no real danger. It is merely the possibility of awakening to either conquer one's fears or feel nauseous and on the verge of vomiting. You awaken, and it is terrifying. Li Siyu gasps for breath, recounting her dream of being pursued throughout the night by an exceedingly detestable individual named Su Luo. In her slumber, he appeared as a grotesque hybrid of man and dog, extending his long tongue to cling to her leg with an alarming fervor. It was utterly frightful. Su Luo's expression darkened instantly. "Although my persona is that of an ardent admirer, must you tarnish my image so recklessly? Fortunately, in the end, you appeared and rescued me. It was merely an illusion. I did nothing of the sort. At the very least, in the dream, you saved me once more. Thank you." Indeed, in the finale, it was the figure in the black robe who sent Su Luo flying with a single kick, prompting Li Siyu's abrupt awakening. "Oh, so I ended up fighting myself in your dream." Su Luo found herself at a loss for words, wishing she had kept silent. Suddenly, she launched a surprise attack on Li Siyu, employing her special abilities to maximize her strength. The event unfolded too swiftly for Li Siyu to react, and more importantly, she had placed her trust in the sister before her. "At the very least, please tell me your name," Li Siyu inquired urgently. Yet, how could Su Luo reveal it? This punch was merely a means for her to extricate herself. At that moment, Li Siyu had begun to regain her composure. Although Su Luo possessed greater strength, her speed was lacking, and she realized that her overall abilities did not measure up to Li Siyu's. The fear of being entangled or encountering unforeseen circumstances that could expose her identity was daunting. Thus, the ambush was solely intended for a seamless escape, not an act of vengeance. I am not at all bothered by the notion of a half-man, half-dog. By the way, is this half-man, half-dog a creature with a dog above and a human below? Or is it a dog to the left and a human to the right? Chapter 6. My disguise is flawless. No one will ever know the tranquility of my leisurely days was abruptly shattered, inevitably conjuring memories of my past overtime work, which I found exceedingly displeasing. Moreover, regardless of my familiarity with the cave, it still demanded a considerable amount of energy from Su Luo to cultivate. Upon entering the room, I instantly succumbed to sleep, as my body could no longer endure. It was not until midday the following day that Su Luo finally arose. Of course, part of this delay was due to my desire to indulge in a leisurely slumber. After all, I had no pressing matters for the next couple of days, as the protagonist was engaged in enhancing their combat prowess. Although Lin Xian had lost his opportunity at the cliff, I remained unaware of the consequences. Yet the system provided no indication of a deviation from the storyline. Thus, life continued as usual. After enjoying a delightful lunch, I began my diary entry for the day. September 3rd, clear. Originally, I had no particular matters to attend to these past few days, but unexpectedly, something arose. What ill fortune. Yesterday, I have no idea what got into Li Siyu as she ran to the bottom of the cliff. Does she not realize how much trouble this may cause others? Had I not brought her out, I could very well be attending her funeral by now. She ought to consider her own limitations. She is neither the protagonist nor does she have a second chance. Truly a case of someone who seems to invite trouble. As a jest, I hold immense confidence in my disguise. She shall never uncover the truth. To my surprise, when Li Siyu becomes agitated, she dances, albeit rather unattractively, like a maggot writhing about. Although the diary imposes no word count restrictions, penning these thoughts brings me a sense of joy. However, there is a pressing concern. Li Siyu undoubtedly harbors issues. I implore you, Li Siyu, refrain from foolishness in the future, live well, and await Lin Xian's performance. Would it not be more delightful for us all to share the role of a supporting character? Regardless, I must remain vigilant regarding her actions moving forward. As for the plot, my scene does not occur until the day after tomorrow, and it is rather brief. During a meal at the Yuzhuiju restaurant, I shall be ambushed, struck down instantly, and sent tumbling from the second floor to the street below, incapacitated and unable to rise, while my assailant departs unscathed. This narrative primarily serves to showcase the meteoric rise of Lin Xian's prowess. Once, it was a challenge for him to contend with me. Yet now he can eliminate me with ease. Though it is an ambush, it remains impressive. Such is the nature of a protagonist, it is quite commonplace. Nonetheless, I must approach this with greater seriousness. The plot cannot afford any discrepancies. Steadiness is essential for a more effective performance. After a brief moment of reflection, it is evident that the rewards are rather unremarkable attribute enhancements. However, there is no alternative. The story has only just begun. As an antagonist, Su Luo has limited screen time, with the focus primarily on Lin Xian's leveling up. I have acquired a set of sword techniques known as the airflow sword technique, characterized by two distinct features, sword energy and sword control. Utilizing this technique allows for a smoother condensation of spiritual energy, facilitating the effortless release of sword energy. The sword control aspect is even more formidable, enabling one to strike down foes from a great distance. Although this may seem inconsequential to high-level cultivators, for those in the foundational stages of cultivation, it is indeed a formidable weapon. However, the difficulty of mastering it is exceedingly high, and Li Siyu finds herself unable to grasp it at this moment. Within the cave, she also discovered some elixirs that could expedite her cultivation process. To ensure the survival of her family, she must grow stronger, even if her strength ultimately proves insufficient against the hidden families. Displaying ample potential could afford her the opportunity to seek refuge. For instance, participating in this year's entrance examination for the Qixing Sword Sect and becoming a direct disciple could be a viable option. The Qixing Sword Sect is one of the three major sects in the southern continent, and it should be capable of dealing with hidden families, at least providing her with an additional choice. With this thought, Li Siyu dedicated herself even more fervently to her training. Even during her cultivation, she remained attentive to her journal. It had been updated. Upon glancing, she was taken aback. What? Yesterday's sister was Su Luo? How could this be possible? The voice was distinctly hers. Could someone truly alter their voice so flawlessly? Perhaps for modern individuals, voice modulation is not an extraordinary feat, yet, for Li Siyu, who had diligently immersed herself in her cultivation, oblivious to the world outside. This revelation shattered her worldview. Ultimately, she had to concede that last night's identity was indeed Su Luo. No wonder the figure felt familiar. Still, it was exceedingly difficult to accept. How could such an admirable elder sister be him? As she continued reading, Li Siyu's face flushed crimson. Not only had Su Luo witnessed her dancing yesterday, but he had also remarked on her lack of grace. An overwhelming sense of embarrassment and indignation washed over her. Ultimately, anger prevailed. No one wishes to be disparaged. You are the one lacking elegance. Your entire family is ungraceful. Li Siyu found herself at a loss for words, resorting to mimicking Su Luo's phrasing. Oddly enough, after the outburst, she felt a sense of relief, as if her cultivation had hastened by several degrees. Yet, a lingering thought troubled her. How could she possibly be likened to Su Luo? In a daze, Li Siyu murmured to herself. That gentle voice, the reassuring presence at her back, the confident and leisurely strength. Though their time together was brief, Li Siyu had already developed a sense of dependence and admiration for that elder sister figure. How could she ever reconcile this with her perception of Su Luo? In an instant, Li Siyu's emotions became a tangle of complexity. Before long, 3 days had swiftly passed. Su Luo, having gathered her friends, made her way to the elegant Zueya restaurant for a meal. Zueya restaurant was nothing out of the ordinary, merely the most upscale establishment in Chofeng City, where the cuisine was undoubtedly top-notch, and the prices reflected that luxury. It was precisely this prestige that befitted Su Luo's status. To be cast out from such an esteemed venue would be an utter embarrassment. The gathering itself lacked a grand reason. It was simply a routine assembly of the affluent youths of Chofeng City. Consequently, Lin Xian easily obtained this information, even without the opportunity for a cave dwelling. Lin Xian was determined to settle scores. Furthermore, he had the support of an elder, ensuring that his cultivation would not lag excessively. However, despite his progress, the lost opportunities meant a reduction in his hidden resources, leaving him somewhat weaker than before. Su Luo, accompanied by her circle of friends, arrived at the private room on the highest floor and, after placing their orders, engaged in discussions about recent events. Yet, most of the conversation revolved around others extolling Su Luo's virtues. Naturally, the scandal of her previous engagement was omitted from the discourse. The entire city may find amusement in mocking Su Luo, but to do so within this elegant chamber would indeed be a folly. Unless one desires to experience the peril of plummeting from the highest tier. The Su family has subtly emerged as the most prominent clan in Chofeng City. Su Luo pays little heed to their flattery, for they are but instruments in her grand performance. At this moment, Lin Xian has donned the guise of a humble server, everything meticulously prepared. With a charming smile, he sets his plan into motion. As he approaches bearing dishes, Lin Xian is suddenly seized by the shoulder, rendering him momentarily immobile. Chapter 7. Lin Xian reflects on the peculiarities of city dwellers. Turning his head, he discovers the source of the grip. It is she. Having grown up together, he contemplates sparing him this time. Should there be a next occasion, she may deal with him as she pleases. Li Siyu makes her entrance. How do you do? Lin Xian muses for a moment before responding with a captivating smile. As you say, Miss Li, I shall certainly give you face. Thank you. Now please step aside. I have matters to discuss with him. Li Siyu replies, taking the dishes from Lin Xian's hands and entering the private chamber. Lin Xian ponders, ultimately abandoning his plans for the day. After all, it was Li Siyu who had saved him that day by the cliff's edge. Without her intervention, he would have met a dire fate. Respect must be afforded. Yet there shall be no second chances. Su Luo, he vows silently, maintaining his composure as he departs. Inside the chamber, Su Luo engages in lively banter with her companions. It has been quite some time since I treated you all. This meal is on me. Afterward, let us see where our adventures lead us. The anticipated joyous scene abruptly fell silent, as everyone present was struck dumb, as if witnessing an impossible phenomenon. What's wrong? Why are you all staring at me? Cheer up. I've ordered a plethora of delectable dishes today. Indeed, do be merry, Li Si remarked with a sardonic smile. Am I not welcome? These are your dishes, after all. Of course not. Welcome, welcome. I'm overjoyed by your presence, Su Luo responded, instantly adopting a servile demeanor, maintaining his sycophantic posture with practiced ease. Are you all sated? Li Si inquired, casting a smile upon Su Luo's cronies. Her smile seemed to lower the room's temperature by several degrees. Yes, quite full, quite full. I've suddenly recalled an urgent matter. Farewell, everyone. Hold on. I too have remembered an engagement. Excuse me. Yes, we will meet again in future. The once lively private room was now occupied solely by Li Si and Su Luo. See, what brings you here? Something is amiss. According to the natural order of things, Lin Xian should be the one delivering a kick to my person. Yet it is Li Si who has appeared. Fate is toying with me, Su Luo mused. Eat. Li Si, without further ado, gestured towards the dishes on the table. How did you know I was here? Are you harboring special affections for me? I've long known that you hold me in your heart. The day before yesterday, you vanished for an extended period. The entire Li family mobilized in search of you. I was greatly concerned. Where did you go? Was there a reason? Despite Su Luo's effusive words, Li Si remained silent, casting a sidelong glance at Su Luo. Concerned about me? In recent days, you have been indulging in delightful meals and beverages. Were it not for your narrative, you might have chosen to disregard me entirely. You even masqueraded as a woman to deceive me. The thought incites an inexplicable anger within Li Si. If you had emerged to rescue me directly, I would not have felt anger. Rather, I would have expressed my gratitude. Perhaps I should feel grateful. Yet, the more she pondered this, the more she felt an unsettling sense of guilt. She realized that, given her usual demeanor towards Su Luo, even if he were to save her in person, she might not have uttered words of thanks. No, I would. But then, considering my attitude towards Su Luo, as Li Si's thoughts became increasingly tangled and chaotic, she found it difficult to express her emotions in that moment. All her frustrations transformed into a voracious appetite. She gnawed fiercely on a chicken leg, her gaze fixed intently on Su Luo. This expression startled him, causing him to instinctively rise and retreat. Has she lost her sanity? After all, he had done nothing wrong. He had been perfectly caring and affectionate towards her just moments ago. For a while, Su Luo found himself at a loss for words. It took some time before Li Siyu regained her composure, wiping her mouth and smoothing her hair. It has been a year since we last shared a meal together. Hasn't it? A year? I distinctly recall it has been 398 days since we last dined together. You certainly remember well. Of course, I dare not forget our matters. That is a jest, merely a casual remark. Who keeps track of the exact number of days since last dining together? Li Siyu pouted, expressing her disbelief. Tell me, what do you like about me? I like everything about you. Be specific. I adore all of you. It's a degree beyond mere affection. In a rather perplexing manner, Su Luo could effortlessly conjure a plethora of commendable traits and extol her virtues to the heavens. Yet, she feared that indulging in such flattery might leave her unable to stomach her meal, causing her nausea. With a nonchalant chuckle, Li Siyu merely left behind 2 words before departing, rendering the entire episode rather baffling. As Su Luo surveyed the table, which held a considerable portion of uneaten dishes, she resolved to adhere to her principle of not wasting food and began to eat. As she savored her meal, her thoughts wandered. Had Lin Xian's absence today deviated from the plot? However, the system remained silent, indicating that it had not. Yet, she pondered whether such frequent deviations from the narrative could truly be without consequence. In an avalanche, no single snowflake is innocent. If every event veered too far off course, the eventual culmination could indeed resemble a catastrophic avalanche. Just as Su Luo wrestled with her concerns, Lin Xian strode in with an air of arrogance. He coolly took a seat opposite her and declared, "You are quite fortunate." "What do you mean?" she inquired. "I am showing Miss Li some consideration. The matter of your prior interference has been dismissed for now. However, should there be a next time, you shall bear the consequences." Lin Xian's eyes glinted with menace, laden with threats. "Please, there is no need to prolong this. If you seek vengeance, then by all means, deliver a kick my way." This unexpected retort momentarily baffled Lin Xian, causing his carefully crafted menacing expression to falter. "Hurry up, stop dawdling." Such a request was indeed unprecedented for Lin Xian. Could there be a hidden ploy? If you have any tricks up your sleeve, I suggest you relinquish them. I am no longer the person I was a few days ago. I am now at the mid-stage of Qi training. This is the chasm that separates us. And your trump card may not be effective against me. Lin Xian couldn't help but harbor doubts. I am aware of your strength. Could you please expedite your actions? Nay, I pledged my word to Miss Li, and thus I shall let this transgression pass, but only this once. I trust you shall not provoke me henceforward. Remaining true to his commitments was a virtue Lin Xian upheld. Observing his dilly-dallying, Su Luo promptly leaped forth, shattering the confines of the private chamber and plummeting onto the bustling street. Lin Xian exclaimed, a trio of question marks punctuating his bewilderment. I didn't lay a hand on her. A dreadful realization dawned upon him. Li Si had not yet departed. Witnessing this spectacle, would he ever be able to clear his name? He had just vowed to Miss Li to spare Su Luo, and in the very next instant, Su Luo was ejected from the tavern. What would she think of him? A man devoid of honor? Petty and vindictive? A two-faced hypocrite? A cold sweat enveloped Lin Xian. Dreadful, what cunning! Lin Xian instantly grasped Su Luo's intent, a plan as malevolent as it was artlessly effective. Su Luo, in truth, had not contemplated such depths of strategy. Her sole desire was to faithfully execute the script, lest any further deviations should arise. Who could have foreseen that her brief dalliance with indolence would transform Li Si so drastically? It was unnerving. Grant me but one chance. Where once I sought to shirk my duties, I now aspire to perform each scene with utmost diligence. Lin Xian now found himself in an untenable position. For who else but he would dare to cast Su Luo down? Yet, to proclaim his innocence in public would be futile, for who would believe him? Instead, he would be branded a hypocrite. Who would credit Su Luo's voluntary plunge? Su Luo may be foolish, but she was not insane. Lin Xian resolved to depart first and offer his explanation later. Li Si sighed softly as she approached Su Luo's side. With a gentle nudge, she chided, "Foolish girl, humph." Li Si hoisted Su Luo onto her back, mirroring their previous encounter, albeit with roles reversed. For a fleeting moment, Su Luo pondered whether she ought to feign consciousness. What was Li Si up to? Usually, didn't she prefer to avoid any contact with herself? Throughout the journey, Li Si remained silent, while Su Luo feigned unconsciousness, pretending to be oblivious. Upon reaching a secluded corner, Lin Xian emerged to explain, hoping to earn Li Si's trust. "It was not I who pushed him down," were Lin Xian's first words upon meeting. "I know," Li Si replied. Lin Xian wished to elaborate further, yet Li Si seemed to accept his words without question. This left Lin Xian at a loss. Is trust between individuals truly so easily bestowed? Or perhaps he possesses an undeniable charm? Lin Xian remained somewhat skeptical. "Huh? How do you know?" "I know it wasn't you. Let it be," Li Si reiterated, yet it was clear she had no intention of providing further explanation. Lin Xian felt somewhat disoriented in the wind. Could it be that she was merely saving face, while harboring doubt within? Yet her demeanor suggested otherwise. Oh, this is so perplexing. This left Lin Xian in a state of confusion. Consequently, he felt compelled to pay closer attention to Su Luo, who appeared to be more astute than she seemed at first glance. Chapter 8. The new adversary prepares to make an entrance. We have arrived. Will you enter on your own, or shall I escort you? Li Si naturally directed her words to Su Luo. Awkwardness ensued, having been discovered. Nonetheless, Su Luo displayed no signs of discomfort, even feigning to have just awakened. "Who is it? Who ambushed me?" Her act was quite convincing. However, Li Si, possessing a diary, had already seen through Su Luo's facade, rendering her efforts futile. "Are you still the Li Si I know?" Su Luo felt a twinge of frustration, wondering how it seemed that Li Si had suddenly grown wiser, when she had previously been just a gullible little girl. "Are you the Su Luo I know?" Li Si retorted. "How could that possibly be true? You can't even believe your own words. We grew up together. It's laughable to think that just any sycophant could be regarded as a person." Li Si has always harbored disdain for Su Luo. If you don't believe it, so be it. To prevent revealing too many vulnerabilities, Li Si spoke less and chose to depart. She was acutely aware that Su Luo was no longer the reckless youth she once knew. He had transformed into a cunning villain adept at concealing his deceit. Without her diary, she knew she could never outsmart him. Thus, Li Si resolved to temporarily learn from Su Luo, mastering the art of self-concealment. She even contemplated whether she should practice a male voice, pondering its potential utility in the future. Of course, she remained indifferent to the so-called narrative. She did not accept that she was merely a character within the book. Every step she took was a reflection of her own volition. After all, it was Su Luo's story. Whether it veered off course was of no concern to Li Si. Su Luo felt as though he were nearing a breaking point. Li Si had defied expectations several times, leaving him utterly bewildered. Yet, the thought of not having a role in the upcoming days brought him a peculiar relief, akin to the joy of a worker on holiday. There was no denying it. The author was no fool. One could not simply exploit a single character endlessly. The narrative required multifaceted confrontations involving various characters. Su Luo opened his diary once more. "Today, there was a fleeting moment, just a moment, when I thought Li Si wasn't so intolerable after all. But I know this is merely an illusion. She remains a foolish girl who understands nothing. Let us cease our discussions about her, for I shall not have any dealings with her in the near future. Why do I refrain from making an appearance? It is because other antagonists have begun to showcase their prowess. Wang Mo, the second character destined to be humiliated after me, is the youngest patriarch of the Wang family, one of the three prominent families in Xiaofeng City. If I am of the brash type, he embodies the archetype of wisdom. Albeit his intellect is not particularly profound, certainly not surpassing that of Lin Xian. As for his storyline, it can be succinctly summarized. He monopolized a particular herb known as the worry-free grass within the city. Meanwhile, a portion of the worry-free grass held by the Li family was sabotaged by Wang Mo's subordinates, and the Li family possesses a significant order for a medicinal pill primarily composed of this herb. Under such circumstances, the Li family finds itself unable to fulfill this substantial order, incurring the wrath of the client and necessitating a hefty compensation. This scheme was meticulously orchestrated by Wang Mo long ago, and its revelation is imminent. The crowd, filled with disbelief, skepticism, and disdain, directed their sentiments towards Lin Xian, who merely responded with a crooked smile, declaring it impossible to leap off a cliff. And then, he indeed leapt. During his prior fall from the cliff, he had discovered an abundance of worry-free grass. A simple act of salvaging the Li family's plight was thus achieved, and their regard for Lin Xian significantly increased once more. After Wang Mo's plan unraveled, his furious display of frustration, turning over tables and hurling objects, truly elicited sympathy from the readers. Wang Mo's character, now rendered desperate, must not be underestimated, for Lin Xian is indeed a formidable adversary. After all, Wang Mo had expended considerable resources to bribe certain members of the Li family and gather a plethora of intelligence, all to orchestrate this elaborate scheme, only to find it utterly futile. How could he not be enraged? He declared that all of this was orchestrated by me, and his reverence for me flowed like the mighty river. In conclusion, the intent was to cast this blame upon me. Naturally, Li Siyu believed it, and her opinion of me plummeted, leading her to discredit every word I uttered henceforth, effectively placing me on her blacklist. Remarkably, even without a role, I still bore the brunt of the blame. One can only ponder, why must the villain trouble another villain? Having penned yet another entry, Su Luo comfortably reclined. Upon completing her diary, she was rewarded with a defense of 8, strength of 4, and an elevation in her cultivation level. Current cultivation, perfect chi training. Special ability upgrade. My suffering surpasses yours, my anguish remains above yours. When attacked, she can transfer 10 of the damage she receives to a designated individual. When attacked, she can transfer 20 of the damage to a specified person. Upon seeing this reward, Su Luo sprang up and exclaimed, "Isn't it just a scapegoat? I shall bear it." This reward requires no further explanation. It is a testament to strength within strength. With absolute power at her disposal, what is there to fear? It must be said that in her current state of chi training, Su Luo felt as if she were in the stage of great ascension. Suddenly, a thought struck her. This time, Lin Xian did not fall off the cliff, and he was unaware of the existence of the carefree grass below. But soon, a solution dawned on her. I could simply collect it for him, as clever as I am. Upon returning home, Li Siyu practiced for a while and discovered that the eagerly awaited diary had been updated. It began to automatically filter out negative content regarding herself, making it a more pleasant read. In that fleeting moment, Li Siyu found herself thinking that perhaps she didn't despise Li Siyu as much as she believed. Of course, it was evident that the fault lay with her own lack of insight. The carefree herb of the Li family had been partially sabotaged by Wang Mo's machinations. Such an occurrence was indeed shocking. She recalled hearing whispers of it just yesterday. Though Li Siyu seldom paid attention to her family's affairs, she was aware that some of the carefree herb had been destroyed. This indicated that the scheme was already in motion, and with part of the herb ruined at home, it was reasonable to assume that the external stock had also been acquired. The realization left her feeling somewhat helpless. Had she known sooner, she might have mitigated the losses. This had all been meticulously plotted by Wang Mo long ago. Li Siyu was somewhat acquainted with him, having played together in their childhood. However, after the untimely demise of his parents, he ascended to the position of clan leader, which led to a gradual decline in their interactions. Nevertheless, they would still cross paths once or twice a year, for the Autumn Wind City was small, and the three prominent families often found their interests intertwined. Yet, she possessed her diary. A sardonic smile crossed her lips. Suddenly, she felt a shift within herself, a sense of transformation. In the past, faced with such challenges, she would have hurriedly informed her father in a panic. Now, she found herself capable of calm contemplation, even considering the possibility of addressing the issue herself. Could it be that she had indeed grown? Li Siyu mused, reflecting on how previously her sole focus had been on cultivation, leaving her oblivious to all else. She cast her gaze upon the diary. It was certainly not because of you. After a brief moment of hesitation, Li Siyu promptly made her way to the cliff where the carefree grass awaited. She yearned to aid her family in overcoming their dire straits. Yet, along the way, she couldn't shake the unsettling feeling that someone was watching her. Chapter 9. A trivial scheme. Just when Li Siyu believed it to be a mere illusion, she suddenly heard a familiar voice from beyond the wall. Wang Imo was conversing with one of his subordinates, inquiring, "Are we being followed?" The subordinate replied, "I have been exceedingly cautious and can assure you we are not. How goes the task?" "We have successfully acquired all the carefree grass in the city." "Excellent. When the Li family finds themselves in a predicament, Brother Su Luo will present the carefree grass and thereby win Li Siyu's favor." "Master, what does this have to do with Su Luo?" "You are unaware. I am merely assisting him." "But master, what qualifications does Su Luo possess to warrant your assistance?" "He is nothing but a waste." "How dare you speak so? Brother Su Luo is remarkably handsome and astute. Do not underestimate him. After all, this entire plan originates from his intellect, and I am merely executing the tasks he set forth." "What? This entire series of schemes was devised by him? How terrifying." "Indeed, my admiration for Brother Su Luo flows like an unceasing river." The entirety of Wang Imo and his subordinate's conversation reached Li Siyu's ears without omission. This left her utterly speechless. What was the difference between this and conspiring aloud? It just so happened that she was passing by as they spoke, didn't it? Thus, it appears that the earlier sensation of being followed was not merely an illusion. How foolish of them to think I would fall for such a clumsy scheme. Li Siyu felt a tinge of disdain, pondering who would believe such a simplistic frame-up. If not for the spoiler in the diary, perhaps, maybe, I would have been convinced. Could it truly be that I would have been deceived? The more she contemplated, the more her confidence wavered. Yet, after years of understanding herself, she knew she could not be easily fooled. Without that forewarning, she might indeed have believed it. This thought caused her cheeks to flush slightly. I am not foolish. It is no wonder I found Su Luo so irksome in the past. Although Li Siyu had come to trust the diary, it remained an odd sensation that events unfolded precisely as foretold within its pages. Nevertheless, she found a certain pleasure in this prophetic ability. If Su Luo were present, he would undoubtedly quip that it was exhilarating to have such an advantage. With her awareness of Wang Mo's plan, she felt less inclined to dwell on it, shaking off the sense of being pursued as she made her way towards the cliff's edge. Yet upon reaching the precipice, she was met with an unexpected figure. "Let me pluck your heart," he sang softly, and attempt to melt it gently. Su Luo, serenely gathering carefree flowers, lifted his gaze to meet Li Siyu's. For a moment, she felt as though her feet might root themselves to the ground. In both reality and the realm of fiction, she had seldom sung before others. "Whose heart do you intend to pluck?" she inquired. "It matters not. What brings you here? Like you, my family requires carefree flowers." Li Siyu need not fabricate any excuses. It was merely fortuitous, for she had previously plummeted into the abyss, aware that the depths harbored the coveted Wuyo grass. "And what brings you here?" Li Siyu retorted. "My family is in need of this as well." "Is that so? Then shall we collaborate?" "Very well." Su Luo felt a twinge of discomfort. Having not anticipated Li Siyu's arrival, plans had shifted, yet as long as she gathered an ample supply, her family would remain in want. Harvesting was indeed her forte. With fervor, Su Luo quickened her pace, transforming into a veritable whirlwind of grass collection, leaving naught but remnants in her wake. A significant portion had been claimed by her efforts. Observing Su Luo's relentless dedication, Li Siyu remarked, "Do you not intend to share any with me? How can you utter such words? After all my arduous gathering, do you expect to reap the rewards without effort?" Su Luo replied, incredulous. Yet, recalling the more outrageous sayings that had circulated online in the past, she found herself somewhat amused. "I cannot. My family truly requires this. You profess to have feelings for me. If you were to gift it to me, I would surely be more fond of you. That is simply not feasible. My family genuinely needs it, and I am at a loss. You were not always this way. You would provide whatever I needed. Indeed, I have great affection for you. But my family is in dire need. It is simply unavoidable." With a chuckle, Su Luo remained unmoved by mere words. In such a scenario, she could merely serve as a parrot, for Li Siyu had no means to sway her. Suddenly, an idea struck her. I cannot bestow the Wuyo grass upon you, but perhaps I could offer myself instead. Might that enhance your fondness for me? She then presented a rather greasy smile. Li Siyu cast a sidelong glance at Su Luo and handed her the carefree grass. Here you go. Wait, just like that? Why? Su Luo questioned in confusion, as her family was indeed in need of it. Well, it's not enough anyway, so I might as well give it to you, Li Siyu replied, realizing Su Luo's thoughts were likely centered around the plot, not deviating. Since he was unwilling to assist her directly, she deemed it better to let it go. The quantity she had gathered was insufficient, and considering Su Luo had collected quite a bit before coming, there was not much left. It seemed more sensible to relinquish it graciously. However, this act of relinquishment left Su Luo bewildered. How could she behave this way? The logic seemed flawed. Her family clearly needed this resource. Even if it wasn't enough, a little more would be beneficial. Seeing Li Siyu truly depart was not a mere display of coyness, only deepening her confusion. Nevertheless, Su Luo swiftly resolved to act as if she had never encountered Li Siyu, continuing with her plans. She found herself becoming increasingly accustomed to such situations. When in doubt, she would simply follow the plot. She was merely an emotionless conduit for the storyline. With that thought, her actions became more fluid. Yet, how could there be any left now, as all had been taken by Wang Mo? Su Luo disguised herself as a newly arrived merchant in the city, concocting a casual reason to sell the carefree grass to Lin Xian. The ensuing events were no longer her concern. Lin Xian received the grass and successfully delivered it to the Li family, thereby alleviating their losses and earning a place as a valued guest. Everyone was content. However, someone was about to lose a precious opportunity. Wang Mo slammed his hand on the table, shattering it. Why? Why is there still carefree grass? Who is that Lin Xian? Having invested so much preparation, all was rendered futile. Wang Mo erupted in fury, commanding, find someone to discipline Lin Xian. It is unfeasible, patriarch. Lin Xian is currently an esteemed guest of the Li family, surrounded by their people. We cannot act against him. Then you shall receive a beating. Wang Mo retorted. Men, proceed. As Wang Mo shattered the cup upon the ground, realizing his inability to act against Lin Xian, he directed his anger towards his subordinates. Listening to their cries of agony, Wang Mo gradually regained composure. Upon further reflection, he realized that his efforts were not entirely fruitless, as he had successfully implicated Su Luo, creating a significant misunderstanding. This would further strain the relationship between Su Luo and Li Si, and with additional instigation, their conflict would escalate, jeopardizing the harmony between their respective families. In the ensuing discord between the two families, Wang Mo envisioned himself seizing the opportune moment to reap the benefits. Wang Mo regained confidence and began contemplating a new strategy. Following his acceptance as an esteemed guest of the Li family, Lin Xian embarked on a journey of retribution throughout Autumn Wind City. Have you ever witnessed someone traversing the city from west to east in a single day, delivering slaps of justice? Initially, while having breakfast in the western part of the city, Lin Xian observed harassing a young woman. Driven by a sense of righteousness, he intervened, delivering a resounding slap to the unwilling to accept defeat. The immediately summoned reinforcements. Lin Xian remained undeterred, awaiting their arrival. Adhering to a certain code, only summoned young men of similar age. Upon arriving, the summoned youth identified himself as the son of a certain chamber of commerce, only to be promptly slapped down as well. He, too, refused to concede and went to gather more support. After introducing his formidable background for the third time, he was met with yet another slap, which only fueled his defiance. Consequently, within a single day, Lin Xian struck down over 30 young elites from Qiufeng City, traversing from the western to the eastern parts of the city. The parents of these individuals could no longer tolerate the humiliation and contemplated retaliating against Lin Xian. However, upon the arrival of the Li family, they were rendered utterly speechless, and the matter swiftly subsided. This exemplifies the advantages bestowed upon Lin Xian by the Wuyo grass, enabling him to roam freely within Qiufeng City. His reputation soared once more. Notably, Su Luo was absent from the list of those who were struck, which, while unrealistic, provided her with a certain satisfaction. Once upon a time, Su Luo had also wished to slap those who had wronged her. She even fantasized about possessing a renowned magical artifact, the blue capsule, capable of delivering a slap across the screen to the fools on the other side, particularly within the confines of the game. Yet, these were merely minor skirmishes designed to bolster Lin Xian's stature as greater challenges loomed ahead. Chapter 10, A Minor Trial Son. I have heard that you have advanced to the mid-stage of qi refinement. Excellent, you truly are my son. To the outside world, Su Luo was perceived as having just broken through to the mid-stage of qi refinement. However, in reality, he had attained perfection. This revelation brought immense joy to Su Chengkong, who eagerly presented a long-prepared elixir. Here, take this qi refinement pill and enhance your skills. Thank you, father. In the original narrative, Su Luo had achieved his breakthrough to the mid-stage of qi refinement out of anger and despair following a broken engagement. However, since the protagonist had already reached the mid-stage, Su Luo was rendered unqualified to make an appearance. Given the existing disparity, it was inconceivable for someone of the same level to challenge Lin Xian. Thus, the author took corrective measures, allowing Su Luo's father to provide him with the qi refinement pill, forcibly enhancing Su Luo's cultivation. Though the name of this qi-enhancing pill may seem rather pedestrian and lacking in grandeur, it is, in fact, exceedingly precious and beneficial. It allows those in the qi refinement stage to elevate their cultivation without any adverse effects. Only those with considerable skill can acquire this elixir, which, in the original narrative, propelled Su Luo directly to the late stages of qi refinement, nearly attaining perfection. Its efficacy is truly formidable. Thus, the enhanced Su Luo can once again become the object of Lin Xian's disdain. After all, it is far more captivating to triumph over an opponent of a higher tier. Defeating peers lacks excitement and yields no sense of accomplishment. The protagonist's advancement in cultivation is attributed to fortuitous encounters, while the antagonist relies on connections. Both are valid. Upon obtaining the pill, Su Luo has no intention of consuming it. Although it is indeed remarkable, he has already reached the pinnacle of qi refinement, and its effects would be significantly diminished for him. Thus, he decides against taking it and slyly persuades a passerby to consume it instead. However, after ingesting the peculiar elder brother's concoction, he feels an overwhelming surge of strength, and his body, which had long been accustomed to hunger, now feels remarkably docile and comfortable. With this newfound vigor, he should be able to venture into the mountains to forage for more sustenance. That peculiar elder brother seems rather kind-hearted. In mid-September, the weather is overcast. It is well known that the three major sects of the southern continent are the 7 stars, heavenly light, and cloud smoke. Typically, individuals would first participate in the assessments of these 3 prominent sects, considering lesser sects only if they fail. As Autumn Wind City is in closest proximity to the 7 stars sect, it is only natural to prioritize its examination. However, I harbor no concerns, for my father has already made the necessary arrangements. Indeed, I have gained entry into the 7 stars sword sect through connections, otherwise, they would not have taken notice of me. However, one must still participate in the assessment trials despite having connections. The journey may be lightened by the fortunate assistance of future senior brothers who happen to pass by multiple times. Such is the nature of our adversaries, who, apart from feeling constrained before the protagonists, glide smoothly through life. Nevertheless, prior to entering the sect, there exists a growth trial organized by Qiufeng City. Lin Xian reaped significant rewards during this event, not only enhancing his strength but also elevating his reputation. After all, the young talents of Qiufeng City were thoroughly bested by Lin Xian. They have now come to seek revenge on my behalf, indicating that we shall undoubtedly besiege Lin Xian during this trial. The scene will unfold with over 30 individuals surrounding a single target, only to be countered with unexpected ferocity. You inquire whether we are skilled? Then show me your prowess. Alas, such is the nature of the protagonist. Beyond this, the most crucial revelation was Lin Xian's discovery of a cave inhabited by demonic creatures. This cave is extraordinary, teeming with a multitude of insect eggs. Within a month, these eggs will hatch, and at that time, the entire Qiufeng City will be inundated by these monstrous insects. There lies a treasure within, one that provides spiritual energy to the eggs, hastening their hatching and empowering the newborn beasts. This scheme is the handiwork of a leader among the demon clan, who seeks to engulf Qiufeng City. Lin Xian reported the discovery promptly, yet he has already claimed the treasure for himself. This artifact possesses the ability to absorb the spiritual essence of heaven and earth, enabling one to extract pure energy during cultivation, thereby accelerating their progress. By a fortunate coincidence, Lin Xian had previously acquired the Qingyue pendant, which, prior to its complete unsealing, functioned as a similar catalyst for cultivation, albeit exclusively during the night. The synergy of these two elements seamlessly amalgamates, resulting in a remarkable enhancement in his cultivation endeavors. It transcends the constraints of day and night, significantly amplifying his growth, thus enabling Lin Xian to advance swiftly in rank. As for the cave, under the leadership of the city lord, the insect eggs were eradicated without exception, thwarting the demon clan's sinister plot while simultaneously alerting Qiufeng City to the lurking danger. This incident was undeniably of great significance, and Lin Xian, the one who uncovered it, emerged as the hero of Qiufeng City. The entire city expressed its heartfelt gratitude, celebrating this commendable achievement. I find no fault in this narrative, save for the protagonist's fortuitous discovery of the insect egg's location, which fortuitously coincided with his evasion of the guarding demon general, ultimately culminating in a singular, decisive strike while the demon general was at rest. There is truly no issue whatsoever. My identity verification assures that he has not resorted to any unfair advantages. Having completed his diary entry, Su Luo eagerly awaited his rewards, savoring even the 30-second advertisements with great enthusiasm. They were unavoidable unless one wished to forego the rewards. Upon completing the diary, he received a speed enhancement of 7, a strength increase of 5, and a promotion in cultivation level, now at the early stage of foundation establishment. Su Luo could not contain his laughter. What could bring greater joy than witnessing his gradual transformation into a more formidable self? Of course, it is the delight of reclining while penning his diary, steadily growing stronger with each entry. Li Siyu was diligently engaged in her cultivation. Yet, no matter the moment, the first priority remained the diary updates, as reading them held paramount importance. This time appears to lack any particular significance, merely reflecting the trivial and immature antics of the young man. Yet, it is this worm egg that reveals the unexpected peril lurking within Autumn Wind City. The treasure. Li Siyu has already set her sights upon it. Consequently, she must commence her preparations. Gradually, she adeptly employs her journal to seek out opportunities. Soon, the trial organized by the city lord in conjunction with the prominent families of Autumn Wind City will commence. This event serves as a prelude to the entrance trials of the Seven-Star Sect set to occur a month later. Hence, only the younger generation is participating. Gaining entry into the Seven-Star Sect would bring immense honor to their families, possibly even a reversal of fortunes. The trial itself is rather straightforward. Participants are tasked with hunting demonic creatures in the nearby forest, with more kills yielding higher scores, and the top 10 contenders receiving generous rewards. This exercise is designed to expose these youths to the realities of conflict and to forge their resolve. In essence, it is a mock examination. Although deemed a trial, the families discreetly oversee their members to ensure their safety. In the entrance trials of the Seven-Star Sect, however, families cannot intervene, thus leaving the safety of Autumn Wind City's youthful generation unprotected. As per tradition, the city lord begins his address. I am delighted by your presence today, and, on behalf of Autumn Wind City, I extend my gratitude for your support. Without you, Autumn Wind City would not be what it is today. Young people, you are about to face a grueling test, but do not forget, you also possess a bright future. Regarding this trial, I shall briefly mention 2 points. The youths listen intently, eager not to miss any crucial information. Is this truly the second? And the third? Did you not mention 2 points? Your 2 points exceed my entire year's worth of words. Were it not for the fact that the speaker is the city lord, the young ones would have been unable to restrain themselves from throwing objects at him. The city lord of Autumn Wind City is no ordinary figure, a golden core cultivator. He stands as the apparent strongest in the city. Ultimately, amidst the scrutinizing gazes of various families, he elegantly proclaimed the commencement of the trial. He had become accustomed to, and even relished, the sensation of commanding respect despite being viewed with disdain. According to the rules, participants would enter the forest in batches. This trial imposed no strict requirements. One could either team up or venture alone, entirely at their discretion. The outcome would be determined solely by the score obtained from the creatures encountered. As soon as they entered the forest, Su Luo gathered a group of over 30 individuals. These were the ones who had been humiliated by Lin Xian earlier, and now they sought Su Luo, for among them, he held the highest status. It was only natural for him to take the lead. This was merely a part of the unfolding narrative. At present, Su Luo yearned to locate Lin Xian swiftly and bring this to a conclusion. Su Gu, have you broken through? How impressive. In Autumn Wind City, aside from Li Xiyu, you possess the greatest talent. What nonsense. In the end, Li Xiyu still belongs to Su Gu. The most formidable is undoubtedly Su Gu. Indeed, I was foolish. If only I possessed half of Su Ji's intellect. As they aimlessly searched for Lin Xian, the 30-odd individuals took turns extolling Su Luo's virtues. Whether genuine or not, they unabashedly praised him, even to the point of awkward flattery. Su Luo felt helpless. He could tell that very few words held any truth, as it was merely sycophancy. Yet, there was a hint of secret delight in it. Although I have experienced this many times, being respected and praised by others remains a source of joy. Then I encountered Wang Imo Su Luo. Long time no see. Wang Imo greeted with a beaming smile as he approached Su Luo and the others. Su Luo felt a twinge of confusion. It was unusual for Wang Imo to appear at this moment. That's quite a title for me, brother. You are now the clan leader, Su Luo remarked. Indeed, since Wang Imo ascended to the position of clan leader, their relationship had inevitably become more distant. This was true not only for Su Luo but for other young talents as well, as their social standings had shifted. The other young elites preferred to associate with Su Luo, as it allowed them to be less constrained by hierarchy. That's not the case. I am always the Wang Imo, you know, he insisted. So, what brings you here? Su Luo was skeptical. I heard you were causing trouble for Lin Xian. Count me in, Wang Imo declared. Why? Su Luo questioned. When has anyone from Chofeng City ever allowed outsiders to bully us? Naturally, I wish to stand with you to reclaim our pride. Wang Mo's assertion was disingenuous. He held no genuine interest in Lin Xian. After all, Wang Imo could easily discern that Lin Xian did not belong to this place. He was destined for broader horizons. Once he departed, the conflicts in Chofeng City would remain confined to the three prominent families. Wang Imo found it perplexing that, despite previously framing Su Luo for wrongdoing, Li Xiyu had shown no reaction whatsoever. This was incomprehensible to him, based on his understanding of Li Xiyu. She would never maintain her composure without confronting Su Luo to vent her frustrations. Was there an emotional connection between them? This posed a dangerous signal. If their two families were to unite, what would become of his own standing? Suit yourself, he concluded. Su Luo dismissed any thoughts regarding Wang Mo's intentions, recognizing that they were merely adversarial clowns, incapable of being anything more. Yet, the surrounding young elites experienced an immediate surge of admiration for Wang Imo. After all, they were from Chofeng City. Why should they be bullied by outsiders? Consequently, the crowd began to extol Su Luo, and in doing so, they inadvertently lauded Wang Imo as well. For a fleeting moment, it felt as though they were not undergoing a trial, but rather enjoying a spring outing, filled with merriment. Then, they encountered Lin Xian. As the boasting came to an abrupt halt, they swiftly transitioned into a state of combat readiness. Lin Xian, at last, I found you. Naturally, Su Luo took the lead. Observing the scene, she pondered, am I doomed? Lin Xian was not foolish. Upon noticing the 30-odd individuals across from him wearing sinister grins, he quickly grasped the situation. However, he remained unfazed, even exhibiting an air of indifference. Indeed, Lin Xian's wit surpassed theirs. The 30-odd individuals, flustered by his sardonic remarks, found themselves blushing with embarrassment. Charge! One of them commanded. What? The young elites were taken aback. They had intended to continue their banter, relishing their numerical advantage. Su Luo waved her hand decisively. Advance. You cannot outtalk him. As the leader of the group, her words held weight. With newfound resolve, the 30-odd individuals surged forward, emboldened as if under a protective buff, fearlessly confronting Lin Xian. Most of them were at the mid-stage of qi refinement, with only a few at the early stage. Their collective assault would undoubtedly exert pressure on Lin Xian, who was also at the mid-stage of qi refinement. He swiftly pivoted, utilizing the forest terrain to prepare for a strategic onslaught. If he were to single-handedly overcome 30-odd opponents, he would indeed embody the archetype of an unparalleled hero. Thus, this encounter would certainly be won through guerrilla tactics. Chapter 11. I remain the feeble one who falls with a single blow as the protagonist. Lin Xian undoubtedly surpasses his peers of equal standing. He weaves through the forest with such swiftness that he quickly leaves his pursuers in a state of bewilderment. They had assumed he would lack the intelligence to take on 30 of them alone, yet to their astonishment, Lin Xian merely turned and fled. However, retreat was not an option. They continued to search aimlessly. Lin Xian would not depart so easily. He lingered in the shadows, poised for an ambush. Dealing with this group of pampered youths, who had little experience in woodland combat, was remarkably simple. Of course, there would be no fatalities, at most. They would be temporarily incapacitated, as someone was vigilant in the dark. Meanwhile, Su Luo and the others, while searching, found themselves increasingly beset by ambushes and defeats. They quickly sensed the shift in dynamics and began to band together. Lin Xian, however, refrained from revealing himself. He possessed the patience necessary for this game. Yet, maintaining constant vigilance proved to be mentally taxing. "Damn it, he's escaped," one individual exclaimed, kicking a tree in frustration. "I have been right behind you all along." Lin Xian whispered softly from behind him before launching a surprise attack. The strike was executed flawlessly, and he retreated without a trace. Whenever someone allowed themselves to relax even slightly, Lin Xian would emerge to reap the rewards of their negligence. It was as if the hunters were not Su Luo and her companions, but rather Lin Xian himself. As more individuals fell victim to his stealthy onslaught, it became evident that this could not persist indefinitely. "Quickly, I have worn him down," one person declared amidst the chaos of the skirmish, managing to retaliate and inflict some injury upon Lin Xian. Sensing the encroaching presence of several assailants, Lin Xian swiftly broke free, vanishing into the depths of the forest. The pampered youths were left exchanging glances, utterly at a loss. Within the confines of the forest, this group of aristocrats could hardly endure for long. From day to night, only Su Luo, Wang Yimou, and a dozen other slightly stronger peers remained from the 30 or so individuals. Lin Xian then stepped forward with great composure. "Aren't you going to hide?" Su Luo inquired. "I see no necessity. Dealing with such a small number of you is sufficient," he replied. "Then come forth," she challenged. Very well. Just as they prepared for battle, newcomers arrived. Those young prodigies who had been defeated and injured, unwilling to retreat quietly. They were brought forth by their clansmen who had been protecting them from the shadows, a privilege they held. Although they were unable to engage in combat, they insisted on witnessing Lin Xian being thoroughly beaten. They could still cheer for their comrades. "Is ambush all you can manage, you despicable coward? Can't you muster the courage for an honorable face-to-face battle?" they taunted. "Dare to show yourself? If you have the guts, don't flee." Lin Xian chuckled. "I'm already here, and I certainly won't back down. To be honest, you are truly pathetic. You." Some of the arrogant youths were so incensed that their injuries worsened, pointing at Lin Xian, speechless with rage. Yet, for the sake of pride, they felt compelled to respond. "Humph. You are unaware that Brother Su has already advanced to the late stage of Qi training. Are you frightened now? Oh, so you have reached the late stage. This is indeed unexpected," Lin Xian mused. In just a few short days, Su Luo's rate of advancement had surpassed his own. "That's right. I consumed a Qi training pill," Su Luo openly admitted, revealing that it was all an illusion, as he had already established his foundation. "I nearly underestimated you. Yet I remain confident. Enough talk. Let us commence. Go for it, Brother Su Luo. Let us vent our frustrations." Perhaps some may wonder why this group of injured young heroes still needs to make an appearance. Of course, it would be pointless to put on a show if no one is watching. At this moment, Lin Xian is about to initiate a challenge beyond his limits, prompting gasps of astonishment from the crowd. "If you do not come forth, I shall." Seeing Lin Xian remain still, Su Luo takes the initiative to strike. A seemingly unremarkable punch is easily evaded by Lin Xian, yet in the next instant, another punch follows. Lin Xian narrowly sidesteps, but a third punch is already on its way. In this fleeting moment, Lin Xian erupts with power. His right fist retaliates with lightning speed, colliding with Su Luo's fist. There is no earth-shattering impact. Instead, Su Luo's fist is deflected, while Lin Xian's strength only intensifies. His fist connects with Su Luo, sending him spinning 360 degrees before crashing to the ground, motionless. "Come on, Su Luo." At this juncture, the young heroes continue to cheer for Su Luo. But how could the encounter be over in mere seconds? The atmosphere falls into an eerie silence. One punch, and he is down. He is even weaker than us. Naturally, such thoughts can only be voiced internally. "Get up, Su. You can do it. You must not fall. You are our hope." Yet, no matter how fervently they shout, Su Luo remains unmoving. Why struggle so hard? A mere show would suffice. Lin Xian also senses something amiss. It is inconceivable that Su Luo, at the late stage of Qi training, could be felled by a single punch from him. What do you mean by this? Is it a deliberate act of surrender? Lin Xian contemplates whether to deliver another blow, but attacking someone who has lost the will to fight seems inappropriate. "You are not as formidable as you appear." Lin Xian turned around and mocked those young gentlemen. After a long day, even Lin Xian could not escape the weariness that enveloped him. Yet, if he did not maintain his fade, the day would be rendered utterly meaningless. Thus, he summoned his remaining strength and continued his taunting. Just moments ago, they had been so arrogant. Now it seemed their prowess was limited to mere words. Wang Yimou was left speechless. He had not anticipated Su Luo's swift downfall, yet simultaneously felt a sense of relief, as Su Luo's ineptitude meant the Su family would have little influence in Chofeng City henceforth. However, the burden of pressure now fell upon Wang Yimou, for apart from Su Luo, he held the highest standing among the crowd. You will soon discover our strength. Let us confront him together, he declared. Unlike Su Luo, Wang Yimou possessed a thick skin and could solemnly propose a united front. The others, having longed for action, eagerly complied. Thus, a group of over a dozen young elites once again besieged Lin Xian. This time, however, Lin Xian chose not to evade. Instead, he boldly accepted the challenge posed by the multitude. Wang Yimou, being astute, rarely engaged Lin Xian directly during the confrontation. He preferred to strike from the flanks or launch surprise attacks from behind. As Lin Xian began to tire, Wang Yimou seized the moment to deliver a powerful blow, then retreated to create distance, thereby exerting immense pressure on Lin Xian. Although he was the protagonist, Lin Xian found himself struggling, accumulating an increasing number of injuries. Yet, he seemed to possess an inexhaustible reservoir of strength, managing to unleash a burst of energy at critical junctures, preventing his defeat. Wang Yimou, filled with confidence, believed that this methodical assault would ultimately wear Lin Xian down. Unfortunately, had Lin Xian been an ordinary individual, Wang Yimou might have succeeded. Yet, Lin Xian was anything but ordinary. Even in a disadvantaged position, he maintained a smile. The others were momentarily taken aback. How could one smile in such dire circumstances? Lin Xian's lips curled into a smirk. Thank you all, the time has come. He took a deep breath and shouted, break. In an instant, Lin Xian radiated vitality, his aura surging with each passing moment, and his laughter grew louder and more maniacal. Truly, I appreciate your assistance. I have broken through. Ha! He had reached the late stage of qi cultivation. This was precisely what Lin Xian had planned. He entered the fray to invite a collective assault, to apply pressure upon himself, thus achieving his breakthrough. Otherwise, why would he choose to confront them head-on? The crowd was taken aback, disbelief washing over them. Just moments ago, they had nearly toppled Lin Xian. How could he have broken through now? How could anyone achieve a breakthrough amidst battle? Lin Xian had imparted a lesson to these young warriors. It was a genius's breakthrough, adhering to the principle that one could transcend at any time or place, something beyond the comprehension of mere supporting characters. Lin Xian chuckled, unable to conceal his joy. Nor did he intend to. As a token of my gratitude, do hold your ground. Don't fall too quickly. With that, Lin Xian launched his counterattack. Having broken through, he felt an unprecedented sense of ease, gaining a deeper understanding of martial arts. He charged directly into the enemy's encirclement, unleashing his fists and feet, unstoppable. The tide of battle had turned dramatically. The scene now resembled not a group surrounding Lin Xian, but Lin Xian encircling the group single-handedly. Furthermore, following his breakthrough, his combat style had transformed. Once characterized by agility and defensive counterattacks, he now barreled through with abandon, attacking anyone in his path. Even attacks he could evade, he chose to absorb, retaliating with strikes of even greater force. Who can endure such a situation? The side with a greater number of people, paradoxically, lacks the imposing presence of Lin Xian. Observing this, Wang Yimou found himself compelled to reassess his strategy, pondering how to respond and what measures to implement. He swiftly concluded that with the current numbers, victory was unattainable. Thus, after shielding another individual from Lin Xian's formidable strike, he staggered back repeatedly, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth, and subsequently collapsed as if severed from his strings, never to rise again. Wang Yimou held a particular affinity for the saying, "Those who recognize the prevailing circumstances are true talents." Ironically, he fell beside Su Luo. Su Luo, rendered speechless, could effortlessly discern that Wang Yimou was merely feigning. Clearly capable of continuing the fight, he chose to simulate defeat. Such behavior was contemptible in Su Luo's eyes. "Have you truly surrendered so easily?" he inquired. Wang Yimou, perplexed by the implication of Su Luo's words and astonished that Su Luo was still able to speak, wasn't he supposed to be unconscious? Soon realized that Su Luo, much like himself, was also pretending to be incapacitated. In that moment, Wang Mo's perception of Su Luo shifted slightly. He began to regard him with a modicum more respect, as he was unfamiliar with Su Luo's capacity for subterfuge. Based on his understanding, Su Luo was typically preoccupied with seeking attention and displayed the characteristic arrogance of a dandy, making such feigned unconsciousness seem out of character. I ask again, have you truly given up? Su Luo pressed. What alternative is there? Defeat is defeat. Wang Mo scrutinized Su Luo, striving to decipher his intentions. You haven't exerted your full strength, have you? He probed. Even if I did, it would be futile. That may be so, but it would offer you considerable assistance. How so? Wang Mo did not believe that being beaten would provide him with any assistance. Consider the individuals present here. They represent the future of Chofeng City. So what? Did you not observe their eagerness to punish Lin Xian, the expressions of determination etched upon their faces? If you were to fight until the end, you would undoubtedly win their favor, or rather, their admiration. Yet, even if I refrain from such actions, their admiration would persist. After all, who does not revere the youngest head of the Wang family among the 3 prominent clans in Chofeng City? It is all superficial. You are aware of this. They only feign admiration. Let me pose a question. Do they prefer to associate with me or with you? This query rendered Wang Mo silent, for he recognized that the younger generation of Chofeng City held a closer rapport with Su Luo than with himself. Su Luo indulged in merriment, carefree and generous towards his companions. In contrast, Wang Mo, having ascended to the position of family head, had created a slight rift with his peers. He was often preoccupied, leaving little opportunity for leisure activities with his contemporaries. Observing Wang Mo lost in contemplation, calculating gains and losses, Su Luo continued, you must understand that such opportunities are rare. Presently, they all harbor animosity towards one individual, yet who knows when the next target of their ire will emerge. Opportunities must be seized. Wang Mo felt a twinge of temptation upon hearing this, but soon snapped back to reality. Why don't you go? Su Luo sighed dramatically. I Su. Simply wish to indulge in idleness. Wang Mo replied, if you do not act soon, the others will surely falter. Lin Xian remained valiant. Victory was assured. Merely a matter of time. Wang Mo gritted his teeth, acknowledging Su Luo's assertion that such opportunities were rare, although he might not triumph over Lin Xian. Enduring until the end posed no challenge. Opportunities, after all, must be seized. Rising to his feet, Wang Mo resolved to give his all this time. Let's go. They are all counting on you, he thought, requiring no further encouragement. Once again, Wang Mo re-entered the fray, this time engaging in direct combat. With renewed seriousness, he applied pressure to Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian's mental state was unparalleled, invigorated by the presence of formidable adversaries. Trees continued to tumble in the forest as the battle raged on. True to his role as the protagonist, Lin Xian exhibited exceptional combat talent, leaving all other youthful elites, save for Wang Mo, sprawled on the ground. In a one-on-one confrontation, Lin Xian and Wang Mo exhibited remarkable synergy, resorting to primal combat techniques. In close quarters, they exchanged blows, neither evading nor retreating, each determined to unleash their finest strikes. In such a scenario, the outcome hinged on who could endure the longest. Wang Mo believed that if one were to engage, they must do so with utmost ferocity. Hand-to-hand combat epitomizes a person's tenacity and valor. The impact was palpable. As the surrounding youth erupted in cheers, a wave of admiration surging among them. Meanwhile, Su Luo smiled, exclaiming, good, good, good. This is it. Fight until the opponent cannot recognize their own mother. Su Luo's encouragement of Wang Mo was not born from goodwill, nor did it carry any profound significance. It was a simple desire to witness Wang Mo endure a thorough beating. Let it be stated unequivocally. No remarks regarding the necessity of antagonists causing distress to one another were ever made. What level, after all, could match mine? Su Luo comfortably watched Lin Xian and the others engage in a fierce brawl, the outcome particularly pleasing to her. Wang Mo had lost his former handsome demeanor, now sporting a bruised and battered visage. This was precisely the effect she sought. Warning. Warning. Li Siyu's life is threatened by a monstrous beast, and she may perish at any moment. Should Li Siyu meet her demise, it will adversely affect the subsequent plot, leading to failure. Please take heed. This simple system notification bore significant weight, nearly causing Su Luo to leap up in shock. Though her strong mental fortitude held her in place, she furrowed her brow. Why is it you again? How long will you persist in this madness? Is there truly a beast in this forest that poses a threat to you? Su Luo was at a loss for words. The nearby woods had been thoroughly scoured, with any formidable creatures already dispatched. Am I merely acting, or is Li Xiyu also playing a part? How else could she be threatened by a beast? Suddenly, a thought struck her. Could it be that one? She recalled the guardian beast of the egg chamber, the only creature capable of endangering Li Xiyu. But how did she end up there? Lin Xian is still present. He hasn't reached Li Xiyu yet. The last incident at the cliff can be excused, but this one? Once could be a coincidence, but twice raises suspicion. Li Xiyu is undoubtedly hiding something. I initially believed I was the variable, yet it appears Li Xiyu is as well. This is utterly perplexing. Despite numerous previous encounters, she had never deviated from the plot, and yet in this final instance, she has strayed so far that I scarcely recognize her. Is this an elaborate scheme against me? Nevertheless, I have no choice but to intervene, for the sake of progress. Su Luo sighed, rising to her feet with a fluid motion, departing with purpose. Chapter 12. You are not the Li Xiyu I once knew. You are still far from it. Lin Xian delivered the final blow, rendering Wang Mo unconscious. However, he himself was not in much better shape, teetering on the brink of collapse. Yet, he couldn't resist a few jibes. How embarrassing it was that none among so many could stand their ground. With just a modicum of effort, I have bested you all. Henceforth, should you encounter me, take a detour, otherwise, expect to be struck down again. Originally, Lin Xian had intended to utter more taunts, but his condition had deteriorated significantly. To faint now would render him susceptible to their whims. In the original narrative, Lin Xian would have mocked these young masters for an extended period before departing with ease. However, with Wang Mo's intervention, that was no longer the case. Suddenly, someone called out, Su Luo? Startled, Lin Xian momentarily believed Su Luo had risen. His current state left him devoid of any fighting capability. Turning to the spot where Su Luo had fallen, he found no trace of him. He hastily scanned the surroundings, wary of an ambush. Having endured a day fraught with sneak attacks, he was acutely aware of their peril. Yet, despite his efforts, he could not locate Su Luo. Where could he be? Lin Xian's confusion was mirrored by others. Just moments ago, everyone had been engrossed in the battle, oblivious to Su Luo's absence. Surely he hasn't fled? The young masters who remained, still conscious, began to express their discontent. Wang Mo fought until the very end. It was disappointing that Su Luo, the first to fall, would resort to fleeing. How utterly useless. Even if it were known he was ineffective, he should not abandon us to escape alone. Were it not for Lin Xian's own frail condition, they might have faced further blows. Does Su Luo's retreat indicate a reluctance to endure hardship alongside us? What sort of person is he, especially after we showered him with praises so lavishly? Certainly, such thoughts can only be kept to oneself. The young masters dare not voice them aloud. Lin Xian pondered the situation as he departed, muttering to himself, Elder Yin, do you know when Su Luo is leaving? Elder Yin, akin to a venerable grandfather to Lin Xian, possessed profound knowledge of the cultivation world, having a slight understanding of combat, alchemy, artifact forging, and formations. Not long from now, just as you and Wang Mo are concluding your battle, Elder Yin added. He departed with a lightness in his step, indicating that he had previously concealed his true strength. Indeed, Lin Xian's earlier sense of unease regarding Su Luo was not unfounded. Elder Yin, what is your assessment of him? This young man is no less formidable than you. Such high praise? Lin Xian gasped in astonishment. Never before had a peer received such commendation from Elder Yin. Not even Li Xiyu was held in such regard. In a secluded cave, Li Xiyu spat blood, her complexion pale, and her sword bore numerous fissures. Before her stood a 3-meter-tall white tiger demon, its head resembling that of a tiger, yet with a humanoid body, standing upright on its hind legs, licking its sharp claws with a disturbingly human-like grin. How did you discover this place? The tiger demon felt compelled to regard this question with seriousness, as their plan to seize Autumn Wind City was imminent and left no room for error. Although the insect eggs that hatched into insect demons were weak, their sheer numbers could resolve many complications. Particularly concerning were the humans, whom they most relished guarding. In their vigilant watch over the common folk, countless vulnerabilities would inevitably arise. Seizing Autumn Wind City would thus be a mere formality. However, should any issues arise with these insect eggs, the tiger demon would face dire consequences at the hands of the Blackhorn General. In matters concerning her own life, the tiger demon could not afford to remain indifferent. Li Siyu's hands trembled slightly. She had never been so close to death before. Yet, despite the peril, she maintained her own sense of pride. Are you anxious? I am not. Upon uttering these words, the tiger demon realized that his tone belied the content of his speech and hastily threatened. You are the one who should be anxious, for it is you who faces death. You. The tiger demon stammered in anger. Its thoughts consumed by the image of its own demise at the hands of the Black Horn General should it fail its mission. Desperation began to creep in. I will slay you. Ultimately, the tiger demon, consumed by rage and humiliation, lunged at Li Siyu. At that moment, she could only smile bitterly, acknowledging her miscalculation. Upon receiving the information from her diary, she had immediately scoured the forest, realizing that the trial area was relatively small. With determination, Li Siyu had successfully located a suspicious cave. To ensure caution, she summoned her family's formidable late-stage foundation establishment elder, the Third Elder. As a foundation establishment cultivator, alongside the Third Elder, how could they possibly be outmatched by a mere qi refining practitioner like Lin Xian? It seemed impossible, and thus Li Siyu felt assured of victory. However, she had not anticipated the immense strength of the tiger demon. Within mere moments, the Third Elder fell victim to the demon's heart-stealing attack, followed by a swift and fluid combination of strikes that left him pinned against the wall, on the brink of death. Li Siyu's survival thus far was merely due to the tiger demon's desire to ascertain whether their secret had been exposed, and to what extent. Ultimately, there was no glimmer of hope. Whether Li Siyu lived or died, this location would inevitably be known to Qiufeng City. Consequently, the murderous intent of the tiger demon could not be concealed, its claws aimed directly at Li Siyu's head. This time, it seemed unlikely that anyone would come to her rescue. Li Siyu could not help but feel a twinge of self-deprecation. In her quest to acquire the treasures of this place, she had confided only in the Third Elder, ensuring that no one else would be aware of her intentions. Perhaps she had indeed flirted with disaster. Yet, she thought, I refuse to be relegated to the role of a mere supporting character. Gripping her sword tightly, a gentle breeze swept past, causing the blade to gleam with an ethereal light. Despite the multitude of cracks that marred its surface, threatening imminent ruin, it radiated a perilous aura under the sword's luminescence. The wind swirled chaotically. The truth was death, yet I harbor no regrets. This is the path I have chosen. This was a technique from the airflow sword art practiced on the precipice. Unlike ostentatious swordplay, this maneuver honed the sword's energy into a sharper, more formidable force. Unadorned, yet undeniably the most direct and lethal strike. In an instant, the tiger demon nearly severed Li Siyu's head with its claw, only to have it cleaved away. Following that, her sword shattered completely, and she found herself devoid of strength, collapsing onto the ground. The tiger demon writhed in agony, howling in pain. Ah, it hurts. Yet, in the blink of an eye, I feigned my demise. The tiger demon, unfazed, rose leisurely, calling out casually as its limbs reformed. Isn't it amusing? However, you shan't have the chance to witness it again. You shall serve as sustenance for the insect egg. Tishi gave a bitter smile, truly not wishing for death. Can you save me this time? Even while lying down, Li Siyu held her shattered sword against the tiger demon, yet she lacked the strength to strike again. Death. The claws of the tiger demon suddenly enlarged. With a single swipe, it was no longer a question of whether Li Siyu could survive, but rather how many pieces she would be reduced to. No. The Third Elder cried out in despair. Li Siyu had grown up under his watch. How could he allow her to perish here? Yet, despite the Third Elder's desperate struggles, his body did not heed his commands. The injuries were too grave, and he could only watch helplessly as Li Siyu faced her demise. Boom. A massive claw mark had already formed on the ground. With such power, it seemed she would not merely be in pieces, but would be utterly obliterated. However, the tiger demon suddenly sensed something amiss. The sensation felt wrong. If you intend to kill her, you shall not succeed. A melodious female voice emanated from the figure cloaked in black. At that moment, Su Luo had assumed the form of the enigmatic woman in the dark robe. To conceal her identity, Su Luo always donned a large black cloak, just in case. Li Siyu gazed at the familiar black robe, her lips involuntarily curling into a smile, a wave of reassurance washing over her, prompting her to curl up in Su Luo's embrace. When had Li Siyu ever appeared so delicate and dependent? You are not the Li Siyu I once knew. Chapter 13. A clean and swift strike. As Li Siyu nestled in a vulnerable manner, The tiger demon across from her exhibited no patience. Who are you? A mysterious figure in a passing black robe. I see you are merely a fool seeking death, particularly fond of preying on delicate faces like yours. What delusion led you to believe that you have me at your mercy? Su Luo gently set Li Siyu down and took the shattered sword from her hands. Although it was broken, it still possessed enough strength to confront the tiger demon. With my sharp claws, the tiger demon's claws enlarged once more, veins bulging ominously. Brimming with explosive power, fixating on Su Luo. Without a hint of fear, Su Luo leaped forward, delivering a powerful left punch. The tiger demon scoffed, dismissing the frail fist as useless, declaring die. Yet, this seemingly insignificant fist harbored immense power, repelling the tiger demon's claws. Unable to fathom how he could be outmatched in strength, the tiger demon was baffled, especially since this individual appeared weaker than the previous two opponents. Suddenly, the tiger demon felt an inexplicable sensation coursing through its body, as if under attack, yet it could not perceive any visible strikes. In this moment of confusion, Su Luo lunged forward with the broken sword in his right hand, piercing the demon's side before swiftly slashing upwards, driving the blade deep into its chest. The entire movement was fluid and graceful. By the time the tiger demon regained its senses, Su Luo had already completed his action and calmly retreated. How did you know? The tiger demon gasped in shock, unable to comprehend how it had been defeated so swiftly. With the tiger demon dispatched, Su Luo turned to check on Li Siyu, only to find her suddenly leaping into his embrace, wrapping her arms around his waist. However, her strength was nearly depleted, and she soon began to slide down. To prevent her from falling, Su Luo instinctively caught her, resulting in him holding her instead. At that moment, Li Siyu, with a silly grin, chuckled softly. Su Luo, bemused, thought to himself, how can you still laugh in such a situation? Are you truly reckless? Indeed, I narrowly escaped death. At that moment, I wondered if you would appear, and to my surprise, you truly did. What brings you here? Su Luo felt it was an opportune moment to probe further. By chance, Li Siyu nestled closer in Su Luo's embrace, having narrowly evaded peril. Yet she felt an unsettling lack of security. However, in Su Luo's arms, there was a profound sense of solace. Let's not speak of it. We are unlikely to meet again. Su Luo feigned anger, her tone frigid. It was a dream, Li Siyu mumbled, her gaze cast downward, knowing it was a fabrication. A dream? Indeed, I have been experiencing inexplicable dreams lately, revealing to me many wondrous places. Dreams. Su Luo found it absurd. How could one have such prophetic dreams so casually? Do not dream again. I cannot control that, Li Siyu replied. Not every time can I rescue you in time. I understand, which is why I am striving to grow stronger. Li Siyu demonstrated her burgeoning prowess, a point of pride for someone her age. Yet now, with her battered appearance, she resembled a feeble cat, lacking any persuasive power. You will come to regret this. Lacking the fortune of a protagonist, yet coveting their privileges. Li Siyu's current state was a testament to her overreach. I shall not, Li Siyu asserted resolutely. Su Luo released her grip, allowing Li Siyu to tumble to the ground. The earlier act had been instinctual, but now that inquiries had been made, it was only natural to let go. Furthermore, it was getting late, and they should take their leave. The system's prompt had vanished, indicating that the narrative could continue, without significant deviation. Li Siyu lamented. Could you not be a bit gentler with me? Women only influence the speed at which I draw my sword. You are a woman too. Mind your own business. Li Siyu smiled, pondering. Had I known you were Su Luo. Wait. Li Siyu retrieved a precious artifact from her bosom. This is for you. This artifact is meant to assist in hatching insect eggs, one she had obtained long ago, but was discovered by the tiger demon upon her departure. You don't need it? I do, yet I believe you need it more. Why do you say that? You are injured. I cannot allow your efforts to go unrewarded. Blood trickled from Su Luo's left hand, his entire arm already a mass of wounds. The first punch had proven far more arduous than anticipated. Su Luo simultaneously activated. My pain surpasses yours, and I accept your strength. In an instant, he gained a 20 damage reduction and a 20 reflection of damage, along with the power of the tiger demon. This was sufficient to deflect the tiger demon's claw. However, the consequence was that his body could not withstand the sudden influx of strength. Now, he could barely move his left hand. The tiger demon's claw was formidable, and despite the 20 damage reduction, he still faced dire consequences. Li Siyu sincerely extended the artifact to Su Luo. Yet, Su Luo regarded her with skepticism. Perhaps she was merely feigning generosity. After all, how could one willingly part with an artifact acquired at the cost of near life? They were merely strangers who had met twice. Su Luo decisively accepted the artifact, eager to witness Li Siyu's astonishment. To his surprise, she merely smiled gently, without reluctance. How peculiar. Gazing at the artifact, Su Luo felt no interest, finding it utterly bland. Very well, you may keep it. What era is it now? Still clinging to traditional cultivation? With shortcuts available, why rely on arduous training to become a celestial being? Su Luo has resolved to depend on her journal this time. Cultivation? It is utterly impossible in this lifetime. By the way, you have saved me twice. How shall I address you? Li Siyu understood that Su Luo wished to remain incognito, so she naturally let him choose a title for himself. Meanwhile, she would play along, waiting for a chance to reveal that she had always known his true identity. His expression would surely be fascinating at that moment. Call me the Dark Robe. How casual of you. Farewell. Next time, it may be to collect your remains. I cannot always rely on luck to save you. At this moment, Li Siyu also realized that the individual before her, who spoke in a feminine voice, was usually a carefree and frivolous young master. Yet now, his prowess had far surpassed her own. She could not afford to fall behind. Yes, I shall strive to avoid needing your rescue. Elder San watched the dark robe depart, finally seizing the opportunity to inquire of Li Siyu. Who is she? Remarkably powerful. Indeed, Elder San himself, at the later stages of Foundation establishment, had been easily subdued. Yet that dark robe had effortlessly dealt with the tiger demon in an instant. Such a clean and decisive act made Elder Sin question whether his training had been for naught. Elder Sin tilted his head, saying, I did not inquire about that. Do you have feelings for her? She is a woman, not that kind of affection. Otherwise, your father would surely be mortified. However, no matter how Elder Sin pressed, he could glean no information about the dark robe. Chapter 14. Acquiring a new special ability after Su Luo departed, she felt a chill envelop her. In her final opportunity, Li Siyu found herself dreaming of enigmatic images. Su Luo couldn't help but suspect that the system was at play. Otherwise, why would such an occurrence transpire at this particular moment? It felt as though the system had her firmly in its grasp. However, upon further contemplation, the issue did not seem insurmountable. For instance, when Li Siyu was on the brink of death, there was a prompt indicating that the plot was about to deviate. Thus, it stood to reason that similar alerts would arise during other deviations, granting her the chance to rectify the situation. Moreover, it appeared that the narrative's flexibility was indeed quite accommodating. Up until now, only when Li Siyu was near death did the system signal a deviation. Previously, when she seized Lin Xian's fortuitous encounter, there had been no such warning. Therefore, the advantage lay with her. Of course, one must not act recklessly. The established narrative must still be adhered to. Let me take a moment to express my frustration with Li Siyu. How could she, in a lapse of judgment, dream of fortuitous events and yet audaciously seek to claim the protagonist's opportunities? Must she add to the chaos? Can she truly contend with the tiger demon? Moreover, the concept of a weak point must be grasped. One only needs to strike the tiger demon's vulnerable areas, the kidneys and chest, within a short time frame to vanquish it. Do not underestimate Lin Xian. Though he is merely a Qi practitioner, he possesses the wisdom of an elder. It is through this elder's insight into the demon's weakness that he can execute a successful ambush. Li Siyu, accompanied by an ordinary old man, dared to confront the tiger demon directly. What difference is there between that and sliding before a tiger? Fortunately, the situation was perilous yet ultimately harmless. Li Siyu nearly jeopardized my success. Nevertheless, I shall proceed with the narrative. He must secure first place. How can the protagonist not attain the top position? However, merely achieving the ordinary first place brings no sense of satisfaction. Thus, as the antagonist, I proposed an idea to hunt demonic beasts alongside the young nobles, allowing the points to be credited to my name. By consolidating numerous strengths, the aim was to overwhelmingly outscore Lin Xian. Yet, astonishingly, even under such circumstances, Lin Xian managed to secure the top position, triumphing over our seemingly unscrupulous tactics, which was truly exhilarating. One might even say it was extraordinary. Later, within the narrative, he encountered Li Siyu in the forest, and together they battled foes. Lin Xian's exceptional combat skills significantly elevated Li Siyu's affection towards him. However, she was now injured, and it seemed they would not meet again. This posed no significant issue, as long as Lin Xian ultimately claimed the first place. But wait, what about the insect nest? This time, it was discovered by Li Siyu, who reported it to Chofeng City. Thus, she would be hailed as the hero of Chofeng City. Even if Lin Xian were to find it, he would merely be the second, and the prestige gained would be entirely different. It truly is vexing. All of this chaos is Li Siyu's doing. Still in the trial, Su Luo was unable to write much. Upon completing her diary, she received a reward of 3 in constitution and 1 in strength. She also gained a special ability, the joy of a jester, which allows her to make a designated target laugh. The reward was acceptable. Although her cultivation did not increase, she acquired a unique ability. Such special abilities are relatively rare. And with this, Su Luo now possesses 3. However, it feels as though this skill could be troublesome. After all, laughter comes naturally when one wishes to laugh. But to suddenly burst into laughter when one does not wish to, the very thought is quite daunting. Despite their injuries, they did not withdraw and instead rested in place. After all, this trial lasts for 7 days. Wang Emo has also awakened, surrounded by others expressing their concern. Su Luo greeted them. "Oh, you're still here. Su Luo, where have you been?" Some were visibly irritated by Su Luo's absence, yet they suppressed their feelings. "I went to take care of some matters." However, this explanation provoked one individual, who responded with sarcasm. "Taking care of matters? More like hiding, isn't it? No need to worry, Su Luo. Wang Emo has already chased Lin Xian away." Though it was said that he was chased away, in truth, Lin Xian had left on his own accord, keen to save face. "Say what you will, do you wish to take revenge on Lin Xian?" Su Luo inquired directly. "Naturally, but we are no match for him. Indeed, he is formidable, and with the Li family backing him, we stand no chance." Confidently, Su Luo proclaimed, "I have devised a plan. Can we still trust you? I think we should consider another option." The suggestion to switch plans without even listening indicated a lack of faith in Su Luo. While not everyone voiced their dissent, their expressions spoke volumes. "I don't care what you think. I care about what I think. Indeed, we are dealing with the heir among heirs. He is not to be trifled with." Seeing them quiet down, Su Luo continued, "We will fully commit to hunting demon beasts, and all the spoils will be credited to me. Naturally, I will emerge as the victor and then use this achievement to humiliate Lin Xian. Isn't that a bit inappropriate?" Su Luo cast a glance and replied with cheerful enthusiasm, "Of course it's good. This is an exceptional plan, one that only the astutely clever Su Luo could conceive." "Who are you? You are indeed our leader. If not heeded, who else shall we listen to? It is truly absurd. Such jesting should not be made. Indeed, should anyone dare to defy, I shall be the first to object and deliver a thorough beating. No, multiple beatings." Yet, alas, physical prowess is ineffectual in this world. One relies on connections. Why not allocate the points to Wang Emo? Suddenly, someone spoke out of turn. The others stared in shock, apprehension washing over them for his reckless words. Has he lost his mind to utter such a thing? Su Luo is not one to be trifled with. Defiance in critical moments invites retaliation. The individual seemed to realize his folly and quickly backtracked, insisting he was merely joking. Wang Emo was taken aback as well. He hadn't anticipated anyone would recommend him. He had merely been quietly recuperating. Although he felt a surge of happiness at the support, he knew he was ill-suited to confront Su Luo directly. Moreover, Wang Emo preferred to operate from the shadows, striking covertly. Just as he was about to decline, Su Luo acquiesced. "Very well, let us award the points to Wang Emo." A collective gasp echoed among the crowd. Astonishment etched on their faces. Was this truly a statement from Su Luo? Thus, it was settled, a day of rest, followed by a concerted effort to hunt the beasts. Though an unexpected turn of events had occurred, the points would ultimately go to Lin Xian regardless, rendering Su Luo indifferent to the matter. In the ensuing days, the atmosphere among Su Luo and his companions shifted. The young aristocrats subtly began to orbit Wang Emo, no longer merely boasting about him, but also extolling Su Luo, all the while maintaining a respectful distance. It is unfortunate that Su Luo's previous demeanor was quite hurtful. Upon witnessing this situation, Wang Emo was elated within, yet maintained an outward appearance of humility. Indeed, the battle against Lin Xian proved worthwhile, as now Su Luo's followers were swiftly becoming his own. On the first and second days of the trial, Su Luo and her companions were engaged in combat with Lin Xian. They rested on the third day, and by the fourth day, they had successfully hunted demonic beasts, amassing a score of 20 points. The advantage of numbers cannot be underestimated. At this juncture, a young gentleman, while in search of demonic beasts, suddenly stumbled upon an individual gravely injured and leaning against a tree. The severity of the injuries appeared dire, and the person lay motionless, leading the young gentleman to mistakenly believe they had perished. "Are you all right?" he inquired, stepping closer, only to discover. The gentleman gasped in shock. "Lee." Yet before he could finish the name, a sharp blade was pressed against his throat, rendering him momentarily speechless. This was no mere injured individual. The swiftness of the action was astonishing. "Lee Siyu declared, I am not waiting for you. Summon Su Luo here, and forget that you encountered me. Do you comprehend my meaning?" Understood. Even if he did not fully grasp it, the young gentleman could feel the keen edge of the sword. Lee Siyu nodded, retracting her sword and once more leaning against the grand tree, feigning severe injury. Her intention for coming here was to mend the rift with Su Luo and to bestow upon her a valuable medicinal pill to aid in the healing of Su Luo's left hand. Although Su Luo presently complied with her every wish, it was merely an act. Previously, Li Siyu had openly expressed disdain for Su Luo. A sudden shift to affection would inevitably strike Su Luo as insincere. Thus, Li Si intended to gradually mend her relationship before addressing other matters. After much contemplation, she devised a plan to feign injury, ensuring that Su Luo would notice her, and in the presence of others, he would undoubtedly express concern for her. With his concern, she could then subtly ease their relationship. The plan was flawless. Although the young master remained perplexed by Li Si's intentions, he complied without question. Upon returning to the group, he effortlessly directed Su Luo toward Li Si's location, where they encountered her. Su Luo was momentarily taken aback. How could he possibly run into Li Si? In front of everyone, he could not pretend he hadn't seen her and hurriedly approached to check on her. "Si, how are you?" he called out, his voice filled with heartfelt distress. However, upon closer inspection, he realized her injuries were not as severe as they appeared. Many were exaggerated for effect. She looked gravely wounded, but in reality, it was quite manageable. "I'm injured. May I accompany you for a while?" Li Si's unexpected request caught Su Luo off guard. He was certainly reluctant to comply, as it was not a necessary plot point. If he agreed, it would mean displaying excessive affection in front of his friends. Previously, he had only shown a fleeting interest, as Li Si never provided an opportunity. Now, if she were to attach herself to him, it would entail several days of this behavior. Just the thought of it was almost unbearable. "No, I insist on following you." Li Si clutched Su Luo's hand, refusing to release her grip. The atmosphere became increasingly tense. No one could fathom Li Si's motives. It was common knowledge in Shofeng City that she harbored a strong dislike for Su Luo. Yet, her sudden change in demeanor, actively choosing to accompany him, raised eyebrows. Though no one dared to inquire further. With a dejected expression, Su Luo ultimately acquiesced under the watchful gaze of the crowd. Li Siyu rose to her feet, only to recall her grievous injury. "Su Luo, please assist me. I seem unable to walk unaided." Su Luo responded with skepticism. "Your acting is rather poor. Your movements hardly suggest an injury." Yet, no one present dared to voice this sentiment, and Su Luo reluctantly supported her. "Thank you. Without your help, I would be utterly lost in the forest. Given my condition," Li Siyu expressed with an air of exaggerated gratitude. Su Luo's hands trembled. "Who are you? How could Li Siyu speak to me in such a manner?" "Ah, your hand is injured," Li Siyu exclaimed in surprise. Indeed, Su Luo's left hand had yet to heal completely. However, to her, such an injury was trivial, scarcely worthy of mention. "It's nothing," she dismissed. "How can it be nothing? I possess a Lingyang pill. Please take it. It is highly beneficial for healing." Su Luo gazed at Li Siyu, momentarily speechless. "Have you considered what you're saying? You, who are so gravely injured, should be the one to consume it. And the Lingyang pill, do you realize what it is? There are scarcely 10 of them in the entire Shofeng City. This is a remarkably effective healing elixir, a rarity that cannot be purchased even with wealth. Have you observed the astonished expressions of the young masters around us? They cannot fathom it. The Lingyang pill is not an ordinary remedy. Not only is it invaluable, but even its scent can prolong one's life. Admittedly, I may be exaggerating slightly, yet its worth is indisputable." A young nobleman could no longer contain himself. "Alas, I too have been wounded. Is there any kind-hearted soul willing to bestow upon me a Lingyang pill?" The others soon followed suit. "What shall I do? Without the Lingyang pill, I shall perish. Oh, how I wish for a benevolent sister to grant me one. I need not consume it. Merely a kiss upon the pill would suffice. A whiff is all I require. Su Luo, I implore you." Upon hearing their raucous entreaties, Li Siyu felt a wave of shyness wash over her. She hastily thrust the pill into Su Luo's mouth before declaring, "Do not misunderstand. I harbor no special feelings for Su Luo. He had merely been kind to me previously, and I felt it necessary to repay him. Now we are even, and we owe each other nothing. It is not as you imagine, so please, do not misconstrue this. Su Luo covered his face, pleading, enough. The more you speak, the more tangled this becomes. In that moment, the young nobleman felt a mixture of envy and resentment, though they maintained outwardly congratulatory expressions. Meanwhile, the only one among them with worldly experience, Wang Mo, wore an expression of utter disdain. It is merely a Lingyang pill. Who among us does not possess one? Yet you claim there is nothing between you. What do you mean by settling scores? The gifts Su Luo previously bestowed upon you were cast aside, and now you seek to use this as an excuse? Do you take us for fools? No wonder my scheme failed. It was all a ruse. Your private relationship is evidently far more amicable than it appears. How foolish of me not to see through this charade. Wang Mo felt a surge of frustration, realizing he had unwittingly played the fool. After being compelled to ingest the pill, Su Luo experienced its potent effects. In a matter of moments, his left hand had fully healed, while the remaining medicinal energy enveloped his body, providing a warm and comforting sensation. All right, let us go. Aren't you all busy? Urge Li Siyu. Thus, the scene transformed. Su Luo and Li Siyu, surrounded by a multitude of onlookers, including Wang Mo exclaimed, "Why is it that, despite being surrounded by so many supporters and being the center of attention, I cannot find joy?" The expressions of the others mirrored his sentiments. The fact that Su Luo's pursuit of Li Siyu had become the city's just was now a reality. How could one possibly accept this? Such situations are truly disconcerting. I fear for your well-being while simultaneously dread your success. However, after a day, Li Siyu suggested they part ways. She recognized that mending their relationship was not an urgent matter. Su Luo's attempts at warmth and concern were consistent with his previous demeanor. Yet Li Siyu found herself relishing these moments, occasionally jesting with him. Yet, she was aware that this was all a facade. Su Luo had always been playing a role. It was only when he shed his mask that their true journey would commence. Patience is key. After all, individuals like Su Luo are seldom favored. Childhood friends from comparable backgrounds hold the advantage. Chapter 16. A modest approach to avoiding displeasure after Li Siyu's departure. Su Luo and the others continued to hunt the demonic beasts within the forest. Su Luo chose to act as if Li Siyu had never been present, proceeding with their tasks as usual. Yet, a gentle drizzle began to fall from the sky, making their journey through the forest increasingly arduous. The young gentlemen grew impatient, but they endured, eager to humiliate Lin Xian. "I have spotted an individual gravely injured," one exclaimed. "You had better truly discover someone in dire straits." With the example set by Li Siyu, others could not help but harbor doubts. Indeed, the sight before them was disheartening. The figure sprawled on the ground was covered in mud, rendering their features indistinguishable. Their frail physique suggested severe malnutrition, and they appeared younger than the others. Clad in the modest attire typical of common folk, it seemed they had ventured forth to partake in the trials, yet without any protection. They had met with such a dire fate. Perhaps it would be merciful to let them rest. Suffering in such a state was hardly preferable. The wealthy youths possessed a semblance of compassion, albeit in limited measure. At that moment, the girl on the ground, Xiao Yu, became aware of her surroundings. Her lips moved silently, a plea for rescue, but no words emerged. Despite her desperate attempts to escape, she had ultimately failed to flee the forest, resulting in her current plight. Su Luo approached, casting a glance that revealed her will to survive. Save her. Su Luo prided herself on possessing a modicum of conscience, though it was not abundant. Surely, treating her in such a condition would squander precious medicinal elixirs. Yet, her mood had lifted. In the eyes of the onlookers, it was evident that Su Luo's spirits had risen due to Li Siyu's arrival. Though the truth remained that her decision to save the girl was not motivated by this factor. Rather, it was a convenient justification. Minor incidents were inconsequential. The primary objective remained the extermination of the demon beasts. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, the 7-day trial period had elapsed. Participants emerged one after another, and leading the pack with utmost confidence were Su Luo and her companions, striding with heads held high and an air of authority. A change of attire would have only enhanced their stature. After days of diligent effort, the moment for vindication finally arrived, eliciting joy among them as their minds raced with derogatory remarks aimed at Lin Xian. When Lin Xian emerged, he encountered the provocations of the young aristocrats, yet remained utterly unfazed, for he regarded these signs of wealth with indifference. Meanwhile, the city lord and his associates busied themselves with the task at hand, taking a moment to tally the scores and establish a ranking. The entire process was swift, given that it was not their inaugural event. The 10th place garnered 13 points, while the 9th secured 17 points. Before the announcement of the final results was complete, the young aristocrats could hardly contain their excitement and began to extend their premature congratulations. Congratulations, Brother Wang Mo. You truly deserve the first place. The former city lord's voice resonated throughout the city, proclaiming, Brother Wang Mo, from now on, you shall be a luminary of Chofeng City. In truth, Wang Mo was already a notable figure in Chofeng City, and they eagerly encouraged him to guide them in the future. Wang Mo felt elated to have achieved the top rank, and their accolades only heightened his delight. Yet, he maintained a facade of humility. No, it is all thanks to everyone. I merely represent our collective efforts. Without you all, I would not have attained this score. However, while Wang Mo feigned modesty, his expressions and demeanor belied a different sentiment. He oscillated between humility and boisterous laughter, his mirth echoing loudly enough for all present to hear. Was he truly humble, or was he simply reveling in his exuberance? The surrounding onlookers were left perplexed by his ambiguous display. Even Wang Mo himself was taken aback, wondering how his laughter had escaped him so freely. The lord of the city continued to announce the 5th place with 20 points. How delightful. Wang Mo laughed once more. The young nobles dared not utter a word, their peers surrounding them fixated on their every move. With each ranking Wang Mo declared, his laughter echoed, making it difficult not to perceive it as mockery directed at the others, belittling their scores in the process. The once proud young nobles lowered their gazes, too intimidated to look around. Initially, the intention was to deride Lin Xian, yet now others found themselves the subject of ridicule as well. 4th place with 27 points. The lord of the city could no longer contain himself, exclaiming, Have you laughed enough? Not yet. Wang Mo attempted to convey that he did not intend to laugh, but the amusement was simply irresistible. The lord's expression darkened. Su Luo was equally astonished. Even the lord could be provoked to jest. Wang Mo, your laughter truly embodies the essence of a villain, a role you were destined to play. Apologies. I am uncertain of the cause, yet I find myself laughing uncontrollably. Wang Mo bore the weight of unexplainable anguish. This was undoubtedly the handiwork of Su Luo, who had discreetly employed the spell, Joy of the Jester, upon him. Since she took his place, she naturally encouraged a more audacious, flamboyant demeanor. Such humility would only hinder their ability to retaliate. Should Lin Xian witness this, he might mistakenly believe they were incapable of standing their ground. 3rd place with 36 points, Li Siyu. Wow. The others were taken aback. Who would have thought that Li Siyu ranked only 3rd? She was the most skilled among the challengers, a favorite for the top position. Were there still formidable opponents? 2nd place with 159 points. Wang Mo Wang Mo erupted into laughter again. While the young nobles found no humor in the situation, their expressions transformed into sheer disbelief. How could he possibly claim 2nd place? Wang Mo's laughter abruptly ceased, leaving him in a state of shock. He could hardly believe he had come in 2nd. Su Luo nodded, affirming the situation. His astonishment was palpable, starkly contrasting with his earlier demeanor. Lin Xian, observing this transformation, felt a sense of satisfaction. Indeed, a smirk had already begun to form at the corner of Lin Xian's mouth. The 1st place, with a score of 177, belonged to Lin Xian. The young masters could hardly fathom this outcome, erupting in disbelief and skepticism. This is impossible. How could he score so high? None of us can surpass him? They clamored. Lord City Master, you surely must have miscounted. Silence. The city master replied coolly, effectively silencing the young masters. The imposing aura of a golden elixir expert was far beyond what they, in their chi training phase, could withstand. Lin Xian's score was indisputable, as his prowess truly warranted such a result. Instead of doubting me, perhaps you should reflect on yourselves. With so many of you unable to match Lin Xian alone, what future does Chofeng City hold, other than indulgence in revelry? The city master continued, sensing their discontent. Moreover, I have an important announcement to make. You should all be grateful to Lin Xian. He was the one who uncovered the demon tribe's conspiracy within the forest. Su Luo was bewildered. Wasn't it Li Siyu who had done this? Why was it Lin Xian now? Stealing a glance at Li Siyu, she sought to discern her intentions. Li Siyu merely stood there, seemingly unremarkable. Su Luo was perplexed. unable to comprehend why Li Siyu would attribute this achievement to Lin Xian. In truth, Li Siyu harbored no ulterior motives. She merely thought that given Su Luo's fervent desire to succeed, it would be fitting to play along with the narrative. Following the narrative of Su Luo, he should feel a semblance of joy, alleviating the burden of her frequently lamenting about being led astray in the storyline. The city lord continued, "Unbeknownst to us, there exists a cave within the forest teeming with insect eggs. Should these eggs hatch and invade Qiufeng City, it would undoubtedly resemble a locust swarm sweeping through. If fate were to be unkind, the entire city could face obliteration. However, there is no cause for alarm. Having discovered this, we have eradicated every last one of the eggs. Remember, it was Lin Xian who spared Qiufeng City from calamity. Lin Xian is our hero." This revelation was astonishing. The once peaceful Qiufeng City was suddenly threatened with destruction, a notion too incredible for anyone to accept. Yet, given that it was the city lord who spoke, one could surmise that at least a portion of it bore truth. "Lin Xian," an unknown voice initiated the chant, soon followed by others joining in. "Lin Xian, Lin Xian, Lin Xian." The entire Qiufeng City resounded with his name. At that moment, Lin Xian basked in the glory of his fame and the rewards for being the top in trials. Observing that the plot had progressed sufficiently, Su Luo decided to take her leave. Although she remained perplexed as to why Li Siyu attributed the merit to Lin Xian, such recognition was indeed befitting of a protagonist. Noticing Su Luo's departure, Li Siyu discreetly followed her, taking advantage of the lack of attention. Chapter 17. The speedy auction. As Su Luo took a few steps away, she sensed Li Siyu pursuing her from behind. Nevertheless, it seemed prudent to avoid an encounter with her outside the narrative. However, Li Siyu was relentless in her pursuit. "Why do I feel as though you are evading me? No, how could that be? I wish to see you, but time is of the essence. I shall tentatively trust you. See, why do I feel that you have been exceedingly kind to me lately, leaving me somewhat disoriented? I could be moved to tears. Please, do not behave this way. Is it genuine?" Su Luo knows the authenticity of her feelings, yet Li Siyu appears somewhat insincere. "Should you not take your leave at this juncture? In the original storyline, you are presently gazing at Lin Xian with infatuation." After exchanging a few casual words, Li Siyu abruptly inquired, "May I pose a serious question? Are you happy today?" However, such sentiments must remain unspoken. "I am on the verge of exploding with anger. That scoundrel Lin Xian has stolen our thunder, and it infuriates me." "Is that so? Your words bring me some solace." Although Su Luo feigns outrage, armed with her journal, Li Siyu understands that Su Luo would not genuinely be provoked by such matters. The more she outwardly expresses her fury, the more likely there is a tiny figure within her reveling in delight. Assured? "Indeed, you remain the Su Luo I am familiar with. Of course, I have always been the Su Luo you know, and you are the Siyu I recognize." Certainly. After their separation, both Su Luo and Li Siyu silently contemplated. "We are both deceivers. You are not the person I once knew. With no need for cultivation, there is an abundance of time with nowhere to expend it." Suddenly, a little girl passed by, quite unfamiliar. Perhaps she is new. Su Luo paid her no mind and continued toward her room. However, she was abruptly halted by a tug on her clothing. "What is it? Do you need something?" "Thank you for saving me." "Rescue you? When?" "In the forest." Su Luo scrutinized her, noting the girl's fair complexion, bright eyes, and youthful visage. A stark contrast to her near-death appearance in the woods, making it no surprise that Su Luo had failed to recognize her. "Oh, it's you. My apologies for not recognizing you." "Thank you." The little girl expressed her gratitude sincerely once more. However, Xiaoyu did not wish to trouble Su Luo excessively and refrained from saying much more. Her reluctance to leave stemmed solely from her desire to convey her thanks in person, as she possessed nothing of value to offer in return, only her heartfelt appreciation. Su Luo felt a touch of discomfort at such earnest gratitude, as it was not a sentiment typically afforded to antagonists. "This is for you. It's a cultivation manual. You might want to practice with it, lest you find yourself in peril once again." Xiaoyu hastily declined. "No, it's too precious. Do not fret. It is merely a basic cultivation technique, a commonplace item." Indeed, Su Luo would not casually part with her family's techniques or any advanced methods she possessed. But since she had already saved Xiaoyu, gifting her a foundational cultivation book seemed trivial. Clutching the book as if it were a treasure, Xiaoyu exclaimed, "Thank you. Thank you." With nothing else to offer, her expressions of thanks were ceaseless. Before departing, Xiaoyu took a final, appreciative glance at Su Luo, imprinting her image in her memory. Su Luo, however, paid little heed to it, having merely acted on impulse to save her. Although the girl was undeniably exquisite, one could surmise that she would blossom into a beautiful young lady in the future. Yet, Su Luo was not one to covet such things. She had witnessed her fair share of storms and tempests. Moreover, she appeared no older than 12 or 13, even younger than herself. Su Luo certainly did not wish to attract misfortune, as those who understood the situation were well aware. The following day, Su Luo rose early and commenced her diary entry. Today has also been a delightful day. The recent narrative has taken a slight detour, yet not excessively so. This is precisely what I long to witness. The trials have concluded, and the next significant event is the entrance examination for the Seven-Star Sword sect. Lin Xian is diligently solidifying his foundation in the later stages of qi cultivation, progressing step by step with unwavering determination. In a couple of days, there will be an auction scene in which I play no part. Wang Yimou will assume the role of the antagonist. Wang Mo's prior involvement with the Li family has been exposed, although everyone continues to wear smiles. They are surreptitiously embroiled in conflict. This auction serves as a platform for the Li family's counterattack. Naturally, the Li family will not make a direct appearance. Thus, Lin Xian will stand as their representative. During the auction, whatever Wang Yimou bids on, Lin Xian will follow suit. However, when the price reaches a certain point, Lin Xian will withdraw, causing Wang Yimou to squander a significant sum of money for no reason. Should Lin Xian bid on something, Wang Yimou would replicate the maneuver. Albeit Lin Xian has no genuine desire to bid, once the price escalates, he will cease his participation. Wang Yimou finds himself ensnared in a web of confusion. Despite being quite astute ordinarily, he is rendered less intelligent in the presence of the protagonist. Nonetheless, these are not the focal points at an auction. The protagonist's opportunity to seize a bargain arises, and the treasure acquired this time is a rusted sword. As Lin Xian bids for a corroded iron sword, the onlookers mock him. Although he is a hero, he remains young and lacks discernment. As Lin Xian secured the rusted iron sword, a crooked smile graced his lips. Yin Lao informed him that this was a rare ancient celestial sword, and that in due time, after gathering special materials to eliminate the rust, it would truly become a celestial weapon. Thus, regardless of the jeers from those around him, Lin Xian remained unfazed, even breaking into laughter. While others mock my madness, I find amusement in their inability to see. In moments devoid of plot, Su Luo resembled a mere salted fish. After claiming the reward of a diary, she found herself with little to occupy her time. Nonetheless, she remained vigilant for any news. Lin Xian had procured a rusted iron sword, which elicited a nod of approval from Su Luo. This was indeed the correct course of events. Reassured, she resumed her repose, firmly planted in her spot, neither venturing out the front door nor the back. Meanwhile, in Li Siyu's chamber, she brandished a rusted iron sword with fervor. Indeed, she had intercepted the ancient celestial sword. Upon glimpsing the diary, Li Siyu hastened to the auction and directly purchased the celestial sword. Leveraging her status as the eldest daughter of the Li family, she managed to acquire what appeared to be an unremarkable rusted blade at a trifling cost. To further the plot for Su Luo, Li Siyu orchestrated a scheme, casually selecting another rusted sword for auction. Naturally, Lin Xian had no interest in the rusted sword. However, Li Siyu arranged for a subordinate to bid on his behalf. Thus, Su Luo received news that Lin Xian had indeed bid on a rusted sword, ensuring the plot proceeded seamlessly. Chapter 18. Severance. A necessary cut today marked another early rise for Su Luo, as she embarked on a journey of self-discipline. For 5 minutes, casually stretching her limbs, Su Luo procured a reclining chair, settled in comfortably, and commenced penning her diary. The auction had proven to be an unfortunate affair for Wang Yimou, and now, it seemed, it was my turn. There was little choice. Qiufeng City was neither particularly vast nor diminutive, and it had already seen 2 antagonists take the stage in succession. This time, the narrative primarily revolved around the abduction of Li Siyu. Characters from the demonic path began to emerge within the plot, albeit merely a minor figure named Hongguang. He was an underling at the early stage of Foundation establishment, intended to serve as a rival for Lin Xian, who was well into the later stages of qi refinement. This arrangement provided an opportunity to once again relish the thrill of a challenge against a stronger opponent, without the risk of being outmatched due to overwhelming strength. Should the adversary be excessively powerful, it would inevitably lead to accusations of protagonist favoritism, resulting in a significant imbalance in combat capabilities. even though such a challenge already hinted at a certain degree of imbalance. Hong Guang, while evading the relentless pursuit of the seven-star sword sect, fortuitously spotted Li Xiyu, recognizing her as a suitable candidate for his nefarious purposes. This suitable candidate referred to her potential use in a malevolent method of enhancing one's cultivation, a practice deemed quite sinister within the demonic path, too beautiful a concept to be elaborated upon in detail. Thus, he took the perilous step of abducting Li Xiyu, believing that if his scheme succeeded, not only would he heal his own injuries, but he might also elevate his cultivation, possibly turning the tide against the seven-star sword sect's pursuit. With this premise set, the narrative unfolded. The disappearance of Li Xiyu sent shockwaves throughout Xiaofeng City, prompting the entire Li family to embark on a search. As the foremost admirer, I naturally leveraged the resources of the Su family. Not only did I dispatch members of the Su clan, but I also joined the search personally, alongside our protagonist, Lin Xian. Indeed, Hong Guang merely serves as a stepping stone for Lin Xian. The trope of a hero rescuing a damsel in distress will never go out of style. However, this time, the narrative encompasses more than just a heroic rescue. It is also aimed at my own resolution. Of course, it does not entail my demise, as I am destined to survive until the conclusion as the antagonist. Instead, it seeks to render Li Xiyu utterly disillusioned with me, transforming our relationship into that of strangers. I was the first to locate Li Xiyu, yet I was unable to best Hong Guang and was subsequently captured. I have been nourished by various supplements, rendering me not inferior to Li Xiyu in terms of fortitude. The absence of guards is attributable to my decision to disperse them in my quest to find Li Xiyu. I truly possessed a sincere heart, albeit one that the author has seemingly beheaded. In a secluded cavern, Li Xiyu was suspended, yet she remained untouched. Hong Guang, being a man of formidable strength, harbors no interest in women. Since his early years, he has lived solely for the pursuit of power, even treading the path of darkness. Despite my captivity, I did not forget to express my concern for Li Xiyu, showering her with warmth and affection. And I even found the courage to berate Hong Guang and issue threats. Surprisingly, Hong Guang did not react with anger, but instead wore a smile. Intrigued by my profound devotion to Li Xiyu, and he engaged in a twisted game of human nature. He proposed that if I were to stab Li Xiyu, he would release us both. Consequently, my mind, as if struck by a mule, accepted this absurd notion. Before I plunged the knife, I inquired whether it was genuine, and upon receiving an affirmative response, I tearfully delivered the blow to Li Xiyu. I was left utterly humiliated, experiencing a depth of shame beyond measure. Then Hong Guang asserted, "You two possess but a solitary life. Whichever perishes, the other shall be granted safe passage." This I vow to uphold. He spoke with such conviction that I, in my naivete, once more placed my trust in him, laying bare my foolishness before Li Xiyu. Yet, I found myself in a quandary. Though I was devoted, the specter of death loomed large. Hong Guang, beholding my agonizing indecision, grew ever more jubilant. After a protracted and agonizing deliberation, as I resolved to sacrifice myself, Hong Guang, with a fiendish whisper, uttered, "Upon your demise, she may find solace and joy in the arms of another. A woman of such beauty and brilliance shall swiftly discover a fitting companion, and your memory shall fade into oblivion." Upon hearing these words, I was struck dumb, tears welling in my eyes. I then cried out in anguish, "Nay, such a fate I cannot bear. I desire that she remember me for all eternity." Hong Guang, witnessing my despair, erupted in maniacal laughter, a testament to his twisted nature. Thus, through Hong Guang's insidious manipulation, I resolved to preserve my own existence. Of course, Hong Guang had no intention of allowing me to slay Li Xiyu, for she still held value, her freshness being paramount. He merely sought to torment me. Yet I took his words to heart, and with ruthless abandon, I plunged the blade towards Li Xiyu's vital points. Swift as lightning, before Hong Guang could intervene, Lin Xian gallantly interceded, rescuing Li Xiyu from certain doom. Next, there is no need for further elaboration. Lin Xian and Hong Guang engage in a fierce battle. Despite sustaining grave injuries, Lin Xian manages to vanquish Hong Guang, executing a narrow counterattack that ultimately saves Li Xiyu. In the aftermath of this event, Li Xiyu is left utterly disillusioned with me. The disdain she once held is now replaced with an unfeeling gaze, rendering me invisible in her eyes. As for myself, this incident has irrevocably turned me against Lin Xian, fostering a deep-seated resentment towards him for having taken away my Li Xiyu, thus laying the groundwork for our inevitable opposition in the future. It is evident that the author has crafted this narrative to sever the ties between me and Li Siyu. After all, how could the leading lady be perpetually accompanied by an unrequited admirer? Thus, dear Li Siyu, you need not worry about my incessant pursuits any longer. In my absence, ensure you indulge in life's pleasures, enjoy your meals and entertainment, stay up late, refrain from bundling up as the weather cools, and force yourself to train even when unwell. Should you make mistakes, do not feel compelled to rectify them. In essence, I wish for your continued prosperity. Of course, this incident has prompted the author to enhance my character, granting me a modicum of growth. I have learned the virtue of patience, and my demeanor has taken on a slightly darker hue. With no absolute confidence, I will refrain from acting against the protagonist lightly. In summary, I shall adapt to forthcoming updates. However, I cannot shake the feeling that being eliminated from the narrative might have been preferable, as it would have resulted in less screen time and an expedited conclusion. It seems perplexing that a villain can be utilized throughout without a clear rationale. Closing the diary. I watch an advertisement to claim my rewards, adhering to the familiar routine. Upon completing the diary, I receive rewards, Speed 1, Defense 3, and an elevation in my cultivation level, now at the mid-stage of foundation establishment. Acquiring special abilities, the radiance of the setting sun. Witnessing the sunset grants the soul a certain degree of enhancement. Note, this effect only becomes active after observing the sunset for over half an hour. Su Luo once again affirmed that the diary is indeed divine. The method of soul enhancement is exceptionally rare throughout the realm of cultivation. And even if one possesses the method, enhancement is not guaranteed. It greatly depends on individual constitution. Now, simply by admiring the sunset each day, one can experience enhancement, albeit minuscule, yet it accumulates over time, becoming formidable. Su Luo, unburdened by the constraints of time, has now reached the mid-stage of foundation establishment, surpassing Li Siyu. If this were the previous storyline, she would still be in the late stage of chi refinement, and that would be a rather tenuous late stage at that. Quite commendable. If this progression continues, her cultivation will soon far exceed Lin Xian's, and at that point, no matter how he strikes, he may not even breach her defenses. After completing her diary entry, Su Luo patiently awaited the unfolding of the plot. On the other hand, Li Siyu's eyes widened in disbelief. This plot cannot proceed in such a manner. It must not be severed. Chapter 19. Do as I say, understand? After reading the diary, Li Siyu paced restlessly in the courtyard, entirely devoid of any thoughts of cultivation. Under normal circumstances, she would have been immersed in her practice by now. Since the auction, Li Siyu had been tirelessly cultivating day and night. Unlike someone who always reclines, Li Siyu lacked no determination. Every moment was spent in earnest effort. Yet now, her mind was in disarray. What should she do? How could she remedy this? Should she simply refrain from going out, to avoid being ensnared by Hong Guang? No, that would deviate from the plot, and Su Luo would surely voice her grievances, laying the blame entirely at Li Siyu's feet. Let us delve into the narrative. For my thoughts are not solely for his sake. It is merely that witnessing his sorrowful lamentation as the storyline veers off course evokes a sense of pity within me. The plot may indeed unfold, yet should it deviate even slightly, it is no longer my concern. For instance, if Lin Xian fails to make an appearance, I cannot be held accountable. Contemplating this, Li Siyu resolved to proceed accordingly. Attempting to sever ties with me is out of the question. Thus, she made a few arrangements before venturing out to await Hong Guang's arrival. As anticipated, Hong Guang, lurking in the shadows, detected Li Siyu and harbored malicious intent. He struck, only to find himself ensnared in a counterattack. So, you are Hong Guang, Li Siyu declared, with her sword poised menacingly against his throat. Hong Guang was taken aback, firstly, by the ferocity exhibited by such a young girl, and secondly, by the realization of his own notoriety. Yet, it is not entirely his fault. Li Siyu's cultivation far surpassed that of the original plot, bolstered by the clandestine protection of the third elder, making her capture of Hong Guang inevitable. To prevent any potential dark sorcery from Hong Guang, Li Siyu commanded the third elder to diminish his cultivation significantly, subsequently administering various poisons and anesthetics to subdue him. Finally, Li Siyu inquired, "Do you wish to live?" Hong Guang, on the verge of vomiting blood, lamented that his situation bore no distinction from death itself, suggesting that a swift end by her sword would be more merciful. Yet, the instinct for survival compelled him to nod affirmatively, despite the indignity he would have to endure. "Very well, I shall state this only once. Comply with my instructions. Do you understand?" I understand, he replied, desperate to preserve his life. Thus, he resolved to undertake whatever arduous and humiliating tasks lay ahead, though upon hearing her peculiar demands, Hong Guang's expression morphed into one of bewilderment, tinged with a hint of incomprehension. What strange request is this? The third elder, standing nearby, was equally bewildered. Initially, he had thought that Li Siyu had a matter of great significance to discuss, yet it turned out to be this? Little Siyu, are you certain about this? Yes. I cannot comprehend. Haven't you always harbored disdain for Su Luo? People can change, elder. Do you believe me? Of course I do. But I find it hard to trust that young man, Su Luo. Very well, let this time be an indulgence on my part. All right then. You are the future of our family. Since you have stated it thus, I shall lend my support. With the cooperation of the third elder, Li Siyu's disappearance became significantly easier to orchestrate. Unsurprisingly, the news of her vanishing reached Su Luo promptly. He immediately dispatched members of the Su family to search for her, while he himself hurried out to seek her as well. As he searched, Su Luo gradually dispersed those around him, eventually finding a quiet spot to rest. He remained unhurried, for he was aware of where that location lay. Had he successfully navigated through the earlier challenges, he would have performed with fervor, feigning anxiety as he searched for Li Siyu, leaving no moment of respite. It would have been exhausting. Now, he merely needed to bide his time, especially since Li Siyu was in peril, coupled with the system's alerts, which further diminished his sense of urgency. As the sun set, Su Luo quietly savored the gradual enhancement of his soul. It was nearly time. He made his way towards a cave. Upon arriving at the entrance, the performance commenced. Su Luo called out Li Siyu's name repeatedly, feigning anxiety as he ventured deeper into the cave. Before long, he spotted Li Siyu, with Hong Guang beside her, who was busy brewing a dark potion in a large vat. Finally, you have arrived. Hong Guang was on the verge of tears, having brewed medicine from dawn till dusk, nearly exhausting the precious concoctions crafted from materials he had painstakingly collected over time. The thought of such waste pierced his heart like a knife. However, there was little he could do. Li Siyu, unaware of when Su Luo would arrive, insisted that Hong Guang remain ever prepared. In the original narrative, when Hong Guang captured Li Siyu, the wounds inflicted by the Seven-Star Sword sect had flared up, delaying his ability to brew medicine for much of the day. This time, although the circumstances were even more dire, Li Siyu afforded him no respite. What choice did he have? To survive, he could only grit his teeth and endure. To his dismay, this resolve not only left him utterly exhausted but also drained his modest treasury. In a moment of fury, he contemplated violence. Unable to eliminate the woman before him, he felt an urge to take it out on the young man standing nearby. Yet, he ultimately relinquished the thought. In his current state, it was uncertain whether he could even defeat the youth, and any man deemed worthy by this woman could not be trifled with. Thus, he prepared himself to play a role. Siyu, are you all right? Do not fear. I am here to rescue you, he proclaimed. You there, the one who has kidnapped Siyu. I advise you to release us at once and go confess your crimes to the Li family. Upon Su Luo's arrival, he immediately expressed concern for Li Siyu, then turned to Hong Guang with a haughty demeanor, clearly dismissing him. Do you think I would heed your words? You cannot escape. Hong Guang scoffed, though inwardly he was deeply perturbed. Initially, he believed the young girl had some grand design in mind, only to discover she was merely staging a performance, relying on this young man to play the role of her savior. It was quite the spectacle, a beautiful damsel seeking a hero. Yet, the realization that he was but a pawn in their elaborate game left him speechless. There is no choice but for me to defeat you and rescue my beloved Si. With that, Su Luo charged towards Hong Guang, delivering a punch rife with floss. Hong Guang, taken aback, thought to himself, is he really this weak? The bravado he displays suggests he possesses greater strength, yet this is all he can muster? If I were unscathed, I could dispatch him as easily as one would a chicken. However, I must not harm this lad before me. Thus, Hong Guang refrained from exerting much effort in his counterattack. After exchanging a few moves, he intentionally began to hold back, but before long, he found himself defeated. This outcome aligned with Li Si's wishes. Yet, with a single strike, Su Luo was sent tumbling backward, clutching his wound and crying out in agony. It hurts. It hurts terribly, huh? Hong Guang was taken aback. Is this a joke? Is he truly this feeble? I barely exerted any force. Struggling to his feet, Su Luo faltered once more. A look of unwillingness etched on his face. I never anticipated that I would become your captive. At that moment, Hong Guang's mind raced. Recalling Li Si's previous words, he seized Su Luo's foot and hurled him towards Li Si. Ignoring the pain coursing through him, Su Luo addressed Li Si. Do not worry, I shall free you at once. However, with little strength behind his efforts, Li Si remained bound. Hong Guang clicked his tongue in admiration, a buy-one-get-one free deal. There is no better situation than this. Let us go, or the Li family and the Su family will ensure your demise is most tragic. Allowing you to leave is not out of the question, but it requires a little game. Should you comply with my instructions, I shall release you immediately. What game? We shall not play. You must let us go. Refusal to play suggests you are unaware of your predicament. Hong Guang feigned an intent to strike Su Luo. Su Luo immediately yielded, exclaiming, I understand, I will play. Hong Guang was utterly speechless, as Su Luo consistently denied him the opportunity to showcase himself. Being both timid and feeble, yet he was unable to truly act against him, which was infuriating. Nonetheless, the performance must continue. Chapter 20. The difficulty of the performance within the cave. Li Siyu was bound, unable to move or speak. Su Luo, positioned beside her, prepared to engage in Hong Guang's little game. Hong Guang brandished his cherished weapon, a small knife, tossing it deftly from left hand to right and vice versa. Finally, he pointed at Li Siyu and proclaimed, Listen closely, do you not fancy her? If you accomplish this task in my game, I shall release you both. Do what? Plant a kiss upon her. I would never stab her. What did you say? Did you not hear? Kiss her. No, you must be mistaken. You surely intend for me to use that knife in your hand to stab her, and then we can leave, correct? No. Why would I do such a thing? And what nonsense is this? I have no grievance against you. Hong Guang was on the verge of breaking into a cold sweat. Wow, kid, do you wish for me to perish immediately? Stab her? If she loses even a single hair, I shall be undone. Besides, why do you react this way? Is this not a splendid proposal for you? What are you dissatisfied with? Su Luo was equally at a loss for words regarding Hong Guang. Hey, where is your dignity as a practitioner of the dark arts? You claim to hold no enmity. This is not the demeanor you should exhibit. Your dark mentality should not entertain such a game. What does kissing Li Siyu matter, especially in your presence? What benefits do you derive from this? Understanding eludes me. The two shared a tacit silence, both sensing something peculiar about the other. Hong Guang found himself at a loss. What should have been a straightforward matter had become exceedingly convoluted. This fellow is utterly useless, he thought. I must devise a plan. If only this chap could defeat me. It would suffice. Alas, my knife has fallen. Without it, my strength diminishes by a third. How unfortunate that it has been kicked away by my disobedient foot. Landing beside you, Hong Guang cried out in terror. If you wield that knife, coupled with my injuries, I may not stand a chance against you. How infuriating. Despite the look of fear etched on his face, his tone unmistakably urged Su Luo on. Just rush in, and victory will be yours. Su Luo replied, What is going on? How can a minor character such as yourself have such a significant deviation from the script? This is not how your role is supposed to unfold. No matter, I shall play the fool. If I merely act as if I possess the intellect of a simpleton, the effect will be the same. Li Siyu will surely lose hope in me. Su Luo, equally alarmed, interjected, No, you must be doing this on purpose. That last move proves that you are overwhelmingly stronger than I. If I were to retrieve the knife, you would undoubtedly eliminate Siyu first, and then me. You are deliberately handing me the knife, wishing for me to partake in your little game. A mere stab at Siyu, and you would let us go. Very well. I shall comply, but I hope you honor your word and release us afterward. Hong Guang was on the verge of madness. Have you lost your mind? I never uttered such words. Stop fixating on stabbing that woman. Does she harbor any animosity toward you? If you harm her, I am finished. As Su Luo brandished a knife with the intention of stabbing Li Siyu, Hong Guang felt an urgent impulse to intervene. Perhaps it would be better to simply throw himself against the blade. Enduring a wound would be preferable to losing one's life, and it could even be perceived as a gallant act of heroism. Yet, the conclusion seemed rather abrupt and lacked a sense of naturalness. He pondered whether the woman would object. However, there was no time for such considerations, for that lad truly seemed intent on harming her. In a swift motion, Hong Guang positioned himself in front of Li Siyu, bracing himself to inadvertently take the blow. Su Luo, quick to react, noticed Hong Guang shielding her and immediately discarded the knife, crouching down with her arms over her head, pleading, Do not kill me. Hong Guang seized the moment, leaning his face closer to Su Luo, utterly unguarded. What's the matter? Weren't you quite fierce just now? Why the sudden change? Go on, strike me. No. I have come to a clear realization of my predicament. Spare me, let me go. I do not wish to die. Su Luo, trembling in fear, retreated repeatedly until she stumbled over a stone, landing on her rear. Even in that position, she continued to inch backward. Hong Guang's fists clenched in frustration. He couldn't fathom her lack of resolve. Here I am, practically offering my face to you. Hit me. No matter what, just one blow and I will collapse. But truly, you are utterly useless. Hong Guang grappled with his confusion. Was there truly someone who found such spinelessness appealing? To his surprise, he realized that indeed there was. As he noticed Li Siyu's growing discontent, at that moment, he felt the urge to cry. He understood that if Su Luo continued to embarrass herself, he might not only lose face but also his life. Driven by a primal instinct for survival, Hong Guang conceived a clever plan. Young man, observing your demeanor, I've resolved to engage you in a game of chance. Behold this blade. It shall be spun, and whomever it designates must suffer a cut. Nay, I am apprehensive. That is not your prerogative. Hong Guang set the blade spinning upon the ground, awaiting its cessation. The first spin implicated Hong Guang himself. Without hesitation, he lacerated his own flesh. Acceptable, let us proceed. No. Su Luo was dumbfounded, perplexed by his sudden self-inflicted harm. The second spin once more implicated Hong Guang. Without so much as a furrowed brow, he continued to wound himself. I refuse to believe it. Hong Guang afforded Su Luo no opportunity for intercession, immediately initiating another spin. The third spin once more implicated Hong Guang. He grasped the blade, yet this time he hesitated. Perhaps we should desist. Desist from what? I am capable of accepting defeat. Hong Guang gritted his teeth and delivered a blow to himself. Su Luo surmised that his opponent must be afflicted with some malady. This was not a matter of accepting defeat. He was hemorrhaging profusely, and Su Luo wondered if he could endure until Lin Xian's arrival. Instead of partaking in a convivial game of human nature, he had opted for Russian roulette, suffering 3 consecutive losses. Su Luo thought he should renounce his affiliation with the demonic path. Hong Guang paid no heed and pressed on. The fourth spin once more implicated Hong Guang. Even for a man of such fortitude, Hong Guang perceived that he had been excessively harsh with himself. He thought this was the final strike, and in his weakened state, the woman should be inconsequential. Having endured 4 successive lacerations, Hong Guang could no longer sustain himself. Prostrate upon the ground, he gazed resentfully at Su Luo. I had not anticipated that despite your modest strength, your fortune would be so considerable. You were the first to arrive here to rescue this woman, and now you have prevailed against me repeatedly. Indeed, I had previously underestimated you. It appears my vision was clouded. With your fortuity, your future accomplishments are destined to be unparalleled. Young man, dare to be courageous, for you possess remarkable talent. Keep striving. Ultimately, a hero deserves a beauty, and you are worthy of her. Hong Guang gestured towards Li Siyu and theatrically proclaimed, release. At that moment, her restraints were lifted, and you may now depart. Cherish her well. Hong Guang closed his eyes, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. It's over, it's finally over. This performance was truly arduous, and Hong Guang exhaled deeply. Did you think I wished to undermine myself? It was that young man's lack of ambition that infuriated me. He offered no resistance, truly a disappointment. Yet, it is this very disappointment that has caught the attention of that lady. Let it be. Let it be. I shall consider this misfortune. In the future, I will seek an opportunity to humiliate that young man thoroughly in her presence. Now, she must be satisfied. Had it not been for my swift thinking in devising this plan, I shudder to think how that inept fellow would have fared. What? Do you actually believe that young man possesses genuine luck? It is all under my control. I have maneuvered 4 times to ensure he is praised for his fortune. Alas, he is otherwise inept. I cannot fathom what that lady sees in him. Is he handsome? Indeed, he is, but in the realm of cultivation, beauty is fleeting. Only strength endures. Hong Guang resolved within himself to grow stronger. Chapter 21. The preparations for the 7-star sword sect assessment begin. Upon witnessing Hong Guang collapse, Su Luo hurriedly rushed to shake him awake. Do not give in just yet. Lin Xian has not arrived. At the very least, wait until Lin Xian comes, and then let him bring you down with a mere glance. Do not sway. It is excruciating. However, Hong Guang dared not move, for any motion would render his performance meaningless. Suddenly, Su Luo was tackled by Li Siyu. In Su Luo's embrace, Li Siyu looked at her with tear-filled eyes and said, Thank you, Su Luo. You are the first person to come to my rescue. I was truly frightened just now. No. It is my duty, Su Luo replied. Lin Xian, where are you? Su Luo lamented that this was not how the narrative was meant to unfold. Lin Xian had been taken elsewhere by the third elder, and it was certain that he would not return, as per Li Siyu's specific instructions. You were incredibly brave just now. Well, it was nothing special, Su Luo responded, unsure of how to continue. How did I become the hero? He had no choice but to regard Hong Guang with incredulity. If you wish to play a game, do so without endangering yourself. There are countless advantageous games to engage in. Why choose Russian roulette? Pursuing thrills will only lead to your demise and implicate me as well. I am truly nauseated. Meanwhile, lying on the ground, Hong Guang felt equally nauseated. Was that truly brave? Young lady, you must be blind. I am far superior to him. What do you even see in him? His background? That could be plausible. Yet, I must assert that strength is paramount. I had never realized until now that you would risk everything for me. I am sorry for my past misconceptions. Li Siyu continued to open her heart, revealing her affections. In truth, Su Luo was at a loss for words. He sensed that if this continued, Li Siyu's fondness for him would soon overflow. Li Siyu tenderly remarked, There is no need for words. I understand. Hong Guang, overwhelmed by a desire for violence, retorted, Enough. Can we not linger in this affectionate state? I feel as though I am bleeding to death. Yet, in the very next moment, he heard the most heart-rending words. He is already dead. With a swift motion, Li Siyu ended Hong Guang's life, leaving him perplexed until his last breath, questioning the breach of trust. It was a farce from the very beginning. Li Siyu had no intention of sparing him. Let us depart, she said, linking arms with Su Luo as they walked away. At this juncture, even if Lin Xian were to arrive, he would be unable to salvage anything. Strangely, the system did not indicate any deviation from the plot. Was it possible that character affinity had no bearing on the main storyline? Su Luo observed the jubilant Li Siyu beside her, a side of her previously unseen. At this moment, she resembled a young girl rather than a genius who only displayed pride and disdain. What are you looking at? Is it strange for me to be this way? Sighing, Su Luo replied, Siyu, do you truly think well of me? Reflecting on my earlier behavior, I find it lacking. I am nothing but a wastrel. Indeed, but even as a wastrel, you were the first to appear. To me at that time, you were a beacon of light, illuminating hope. I thought my presence would cast a shadow over you. He joked. Haha, how could that be? If you were to encounter a similar situation in the future, would my arrival blind you then? Of course not. Though she said this, Su Luo felt her vision dimming at that moment, exclaiming, Li Siyu, you have truly gone astray. I find myself at a loss, and it seems that at some point, my perception of you has shifted. In truth, you are quite remarkable. Perhaps it all began when I stumbled upon your journal, revealing the authentic you. Is that so? How was I unaware of this? I am confident that in the future, you will achieve unparalleled renown, feared by all. Although your current prowess surpasses mine, I am resolute in my efforts to surpass you and emerge as the strongest. When that time comes, I shall confront anyone who dares to challenge you. In the eyes of Li Siyu, Su Luo had already proven her superiority by rescuing her on several occasions, a testament to the experience accumulated over countless reincarnations, which may have been advantageous initially. However, talent is not something that can be easily altered. Su Luo's future endeavors in cultivation are bound to be fraught with challenges. She has even mentioned her alignment with the antagonists, hinting at a potential descent into darkness to enhance her strength. Such a fate is one Li Siyu wishes to avert, thus providing her with yet another motivation to grow stronger. Renown across the world? That does not pertain to me. Su Luo shook her head. I am merely a villain opposing the protagonist, and such notoriety would hardly be commendable. Following the incident involving Li Siyu's abduction, the bond between Su Luo and Li Siyu not only remained intact, but actually flourished. Even so, the system did not indicate any deviation from the narrative, which is a relief. Moreover, Su Luo now possesses a peculiar sense that regardless of the foolishness or misdeeds she may commit, Li Siyu will not distance herself from her. It is all rather inexplicable. Therefore, Su Luo resolved to act with a semblance of normalcy towards Li Siyu, sparing herself from unnecessary self-imposed torment. Certainly, for the most part. Li Siyu was engrossed in her training and seldom sought out Su Luo, who likewise did not take the initiative to find her. Thus, Su Luo's days unfolded in their usual manner, devoid of noteworthy events, leaving her diary entries rather perfunctory for several days. One day, playing cards. 2 days, playing cards. 3 days. Oh, Su Luo, how could you descend into such lethargy? 4 days, playing cards. This encapsulated the monotony of Su Luo's recent diary entries. Although she did not indulge in card games, her writing reflected this routine, as there was little of significance to document. Naturally, she could have chosen not to write at all, for a diary does not necessitate daily entries. However, in a spirit of jest, Su Luo still penned her thoughts. Time swiftly passed, and the entrance examination for the Qixing sword sect approached. Su Luo tidied herself up and prepared to depart for the sect. Before she left, her father imparted a few words of wisdom, essentially advising her to cast aside any burdens, for the path had already been laid out for her. He also gifted her a storage pouch, a treasure of immense value that most cultivators could scarcely afford. Thus, Su Luo set forth on her journey, accompanied by numerous young cultivators from Chofeng City, including Lin Xian. The entrance examination for the Qixing sword sect welcomed participants under the age of 20. There was no need to fret about the number of applicants. The examination was no mere formality but a rigorous selection process that would admit only a select few. Their means of transportation to the sect was the city lord's steed, the blazing red sunbird, which would carry Su Luo and her companions to the Qixing sword sect without incident. After spending half a day, I arrived at Qixing town, the site of the entrance examination for the Qixing sword sect. This place was bustling with individuals from nearby regions, all gathered for the assessment, yet the atmosphere remained orderly, as any disturbances were swiftly quelled by the sect's enforcers. Lin Xian, you stand no chance of passing the entrance examination. You should leave while you still can. Su Luo began to mock Lin Xian upon arrival. In the original narrative, Su Luo was confident of her admission into the Qixing sword sect, which fueled her arrogance. This was her moment to vent. Worry about yourself, Lin Xian retorted coolly, turning away. Chapter 22. The examination process of the Qixing sword sect. Su Luo found a suitable place to rest in Qixing town. It wasn't exactly ideal, as the better inns had long been booked, but securing a modest room was commendable given the allure of the Qixing sword sect. Once settled, Su Luo ventured out to explore, although there was little to discover, having traversed these paths numerous times during previous encounters with the narrative. However, without the need for training, she found herself with ample time to spare, even if it meant indulging in a bit of boredom. As she wandered, she soon realized she was being followed. Or rather, it was not so much a pursuit as an open following, with the individual behind her showing no intent to conceal their presence. Stopping to glance back, Su Luo caught sight of the figure, who, upon being noticed, lowered their gaze in a moment of shyness after being stared at for too long. Su Luo recognized her as the young girl who had once saved her life in the forest. What was her name again? It seemed she had never inquired. Concluding that the girl posed no threat, Su Luo decided to disregard her, viewing her as merely a background character in this unfolding tale. Su Luo continued to wander through the bustling streets, taking in the sights around him, while Xiao Yu persistently trailed behind. Unable to contain himself any longer, Su Luo inquired, "So, how long do you intend to follow me? I feel a sense of unease in this place, yet your presence gives me a sense of comfort." It was Xiao Yu's first experience amidst such a throng of people. Moreover, ever since she began her cultivation, she had developed an intuitive ability to sense the strength of those around her. The presence of formidable individuals in Qixing town only heightened her feelings of insecurity. She had arrived alone, accompanying the main force from Chofeng City, without a single companion. She had caught a glimpse of Su Luo while on the Great Bird, but at that time, he was surrounded by elegantly dressed individuals, making her feel somewhat inferior. Now, even though it was just Su Luo, she wished only to follow at a distance, never intending to intrude upon him. "Why have you come to participate in the Qixing sword sect?" she asked. "I have nowhere else to go." As an orphan, Xiao Yu felt that her situation could not continue as it was. Upon hearing about the entrance examination for the Qixing sword sect, she decided to give it a try, thinking that since she was alone, she might as well take the opportunity. "I have some money. I can find a place to stay quietly while I await the examination." "But," Su Luo interrupted, "there is no but. You need not follow me. I cannot provide you with a sense of security. Besides, those who are behind me are villains, and anyone associated with me is unlikely to meet a good end." With that, he resolutely shook off the young girl, not even recalling her name, as she was of no significance to the unfolding narrative. Upon returning to his room, Su Luo finally began to write in his journal, as he had recently been plagued by procrastination. Date: a certain day of a certain month, sunny. The entrance examination for the 7-star sword sect has finally arrived. And undoubtedly, I find myself amidst a narrative, albeit one that may lead to an unfavorable conclusion. The array used to test one's innate talent is not something everyone can afford, nor is it necessarily accurate. However, the star observation array is renowned within the realm of cultivation for its remarkable precision, rendering the talents it identifies highly credible. In the star observation array, talents are classified on a scale from 1 to 10, with 1 representing the lowest aptitude and 10 the highest. Yet, it has been an age since a talent of the 10th degree has emerged. Nonetheless, being eliminated is not without its advantages, at the very least. One receives a talent assessment from the star observation array, which can serve as proof of potential when seeking admission to smaller sects in the future. Although the 7-star sword sect may overlook individuals with first or second-tier talents, other minor sects treasure such candidates. As one of the 3 major sects of the southern continent, the 7-star sword sect possesses the privilege to be selective, while for smaller sects, merely having a candidate is already a blessing. I find myself at the 3rd tier of combat energy, barely passing, while Lin Xian possesses a commendable 5th tier, which, though not exceptional, still places him above the ordinary. In contrast, Li Xiu boasts a 7th-tier talent. With such an aptitude, the 7-star sword sect eagerly vies for her. Of course, participation in the examination remains necessary for her, yet it merely serves as a formality. There is little more to discuss. It is a matter of climbing. Along the way, we faced sudden bat attacks, yet Lin Xian dispatched numerous bats with his sword, aiding many in the process. While such actions do not earn extra points in the examination, they are certainly appreciated by the invigilators. This time, he did not fall off the cliff, nor did he learn the art of sword control, yet it was of little consequence. After all, he is the protagonist and will inevitably learn to shine and radiate on his own. This assessment inadvertently tests both physical strength and willpower. Observing their arduous struggles to climb, I could not help but smile, for I was traversing the VIP passage. There exists a secret path beneath the gorge, winding within the mountain, spiraling upwards. Although the distance is considerable, it is far less strenuous than climbing. Such is my privilege, all arranged by my father, with connections from the 7-star sword sect ensuring my smooth passage. Gazing directly at the words of the esteemed, the longer one persists, the greater their comprehension. A quarter of an hour is deemed sufficient. Without a doubt, this was tailored for the protagonist, as he maintained his endurance the longest. Despite his mediocre talent, his understanding was remarkably high, astonishing all around him. As for me, my performance was deemed unqualified, yet some turned a blind eye, allowing me to pass. Lin Xian, on the other hand, dazzled everyone with his remarkable skills, honed under the tutelage of his grandfather, and with diligent practice, he exhibited techniques that were utterly captivating, successfully passing without issue. As for me, a mere flick of my sword sufficed for my passage. Thus, I completed the entrance examination. However, the matter was far from over. It was now my turn to perform. Elated after passing the assessment, I couldn't resist mocking those who were not selected. Then, Lin Xian stepped forward to confront me, accusing me of cheating. Indeed, my effortless success in the entrance examination was due to my role as a stepping stone for Lin Xian. Once again, I exemplified the qualities of a hindrance, not only admitting to my transgressions, but also boasting about them. In that fleeting moment, contempt washed over everyone present. Naturally, those who aided me in my deceit immediately severed ties, yet still declared my qualifications intact. Lin Xian, indignant, confronted the invigilator. How could the invigilator undermine his own authority? He initially subdued Lin Xian with an imposing presence, then proclaimed with righteous indignation that I had not cheated, asserting that Lin Xian possessed no evidence. It was ludicrous that I, having confessed, lacked proof, yet in that moment, the invigilator's ranks silenced any dissent. Nevertheless, Lin Xian's defiant gaze remained fixed on the invigilator. Even as the latter's pressure nearly robbed him of breath, he stood resolute. Ultimately, another formidable expert from the 7-star sword sect arrived, bringing a semblance of calm to the situation. The outcome was that Lin Xian faced no repercussions for his defiance, and I, too, emerged from the ordeal unscathed. Otherwise, I would have surely been expelled from the sect, destined to confront Lin Xian in the future. Through this incident, Lin Xian earned the respect of his fellow candidates. He is indeed a friend worth having, always willing to stand by me in times of need. As the sect's entrance examination drew to a close, I felt the pull of sleep and ceased my writing. Thus, I awaited my rewards, and upon receiving them, I succumbed to slumber. Diary completed. Speed 2, Strength 4. I acquired a unique ability. What you perceive is merely what I choose to reveal. I experimented with this newfound power, successfully adjusting my foundational cultivation level to that of chi training. In summary, it is merely a concealed ability to hide one's cultivation. Su Luo is also capable of concealing her own cultivation, yet when faced with true masters, it becomes impossible to maintain the facade. However, with the assistance of the system, even the most skilled cannot see through it. Chapter 23. Talent Assessment. Astonishment ensues. Li Xiu continued her late-night cultivation, feeling somewhat anxious and unable to sleep, thus resorting to her practice. As she was immersed in her training, she suddenly noticed that her diary had been updated. Initially believing that Su Luo had merely added to it, she was astonished to find a substantial amount of writing. She had harbored a flicker of doubt regarding her admission to the 7-star sword sect, but now she felt completely reassured. A 7th-tier talent, how delightful. While she was elated by her high aptitude, she still hoped to perform even better. If only she could find a commendable master. The next day, Su Luo rose early, joining others to prepare for the day's entrance examination into the sect. In the bustling square at the center of 7-star town, the atmosphere was electric. Candidates from various regions had gathered, adjusting their mental states, some anxious while others exuded confidence. Finally, the moment had arrived. I am undoubtedly a 5th-tier genius. As for you, even a 1st-tier talent would be considered generous. Perhaps you don't even qualify for that. It has been a decade since a 7th-tier talent has emerged. I wonder if this time will be different. Let alone the 7th tier, even 6th-tier talents are rare. I even question whether the stargazing array has been calibrated correctly. Surely, only up to the 7th tier should be possible, as anything beyond seems non-existent. As for me, if I could just attain the 3rd tier, I would be immensely grateful. May fortune smile upon me, regardless of who it may be. Amidst the collective anticipation, the representatives of the 7-star sword sect arrived. Not all the prominent figures of the 7-star sword sect were present. These esteemed individuals rarely attended, as they were not lacking in direct disciples. Thus, the primary overseer of this examination was Elder Yanxi, a master of flame spells with remarkable prowess at the nascent soul stage. Upon his entrance, a spiral of flames enveloped him, causing the ambient temperature to rise dramatically. He stepped forth from the fire, striking his staff upon the ground, whereupon the flames dissipated and a gentle breeze swept through. The swift alternation between heat and coolness served as a testament to Elder Yanxi's formidable control. Beside him stood 2 Golden Core seniors, Qin San and Haning Er, tasked with the various aspects of the assessment. Typically, there was no need for Elder Yanxi to engage in the proceedings. His mere presence sufficed to maintain order. The remaining individuals present were nameless disciples responsible for minor duties. This assembly constituted the framework of the entrance assessment. Only upon successful admission would the sect leader and other prominent figures of the 7-star sword sect address the candidates. Elder Yanxi surveyed the candidates, and without uttering a word, the atmosphere fell into silence. The fearsome aura of a nascent soul expert rendered the contestants breathless, as they grappled with the sheer magnitude of his presence. Without further ado, Elder Yanxi proclaimed, "The entrance examination commences. I urge all candidates to exert their utmost effort." Subsequently, the stargazing array at the center of the plaza illuminated with a violet glow. A current of air coalesced to form a small semicircle. No, 3 semicircles, to accommodate simultaneous assessments for 3 individuals. Behind the 3 semicircles stood 3 cylindrical columns, each marked with scales ranging from 1 to 10 tiers, ascending from low to high. Once a candidate stepped into the semicircle and paused briefly, the airflow would envelop the column, indicating their talent based on the highest point reached by the current. The stargazing formation has been activated. Everyone, please enter one by one. Sister Han Ing Er's sweet voice resonated in each person's ears, enchanting them further with her delightful appearance, stirring hearts with a fervor. The candidates obediently entered the stargazing formation one after another. Those at the 1st and 2nd levels had no chance. They could not linger even a moment within the formation, for they would be mercilessly sent away. After all, there were thousands of participants in the competition, and time was of the essence. Those eliminated expressed their sentiments, sharing their experiences. What was it like? In a flash, I was out. I didn't even know how I exited. It's all just the dregs of the 1st and 2nd levels. Oh, I'm one of them too, so it's no concern. How frustrating. I long to witness those higher-tier geniuses. Look, a 5th level. The first fifth-level participant within today's stargazing formation left all candidates in awe. Envious gazes were directed at this individual, harboring resentment that it was oneself who stood there. This individual was Lin Xian. He merely glanced at the pillar and then descended without a care, as if it were an inconsequential matter. How infuriating! He made it look effortless. This was the sentiment shared by most of those who were eliminated. Keep it up, candidate. I'll be waiting for you at the Seven-Star Sword sect. Han Ying said to Lin Xian, her tone sincere yet tinged with playful mischief. Her words warmed hearts while also providing a hint of encouragement. The candidates felt their hearts soften. However, they could not help but feel frustrated that those words weren't directed at themselves. Lin Xian humbly nodded, choosing not to dwell on Han Ying any longer, instead conserving his energy nearby. Beside him, Qin Sen cast a glance at Lin Xian, though his intentions were less than benevolent. Subsequently, candidates of the third and fourth tiers began to appear in succession. Yet the presence of a fifth-tier individual rendered such occurrences rather unremarkable. When it was Su Luo's turn to take the stage, she was astonished to discover she had ascended to the fourth tier. However, recalling the continuous enhancements bestowed upon her by the system, an elevation of one tier seemed quite reasonable. As Su Luo engaged with the star observation array, the entire venue erupted in fervor, though not due to her alone. A seventh-tier candidate. Good heavens! What a spectacle this was! Such a scene had never been witnessed before. To think that I am fortunate enough to share the same assessment with a seventh-tier genius is truly a stroke of luck. I shall have tales to tell in the future. The astonishment from the previous fifth-tier candidate paled in comparison to the seismic shock of this seventh-tier revelation, leading many to question its veracity. Even the disciples of the Seven-Star Sword sect displayed expressions of navet, having never encountered such brilliance. As for the seventh-tier candidate, Li Xiyu, her prowess was to be expected. Even Elder Yin she could not help but smile in contentment. It had been ages since he had encountered a talent of such exceptional caliber. Should this news reach the sect, the various peak masters would undoubtedly rush forth to vie for her, yet this was not the appropriate time for such pursuits. Elder Yin she issued directives to seal the information. It was not that he wished to claim Li Xiyu for himself, but the notion of other sects laughing at the Seven-Star Sword sect for their lack of experience was unthinkable. Naturally, once the assessment concluded, the matter of recruitment would be settled based on merit. Furthermore, no other candidates exceeding the seventh tier emerged thereafter. A few sixth-tier individuals appeared, yet they were overshadowed by the brilliance of the seventh tier and thus regarded as ordinary. Su Luo also spotted a familiar face, the young girl who had accompanied her a few days prior, possessing an impressive talent of the sixth tier. This truly took Su Luo by surprise. She had not anticipated that the person she had casually saved was a prodigy, although they had started their journey a tad late. For a genius, overtaking on a curve is merely a commonplace affair. She firmly believed that they would soon rise to prominence. However, it was likely that they would not outpace the protagonist, perhaps remaining just a background character. This stargazing array had directly eliminated half of the candidates. Such is the nature of cultivating immortality. Without talent, one is cast aside. Not everyone is destined to be the protagonist, as not every inept talent, frail constitution, or deficient spiritual root can ascend. Chapter 24. Senior Brother Qin. Join us. Qin San appeared to stroll leisurely, yet his speed was remarkably swift. In the blink of an eye, he had already covered 100 meters. If you don't keep up, he will vanish from sight, Han Ying cautioned. The candidates finally grasped the urgency and hurried to follow. Fortunately, Qin San was merciful, not moving at an outrageous pace, allowing the candidates to keep up with relative ease. Soon, they arrived at the edge of a chasm, so deep that its bottom was unfathomable. The candidates swallowed nervously, standing by the side, feeling a touch of trepidation. With a slight smile, Qin San beckoned, "Follow me." Then, he leapt into the chasm. The candidates were astounded. Is he truly jumping to his death? They thought. What level of cultivation does he possess to dare such a leap? Should I ride a wolf first? Some hesitated, while the astute ones had already taken the plunge. The first to leap was Lin Xian, who, with an air of calmness and composure, stepped forward and jumped down. He never missed an opportunity, no matter the circumstance. Once the first had jumped, the others followed suit, leaping into the abyss. Su Luo proceeded leisurely, her heart racing with anticipation. As she neared the ground, a gust of wind lifted her from below. Elder Yinshi had made his move. He excelled in fire spells, but his skills in wind magic were equally commendable. Not a single falling candidate was harmed. all safely reaching the ground. It was an exhilarating experience of descent. Some candidates, though uninjured, found their legs weak and could not stand, while others were so frightened that they lost control of themselves. Qin waited for a while, noting that no one else had jumped down, and began to explain the rules. All right, let the challenge commence. You must climb up before nightfall. Those who fail to ascend will be eliminated. So, give it your all. His explanation was succinct, yet the candidates were left disheartened. What? Did I hear that correctly? Climb up? How could we possibly ascend after that fall? Indeed, that was a lengthy drop. It seems impossible to climb back up, they murmured. And look at that steep incline. It appears exceedingly difficult to scale. What if we lack the stamina? I can scarcely see any resting spots. While the weaker candidates continued to lament, Li Siyu seized the opportunity to begin her ascent. Having momentarily hesitated earlier, she had lost the chance to be the first to jump, and this time she was determined to excel. She set a personal goal, to be the first to reach the top. Indeed, opportunities are fleeting. A moment's hesitation could lead to elimination. The candidates became acutely aware that this was no time for complaints. Every second was invaluable. Meanwhile, Su Luo found a spot to sit, observing them quietly, showing no intent to move. After a considerable wait, as fewer candidates remained, Qin unknowingly approached Su Luo. Are you Su Luo? Indeed, my father is Su Qingkong. Qin nodded, acknowledging that this was the individual Elder Yin she had entrusted him to take special care of. Although he was uncertain why Elder Yin she had such an interest in this person, Qin dared not defy the directive. Nevertheless, he held a degree of disdain for Su Luo. It was only natural for anyone to scorn someone who relied on connections to cheat. Of course, Qin was not foolish enough to express such sentiments openly. Follow me, he instructed. Su Luo acquiesced, trailing behind Qin to a secluded corner. Qin gestured toward the individual accompanying Su Luo and inquired, Do you know her? Yes, but not well, Su Luo replied. Send her away. After all, cheating was hardly a noble endeavor. It would be unwise to allow anyone to witness such activities. If discovered, not only would Su Luo face dire consequences, but Qin would not fare much better. Su Luo was equally perplexed as to why this little girl insisted on following him. Were the authorities to be alerted? Though there were none in this place, it would still be troublesome. Hey, you, please leave. I'm Xiaoyu, the girl responded. Oh, hello, Xiaoyu. Please go climb. Ah, I'm not scolding you. I mean to say, ascend the chasm. Given your capabilities, you'd struggle to reach the top before nightfall. Well, I'll follow you up. You should go climb. I won't. Are you not preparing to start? I wish to be behind you. Xiaoyu tilted her head, puzzled. Why not climb? Have you given up? To put it plainly, there is no benefit for me in this. Why? Observing Xiaoyu, Su Luo suddenly contemplated frightening her to dissuade her from continuing. Let me tell you, I tread an unconventional path. The journey I embark upon is fraught with challenges. To illustrate, while others may find success merely by ascending, I must ascend, leap down, and ascend once more to attain even a semblance of qualification. My exertions must surpass those of others, and the difficulty I face is several-fold compared to theirs. Do you comprehend this? I understand, yet I remain resolute in following you. Xiaoyu exhibited not a hint of hesitation, as if Su Luo's lengthy discourse had been naught but mere prattle, falling on deaf ears. You are incapable, and you will only hinder my progress. I am capable. I will not impede your journey. Worry not about me. You are not capable. I am. This exchange resembled a quarrel between two children. Su Luo concluded that further argument would be futile. Observing Xiaoyu's frail demeanor, it was evident she seldom enjoyed proper meals. And with less than a month's worth of cultivation, even with considerable talent, she likely remained in the early stages of qi refining. The ascent she sought was akin to scaling an insurmountable peak. Of course, with perseverance, the challenge may not be insurmountable, albeit she might ultimately place last. Are you certain you wish to accompany me? Yes. Very well, senior brother Qin. Let us add a companion. Su Luo addressed Qin warmly, recognizing him as both a future and current brother. Qin accepted this designation, as Elder Yinshi, the examiner for this occasion, was responsible for determining who would be admitted into the sect. Junior brother Su, it is not as simple as merely adding a person. Do you grasp the nature of our undertaking? Initially, bringing you alone posed a risk. Now, with an additional companion, it complicates matters with Elder Yinshi. This risk amounts to little more than the potential for reprimand. Should any cheating be uncovered, even if one gains entry into the sect, their treatment would be far from favorable. one might find themselves scorned and insulted, akin to a dog being berated. Do not elaborate. You are aware that with her 6th-tier talent, Elder Yinchi would not allow her to be eliminated here. Perhaps, in that case, he might even commend you. Qin-sen pondered for a moment and realized the truth. Xiaoyu was different from Su Luo, whose talent was merely 4th tier, unremarkable at best. In contrast, Xiaoyu's 6th-tier talent was virtually assured. Rules are rigid, yet humanity is fluid. It is of little matter how one recruits disciples with exceptional gifts. Thus, let us proceed together. With a flick of his hand, Qin-san conjured a sprinkle of starlight, which soared forth, causing a massive stone to shift aside and reveal an entrance before them. Let us go, he urged. Without hesitation, Su Luo adeptly followed suit. Xiaoyu trailed behind, her heart unsettled. Uncertain if she could endure the heightened challenges that were said to be several times more arduous than those faced by others. Nevertheless, she resolved to strive alongside him. Encouraging herself inwardly, she steeled her determination. Shortly thereafter, the entrance sealed shut. Chapter 25. I understand now. As they ascended, though the path wound upward, the trails within the mountain were far less strenuous than climbing. One could pause to rest when fatigued. However, Xiaoyu found herself perplexed. Wasn't it said that the challenges would be multiplied? This felt incongruous. Su Luo discerned her confusion and smiled. There is no need for doubt. We are merely taking a shortcut. Is that permissible? Despite her youth, Xiaoyu understood that this approach might be viewed as cunning, garnering disdain from others. Su Luo chuckled lightly. Of course it is not ideal, but then again, I am no paragon of virtue. Hence, I may speak such fallacies with ease. You see, a shortcut is meant to be traversed. Do you perceive any difference between ascending directly and following this path? What difference could there possibly be? Climbing higher is indeed more exhausting, and there's no guarantee of reaching the summit. However, this shortcut ensures success without fail. You see, it truly benefits oneself here. Upon hearing such a comparison, Xiaoyu seemed to acknowledge that the shortcut indeed appeared more advantageous. Precisely, hence, isn't the infallible shortcut the finest choice? The same principle applies to cultivation. One must learn to adapt and discover more efficient paths. Su Luo, with an air of a mentor, even ventured to relate this to cultivation. Qin-san, listening nearby, couldn't help but harbor a hint of disdain towards Su Luo, thinking that cheating is still cheating, no matter how eloquently it's presented. Moreover, what does this have to do with cultivation? Is it merely a facade of expertise during others' ignorance? Qin-san felt compelled to voice his thoughts. While shortcuts possess their merits, they also harbor pitfalls. Climbing externally and performing well would yield greater rewards within the sect. Brother Qin's words ring true. Thus, Xiaoyu, you may reconsider your decision. Here, not only will you fail to gain recognition, but should you be discovered, you may find yourself looked down upon by many. Su Luo was merely rambling. Thus she refrained from engaging in a pointless rebuttal with Qin-san. I have no regrets. But I have gained insight, Xiaoyu exclaimed with sudden enthusiasm. Her spiritual energy surged, and her cultivation level ascended to the mid-stage of qi refinement. This left Su Luo perplexed. Was there something profound that had just transpired? How could she have seemingly achieved a breakthrough so effortlessly? What have you comprehended? She inquired. The cultivation method you previously provided felt unsuitable for me regarding the circulation of spiritual energy, so I made some adjustments and found a shortcut that now fits perfectly. Upon finishing her explanation, Xiaoyu slowly closed her eyes and leaned back. Su Luo reacted swiftly, catching her with one hand. After inspecting her, he found no apparent issues. On the surface, she appeared to be asleep, but in reality, she was undergoing a breakthrough. It was a continuous breakthrough, though the outcome remained uncertain. Qin-sen felt somewhat bewildered. This sudden clarity from Xiaoyu had led to her breakthrough. While that in itself was not extraordinary, her evident series of breakthroughs was perplexing. Who has the ability to achieve consecutive breakthroughs? Noticing Qin-san's dazed expression, Su Luo couldn't resist teasing him and spoke with an air of profundity. Do you understand? Understand what? Xiaoyu's intention was to alter the flow of spiritual energy in her cultivation to better suit herself, resulting in remarkable progress. Why don't you give it a try? Try what? With such reckless abandon, it's a miracle if I don't fall into madness. Indeed, you are aware of the risks of losing control, yet she not only succeeded in her adjustments but achieved significant results. The disparity between individuals is astonishing. Enough. I'm becoming quite envious. Qin-san, known as a talented figure in the Seven-Star Sword sect, was typically the object of others' envy. It was unexpected that this time the tables had turned. Su Luo, too, found himself at a loss regarding how Xiao Yu had managed to modify the flow of her spiritual energy to suit her needs. However, he understood that one cannot generalize the experiences of individuals. Moreover, Xiao Yu was not a pivotal character, at most. She would contribute to the emergence of a future powerhouse in the cultivation realm. Yet, the realm was not devoid of formidable figures. Soon, golden core cultivators would be as common as dogs, and nascent soul practitioners would abound. Time was of the essence. They could not afford to linger, lest they miss the opportunity for Lin Xian to witness the moment of cheating, which would hinder any future revelations. With Xiao Yu on his back, Su Luo continued his ascent. On the other hand, Li Siyu maintained a considerable lead. Occasionally, she would deliberately pause, acknowledging that while her outstanding performance was commendable, taking a moment to showcase her abilities was equally important. Therefore, there was no rush. Eventually, the time arrived when the bats emerged, wreaking havoc among the candidates. Some candidates, unable to withstand the chaos, began to tumble down. Climbing had already proven arduous, and now with additional obstructions, their plight was exacerbated. How infuriating! The sheer number of bats was overwhelming, and with no solid ground to land upon, the situation seemed dire. Help! This can't be right. There are bats. Where are the members of the Seven Stars Sword Sect? Aren't they going to intervene? Yet, the members of the Seven Stars Sword Sect remained inactive, plunging some candidates into despair, as they realized this was a part of the assessment they were meant to endure. Li Siyu took action, hurling a dagger that she deftly controlled to strike down the bats. Among the candidates, very few possessed the ability to wield swords, with Li Siyu being the singular exception. Undoubtedly, her prowess astonished the members of the Seven Stars Sword Sect. We are saved. Who is this? We are immensely grateful. It is the girl with the remarkable talent of the 7th tier. From this day forth, she shall be my benefactor. Indeed, I shall be her loyal follower. Brother, is it really necessary to go that far? With Li Siyu's intervention, the pressure on the candidates significantly eased. Lin Xian, unwilling to lag behind, picked up some rubble and accurately threw it at the bats. The candidates, now considerably less burdened by the bat menace, began to ascend once more. As for the actions of Li Siyu and Lin Xian, while the candidates felt gratitude, there was also a hint of mockery. So much energy to expend, yet so little need for it. Wait a moment, if one cannot ascend, it would indeed be amusing. Assisting others during the sect examination, doesn't that merely add pressure upon oneself? Not to mention, refraining from kicking someone when they are down is already commendable. To extend a helping hand is utterly laughable and foolish. However, it is evident that they have overthought the situation. Li Siyu and Lin Xian are both exceptionally talented, far surpassing their peers, rendering such actions utterly insignificant. Furthermore, this could endear them to both the candidates and the Seven-Star Sword Sect. Truly a win-win situation. Before long, Su Luo and her companions arrived at the exit, only to find a large boulder obstructing the passage. Qin Sen conjured a spell to move the stone aside. At that moment, Su Luo retrieved a garment from her storage bag and draped it over Xiao Yu's face, shielding her from view. Qin San, puzzled, inquired, "What is the matter?" "Nothing. I just fear she might catch a chill." Of course, that was not entirely the case. It was primarily because upon exiting, they would encounter Lin Xian. Such misconduct as cheating should be borne alone. Given her earlier performance, Xiao Yu undoubtedly possessed the qualification to enter the Seven-Star Sword Sect. Within, she must not endure the disdain that befell Su Luo. Indeed, as they emerged from the exit, Lin Xian was nearby, and he was the only one present. Upon raising his head, he caught sight of Su Luo and her companions. From Lin Xian's perspective, it appeared that Su Luo was carrying something, though he could not ascertain whether it was a person or some other object. With a smile, Qin San menacingly remarked, "Little brother, you did not see anything, understood?" His foot was poised above Lin Xian's head. Should he utter a word of recognition, he would be sent sprawling. In such a case, Lin Xian would be eliminated, and there would not be enough time to ascend once more. "So what is your response?" Very well, do not waver." With that, Qin San departed. Yet he had etched himself into Lin Xian's memory. Chapter 26. A growing awareness. Upon reaching the summit, Su Luo found a considerable number of individuals already present, though their appearances were far from favorable. Some lay sprawled out, seemingly devoid of any desire to move. Engaging in a brief respite with Xiao Yu was unnecessary, for there was little to occupy themselves with. In stark contrast, Li Si was the first to ascend. After merely a moment's rest, she delved into her cultivation, a testament to her remarkable vitality. However, sensing something unusual, Li Si concluded her practice and, upon opening her eyes, beheld Su Luo's arrival. What perplexed her was the sight of Su Luo carrying a small girl, draped in her own clothing. In an instant, her focus on cultivation dissipated. "Thank you for your efforts," Li Si offered as she passed some water. "How do you feel? Was the climb arduous? Did you encounter any difficulties?" Li Si spoke at length, yet the essence of her inquiry lay in one pressing question. Who was the girl? The tone in which she posed this question was markedly different from her earlier lightheartedness, imbued with a noticeable gravity. "She is a fellow villager. I brought her along after witnessing her breakthrough along the way." "Oh," Li Si exhaled in relief. "Is it that you were particularly concerned?" "Not at all. Just a casual inquiry." "All right then, you should step back. Everyone else is watching you." "Understood. I shall withdraw." Li Si was aware that Su Luo was on the verge of being exposed for her deceit, and to avoid complicating matters for her, she played along. "But do you truly not wish to retain my presence? Be on your way." Despite their prior estrangement, it did not hinder Su Luo from instinctively distancing herself from Li Si. This aligns seamlessly with the narrative, allowing one to avoid the guise of flattery. How delightful it is. Li Si cast a mournful glance at Su Luo before obediently departing. Little Yu opened her eyes. Having successfully advanced to the latter stages of qi cultivation, feeling an unparalleled sense of well-being. Yet, she disregarded her physical sensations, fervently searching for Su Luo. Upon spotting him, her heart swelled with genuine joy as she moved beside him, content to remain in his presence. "I succeeded, thank you." "You ought to thank yourself. I did nothing," he replied. "No, thank you," Little Yu insisted, certain that without Su Luo, she would not have attained such enlightenment. "If you wish to thank me, please keep your distance. It's not that I dislike you, but I have my own plans." "Understood." Su Luo felt that was sufficient. After all, there were many around, and maintaining some distance was preferable. Those who had not ascended were eliminated, and now approximately 1,000 remained, with more than half having been ousted. Yet, those who remained were candidates of considerable talent. Without any forewarning or indication, Elder Yin Shi waved his hand, and a scroll soared into the sky. The scroll unfurled, releasing an incessant stream of words, a chaotic amalgamation spinning aimlessly in the air. These words lacked coherence. Even if they formed phrases, their meaning was inscrutable, leaving an air of profound complexity. The candidates were instantly captivated by the text, unwittingly drifting into a trance, their gazes fixed upon the ethereal script. However, it wasn't long before some snapped out of their reverie, bewilderedly observing the other entranced candidates as they aimlessly surveyed their surroundings in confusion. However, in the next moment, this awakened candidate was ushered out by Qin San, who announced their elimination. These words possess a mysterious charm. Gazing upon them can inadvertently lead one astray, as if one is on the path of enlightenment. It can even provoke a peculiar itch in the head, reminiscent of a burgeoning intellect. Those with insufficient comprehension may grasp little before awakening to reality. Thus, the later one awakens, the greater their understanding. Yet, the average individual's insight rarely reaches great heights. Gradually, more individuals regained consciousness, only to be escorted out. Su Luo also awakened appropriately, and Qin San, turning away as if he had not seen her, shielded the gazes of others from the sect. Nevertheless, some did notice, and it was a candidate who had been eliminated. Alas, did that person truly awaken? Indeed. I saw him move and glance around. Su Luo immediately feigned a state of enlightenment. A quarter of an hour passed, and after several hundred had been eliminated, only those deemed qualified remained, awaiting the moment of their own understanding. The process was rather tedious, especially for those who had been eliminated yet wished to observe the remaining candidates, who began speculating on who might endure until the end. Initially, Li Si was the most anticipated, given her remarkable performance during the ascent of the Rift Valley. However, regrettably, she awakened in the third-to-last position. Li Si felt a pang of disappointment. Although she knew Lin Xian would likely prevail, there lingered a sense of reluctance. Wait, isn't she someone notable? Indeed. Still engaged in contemplation, alongside Lin Xian, there was also Xiaoyu. Li Si found herself puzzled. This fellow townsman, Su Luo, had not been mentioned in her diary. Had he been overlooked? That seemed unlikely, as he meticulously chronicled details, never failing to include significant figures. How suspicious it is. Li Si has become increasingly concerned. They are extraordinary, having broken records, haven't they? Not yet, but it is imminent. I truly did not anticipate that this assessment would feature so many outstanding individuals. Indeed, I have comprehended for an hour, which is already remarkable, yet I did not foresee that there would be even more formidable contenders. It must be 3 hours by now. The crux of the matter is that girl, the youngest, with an incalculable future. Just then, Lin Xin awakened, feeling as though he had grasped something, yet simultaneously as though he had grasped nothing at all. Nevertheless, there is no doubt that he had gained much this time, albeit it had yet to manifest. At that moment, Lin Xin realized that he and Xiaoyu were surrounded by the crowd. Congratulations, you placed second in the assessment, Han Inga sweetly remarked to Lin Xin, urging him to step aside slightly. Second, Lin Xin felt a pang of regret, having believed he could achieve first place. It seems true that there is always a higher mountain. At this juncture, the center of attention was solely on Xiaoyu, and they began to speculate on when she would awaken. As they guessed, dawn broke, leaving them utterly astonished. The record was surely broken. But could this be right? How excessive. In comparison, what have we become? Mere fools devoid of insight. Moreover, there were still no signs of Xiaoyu awakening. Would the subsequent assessments even continue? Chapter 27. A single word triggers a chain attack. She shall be entrusted to me. You may continue with the assessment. An elderly man with white hair had appeared beside Xiaoyu unbeknownst to anyone. Upon seeing Elder Yanqi, the others immediately bowed respectfully, exclaiming, "Yes, sect master." The candidates gasped in astonishment. It is the sect master. To encounter the sect master of the Seven-Star Sword sect makes this journey worthwhile. Alas, why am I not that person? The sect master has personally intervened. She has already secured her place in the Seven-Star Sword sect, and I am filled with envy. It is unusual for the sect master to appear, but after a prolonged wait, noticing that the candidates had yet to enter the final assessment, he thought it should not take this long and decided to investigate. To his surprise, he encountered a candidate of remarkable aptitude. Indeed, the Seven-Star Sword sect is in dire need of such prodigies at this moment. While the sect master maintained an air of severe authority, internally he was overjoyed, almost bursting into song. However, he knew he must uphold a certain image before the candidates. Elder Yanqi rapped his cane, commanding silence, prepared to enter the final assessment. Yet, this setting was somewhat different, for there were several rocks placed around, which the candidates could utilize as targets during their performance. Of course, these rocks were special. It was exceedingly difficult for those in the Qi refinement stage to inflict any significant damage. As a yuaning expert, Elder Yanqi possessed discernment. He assessed the candidates based on the profound techniques they exhibited, reflecting on the dedication they had invested and the unique insights they had developed. Elder Yanqi would not be overly stringent. He did not intend to eliminate too many candidates, as it was evident that those who had reached this stage were already formidable in their own right, seeking to learn at the Seven-Star Sword sect. However, he also could not tolerate utter frivolity. Sloppily displaying one's skills would not only show a lack of respect for oneself, but also for Elder Yanqi, who would not hesitate to dismiss such a candidate. Thus, one by one, the candidates began to showcase their abilities. Some demonstrated exceptional martial arts, others displayed remarkable swordsmanship, and a few even exhibited rudimentary spells. Without exception, all inflicted mere superficial damage upon the rocks, though imbued with a sense of naivety. One can discern the diligent efforts they have exerted. However, this equilibrium among the participants was profoundly disrupted upon the entrance of Li Siyu. Upon her arrival, she executed a singular technique from the Qi flow swordplay, known as the wind disruption strike, amplifying her sword energy and unleashing it with precision. With but a single strike, she cleaved a hefty boulder asunder, leaving the other candidates utterly astounded. Those who had previously strained every sinew to inflict even the slightest damage upon the rock found themselves utterly eclipsed by her prowess. While they recognized her exceptional skill, the disparity was undeniably staggering. In that moment, the candidates found their perceptions irrevocably altered, realizing that their contemporaries could indeed achieve such extraordinary feats. Next came Lin Xian, who remained unfazed by Li Siyu's display. He harbored unwavering confidence in his own abilities, believing that, given a modicum of time, surpassing Li Siyu would pose no challenge, a belief instilled in him by Yen Lao. He initiated his technique, the Eight Extremities Great Collapse. With a singular punch, he left an indelible imprint upon the rock. As Lin Xian turned to depart, the spectacle was not yet concluded. Ominous sounds emanated from behind the boulder, accompanied by the dislodging of several fragments. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. Having inflicted damage upon the rock was one thing, but now that force had penetrated through to the rear. Such power was indeed terrifying. Though Lin Xian's impact may not have rivaled the shock of Li Xiyu, his strike was one that none among the gathered candidates dared to confront. As the assessment continued, no other candidates emerged with particularly remarkable displays. It appeared that the foremost contenders were undoubtedly Li Xiyu and Lin Xian. Finally, it was Su Luo's turn. She approached the stage with an air of tranquility, brandishing a resplendent sword imbued with the essence of monetary prowess. The other candidates looked on with anticipation, eager to witness what extraordinary feats Su Luo might unveil. Amidst the anticipation of the crowd, Su Luo thrusts forward with a swift motion, bringing the demonstration to a close. Elder Yinshi nods in approval. It is sufficient. A candidate questions, "Am I blind? What was remarkable about that sword strike?" Another concurs, "Indeed, I failed to see anything extraordinary. It was merely an ordinary thrust. Why should he pass? I could perform such a strike at the age of 5. Do you doubt Elder Yinshi?" I did not say that, though not explicitly stated. The candidates harbored doubts, and even those who had been eliminated found it difficult to accept. Elder Yinshi felt compelled to clarify. Your inability to perceive the distinction arises from your youth and insufficient cultivation. That seemingly simple thrust encapsulated an intricate transformation, the secrets of which are sufficient to earn him entry into the Seven Stars Sword sect. Clearly, this rationale seemed tenuous and failed to convince the crowd. But his next statement swayed them. Should anyone remain unconvinced, let them defeat me first before questioning my judgment. Once Elder Yinshi uttered this, the candidates refrained from further challenge. After all, he possessed the cultivation of the nascent soul, an attainment that many might never reach in their lifetime, let alone triumph over Elder Yinshi. Observing the candidates quieting, Elder Yinshi nodded once more. Thus concludes the sect entrance examination. There will be further arrangements. Do not be disheartened if you have been eliminated. The journey ahead is long, and the potential for your future achievements is unpredictable. Therefore, do not forget the purpose of your cultivation. Strive towards it. Not gaining admission to the Seven Stars Sword sect does not preclude your path of cultivation. Even outside the sect, there will be places where you can shine. Even if the truth, as Elder Yinshi stated, is that one can cultivate without entering the Seven Stars Sword sect. It has always been a place they have yearned for since childhood. It is over. My spring is over. Without gaining entry into the Seven Stars Sword sect. How am I to explain this to my family? How infuriating. The assessments for the Seven Stars Sword sect are becoming increasingly arduous. Upon hearing this, Su Luo triggered a chain reaction. The assessments are becoming more difficult? Where is the difficulty? It has been this level of challenge for many years. So do not speak with your eyes wide open and utter falsehoods. The Seven Stars Sword sect is indeed formidable. Moreover, the Seven Stars Sword sect is not a place that just anyone can enter. I have witnessed these assessments for years. It has always been this level of difficulty. So where is the challenge? Sigh. Sometimes one must reflect on their own shortcomings. After all these years, have you truly improved your cultivation? Have you dedicated yourself to your training? You speak of difficulty, yet it is your own lack of effort that is to blame. You wish to cast blame on the Seven Stars Sword sect. It drives me to the brink of madness. Su Luo shook her head and sighed, wearing an expression of lament for the unfortunate and ire for the unyielding, yet occasionally revealing the smile of a victor, brimming with sarcasm. The eliminated candidates were quite indignant. How could they be accused of lacking effort when they had devoted themselves wholeheartedly to this assessment? Yet, in the end, they remained silent, fearing to offend the Seven Stars Sword sect, especially since Su Luo was already one of them, worried about potential retribution in the future. Humph, such eloquent words. Yet some dare to speak thus while relying on deceit. They have no shame. Chapter 28. I did not cheat, all right? I merely acted out. Who are you accusing? It was not me. Su Luo reacted defensively. It is you I speak of. Initially, I intended to remain silent, but your previous remarks were utterly excessive. Who does not strive for excellence? You are the least diligent among us. Lin Xian stepped forward, locking eyes with Su Luo. Do not speak recklessly. I know nothing of cheating. As for everything else, while I cannot speak to that, I personally witnessed you emerge from the cave during the ascent of the cracked valley. Your attire pristine and unblemished. It is likely you traversed certain pathways to ascend so effortlessly. I did not do that. You are making unfounded accusations. Furthermore, regarding that previous thrust, I am certain it was merely a standard move. If you doubt me, inquire with the other members of the Seven Stars Sword sect and see if their opinions diverge. Lin Xian had specifically consulted Elder Yin, and the assessment remained that it was an ordinary strike. However, the other members of the Seven-Star Sword sect remained silent. Although they too believed it to be a standard move, the elder had spoken, and now to speak out would be foolish. At this moment, some began to realize the implications. So, it seems that during the moment of enlightenment, I witnessed him awaken yet was not expelled. It turns out that too was an act of deceit. Indeed, he spoke so eloquently, yet it is apparent he lacks true prowess and resorts to barking like a dog. Su Luo, infuriated and embarrassed, retorted, "What do you mean? Even if I did cheat, I successfully passed the assessment of the Seven-Star Sword sect, which is an accomplishment greater than yours." This assertion irked me profoundly. Shall we compare abilities? Indeed, do you dare to be more forthright? In an instant, the crowd began to denounce Su Luo, though internally, they remained unperturbed. He openly admitted it? How shameless. No, do not restrain me. I must confront him. Who is stopping you? Count me in. As the candidates teetered on the brink of a breakdown, Elder Yinchi's voice resonated, compelling them to regain their composure. Enough. The assessment has concluded. Those who are to leave may do so. Those who remain should refrain from courting trouble. Lin Xian, regarding the matter of the rift, your solitary account is insufficient as evidence. Even if Su Luo claims to have cheated, it could merely be said in a fit of anger. In any case, Su Luo has passed the assessment and is now a disciple of the Seven-Star Sword sect. Elder Yinchi's words veered into absurdity, yet his formidable strength silenced any dissent. Save for Lin Xian. Undeterred by Elder Yinchi's imposing gaze, Lin Xian boldly retorted, "What about that thrust just now? Are you questioning me? I assert that your vision is flawed." The other candidates gazed at Lin Xian in disbelief. Who was this individual daring to confront a yuaning expert? Truly, he was a paragon for our generation. We shall remember to honor you in the coming year. Elder Yinchi fixed his gaze upon Lin Xian, the weight of his yuaning power causing Lin Xian to kneel. Yet, Lin Xian gritted his teeth, mustering all his strength to meet Elder Yinchi's eyes, showing no inclination to retreat. Though Elder Yinchi typically refrained from bullying, his anger flared, and he raised his hand, prepared to press Lin Xian's head into the ground, creating a small crater. At that moment, Lin Xian faced no mortal peril. After all, the Seven-Star Sword sect was a prestigious and righteous faction, not one to kill indiscriminately. Now, let this matter conclude here. Suddenly, another elder, Elder Xianing, arrived, placing a hand on Elder Yinchi's shoulder and alleviating the pressure surrounding Lin Xian. I have come to understand the sequence of events. However, Su Luo's passage is indisputable. A decision made by the Seven-Star Sword sect. Dismissed. Anyone who continues to debate this matter shall take their leave. With another elder speaking up, the contention dissipated further. No matter what Lin Xian might say, he could not impede the consensus. He resolved silently to strengthen himself, for only through power would he earn the right to voice his opinions. Consequently, from that moment forth, no one approached Su Luo, their gazes tinged with an unmistakable disdain. Unperturbed, Su Luo found solace in solitude, seeking out a tranquil spot to continue composing her unfinished diary entries. Ah, splendid performance. My standing within the sect is now solidified, albeit as a disciple. This, however, is of little consequence. The forthcoming events are paramount. Upon the conclusion of this respite, a formidable figure shall grace us with her presence, the true master, or rather, the pinnacle of combat prowess, Nangong Shiyun. It is common knowledge that there are 5 heavenly kings. Consequently, the 7 peaks masters of the Seven-Star Sword sect total 8. This 8th, none other than Nangong Shiyun, has been granted her own peak due to her unparalleled strength, surpassing all others. This is no exaggeration. Such is the nature of her standing, a veritable pillar of support. And Lin Xian's future mentor. The sect leader issued her an ultimatum should she continue to languish in idleness. The Union Peak would be expelled from the Seven-Star Sword sect. Naturally, Nangong Shiyun is reluctant, for this is the place of her upbringing, and here, the leisure is quite agreeable. Under duress, she descended the mountain in pursuit of a disciple. During this inaugural sect examination, Nangong Shiyun possessed the prerogative to select a disciple, a privilege unchallenged by others, thereby attesting to her esteemed status and prowess within the sect. Why did she arrive last, you inquire? What could she possibly discern after the trial's culmination? It is because her interest in acquiring a disciple was lukewarm, leading her to arrive at the last moment, intending to casually select one as a mere formality. As the examination drew to a close, the Seven-Star Sword sect Having observed a surge in the activity of the demonic beast army, embarked on a mission to subdue them, affording the candidates a preliminary glimpse of the true adversaries they would face. The demonic beast army, unlike their feral counterparts, does not solely rely on instinct. They harbor animosity towards humans, viewing them as their ultimate foe. Furthermore, the demonic beast army exhibits a modicum of intelligence, albeit rudimentary. Nangong Shiyun contemplated choosing a disciple amidst the conflict against the demonic beast army. Eschewing her true visage, she disguised herself as an ordinary 7 Stars Sword Sect disciple, remaining inconspicuous throughout the proceedings, devoid of any distinguishing features. Yet, identifying her was remarkably facile, as she was the sole individual bearing a token at her waist. During the subjugation of the demonic beast army, Nangong Shiyun, deeming Lin Xian's performance satisfactory, selected him as her disciple. As for Lin Xian's exploits, an unforeseen incident transpired. For where a protagonist treads, the unexpected is inevitable. On the surface, it appeared that the 7-Star Sword Sect was engaged in the extermination of a horde of demonic beasts. However, this particular army was unlike any other, for the fierce bear demons were masquerading as pig demons. The combat prowess of these two races is not on the same scale, with an ordinary fierce bear demon being 3 to 5 times stronger than a typical pig demon. The reason for this masquerade is that the demonic horde was luring their prey, pretending to be harmless while hunting the unsuspecting. They managed to ensnare the 7-Star Sword Sect, a formidable target, for the demonic beasts did not harbor fear of such a powerful sect. Rather, they were exhilarated by the prospect of slaying formidable human foes. Had it not been for Nangong Shiyun's presence, our group would have undoubtedly fallen here. Even with 2 elders present, survival would have been improbable, as the opposing beasts also boasted formidable warriors. During this tumult, Lin Xian sensed an anomaly and alerted the other candidates, warning them of the formidable nature of these demonic entities. His timely warning instilled a sense of vigilance among the others. Otherwise, they would have foolishly charged in, only to be slaughtered like the unsuspecting pigs they resembled. Amidst the chaos, Lin Xian exhibited an extraordinary talent for combat. While others floundered in confusion, he immediately took charge and directed the group. Under his guidance, the surrounding candidates formed an effective defense, ensuring that even against formidable foes, they would not be swiftly eliminated. By holding their ground, they could await reinforcements from the 7-Star Sword Sect. Moreover, he did not merely assume the role of a commander. On numerous occasions, he seized the opportune moment to inflict significant damage upon the demonic beasts, thereby greatly alleviating the pressure on his fellow candidates. In comparison to other candidates, Lin Xian is undeniably striking, capable of assisting others while also excelling on his own. His versatility is truly remarkable. As for me, I find myself cowering within the defensive circle formed by Lin Xian and his companions, trembling in the corner, which is quite amusing. My performance remains consistently stable. As long as the protagonist is present, my status gradually diminishes, and once the protagonist departs, I am once again bolstered, only to be reaped by a stronger protagonist. Such is the irony of being a villain. Ha ha ha. Indeed. Of course, she too will masquerade as an inconspicuous figure, for it would be unwise to blend into the crowd without such a guise. This time, she will only reveal her prowess in moments of crisis, a somewhat nefarious tactic. Wait a moment. It seems I am also playing the part of the fool, so perhaps it is of no consequence. When Lin Xian has performed sufficiently, and Elder Yanxi nears his limit, Nangong Shiyun swiftly resolves the matter with a single stroke of her sword. Indeed, it is as simple as that. While others engage in fierce combat, she effortlessly concludes the conflict, such is the power of her strength. Consequently, the subsequent events serve to introduce Nangong Shiyun, thereby providing Lin Xian with a master of unparalleled caliber. In an instant, even the previously formidable elder Yanxi must adopt a more courteous demeanor in the presence of Lin Xian. This scene incites envy among onlookers. As for me, I find myself facing retribution, accused of merely hiding behind others, utterly useless. At this juncture, my treatment starkly contrasts with Lin Xian's brilliance, representing 2 extremes. Thus, my resentment towards Lin Xian has intensified, and I find myself with yet another reason to confront him as a villain. After completing her diary, Su Luo reclined comfortably. Indeed, it was he who had gained entry through deceit. Such a disgrace to the cultivator's reputation, I hold him in contempt. Should the opportunity arise, I shall personally teach him a lesson, for I cannot abide his presence. Su Luo remained unfazed by the whispers of her ill repute circulating among those nearby. For she had secured her rewards. Diary completed. Reward, Constitution 3, Strength 4. Special ability upgrade. My pain exceeds yours. When attacked, 30 of the damage received can be transferred to a designated individual. Upon reviewing her rewards, Su Luo could not suppress her laughter. Look, he is laughing, they murmured. What does this mean? The eliminated one dares to laugh at us. Now he mocks our qualifications? How dare he? I can hardly contain my frustration. But don't forget Elder Yanxi. Once we enter the sect, opportunities will abound. Moments later, Li Siyu approached Su Luo, beaming with a smile. Su Luo, puzzled, inquired. What is it? Have you lost your senses? You are the one who has lost your senses. How does it feel to be scorned? Not at all. I am completely indifferent to their opinions. Indeed, your mindset has improved significantly. Li Siyu had learned from the diary that Su Luo was merely pursuing her so-called narrative, unbothered by anything else. What nonsense, my mindset has always been splendid. Is that so? You used to be quite irritable. You also never initiated conversations with me before. Well, you did save me. Li Siyu spoke of the incident involving Hong Guang, noting that while Su Luo had donned various disguises, only during that occasion did she reveal her true self. Upon hearing this, I couldn't help but feel a sense of disbelief. Was that day's occurrence orchestrated by you? Su Luo, however, merely jested, not genuinely suspecting that Li Siyu had any part in it, as it was merely a plot device. The mystery remained as to why Lin Xian was absent, while Hong Guang met his own demise through reckless actions. Indeed, it was I who orchestrated it. Faced with Li Siyu's playful demeanor, Su Luo's skepticism intensified. You have never been one to deceive. What is so wrong with lying? Recently, I have found a peculiar satisfaction in it. Lying. Su Luo pondered this notion, realizing that she too often twisted the truth for the sake of the narrative. Thus, it seemed inconsequential. Is it truly wrong to lie? Li Siyu appeared to discern Su Luo's inner conflict. Yet, how could Su Luo confess her true feelings? No. Lying can be quite delightful. While Su Luo conversed with Li Siyu, other candidates who had been observing her looked utterly aghast. Why on earth would the most outstanding candidate, Li Siyu, engage in conversation with Su Luo, and to share laughter? What could possibly be the nature of their relationship? I ground my teeth in frustration. Surely Li Siyu must be aware of Su Luo's deceit. It is inconceivable that such a clever individual would be oblivious. Yet why? Which of us here does not surpass Su Luo in talent? Lin Xian, too, witnessed the exchange and overheard the surrounding murmurs. In his heart, Lin Xian reaffirmed a certain conviction. The relationship between Li Siyu and Su Luo was undoubtedly complex. Even though Su Luo was scorned by others, Li Siyu remained utterly indifferent. Yet, Lin Xian pondered, what could possibly be so admirable about Su Luo? Elder Yin held him in high regard, but in Lin Xian's memory, Su Luo possessed no notable merits. His reputation in Xiaofeng City was rather unsavory, and his cultivation was mediocre. Perhaps he had some hidden talents, but they would be minimal, and Lin Xian believed he could easily triumph over him. Furthermore, just moments ago, Su Luo had resorted to deceit to gain entry into the Seven-Star Sword sect, mocking others in the process. On what grounds did he presume such arrogance? Lin Xian held a particular disdain for individuals like Su Luo. However, it baffled him that someone as gifted as Li Siyu would be so intimately close to Su Luo. Was there a profound connection? Yet, as far as Lin Xian knew, prior to Su Luo's engagement being annulled, Li Siyu had harbored a strong dislike for him. Where was the affection in that? Women were indeed perplexing. Lin Xian decided to set aside these thoughts. He was certain that he and someone like Su Luo would never forge a friendship. After a brief period of rest, it was time to embark on their journey. Amidst the crowd, an ordinary individual had unknowingly joined them, a token hanging from his waist. Chapter 29, Playing the Fool to Catch the Tiger initially. Only Elder Yanxi led the group, but due to Lin Xian's slight provocation of Elder Yanxi, Elder Xianing was added to the entourage. Nevertheless, this did not alter the fact that Elder Yanxi remained the primary leader. Before long, Elder Yanxi guided the assembly to a grand mountain. Although they were aware of the beast horde lurking within, there was no rush to confront them directly. Since they had arrived, it would be prudent to allow the newcomers some opportunity to hone their skills against wild beasts, while also providing the sect members a chance to warm up. Throughout this process, the astute newcomers strive to showcase their talents. A beast has appeared, prompting a race to see who possesses the swiftness of hand to seize the moment first. Upon entering the sect, not everyone is endowed with the same resources. It is a test of one's own merit and resolve. Yet, some individuals exhibit a remarkable nonchalance. Su Luo, for instance, ambles about as if on a leisurely stroll, paying no heed to the monstrous creatures. Then there is Li Siyu, who inadvertently finds herself in the company of an ordinary disciple within the sect, engaging in casual conversation. She generously shares her small snacks, displaying a blend of politeness and a certain familiarity with the disciple. This leaves Su Luo perplexed. After all, Li Siyu has been striving to make an impression within the narrative. What has changed? Has she truly discerned the significance of this prominent figure with such keen insight? A thought strikes Su Luo. Li Siyu once mentioned experiencing dreams that revealed certain images. Could it be that she possesses knowledge of Nangong Shiyun? If that is the case, then her actions make sense. Were it not for her ambition to play the antagonist, Su Luo would have sought to befriend Nangong Shiyun as well. Regrettably, she must rely solely on her own abilities. Nangong Shiyun, too, finds the situation curious. Despite her seemingly ordinary appearance, why would anyone initiate conversation with her? She has heard whispers that Li Siyu is among the most talented in this assessment. Why, then, is she not out slaying beasts to prove herself, but rather choosing to chat with her? Could it be that she has seen through her facade? That seems unlikely. Moreover, what is the meaning of the loading diary message that has appeared before her? Indeed, since arriving here, she has been confronted with a singular interface visible only to herself, while others remain oblivious to its presence. It displays the phrase loading diary, which she can freely toggle, yet its purpose eludes her. Curiosity piqued. She wonders who could have cast such a spell upon her. Although she harbors suspicions about Li Siyu, a glance at her prowess leads her to dismiss such thoughts as mere overthinking. A new interface appeared out of thin air, yet Nangong Shiyun felt no fear. She possessed unwavering confidence in her abilities, having not tasted defeat in quite some time, and was somewhat bored. All right, ahead lies the army of pig demons. Prepare yourselves to catch them off guard. Qin San addressed the members of the sect, both seasoned and novices alike. Upon his words, everyone entered a state of readiness, weapons in hand, enhancing their spells accordingly. Before long, they encountered the horde of monstrous beasts. Upon sighting the throngs of pig demons, before anyone could charge forward, Li Siyu unleashed a powerful wave of sword energy, a demonstration of her utmost strength, sharper than anything previously witnessed. This strike, even the seasoned members of the sect might struggle to withstand. The other novices were left in awe. Was such prowess truly the standard for their peers? They had assumed Li Siyu had little interest in combat, yet her first strike filled the newcomers with despair. Simultaneously, Li Siyu shouted a warning, "Be cautious. They are not ordinary." At that moment, Lin Xian, equally grave, added, "They are formidable. Do not act recklessly." Their warnings coincided perfectly. In the midst of their conversation, Li Siyu's sword energy had already struck the mass of pig demons. However, instead of being cleaved in two, several of the creatures remained standing, merely sustaining superficial wounds. To their astonishment, beneath their skin, there was yet another layer. The pig demons shed their disguises, revealing their true forms as fierce bear demons, their bodies cloaked in darkness. Towering at 2 meters high, exuding an aura of raw power, they charged forward, creating a tremor that resonated through the ground. As they beheld the striking scene before them, the newcomers were utterly terrified, drenched in cold sweat. Yet, amidst their fear, a sense of relief washed over them. It was indeed a close call. Had it not been for the timely warnings from Li Si and Lin Xian, they would have recklessly charged in. Previously, the demonic beasts had seemed trivial to the newcomers, and they had assumed the pig demon would be no different, unaware that they were being lured into a trap. Confronted by a horde of fierce bear demons, the situation was far beyond what the clan members and newcomers could handle. Elder Yinshi acted decisively, but a particularly formidable bear demon leapt forth, directly intercepting him. Elder Xianying swiftly responded, intervening to assist Elder Yinshi. However, in just a brief encounter, both elders were sent flying. In their initial contact, the two elders suffered a setback. The formidable bear demon was none other than the Bear Demon King, leading his kin deep into human territory with the intent to slay more humans. This time, it appeared he was reaping considerable rewards. A sinister smile crept across the Bear Demon King's face, enhancing his already fearsome appearance. Understanding the gravity of the situation, both Elder Yinshi and Elder Xianying recognized the terrifying power of the Bear Demon King. Thus, they resolved not to hold back, with no opportunity for probing. Elder Yinshi leapt into the air, sweeping his hand, unleashing a torrent of flames that engulfed the sky. Elder Xianying suddenly multiplied, launching an assault on the Bear Demon King. Unfazed, the Bear Demon King confronted them head-on, his fists clashing against Elder Xianying's four hands without faltering, growing increasingly adept in his strikes. The Bear Demon King's fists not only bore immense strength, but also unmatched speed, and Elder Xianying found himself reeling from several powerful blows. Elder Yinshi's flames were meticulously arranged, encircling the fierce Bear Demon King. Elder Xianying left a doppelganger to entangle the fierce Bear Demon King, while his true self extricated from the fiery confinement. Gather. With Elder Yinshi's commanding voice, the flames rapidly contracted towards the fierce Bear Demon King. The terrifying heat escalated, and in an instant, Elder Xianying's doppelganger vanished, leaving the fierce Bear Demon King to absorb the full brunt of the spell. Was it over? Most likely not. Elder Yinshi sensed the formidable power of the fierce Bear Demon King. This strike would not claim his life. Suddenly, a hand emerged from the flames, tearing through the fiery barrier. Truly remarkable, the terrifying human race had singed away my fur. The fierce Bear Demon King appeared largely unscathed, with only his fur charred. Elder Yinshi's expression grew grave once more. That previous technique was his ultimate move, and it had proven ineffective. The situation was becoming dire. The fierce Bear Demon King, indifferent to Elder Yinshi's predicament, was solely intent on annihilating humanity or meeting his own demise at their hands. He charged once again towards the two elders, his fists swelling to twice their size, as he deemed it necessary to exert some strength against them. In the skies, a battle of the strong raged on, while below, a contest of fledgling warriors unfolded. The disciples and newcomers within the sect had no time to marvel at the conflict of the nascent soul realm, for the fierce bear demon was already upon them. The sect's disciples could still engage the fierce bear demon, yet they found themselves at a disadvantage. As not all among them were prodigies, their strengths varied widely. The newcomers fared even worse, with some unable to withstand even 3 blows. Lin Xian promptly made a decisive command, instructing them to establish an effective defense. Su Luo, adhering to the unfolding narrative, crouched down within the protective circle, trembling in fear. At that moment, standing arrogantly in the center would likely result in being the first to be kicked out. Thus, you crouch in fear, hoping that others might hesitate to strike. Li Xiyu, however, valiantly fights alone. She recognizes her lack of expertise in commanding others and refrains from meddling unnecessarily. Focusing on her own abilities suffices. Chapter 30. A sword-swift victory. What more is there to say? Su Luo was taken aback. Why hadn't Li Xiyu formed a defensive circle with Lin Xian? Surely, she could not manage alone. In truth, Su Luo underestimated Li Xiyu, perhaps still holding onto outdated perceptions of her capabilities. The present Li Xiyu was significantly stronger than before, and even when faced with several fierce bear demons, she did not falter. Only then did Su Luo feel reassured, especially upon noticing Nangong Xiyun nearby. With her presence, the situation was secure. Nangong Xiyun was indeed discreetly safeguarding everyone, quietly diminishing the strength of the fierce bear demons and rescuing the members of the 7-Star Sword sect. For someone of her caliber, acting unnoticed was effortless. I cannot hold on much longer. Yet even if I cannot endure, I refuse to perish here. Lin Xian, what should we do? Hold your ground. Await the arrival of our sect's reinforcements. The sect members echoed his sentiments, wishing for the same assistance. The sheer number of fierce bear demons was overwhelming. Had they faced mere pig demons, such numbers would pose no challenge. Unexpectedly, they found themselves masquerading as prey rather than hunters. The 7-Star Sword sect faced a complete rout. Yet, with Nangong Xiyan present, the risk of fatalities was mitigated. Such is the prowess of a true master in controlling the battlefield. The ground trembled violently, yet the battle above had already reached its conclusion. The fierce bear demon king gripped the necks of Elder Xianying and Elder Yanxi with one hand each. At that moment, the two elders had lost the formidable countenance they once possessed. Their faces had turned pale, blood oozing from their lips, and despite their struggles, they found themselves utterly powerless, ensnared in a relentless grip. Noticing that Elder Yanxi was attempting to speak, the demon king, with an air of arrogance, loosened his hold just enough to allow a few words. What? A final farewell? Allow me to indulge you, he sneered, fully intending to extinguish the lives of these two human powerhouses like one would crush an insignificant insect once they had finished their utterances. Yet, to his surprise, Elder Yanxi displayed no sign of fear, nor did he exhibit even a trace of concern for his impending demise. Nangong Shiyun, if you do not intervene now, prepare to honor me and Elder Xianing posthumously. At that instant, the fierce bear demon king sensed an unsettling shift. However, he was afforded no opportunity to voice his apprehensions or to strike. In an instant, he was cleaved in two at the waist, and his head was severed from his body. No amount of vitality could sustain him in such a state. Moreover, Nangong Shiyun's strike was imbued with absolute lethality. Even the most robust life force would prove inadequate to withstand such an assault. Simultaneously, the other fierce bear demons also succumbed, their life forces extinguished. This spectacle unfolded too abruptly for anyone to comprehend. What has transpired? What just occurred? I have no idea. Who is she? She is even more formidable than the two elders. In the heavens above, another powerful figure emerged, treading upon the air with an appearance that was strikingly unremarkable, clad in ordinary garments, bearing an unassuming visage, and wielding an equally mundane sword. The newcomers were not the only ones left in bewilderment. Even those within the sect were taken aback, utterly failing to recognize the woman who had so effortlessly vanquished the fierce bear demons with a single stroke. Elder Xianing removed the hand of the fierce bear demon king and took a while to recover, jokingly remarking, "Cough, you have gone too far. Do you wish to see this old skeleton dismantled?" "No, I merely have faith in you," came the reply. "You have grown stronger. Is that so?" "I don't feel any different." Indeed, Nangong Shiyun felt no change. After all, she had always been formidable. It's fine. For them, it was a valuable experience. "Do not underestimate the demon beasts," Nangong Shiyun said nonchalantly. Indeed, Elder Xianing agreed, refraining from saying more, as he himself had nearly met with disaster. Had it not been for Nangong Shiyun's presence, he might have fallen here. Reflecting on it now, it truly was a close call. On the way back, the newcomers remained somewhat shaken, yet soon found themselves captivated by a new topic. Elder Xianing inquired of Nangong Shiyun, "So, have you found any suitable disciples?" "You know, the sect master has issued you a final ultimatum. Why not simply find one or two here? After all, you seldom venture away from the cloud-entering peak." Upon hearing this, the newcomers' eyes widened in astonishment. Although they had not clearly seen the previous sword strike, they had witnessed its outcome. The simultaneous defeat of all the fierce bear demons was simply incomprehensibly powerful. Having such a master meant that merely becoming her disciple would place one far ahead of others. With her guidance and cultivation, one would undoubtedly soar to great heights. Even if one's innate talent were lacking, the disparity in training could be bridged with a simple plea: "A little help, esteemed master." And that would nearly resolve the issue. Facing the eager gazes of the crowd, Nangong Shiyun casually pointed, just her and him. Nangong Shiyun pointed towards Li Siyu and Lin Xian. Su Luo was bewildered. How could it be that Li Siyu had truly succeeded? Was it merely through casual conversation over snacks? This seemed utterly absurd. In the original narrative, Li Siyu's master was the leader of another peak, yet unexpectedly, she had been taken under the wing of Nangong Shiyun. Surely, this wouldn't pose too great an issue. Thus, Li Siyu and Lin Xian were led away by Nangong Shiyun to enter Yinfeng, leaving the remaining newcomers to be guided by their senior brothers and sisters into the Qixing sword sect for a brief orientation regarding its layout, followed by the allocation of their accommodations. Afterward, a small celebration, commonly known as the welcome party for newcomers, took place. The event primarily consisted of delightful food and drink, along with performances by the senior members, showcasing skills such as sword techniques, martial arts, formations, alchemy, and crafting, which opened the eyes of these newcomers and filled them with anticipation for the future. The Qixing sword sect encompassed more than just swordsmanship. It offered a comprehensive array of disciplines. Overall, it was a joyous affair, rich in ceremonial significance. Su Luo sat at the side, partaking in the festivities, yet found herself alone. Her past transgressions had become the talk of the sect, and in this community where self-reliance was revered, her act of cheating had inevitably led to her isolation. However, at that moment, someone took a seat beside her. It was Xiaoyu. "Oh, when did you finish?" Su Luo inquired, referencing the matter of enlightenment. "I don't know. After it ended, I couldn't find you, and I felt quite anxious," Xiaoyu replied. "Stop right there. By being here, you indicate that you too have entered the Qixing sword sect, and you should maintain your distance from me." She was firm in her stance, as she was aware of the potential repercussions of public scrutiny on someone as young as Xiaoyu. "No. Then shall I leave?" "Do not. You are still young and do not comprehend many things, but maintaining a distance from me is wise. Trust me. I trust you. Yet I do not wish to distance myself from you. Xiaoyu has even taken steps to draw closer, and what little space there was has nearly vanished. Su Luo sighed and acquiesced. Speaking of which, what transpired after your enlightenment? The sect leader accepted me as a personal disciple. I apologize for intruding. It is beyond my reach. Su Luo ultimately decided to part ways with her, for while Xiaoyu was not a pivotal character in the narrative, her status as the sect leader's direct disciple rendered their companionship inappropriate. Su Luo hastily indulged in a few more delectable morsels before swiftly departing. Xiaoyu, mimicking her, also savored a few bites and took some treats with her, closely trailing Su Luo. It would have been simple for Su Luo to shake off Xiaoyu, but one cannot evade fate indefinitely, especially since she was the sect leader's direct disciple, making it all too easy for her to seek out Su Luo. With no alternative, Su Luo resigned herself to strolling alongside Xiaoyu, sampling food and engaging in light conversation as one might with a child. When the time felt right, she feigned fatigue as an excuse to send her away. Presently, her storyline was manageable. But if darkness were to encroach upon the future, and she remained so close to Xiaoyu, she feared the sect leader's wrath. Chapter 31. Writing in a diary to grow stronger. The following day, the newcomers commenced their training at the 7 Stars Sword Sect. The first task was to select their path of cultivation, followed by seeking appropriate locations to learn based on their chosen path. At the apex of the 7 Stars Sword Sect was the sect leader, followed by the Elder Council and the 8 Peak Masters, with the deacons thereafter. Ultimately, there are disciples, without distinction between inner and outer sect members. The only exception is the direct disciples. One may seek knowledge in the library or listen to the explanations of senior brothers, sisters, or the Peak Master and Elders regarding cultivation. However, the Peak Master and Elders are quite occupied and provide only a few teachings throughout the year, perhaps 2 or 3 times at most. More often, it is the stewards who address the disciples' inquiries. If a disciple demonstrates exceptional prowess, they may be accepted as a direct disciple by the Peak Master or an Elder, which significantly enhances their access to cultivation resources and guidance. Thus, becoming a direct disciple is a highly competitive pursuit among many sect members. Otherwise, one is limited to the general instruction offered to multiple disciples. Nevertheless, even this one-to-many approach at the 7 Stars Sword Sect is considerably superior to what is found externally. The one-to-many format proves beneficial, albeit not tailored to individual needs. The effectiveness largely depends on one's capacity for comprehension. A high level of understanding can lead to rapid advancement in cultivation, while a lack thereof results in a sluggish progression. This scenario starkly contrasts with the decade-long detours others may face as direct disciples. The cultivation approach of the 7 Stars Sword Sect is essentially characterized by this dynamic. As for Su Luo, her reputation for cheating swiftly spread throughout the 7 Stars Sword Sect, thereby eliminating any hope of becoming a direct disciple. Yet Elder Yinshi, with remarkable kindness, assured Su Luo, "You may seek me out if you need assistance," exuding goodwill in every word. However, Su Luo, aware of the narrative, recognized that Elder Yinshi's benevolence was merely superficial, driven by ulterior motives, a matter to be addressed in due course. After expressing her gratitude to the elder, Su Luo proceeded to her residence. At this juncture, other neophytes were ascertaining the path they wished to cultivate. Some, having already made up their minds, were inquiring about which peak excelled in alchemy, which peak boasted the most dashing swordsmanship, and which peak was frequented by the most maidens. The 7 Stars Sword Sect allocated each individual a small house as accommodation. The sect was quite expansive, easily accommodating a small house for each person. Reclining in his chair, Su Luo recalled that he had yet to pen the plot. Should he fail to record it in his journal after its progression, he would forfeit the reward. He promptly rose to write. However, this time it's not cultivation that's being enhanced, but equipment. And the next venue of appearance will be the new talent tournament a month hence. Therefore, there's actually not much for me to do next. As for Lin Xian, with Nan Gongshi Yun as his esteemed master, his ascent will naturally be meteoric. Firstly, there's the introductory gift. Nan Gongshi Yun, with a mere wave of her hand, presented several high-grade pieces of equipment for Lin Xian to select from. This starting point is the terminus for others. Here, it's not merely about Lin Xian acquiring treasures, but more significantly, about leaving a favorable impression on Nan Gongshi Yun. Accepting a disciple doesn't necessarily require one to bare one's soul. So if the impression is favorable, the master will also dispense more rewards. There's nothing amiss with that. So, how does one garner Nangongshi Yun's favor? This brings us to Nangongshi Yun's predicament. She is formidable, yet she also possesses vulnerabilities, though these are not related to her cultivation, but rather to other aspects. Nangongshi Yun possesses fortune, but only to a limited extent. To put it simply, she is already affluent, but she could be even more so. Many treasures belonging to Nangongshi Yun elude her understanding. She only comprehends their superficial functions, remaining oblivious to their fundamental purposes, which leads her to deem them as worthless and pass them on to others. For instance, among the artifacts she presented to Lin Xian, there was a rain-dew sword, crafted from droplets arranged in a peculiar shape. Though it appeared strange, its material was commendable, and the craftsmanship was exquisite, rendering it a fine sword. However, its true purpose was not for combat, but rather for skincare. Indeed, the artisan who forged this weapon was inspired by his wife's passion for skincare. He sought out a rare skincare ingredient, the frost of white dew, and concealed it within the sword as a surprise for her. Alas, fate intervened, and both the artisan and his intended gift were lost, causing the sword to circulate through the realms of cultivation until it reached Nangongshi Yun. She regarded it merely as an ordinary sword, although it was indeed remarkable. It was unremarkable for someone of her stature. When faced with the treasures offered by Nangongshi Yun, the erudite elder Yin meticulously elucidated their attributes to Lin Xian, ensuring he would make informed selections. Elder Yin was familiar with the rain-dew sword, having perused the manuscript of its creator. To Elder Yan's astonishment, when Lin Xian chose the rain-dew sword, he gifted it to Nangongshi Yun. Lin Xian's reasoning was straightforward. It was evident that his master had placed the sword before him for selection, unaware of its true purpose. Rather than letting it gather dust, it is more prudent to put it to use. As Lin Xian is aware, women possess an inherent fondness for skincare. Thus, it is likely that the master would appreciate it. As for his own inability to acquire treasures, it matters little. Self-improvement is of paramount importance. Now, does Nangongshi Yun enjoy skincare? Not particularly, but it is a necessity. At this juncture, Nangongshi Yun does not reveal her true visage. Why does she conceal her identity? Because she has been disfigured. Long ago, an enemy inflicted wounds upon her, leaving her face marred with toxic scars that crisscross in a rather repulsive manner. Despite her growing strength, she remains powerless to remedy this affliction and has sought assistance from others, all to no avail. Eventually, she resigned herself to her fate and learned the art of disguise. However, this time, the skincare provided by Lin Xian came into play, effectively restoring Nangongshi Yun's appearance. Following this, she was in high spirits and rewarded Lin Xian with several treasures. Elder Yin felt a pang of frustration, thinking Lin Xian foolish for dismissing the treasures, only to find that, within a few days, he had acquired several. It baffled him. Does someone of Nangongshi Yun's stature truly require skincare? Thus, the protagonist, within the span of a single day, gained the trust of the master, serendipitously using the master's belongings to alleviate her distress. Although there is a desire to elaborate further, the recent events have been limited to this singular matter, leaving little else to recount. With no diary to pen her thoughts, Su Luo found herself at a loss for activities. Perhaps it would be best to seek a serene spot to witness the sunset, as nurturing one's soul daily remains of significant importance. Diary completed. Rewards: Speed 5, Strength 4, Cultivation level increased by 1 stage, Current cultivation, Late foundation establishment. Special ability upgraded. My suffering surpasses yours. When attacked, 40 of the damage received can be transferred to a designated individual. Su Luo was utterly enthralled by this special ability upgrade. A 40 damage reduction was exhilarating. Imagine if it reached 100 in the future. Who could possibly harm me? With a cheerful disposition, Su Luo set out in search of a higher vantage point to prepare for the sunset. Although it was still morning, there is a saying that resonates. The moment one begins work, thoughts of quitting linger. Thus, Su Luo's quest was entirely justified. Chapter 32, Apprenticeship Rian Peak. Somewhat remote in comparison to other peaks, boasted abundant resources. Gaining entry here was already half the battle won. The other peaks were teeming with people, perhaps an exaggeration, yet undeniably crowded, resulting in fierce competition. However, at Riyun Peak, there was currently only Nangongshi Yun, who had reached a bottleneck in her power and required an opportunity to break through. Consequently, she did not require resources. Prompting the question, to whom should the remaining resources be allocated? The thought of the allure of Riyun Peak was tantalizing, yet regrettably. Nangong Shiyun had only taken in Lin Xian and Li Siyu. Nangong Shiyun sat in her dwelling, fixated on the interface, noting that the progress bar had reached 90%. Of course, she was unaware of the significance of the progress bar, merely observing its presence on the loading screen. Her curiosity intensified regarding what might transpire upon its completion. At that moment, Lin Xian and Li Siyu arrived. They were summoned by Nangong Shiyun for the apprenticeship ceremony today. In truth, there was no particular ceremony. While Nangong Shiyun's master might hold it in esteem, she herself did not. Her own mentor was absent, and in this realm, her word was law. Upon the arrival of her two disciples, Nangong Shiyun dismissed the interface, as it was rather inconvenient to have it flickering before her, even if others could not perceive it. "You have arrived," she greeted. "Master," Lin Xian and Li Siyu responded in unison. Nangong Shiyun spoke casually, "Very well. It shall just be the three of us on Yunyun Peak. There is no need for excessive formality. For the next few days, you will cultivate as usual, and I shall assess your progress. Afterwards, I will impart further teachings. As for matters within the sect, refer to the books over there for guidance. I shall refrain from elaborating. Should you encounter any troubles that you cannot resolve, simply mention my name. If that fails, do not hesitate to call for me." In truth, Nangong Shiyun was not particularly inclined to take on disciples, but the demands of the sect were inescapable. Thus, she intended to expedite the necessary instructions so she could recline in peace. With little preparation, she gestured towards a selection of items before her. "Choose one as a token of my regards." "Thank you." Master, Lin Xian and Li Siyu felt no need for excessive politeness towards her. With a snap of her fingers, a multitude of dazzling items materialized before them, gleaming with an ethereal aura, their allure overwhelming. Lin Xian and the others found it difficult to keep their eyes open. Among the treasures was the Sword of Radiance, a blade of unparalleled sharpness, the Dewdrop Sword, uniquely shaped with 7 droplets interconnected, the Heavenly Dragon Water, an exquisite restorative elixir capable of swiftly revitalizing spiritual energy and healing wounds, and the Tungsha armor, offering exceptional defensive capabilities. Capable of withstanding a full-force strike from a golden core master, the illusory shadow formation disc, with a mere press of a button, allows for the swift arrangement of a labyrinthine array spanning a radius of 100 meters, rendering it nearly indestructible. Each of you may select one item. However, given your current levels of cultivation, it is unwise to overly rely on external objects. These are not particularly exceptional items. They will suffice only until you reach the golden core stage. Once your cultivation improves, I shall provide you with superior offerings. Only sufficient for the golden core stage? Is this truly the sentiment of a person? Many may never even encounter such artifacts by the time they reach that level, lamented Li Siyu, shedding tears of impoverishment. She had initially believed her resources for cultivation to be adequate, only to realize their limitations. Lin Xian, however, remained relatively unfazed, having been enlightened by Elder Yan. Thus he was not significantly astonished. "You may choose first," Lin Xian courteously insisted, allowing Li Siyu the privilege. "Thank you," she replied, promptly selecting the Dew Sword. "Are you certain about this choice? Among these items, it is perhaps the least impressive, not even comparable to the one next to it," reminded Nangong Shiyun. "It will suffice. I shall take this one," Li Siyu declared without hesitation. "As you wish." "And what of you?" Lin Xian inquired. He opted for a serpent armor, which could prove vital for survival. To him, the preservation of life held paramount importance, while offense is often deemed the best defense. Given his frequent encounters with adversaries of superior cultivation, he found that attack often led to greater vulnerabilities, and thus preferred to choose the serpent armor for its stability. Once they had made their selections, Nangong Shiyun had little further to convey. "Very well, you may now proceed with your cultivation." However, Li Siyu interjected, "Master, wait a moment. I would like to trouble you to open this sword for me." "Open it?" "Yes, I mean to split the sword in half. There are treasures within." "What treasures?" "The Frost of White Dew." "What is this Frost of White Dew?" Nangong Shiyun, despite her extensive knowledge, had never encountered it before, as the realm of cultivation is vast. Even though she had previously focused on remedies for facial restoration, this particular substance was unknown to her. It is said to possess remarkable effects on the skin, capable of healing damage and enhancing beauty. While speaking, Nangong Shiyun had already drawn her sword, effortlessly splitting it in half, a trivial feat for someone of her prowess. After all, it was merely a treasured sword. If it were to be destroyed, so be it. Upon the surface of the water, Delicate layers of the substance appeared. This was indeed the frost of white dew. Is it truly real? How do you know about it? Although surprised, Nangong Shiyun had long mastered the art of concealing her emotions. Furthermore, even if it was a skin-repairing remedy, it may not necessarily be effective for her. Master, I came across it in an ancient text, she explained. Your skin is so flawless. Do you really need this? To Nangong Shiyun. She believed the rain dew sword would be far more beneficial to Li Siyu than this frost of white dew. No, I wish to present it to you, master. Why is that? Because you gifted us with a welcoming present, yet we have nothing to offer you in return. When I laid eyes on this sword, I made my decision. Li Siyu took Nangong Shiyun's delicate hand, admiring its smoothness and fairness. To be honest, Li Siyu felt a tinge of envy. Could such exquisite hands truly wield an unparalleled sword? Although she acknowledged her master's already radiant complexion, she added, your skin is already magnificent, yet it could be even better. The book states that this frost of white dew is extraordinarily effective, potentially the finest skincare remedy in the world. Li Siyu was also boastful. Yet one could argue that her ability to heal the disfigurement that had plagued her master for many years was indeed unparalleled. Upon hearing this, Nangong Shiyun felt a tremor of uncertainty. Who would not desire to restore a ravaged visage if given the chance? However, she maintained her composure, replying, very well, I accept. Then we shall take our leave, came the response. With that, Lin Xian and Li Siyu departed. Once alone, Nangong Shiyun reverted to her original appearance. Her face marred with venomous scars that obscured her features almost entirely. Staring into the mirror, she pondered that prolonged gazes might induce nausea. As she examined her reflection, the frost-like white patches on her skin caught her attention, prompting a sigh. She was, after all, quite concerned about her appearance. She had believed herself indifferent. Yet her composure was evidently shaken. But would this truly be effective? Regaining her tranquility, she acknowledged the age-old adage, the greater the hope, the deeper the disappointment. Just as Nangong Shiyun was preparing to explore her options, a notification chimed. Ding! Diary loaded successfully. Chapter 33. Contemplations of Nangong Shiyun. Curious, she opened the interface, which had transformed into the appearance of a book, emblazoned with the words, Su Luo's serious personal diary. Who was Su Luo? Nangong Shiyun could not recall, for she seldom retained memories of those deemed inconsequential. She proceeded to open the diary, discovering only a single entry. As she read through it quietly, a rare smile graced her lips. It was rather intriguing. The content aligned closely with recent events, albeit with some notable discrepancies. Notably, the rain dew sword chosen by Li Siyu was not associated with Lin Xian. Moreover, the realization of one's own disfigurement is a rare insight possessed by only a select few. How could Su Luo possess such knowledge? Ultimately, the most crucial aspect is the diary's assertion that the Bai Lu Ji Shuang possesses the ability to heal oneself. Is it truly effective? Nangong Shiyun commenced the application of Bai Lu Ji Shuang, and if it indeed holds the power to restore her, then the credibility of this diary would be somewhat validated. The reality is that the results were remarkably evident. The toxic marks upon Nangong Shiyun's visage were visibly dissipating until they vanished completely, revealing her true appearance. Her eyes sparkled like autumn waters, her lips were lush, her teeth like jade, and her features harmoniously complemented one another, forming a visage of unparalleled beauty. Nangong Shiyun gazed at her reflection in a daze. How many years had it been since she had truly seen her own face? Tears nearly brimmed in her eyes. After a prolonged moment, she managed to compose herself and began to ponder. If it is indeed effective, what then is the significance of this diary? What motives did Su Luo have in penning it? And why present it to me? How could he possibly possess such knowledge? Prophecy? Yet, if it were prophecy, how could the characters be so fundamentally misaligned? Nangong Shiyun felt her mind was somewhat inadequate, for this was indeed beyond her comprehension. Intriguing. She resolved to investigate further. The reason being, she was rather idle. Residing on the Yunyan Peak, she found little of interest worth her engagement. Her cultivation had reached a bottleneck, requiring an opportunity rather than mere continuation. Treasure hunting outside? Unnecessary, as her collection of treasures had grown so vast that she hardly recognized them. And it would be more amusing to explore her own little vault. Now, with the rare presence of an irremovable diary, how delightful. Nangong Shiyun decided to adopt a wait-and-see approach and observe how events would unfold. First, she resolved to investigate this individual named Su Luo. Regardless of the circumstances, She needed to ascertain the abilities of this person and determine whether the diary was indeed his handiwork. Locating him was a straightforward task. The diary indicated that he was a newcomer to the sect, which made her quest considerably easier. Nangong Shiyun inquired about Su Luo, who was relatively well known, and soon enough, she was able to find him. At present, Su Luo was meandering about, searching for a suitable spot to witness the sunset. Eventually, he discovered a small peak conveniently close to his residence, devoid of crowds and perfectly suited for his purpose. He set up a large sunshade and a reclining chair in this tranquil setting. Nangong Shiyun felt a pang of frustration at Su Luo's apparent laziness. He seemed indifferent to the practice of cultivation. From her perspective, it was quite audacious for someone of his age and cultivation level, which was at the late stage of qi refinement, to be lounging about. In truth, Su Luo had reached the late stage of foundation establishment. However, he had utilized his ability. What you see is merely what I wish for you to see, to mask his true cultivation level as that of the late stage of qi refinement. After observing him for an entire day, Nangong Shiyun could glean nothing substantial. While she could approach him directly and inquire, given her formidable strength, it seemed an unworthy endeavor if she could not extract any information. Moreover, such a direct approach would strip away the intrigue, akin to reading a mystery novel and having the plot twist revealed prematurely. Her interest would wane instantly. Nangong Shiyun, who had seldom experienced worries during her cultivation, was determined to savor this newfound source of fascination. However, for several consecutive days, Su Luo remained in a state of languor, with nothing particularly noteworthy occurring. Aside from his daily pilgrimage to the small peak to witness the sunset, there was little else to occupy his time. One might wonder why he was so enamored with the sunset. He also kept a diary, yet it was filled with trivialities, lacking any substantive content. Many of the terms he mentioned were foreign to him: Genshin, honor of kings, arc, and others, of which he seemed entirely unaware. Su Luo frequently expressed a deep yearning for these things, but what value did they hold? Nevertheless, Nangong Shiyun suspected that Su Luo's penchant for journaling was not intended for anyone else's eyes. His entries were a haphazard collection of thoughts, seemingly written without any coherent purpose. Had he truly wished for someone to read his diary, one would expect him to craft more meaningful content aimed at conveying a particular message. Yet, there lingered a possibility that it was all a fade, a notion that left Nangong Shiyun in doubt. In her observations over the past few days, Nangong Shiyun noted that her disciple, deceive, had been in communication with Su Luo. Their interactions appeared to be innocuous, primarily consisting of Li Siyu sharing snippets of her life, with little else transpiring. The duration of these exchanges was brief. Upon discovering their connection, Nangong Shiyun speculated that Su Luo might have divulged information about Bai Luji Shuang to Li Siyu in the solitary diary entry that held any significance. There was an error regarding the characters involved, with the pivotal mistake resting on Li Siyu's identity, which aroused her suspicions. Yet, what perplexed her was why, armed with such knowledge, Su Luo did not take matters into his own hands. What was his true intention? The doubts remain unresolved. Rather, the more one contemplates, the more Nangong Shiyun feels that he has engaged his intellect these past few days than he has in the past few months. He is not particularly anxious, for time is abundant. Moreover, Su Luo has indicated that he will make another appearance during the upcoming newcomer competition. Thus, he decides to observe the unfolding events with patience. Additionally, as per the diary's instructions, Nangong Shiyun has rewarded Li Si with 2 treasures as compensation. This serves a dual purpose. On one hand, he wishes to prevent any drastic alterations in the plot that might arouse Su Luo's suspicions. On the other hand, it is indeed due to Li Si's efforts in healing his visage, making the bestowal of such treasures entirely justifiable. A fortnight has elapsed, and the other newcomers are advancing rapidly, as they are merely in the qi refinement stage. With proper guidance and ample resources, it is only natural for them to progress swiftly. Another factor contributing to this acceleration is the lavish rewards associated with the newcomer competition. While these prizes may not seem as enticing to individuals like Lin Xian and Li Si, who are favored by their masters, many others lack such advantageous mentors. Some newcomers may not even possess quality weapons. Therefore, the newcomer competition presents a significant opportunity. Achieving a commendable rank not only garners rewards but may also attract the attention of esteemed individuals seeking disciples. As for Su Luo, his days remain monotonous. He merely needs to venture out every few days. However, today is different. It is time for action. A minor plot point is set to unfold today, serving as a prelude to the newcomer competition. Chapter 34. Light rain enters the plot before setting off. Su Luo takes a moment to pen in his diary. After a fortnight of idleness, it is time to seek out Lin Xian. With the newcomer competition just half a month away, I must once again trouble Lin Xian. The reason lies in my inability to endure the incessant gossip within the sect. Every time someone encounters me, they whisper slander behind my back, displaying their disdain. I attributed all of this to Lin Xian. After enduring for an extended period, I finally reached my breaking point and contemplated launching a surprise attack on Lin Xian to vent my frustrations. The outcome was predictable. I failed once again and was bested by Lin Xian, just as Li Xiyu happened to pass by and witness this scene. In a moment of desperation, I retaliated by accusing Lin Xian of unwarrantedly assaulting me. Even the most foolish would recognize my words as fabrications. Li Xiyu scoffed, unleashing a torrent of reproach upon me. And I found myself sobbing and wailing, truly a jester among jesters. I had brought this humiliation upon myself. Which is precisely why I claim that antagonists lack any true significance. It is best to hasten the conclusion. How could I remain indifferent in the face of such disgrace? Consequently, I turned to Elder Yinshi for assistance, and he generously bestowed upon me 2 treasures. With these 2 items, I believed I would gain an edge, enabling me to exert pressure on Lin Xian. Alas, in the end, Lin Xian emerged victorious once more. During the grand competition for newcomers, Lin Xian rose to fame, despite already being well known due to his formidable master. Thus, today unfolded rather uneventfully, with only minor interludes and minimal dramatic flair. There have been no foolish antics of late. Lin Xian has been diligently enhancing his cultivation daily, leaving him preoccupied, and within the sect, there are no inexplicable adversaries to provoke Lin Xian. In a righteous sect, how could disciples consistently stir up trouble, especially with Lin Xian? Of course, I am the exception. Recently, life has been rather tranquil, as the narrative lacks substance and the diary entries yield scant rewards, merely reflecting attributes that soon dissipate. Su Luo has gradually acclimated to this monotony. After all, without significant plot developments, the rewards are but a trickle. Closing the diary, Su Luo ventured out to seek Lin Xian. Upon noticing the diary's update, Nangong Shiyun felt invigorated, relieved to finally pen a useful entry, curious to see if events would unfold as described. Nangong Shiyun hurriedly trailed Su Luo, eager to uncover the truth. Su Luo swiftly found Lin Xian, who was engrossed in his training, utterly focused. Seizing the moment, Su Luo launched a surprise attack. Lin Xian, this is your fault. Lin Xian effortlessly evaded her strike and countered with a swift kick, sending Su Luo flying. It's you again. I didn't seek you out, yet here you are. You're the one to blame for exposing my cheating. Now, every time I pass by, I'm met with scorn. I can't endure it any longer. Despite her grievances, it was evident that Su Luo bore the brunt of the blame. Lin Xian, curious about Su Luo's progress over the past few days, anticipated a challenge, yet she offered no opportunity for engagement, collapsing at the slightest contact, resembling a clumsy old man seeking to exploit others. How infuriating! Su Luo cried out in frustration from the ground. Lin Xian, somewhat exasperated, retorted, "Can you not exhibit any strength? If not, spare me your troubles. I have no time for you. I will make you pay for this," she declared defiantly. Their exchange was interrupted by the arrival of Li Xiyu. Instantly, Su Luo's demeanor shifted to one of feigned innocence. "Xiyu, please help me. That scoundrel Lin Xian attacked me for no reason." Su Luo abruptly splashed dirty water onto Lin Xian. Li Xiyu cast a cold glance at Su Luo and said, "Su Luo, you have gone too far. I witnessed everything. It was clearly you who provoked Lin Xian, and now you are framing him? You are the real scoundrel." "No, I did not," Su Luo protested. "Xiyu, do you not believe me?" "Not at all," came the reply. "I had some doubts before, but now I must say, what is Su Luo playing at? She is provoking me, yet not fully engaging in a confrontation." Su Luo and Li Xiyu appear to maintain a good relationship, yet now they seem like enemies. Their relationship remains perplexing. One moment they are intimate childhood friends, and the next, they are adversaries. Is this all just a performance for my benefit? What purpose does it serve? Lin Xian observed, bewildered. "Leave me alone. I do not wish to see you anymore. I am utterly disappointed in you," he declared. Su Luo felt as if she had been struck by lightning, her spirit crushed. She opened her mouth to speak, yet no words emerged. "Very well. I shall take my leave. Why are you treating Su Luo this way? Xiaoyu interposed herself in front of Su Luo, having witnessed the entire ordeal. Initially, she believed she had no right to intervene, as she perceived that Su Luo harbored feelings for Li Siyu. Though she had been uncertain before, it was now evident that Li Siyu also held some goodwill towards Su Luo, which made Xiaoyu feel even less entitled to act. Yet, seeing Su Luo in distress due to Li Siyu, Xiaoyu could no longer contain herself. Regardless of her perceived lack of qualification, she could not allow them to bully Su Luo. You are all being unreasonable. Li Siyu appeared somewhat bewildered. Was this scene part of the script? To avoid disrupting Su Luo's narrative, she had even performed a bit, only to unexpectedly find Xiaoyu stepping in to defend Su Luo. Wait, defend? Is the relationship between Xiaoyu and Su Luo truly limited to being fellow townsfolk? It feels rather amiss. When did your bond become so profound? In a moment of turmoil, Li Siyu's mind raced with a desire to inquire about the nature of Su Luo and Xiaoyu's relationship and how they interacted privately. Meanwhile, Su Luo herself was bewildered. How could Xiaoyu possibly be here? This was not her place. Let us not stir up trouble. It should simply end here. Su Luo grasped Xiaoyu's hand, intent on leaving. However, Li Siyu interjected. Before you defend Su Luo, consider what he has done. First, he inexplicably launched an attack on Lin Xian, and when he couldn't best him, he resorted to slandering him. Do you believe such actions are justifiable? Xiaoyu turned to Su Luo, seeking confirmation. Su Luo nodded in response. Li Siyu felt a surge of satisfaction. Did you see that clearly, Xiaoyu? Su Luo is beyond your grasp. You ought to distance yourself from him. Despite this, Xiaoyu retorted, even so, he has his own thoughts. You cannot treat him this way. Who do you think you are? Su Luo found Xiaoyu's sudden fervor perplexing. When did you become such an ardent supporter of mine to utter such words? Xiaoyu, please apply some reason. Li Siyu was flustered. This unwavering trust in Su Luo seemed excessive. What kind of enchantment had Su Luo cast upon you? He had never treated me in such a manner. I won't discuss it. Xiaoyu produced a token, preparing to summon the sect master. Understanding that she could neither contend with Lin Xian nor reason with Li Siyu, she resorted to this measure. Observing this, Su Luo hastily pressed down on her hand, urging her to refrain from causing a scene. It would be absurd to disturb the sect master over such trivial matters. Let us go, Su Luo declared, pulling Xiaoyu along. Ah, Xiaoyu. You need not concern yourself with my affairs. They offer you no benefit. Why do they persist in treating you so unjustly? Shouldn't you clarify this first? Did you not heed what Li Si mentioned? It is my fault. Your behavior leads me to question your grasp of logic. Su Luo felt a twinge of frustration. After ensuring Xiaoyu was settled, she hurried to seek out Elder Yinshi. Suddenly recalling that the narrative was far from its conclusion and a visit to Elder Yinshi was still necessary. While the plot could falter, coherence must be maintained. Although Xiaoyu was an unexpected complication, her presence could not be allowed to derail matters. Chapter 35. An apology too late, Su Luo stumbled her way to meet Elder Yinshi, deliberately presenting herself in a disheveled manner. What has befallen you? You appear quite distressed, Elder Yinshi inquired with genuine concern upon seeing Su Luo's state. Elder Yinshi, I wish to grow stronger, rapidly. It seems you have encountered some difficulties. However, I possess no methods for swift enhancement. Such means are only available within the demonic realm. Elder Yinshi's expression conveyed his inability to assist. Su Luo felt a wave of disappointment wash over her, but it quickly transformed into anger. I implore you. I am willing to do anything to gain strength. Please, there is no need for such desperation. Elder Yinshi turned away. Instead, I shall provide you with 2 artifacts. If you master their use, you will indeed achieve a measure of rapid strength. Is that true? I am immensely grateful, Elder Yinshi. There is no need for thanks. Remember, artifacts are ultimately external. True strength must come from within. Yes, I understand, Master. 2 treasures. One is the Lin Snake Whip, which possesses the ability to autonomously assault adversaries. Admittedly, its attacks are somewhat rigid, yet it suffices to contend with those at the Qi refining stage. The other is the Lin Snake Armor, designed for defense. Capable of withstanding at least 1 strike from a Foundation establishment cultivator, unpretentious yet effective. Originally, I would not have been in such a rush without Xiaoyu's involvement. But given the recent display, it seems Xiaoyu struggles to discern right from wrong, which is detrimental to healthy development. Why am I so concerned about this matter? You ask? Well, it is our duty to care for the psychological well-being of the youth. Admittedly, my reasoning is not overly profound. I simply wish for Xiaoyu to avoid straying down the wrong path. Though I may embody the role of an antagonist, having experienced the rain myself. I aspire to shield others with an umbrella. After covertly observing for an extended period, Nangong Shiyun reached a conclusion. He believes Su Luo is merely performing, acting based on his own written journal. The signs are too apparent. While the dialogues are devoid of flaws, the combat presents significant inconsistencies. How could a late-stage qi-refining cultivator be so easily defeated by another of the same level, Lin Xian, with just a single clash? Shouldn't he exert a bit more effort? It appears Su Luo is eager to expedite the narrative, but the reasons behind this remain elusive, as his journal fails to clarify. Moreover, the relationship between Li Siyu and Su Luo is perplexing. Logically, she should not utter such words, as their rapport appears quite amicable. Even if Su Luo is at fault, one would expect a reprimand rather than a brusque dismissal. The speed at which she turned against him is equally baffling. Even more perplexing is Elder Yinchi's sudden willingness to assist Su Luo. Are they perhaps related? It does not seem so. Why does it feel that the events surrounding Su Luo are so intriguing? Upon further contemplation, Nangong Shiyun feels as though he is peeling away the layers of Su Luo's secrets, and this sensation is quite delightful. Xiaoyu continues to hold a warm cup of tea, sipping it delicately, patiently awaiting what comes next. Sit, he says. What I am about to say is of utmost importance. What do you think I am? A good person, the best person in the world. Stop, spare me the flattery. The best person in the world? That seems a bit exaggerated. Su Luo finds this to be the finest joke she has heard all year. But I truly believe that. And what if I were to do something wrong? Like what? Cheating to gain entry into a sect. I was with you. Have you forgotten? If you consider that a wrongdoing, then I too am guilty, and we are both wrongdoers. No, you are not to that extent. Su Luo provides another example. What about when I attacked Lin Xian without provocation? How does that fit in? I believe you had your own reasons. You simply do not wish to share them with me. Your intuition is somewhat accurate, yet Su Luo refuses to concede. You are mistaken. That is not the case. No, it is. Why do you not heed counsel in this regard? I do listen. Then that makes me a wrongdoer? You are not. Where is your evidence of listening? This could go on endlessly. At that moment, an unexpected visitor arrives, Li Siyu. Which of your eyes saw me leading her astray? I am about to enlighten her on the concepts of good and evil. Indeed, that is necessary. No. What are you here for? Su Luo finally realized that her recent conversations with Li Siyu had been somewhat similar, and she had grown accustomed to it. It was rather peculiar for Li Siyu to come over now. Xiaoyu shared this sentiment. Didn't you say you never wanted to see Su Luo again? Her tone was tinged with reproach, and it was evident that she was upset with Li Siyu. You misunderstood. I said I don't want to see Su Luo. Not that I never want to see her again. Li Siyu leisurely poured herself a cup of tea. Noticing that Su Luo was still absent, she casually poured a cup for her as well. What is the difference? You still made Su Luo sad. The thought of this made Xiaoyu harbor some animosity towards Li Siyu. I don't see any sadness. All I see is him troubled because of you. Me? Why? You don't know, which is precisely why Su Luo is distressed. Xiaoyu glanced at Su Luo, seeking an explanation, as she genuinely believed she had done nothing wrong. How should I put this, Xiaoyu? Su Luo found it hard to articulate harsh words upon seeing Xiaoyu's innocent expression. I can say it for you. Li Siyu interjected. In simpler terms, keep your distance from Su Luo. You understand nothing and only bring trouble. Xiaoyu was not in the mood to listen to Li Siyu, nor did she wish to be lectured. What do you know? All I know is that you made Su Luo upset just now. And now you have the audacity to come here. Yes, I came here to apologize. Li Siyu turned to Su Luo and exclaimed, I'm sorry. At an unexpectedly loud volume, Su Luo was taken aback, hastily retreating and covering her ears. Why are you shouting so loudly? It was my fault earlier. I apologize and hope you can forgive me. To Su Luo's surprise, Li Si actually bowed her head in contrition. Su Luo thought to herself, this is not how you are supposed to behave. When Su Luo remained silent, Li Si continued to lower her head in remorse. Xiaoyu was utterly bewildered. Had she not just expressed intense disdain for Su Luo? How could she now be apologizing? Nevertheless, whatever had transpired before made this apology feel too late. Su Luo. Do not forgive her. In Xiaoyu's opinion, causing Su Luo to display such profound sadness was an unforgivable offense. Never mind, I have not taken it to heart. Let us consider this matter settled. Xiaoyu stared at Su Luo in disbelief, as if she had misheard. Is this truly forgiveness? For it indicated that the narrative had not veered excessively off course. Thus, if future developments continued smoothly, Su Luo would be overjoyed. Wait, that seems off. Su Luo inquired. Why did you speak that way earlier? I believed our relationship was quite good. Because I sensed that it would make you happy, Li Si replied. Can one really sense such things? Is it true that women's intuition is this remarkable? Su Luo's silence seemed to validate Li Si's assertion, leaving Xiaoyu perplexed yet profoundly astonished. Chapter 36. I have not dismissed you. My matters have been resolved, now only yours remain. Li Si wore a playful grin, which further irked Xiaoyu. What issues do I have? I have none. If you ever cause Su Luo pain again, I will not let you off the hook. I am so frightened. Su Luo felt that if their bickering continued, it would surely erupt into chaos. Li Si now surpasses Xiaoyu in both martial prowess and intellect. Very well, I shall heed your counsel. Li Si is in high spirits, likely from the realization during their conversation that Xiaoyu is no match for her. Before departing, Li Si flashed a V sign at Xiaoyu, unnoticed by Su Luo, a silent boast of her possession of Su Luo's diary, which Xiaoyu lacks, thus justifying her caprice. Xiaoyu couldn't decipher Li Si's smiling countenance, but an inexplicable surge of anger welled up within her. However, unable to articulate the reason, she could only point indignantly at Li Si's retreating figure. She yearned to unleash the most venomous words imaginable, but Xiaoyu's vocabulary seemed devoid of such terms. She barely knew any expletives. At that moment, Xiaoyu felt an unbearable frustration, as if on the verge of combustion. Su Luo swiftly consoled her. Don't fret. There's no need. You're not even acquainted with her. Don't let her ruin your mood. But, she's truly detestable. This situation is untenable, Su Luo thought, as she procured some delectable treats and, after much cajoling, managed to alleviate Xiaoyu's spirits slightly. Su Luo, am I truly hindering you? Well, I'm not sure how to elucidate it to you. Oh dear, don't cry. Before Su Luo could finish, Xiaoyu had already dissolved into a torrent of tears, seemingly unstoppable. Su Luo felt a headache coming on. If I promise not to impede you in the future, will you promise not to send me away? You're really not sending me away? Indeed, you're welcome here anytime. Seeing her in such a state, what else could Su Luo do? If it were Li Siyu, Su Luo would have directly pushed her out and locked the door. However, Xiaoyu was different. She was merely a blank slate. And Su Luo couldn't bring herself to treat her that way. As she was leaving, Su Luo said, Xiaoyu, while cultivation must not be neglected, it is equally important to read more. Enrich your knowledge through books, at the very least, it will make you wiser. Otherwise, if you're sold, you will find yourself counting others' money, which would be quite a burden. Xiaoyu nodded, reluctantly departing. The following day, Xiaoyu came to Su Luo's place to study. Whenever she encountered something she did not understand, she could ask Su Luo. Of course, the aspect that Xiaoyu struggled with the most was reading. Her recognition of characters was exceedingly limited, rendering her attempts at reading quite laborious. Yet, motivated by Su Luo's suggestion, she resolved to persevere despite the challenges. Thus, Su Luo began to teach her how to write, while also casually narrating stories to broaden her horizons. Su Luo found herself at a loss as to how to instill a proper sense of right and wrong in Xiaoyu. Reflecting on her own childhood, she realized that many lessons were gleaned from anime and novels. Although the knowledge acquired was not always accurate, it had facilitated a healthy development. Before entering the story, she had never committed any heinous acts and had grown into a fine young individual. Consequently, she selected a few memorable tales to share with Xiaoyu, Digimon, the Rainbow Cat and Blue Rabbit, and the Deadfire Sea. Naturally, she could not recount every detail. She spoke of whatever came to mind, leading to a fragmented narrative. Yet, Xiaoyu listened with rapt attention, thoroughly enjoying Su Luo's storytelling. Observing the myriad expressions that crossed Xiaoyu's face, sadness, joy, anger, brought Su Luo a sense of amusement, making the experience all the more delightful. There exists an audience that, for a fleeting moment, led Su Luo to believe she was inherently a master storyteller, capable of captivating listeners with her tales. This enchanting period continued as the newcomer competition approached, with participants diligently preparing. Some were hastening their efforts, striving to achieve breakthroughs before the event, while others were diligently acquiring new techniques, just in case. A few even began gathering intelligence and conducting various analyses. Among the newcomers, the most likely contender for the top position was undoubtedly Li Siyu, who had left a profound impression during the assessments. Furthermore, she had recently acquired a formidable mentor, elevating her strength to immeasurable heights. Following her was Lin Xian, a fellow disciple of Li Siyu, who also performed commendably in the evaluations, garnering considerable support. It could be said that even before the competition commenced, the names of these two had already resonated widely. In contrast, the other newcomers were hardly in the same league in terms of popularity. However, There was another figure attracting attention, Xiaoyu. Her status as the personal disciple of the sect leader swiftly spread throughout the Seven-Star Sword sect. Yet, her enigmatic nature resulted in little discussion beyond her title, leading to mere curiosity rather than in-depth conversation. As for Su Luo, she was but an afterthought. The newcomers might even find her an easy target for ridicule. After all, her admission had been marred by allegations of cheating, leaving many to question the fairness of her entry. Why should they toil diligently for their place, while Su Luo seemingly waltzed in with ease? In light of the golden opportunity presented by the newcomer competition, many felt it would be a disservice to their years of effort not to confront Su Luo. Unlike the palpable tension surrounding others, Su Luo continued to navigate her days as she always had, unperturbed. Recently, Su Luo has encountered no particularly noteworthy events, and her diary lacks anything visually appealing. However, Nangong Shiyin has come to realize that the relationship between Li Si and Su Luo is indeed extraordinary. It appears that during the previous confrontation with Lin Xian, Li Si intentionally collaborated with Su Luo, though the reasons for her actions remain unclear. Immediately after the incident, she sought forgiveness, which Su Luo graciously accepted, yet it seems Su Luo herself is puzzled by Li Si's motivations. Lacking further examples, no conclusions can be drawn, and they must await future developments. If left untreated, Nangong Shiyun would not recognize her true appearance for an entire year. It is truly unappealing. Even she cannot bear to look at it. Gazing at her own image and touching her fair cheeks, she inadvertently smiles. Merely observing herself brings a sense of joy, a notion she once deemed inconceivable. This compels her to express her gratitude once more to Li Si. Yet, due to the diary's implications, the situation seems far from straightforward. Did Li Si truly discover this from ancient texts? Were it not for the diary, Nangong Shiyun would have readily accepted it. Now, considering the relationship between Li Si and Su Luo, Nangong Shiyun is increasingly inclined to believe that Su Luo informed Li Si. Of course, these are mere conjectures, fraught with uncertainties, but her gratitude remains steadfast. Nangong Shiyun will not allow her doubts to overshadow this kindness. Thus, she feels compelled to extend her thanks not only to Li Si but also to Su Luo. Chapter 37. Xiaoyu's troubles in stark contrast to Su Luo's carefree demeanor. Xiaoyu has recently found herself beset by worries. With the grand tournament approaching, despite the absence of explicit objectives from the sect leader, such as vying for first place, Xiaoyu feels an undercurrent of anxiety. As a disciple of the sect leader, she inevitably attracted the admiration of others while traversing the sect, which unwittingly imposed pressure upon Xiaoyu. Moreover, the most significant source of stress stemmed from the sect leader himself. Recently, he had imparted to Xiaoyu a sword technique known as 7 Stars Return to 1. Xiaoyu, possessing a remarkable capacity for comprehension, swiftly mastered it on a superficial level, which, although formidable and capable of overwhelming many, was still inadequate for someone of her potential. In the eyes of the sect leader, her limits extended far beyond this initial understanding, particularly in grasping the sword intent of 7 Stars Return to 1. However, the reality was that Xiaoyu had not been able to progress further. The sect leader could not help but feel a tinge of disappointment, though he concealed it well. Still, Xiaoyu, being exceptionally perceptive, sensed it without voicing her awareness. It was only when she approached Su Luo that she expressed her feelings. "Do you think I lack talent?" she asked, sitting despondently on the ground, her fingers tracing aimlessly in the dirt, lost in thought. Su Luo was taken aback, exclaiming, "What? Your words are akin to Nangong Shiyun claiming she cannot wield a sword. It's utterly ludicrous. In comparison to you, do I possess any talent?" "Indeed," Xiaoyu replied. "How can you tell? You are stronger than I am, but I am merely a few years older than you, having cultivated longer." "No, it has nothing to do with that. I sense that you are exceptionally strong and continuously growing stronger." "Well then, what about your own troubles?" Su Luo quickly redirected the conversation. "You noticed that too? Quite remarkable. The sect leader has always been dissatisfied with my training. And what of it? At your tender age, do you aspire to be the best in the world?" "No, I merely wish to honor the master. He has been genuinely kind to me. Indeed, since entering the sect, Xiaoyu's life has become incomparable to her previous existence. The essentials of life are taken care of, and resources for cultivation are readily available. The master visits Xiaoyu whenever he finds the time, offering guidance and showing a greater concern for this youngest disciple than for the others. Yet, this only amplifies Xiaoyu's sense of pressure. At this moment, Su Luo also comprehends Xiaoyu's troubles. "Do not overthink it," The newcomer competition is approaching swiftly. When the time comes, you will witness the disparity between yourself and others. Oh, how others will fall far behind you. Is that true? Certainly, I can assure you of that. Su Luo also noted that Xiao Yu's progress has been remarkably swift. Her cultivation level reached the later stage of qi refinement during the assessment, and, after more than half a month of diligent practice, is nearing completion. Such speed is almost unimaginable and vastly surpasses that of her peers. However, her 7 stars unification remains rather ordinary, at least from Su Luo's perspective as a seasoned antagonist. It may intimidate newcomers, but to genuine masters, it is rather mediocre. Su Luo has no intention of teaching Xiao Yu, primarily due to her lack of experience in instructing others. Her expertise lies predominantly in the demonic path. More importantly, Xiao Yu is already being taught by the master of the 7-star sword sect, so there is little need for her efforts. It is possible that her own instruction might inadvertently hinder Xiao Yu's progress. Although Su Luo's interaction with the master is limited, she retains confidence in his abilities. After hearing this, Xiao Yu regained some confidence and resumed her cultivation. However, the 7 stars unification still remained stagnant, despite countless repetitions, yielding no further advancement. On the other side, the sect master found himself perplexed. Recently, Xiao Yu had been spending more and more time outside. What could she possibly be doing? The sect master had always taken a keen interest in Xiao Yu, for her innate talent was exceptional, and her learning speed was indeed remarkable. Although her progress did not entirely meet expectations, it surpassed that of her peers significantly. Yet, he sensed that she could achieve even more. Her comprehension ability should not be confined to such limits. Perhaps her youth played a role. He decided to observe her a little longer. Consequently, he resolved to encourage Xiao Yu to relax and enjoy herself outdoors, but before he could voice his intentions, she had already taken the initiative. This piqued the sect master's curiosity, prompting him to investigate further. He then spotted Su Luo and Xiao Yu together. Su Luo reclined on a lounge chair, sipping an unknown beverage, while Xiao Yu practiced the 7 stars returned to one nearby. The sect master's eyes widened, and his focus sharpened instantly. Who was that young man? No, it couldn't be. At such a tender age, how could it be possible? Was that man deceiving Xiao Yu? Surely, that must be the case. But wait. As the sect master, how could he jump to conclusions based on mere intuition? He decided to inquire further. Feeling a bit flustered, he held high hopes for Xiao Yu and wished for her development to proceed without any unforeseen complications. Xiao Yu, what a coincidence. I happened to be taking a stroll nearby and saw you, he exclaimed, feigning a chance encounter while wearing a smile. His appearance resembled that of an ordinary elderly man, with a head of graying hair and a slender frame. However, the few wrinkles on his face suggested an air of elegance, making him appear as a distinguished old gentleman. This demeanor also reflected his profound restraint and cultivation. Thus, one should not be deceived by his exterior, for he was indeed the master of the sect, and his strength was beyond question. Master, the sect leader glanced at Su Luo and inquired, will you not introduce her? Su Luo, she is the closest person to me. Ah, closest like family. Yet I have heard that Xiao Yu has no family. Not quite. Oh, then what is your relationship? You claim she is your closest person. Could it be that your bond surpasses mine? The sect leader maintained his smile, continuing to probe. In truth, he felt quite confident. Who within the sect could possibly be closer to Xiao Yu than he? Indeed, Xiao Yu affirmed. At that moment, the sect leader's smile faltered. For what had begun as jest had unexpectedly revealed an undeniable truth. This was somewhat disheartening. However, the sect leader's centuries of cultivation were not without merit, and he retained his composure as he addressed Su Luo. You must possess remarkable talents. Do share what you excel at, for if your aptitude is commendable, I would not hesitate to accept you as my disciple. I have nothing to offer. I possess no skills, Su Luo replied nonchalantly, having long since become someone who could strengthen herself independently. The sect leader, puzzled, asked, is that true? Then what do you wish to learn? For Xiao Yu's sake, I would be willing to teach you. No need. Learning anything would be futile, as my talent is lacking. The sect leader's expression soured slightly. Such unappreciative behavior was disheartening. Then what brings you to the 7-star sword sect? To pass the time. That is rather excessive. The sect leader held a disdain for the indolent. Nonetheless, out of respect for Xiao Yu, he refrained from expressing his displeasure, merely stating, it is of no consequence. Everyone has their own choices. I only hope you shall not come to regret it in the future. Thank you for your wise words, sect leader. I shall remember them. Yet, the patriarch. having lived for countless years, could discern at a glance that Su Luo was entirely insincere. I shall not disturb you any longer. Little Yu, I take my leave. Safe travels, master. Little Yu exhibited no signs of reluctance, which left the patriarch feeling somewhat melancholic. He felt compelled to investigate the nature of the relationship between Little Yu and Su Luo. Chapter 38. Su Luo must strive to become stronger subsequently, while instructing Little Yu. The patriarch inadvertently sought information regarding Su Luo. Little Yu, without any hesitation, happily shared details about Su Luo with the patriarch. To the patriarch's surprise, it was revealed that Su Luo had once rescued Little Yu and had treated her with kindness. This event had transpired before Little Yu's talents were discovered. It appeared that Su Luo possessed redeeming qualities. However, from a rational perspective, the patriarch remained unconvinced by Su Luo. Given Little Yu's exceptional talent, it was inevitable that they belonged to two distinct worlds. If Su Luo were to show greater ambition, there might still be hope, but based on his previous demeanor, it was evident he lacked aspirations. Not everyone could be like Nangong Xiun. Individuals of that nature would only hinder Little Yu, ultimately leading to a regretful separation. The patriarch had witnessed such scenarios countless times, where many prodigies experienced lamentable separations yet found it difficult to let go, living in perpetual melancholy. Thus, the patriarch resolved to act. To mitigate the sorrow that Little Yu might feel if she were to part ways with Su Luo in the future, he would begin to diminish Su Luo's standing in Little Yu's heart from this moment onward. The first step would involve the patriarch, much like Su Luo, narrating stories to Little Yu, intending to overshadow Su Luo's storytelling prowess and replace him, as Little Yu often raved about the captivating and novel tales told by Su Luo. The master was unwilling to concede, pondering how, after all his years of existence, he could possibly be bested by a mere youth. He began recounting tales of a temple from times past, where a monk busied himself with mundane tasks, devoid of interaction with anyone else. The narrative, monotonous and droning, threatened to lull one to sleep. Yet, with remarkable sensitivity, Xiao Yu expressed a desire to cultivate instead. In truth, Xiao Yu would rather immerse himself in practice than endure the master's storytelling, fearing he might doze off in his presence. The master was taken aback. The tale had been captivating, and the ensuing segments promised even greater intrigue. How could Xiao Yu choose cultivation over his enchanting narrative? Filled with existential doubt, the master pressed on, undeterred. When Xiao Yu took a break, the master resumed his storytelling, and to his delight, Xiao Yu found renewed motivation for a more focused practice. The master consoled himself, recognizing that his tales were not entirely in vain, as Xiao Yu's comprehension of the 7 stars returning to one had evidently deepened. Resigned yet not wholly defeated, the master acknowledged that the upcoming competition for newcomers would soon unfold, where Xiao Yu would witness Su Luo's inevitable downfall at the hands of others. The disparity in their strengths would likely lead to various complications. And when the moment arose, Xiao Yu would surely let go without the need for intervention. Moreover, in the process, Xiao Yu would shine brightly, and witnessing his excellence, Su Luo would likely feel a pang of inadequacy. Thus, there was no necessity for the master to meddle. The separation would occur naturally. Perhaps he had overthought the situation. With this realization, the master felt a wave of relief wash over him. After beholding the sunset, he experienced a spiritual elevation, prompting Su Luo to diligently pursue the enhancement of his abilities. Who says I do not strive to grow stronger? I too have endured countless unspoken hardships. I open my diary. The grand competition for newcomers commences tomorrow. Once again, it is my time to face potential humiliation. The competition spans 2 days. The first day determines the top 8 contestants, while the second day concludes the event. Despite my lack of talent, I managed to advance to the top 8. Otherwise, I would attract no attention, and Lin Xian's attempts to embarrass me would seem insufficiently gratifying. The rules of the newcomer competition are exceedingly straightforward. It is a one-on-one contest, ending when a participant can no longer fight or concedes defeat. The victor proceeds to the next round. This format remains consistent across both days, rendering it remarkably simple. In the first round of the top 8, I found myself pitted against Lin Xian. After a brief exchange, it became evident that I was no match for him, prompting me to unveil my newly acquired treasure, the Lin Snake Whip. This artifact is akin to a divine weapon during the Qi refinement stage, serving as a blatant advantage over Lin Xian. Caught off guard, he was forced to retreat in disarray. Possessing such a treasure rendered further combat unnecessary, leading the audience to condemn me for my perceived treachery, accusing me of relying on anything but my own prowess. Yet, Their ire bore no consequence, for my actions adhered to the rules, and the contest pressed on. Just as the spectators believed Lin Xian was finished, he once more wrought a miracle, evading the assaults of the Lin snake whip with extraordinary agility. He then closed the distance and unleashed a formidable strike known as the Eight Extremes Great Collapse, shattering my Lin snake armor and sending me flying, bloodied and unconscious. However, that blow rendered his right hand utterly unusable for the remainder of the competition. Yet, what does it matter? He is the protagonist, and despite lacking a hand, he still claims victory. The ensuing matches unfold without a hint of surprise, culminating in Lin Xian's triumph. Thus, Lin Xian rises to fame, not only defeating me, who possesses treasures, but also conquering subsequent opponents with one hand, showcasing unparalleled bravery. As I witness this, who would not be in awe of such a newcomer? When Lin Xian secures his final victory, the entire arena erupts in fervor, chanting in celebration of this miraculous newcomer. With all eyes upon him, the crowd rejoices. Who wouldn't feel envious? If I had not traversed worlds, I would have yearned to be Lin Xian. However, times have changed. I have moved past the age of fervor, finding contentment in a life of simplicity. The truth is, her arrogance led to an inadvertent defeat in the semifinals. The final should have been between Lin Xian and Li Siyu, yet unexpectedly, Li Siyu faltered. However, that was the original narrative. Presently, Li Siyu is formidable, and no amount of carelessness could lead to her defeat. In the original plot, Li Siyu had just reached the pinnacle of her training. And while she shares a similar level with other newcomers, she has since established her foundation. How could she possibly lose? Might her actions interfere with my storyline, though? Perhaps I should ambush her tonight? Deliver a beating to render her incapable of performing at her best tomorrow? Yet I recall that Li Siyu resides near Nangong Shiyun. Ambush. What ambush? I would never stoop to such petty tactics. What merit is there in such actions? I harbor no fear. Nangong Shiyun. What is there for her to fear? If she dares to obstruct my narrative in the future, she shall reap no benefits. Well, I shall disregard my previous remarks. Though no one witnessed them anyway, there is no choice but to let things unfold naturally. Closing the diary, I turn to advertisements, striving for strength. This encapsulates Su Luo's diligent efforts today. Indeed, she has worked exceedingly hard. Upon completing her diary entry, she is rewarded with a defense increase of 7, a strength boost of 4, and an elevation in her cultivation level. Current cultivation. Foundation establishment complete. Chapter 39. The newcomer competition against Xiaoyu. As soon as the diary updates, Li Siyu eagerly peruses its contents. Although anticipated, Su Luo's narrative is quite tragic. Nevertheless, she must persevere through it. Li Siyu can only express admiration. If she were in Su Luo's position, would she endure such indignities? With strength, none would dare to strike her. Yet, her focus remains elsewhere. Why not launch an attack against me? Perhaps even the master would be indifferent to your plight. Summon your courage. When the moment arrives, I shall merely inform the master that we were merely indulging in play, nothing of great significance. Li Siyu truly wishes to witness how Su Luo would confront her. On the other hand, Nangong Shiyun has also perused the latest diary entry. The newcomer competition holds little interest for her. It feels akin to children squabbling. Quite frankly, it lacks any intriguing purpose. A sense of boredom begins to settle within her. However, the thought of Su Luo being aware of the impending events piques her curiosity enough to observe further. Yet, from the diary, it appears that Su Luo remains oblivious to Li Siyu's transformations. It feels as if a thought has crossed her mind, yet it eludes her grasp. Never mind. She shall not dwell on it. The following day, the grand competition for newcomers officially commenced in the central plaza of the sect. At dawn, the newcomers had already prepared themselves, eager to secure commendable rankings. Interested senior disciples also gathered to witness the event, which could be deemed a festive occasion for the sect, as joining in the revelry never goes out of fashion. Naturally, both the sect leader and the 8 peak masters were present, allowing the newcomers to become familiar with their esteemed figures. However, among this cohort of newcomers, only the sect leader and Nangong Shiyun had taken on disciples, while the other peak masters had not, as the most promising candidates had already been selected, leaving the rest somewhat lacking. Following a brief opening address, the competition officially commenced. Each newcomer was assigned a number, which determined their random matchups, leading to one-on-one contests until a victor emerged. Those victorious would advance to the next round, while the defeated would be eliminated. Ultimately, the top 8 would be determined, marking the conclusion of the first day. While strength was undoubtedly crucial for achieving a high rank, Luck was equally indispensable. After all, encountering Li Siyu in the first round would indeed spell misfortune. The host of the competition proclaimed loudly, "The newcomer competition commences this year. The first match features contestant number 21 battling contestant number 4. Let both parties take the stage." The arena was circular, surrounded by spectators, with a one-on-one platform at its center. There were no boundaries in this contest. Victory was determined only when one party could no longer fight or conceded defeat. Soon, the newcomers called to the stage engaged in their battles. Once concluded, the second match seamlessly followed. The master of Kyong Peak pointed at Xiaoyu and remarked, "Sect leader, is that your newly accepted disciple? It has been over a century since you last took on a disciple. Indeed, it appears rather promising. While it looks appealing, one must demonstrate true prowess to make a proper assessment. Fear not, for I shall not disappoint you. In fact, you may find yourself astonished." The astonishment, of course, does not stem from Xiaoyu's abilities, but rather from her remarkable achievements at such a tender age, hinting at a promising future. I shall eagerly anticipate it. If the sect leader has spoken thus, the master of Kyong Peak certainly shares the sentiment. Yet, at that moment, the sect leader furrowed his brow, noticing that Xiaoyu had approached Su Luo once more. Xiaoyu had already located Su Luo amidst the crowd and made her way directly to his side. "Su Luo, what is your number?" 45. "I am 54. It just so happens we have swapped. Do you think we might face each other?" "Ha ha, certainly not. The odds are not that fortunate." Su Luo replied with confidence, for he had traversed this narrative countless times, becoming intimately familiar with each opponent. At that instant, the third match had concluded, and the host announced the next round's combatants, 45 versus 54. Su Luo, "No way, just one additional Xiaoyu, and the opponent has changed? Is the butterfly effect truly that remarkable?" Xiaoyu exclaimed, "Ah, we really are facing each other." Su Luo's lips twitched. Indeed, quite the coincidence. The sect leader's eyes sparkled, though he maintained an air of calm. "I did not expect you to face Xiaoyu so soon. You may observe closely." Internally, he was elated, for it was Su Luo who would be vanquished, allowing for a clearer understanding of just how inadequate he truly was. Xiaoyu is undoubtedly going to be disappointed in Su Luo. "Xiaoyu, you are no longer the person who emerged from that small town. Unbeknownst to you, you have undergone a transformation. The once unattainable Su Luo has now been left behind. It is time for your perceptions to evolve." The sect leader feels a sense of satisfaction, unexpectedly realizing that even the heavens are aiding him. "Please welcome contestants number 45 and 54 to the stage. Come, Su Luo." Xiaoyu grasped Su Luo's hand, leading her onto the arena. Su Luo remained preoccupied with thoughts on how to engage in the contest. Should she reveal her treasures? Yet, those were intended for Lin Xian, and it would be unfortunate if Xiaoyu were to ruin them. However, given her current public display of late-stage qi refining prowess, it seems unlikely that she would be able to defeat Xiaoyu. This is quite a conundrum. In contrast to Su Luo's dilemma, the other newcomers wore expressions of resignation, ready to pop champagne. As Xiaoyu is the sect leader's disciple, her strength is certainly formidable, placing her alongside Li Si and Lin Xian as the opponents that newcomers least wish to encounter. If they can avoid facing her now, it would be preferable. Encountering her later, when rankings are more favorable, would be acceptable. Losing to her would not severely impact their standings. Currently, with Su Luo facing Xiaoyu, the other newcomers find themselves with a reduced burden. And who is Su Luo? Everyone knows she gained entry through deceit. If she does not falter, who will? Thus, the sentiments of the other newcomers can be summarized as follows. No need to say more, let us pop the champagne. If Su Luo is my opponent, I'll open 2 bottles. In their eyes, Su Luo has already been relegated to the status of the weakest, as her entry was secured through cheating. How could she possibly excel? Yet, they are mistaken. In truth, Su Luo's capabilities among the newcomers are not lacking. It is merely her opponent, Lin Xian, that has rendered her abilities appear inadequate. Please enlighten me. As Su Luo contemplated, Xiaoyu was already positioned across from him, ready to attack. This marked Xiaoyu's first confrontation with Su Luo, as she had previously declined every challenge due to her laziness, and Xiaoyu had never pressed the matter, resulting in unresolved encounters. Now, however, Xiaoyu was quite eager to engage in battle with Su Luo. "Xiaoyu, I have compelling reasons to win. Would you kindly step aside?" Su Luo casually remarked before the match began, akin to urging an opponent to surrender. Though it served little purpose, he felt compelled to speak. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu nodded affirmatively. "All right." She then turned to the host and declared, "I concede. I cannot defeat Su Luo." Su Luo was taken aback. No, I was merely speaking in jest. How could you take it so seriously? And is it truly necessary for you to be so decisive? At the very least, engage in a few exchanges before conceding. In front of the audience, her immediate surrender based on his words left him bemused. How will others perceive me? I am indifferent. But what about you? Su Luo found himself both amused and exasperated. Xiaoyu was far too obedient. The newcomers were in disbelief. Did she just declare her surrender? She cannot possibly be outmatched by Su Luo. Was I asleep just now, or did they not even engage? No. We all witnessed it clearly. The sect master's disciple conceded without a single exchange. A conspiracy. There must be a conspiracy at play. Su Luo undoubtedly held some undisclosed power over the sect master's disciple. A conspiracy. A conspiracy. Logically, the newcomers understood that Xiaoyu could not be intimidated by Su Luo. After all, she was the sect master's disciple, and anyone who dared to threaten her would surely face the master's wrath. Yet, how else could one explain the situation? Chapter 40. Why does the scene seem familiar? The master of Kaiyang Peak was equally perplexed. Master, is this the performance you spoke of? That single utterance nearly pushed the master to the brink of an explosive outburst. The mere fact that Xiaoyu had conceded defeat had already sent the master into a fit of fury. It was utterly infuriating that a single remark from Su Luo could sway Xiaoyu so easily. Now, with the master of Kaiyang Peak pouring salt into the wound. Having just boasted about his own disciple, he was now faced with the bitter taste of his own words. The master felt a flush of embarrassment wash over him, half from being humiliated and half from indignation. It had been quite some time since he felt such rage. He could not fathom what it was about this young man that made Xiaoyu so inclined to heed his words. The master could only seethe internally, while maintaining a facade of composure. Perhaps Xiaoyu had his own reasoning. The thoughts of youth were beyond my comprehension, the master of Kaiyang Peak candidly admitted. However, the truth can be the most painful of revelations, and the master found himself at a loss for words. Nangong Shiyun observed from the sidelines, nearly bursting into laughter. It was a remarkable feat to put the master in such a predicament. Su Luo certainly had a talent for it. If Su Luo were aware, he would merely protest. This is unjust. I merely spoke in jest. Who could have known Xiaoyu would take it to heart? On the arena floor, Su Luo disregarded the shouts of Dark Horse from the crowd, nonchalantly descending without allowing himself to be swayed. They were too intimidated to utter anything disparaging about Xiaoyu. Although it appeared to be Xiaoyu's issue, none dared to voice that thought aloud. The master was still observing from above. Perhaps they should reflect on whether they had any sense to begin with. Just moments ago, Xiaoyu had seen the crowd denouncing Su Luo and had drawn his sword, ready to retaliate, but was swiftly halted by Su Luo. Su Luo, have I erred? He inquired. No worries, Su Luo reassured him. Just remember to be a bit more tactful next time to achieve your goals. What does it mean to be smooth? Just now, you should have engaged in a few exchanges with me before conceding defeat. Is there any distinction? Xiaoyu remains perplexed. After all, the outcome is the same. Indeed, surface finesse holds significant importance. Otherwise, one might find themselves in dire straits. However, I am unconcerned about that. My worry lies with you. Because when facing Lin Xian, your reputation may suffer even further, yet it is of no consequence. As for me, I am untroubled. As long as you are fine. Remember to be a bit more tactful next time. Oh, Xiaoyu, though somewhat enlightened, still prefers a more straightforward approach. The competition for newcomers continues. Yet they are already anticipating the second round. They fervently wish to encounter Su Luo, seeking to vindicate the sect master's disciple by decisively defeating the despicable Su Luo. When that moment arrives, who would not exclaim, well done? With a reputation secured and achievements furthered, what could be more gratifying? Before long, the second round commences, and the number of newcomers has already halved. The pairing of opponents begins anew. In the first match of the second round, number 45. Oh, the first bout features Su Luo. Which fortunate soul has the honor of facing her? Opponent number 91. Silence. The entire arena falls into hushed anticipation. For number 91 is Li Siyu. In the previous round, Li Siyu's swift elimination of her opponent was nothing short of extraordinary, truly a one-hit knockout. As fellow newcomers, how could the disparity be so vast? Consequently, others are compelled to remember this number, fervently hoping to avoid her. Yet now, it seems we are in for another thrilling showdown. Let the champagne flow, and this time, let it flow abundantly. Due to the further tarnishing of Su Luo's reputation, she found herself devoid of support, save for Xiaoyu. Huh. Su Luo, You are reaping what you have sown. It serves you right for engaging in underhanded tactics. Do dare to call for Li Siyu's surrender again. Perhaps you have grown fearful. But let us not speak ill, for we owe him our gratitude. His encounter with Li Siyu ensures our safety. The newcomers are oblivious to the joy this brings. In the special viewing area, Nangong Shiyun squinted at the sect master. What are you scheming? Do not speak so recklessly. I am innocent. It is not my affair. The sect master feigned ignorance. Yet internally, he was 100% certain. Indeed, it was he who orchestrated this battle. As the sect master, what harm is there in operating behind the scenes? I have heard that Li Siyu is the most accomplished among the newcomers, showcasing remarkable prowess that far surpasses her peers, and she is even a disciple of Nangong Shiyun. Su Luo, let us see how you intend to claim victory this time. Humph, to think you would compel my disciple to concede. Do not expect to emerge unscathed. Li Siyu shall give you a taste of hardship. The sect master could hardly contain his amusement. Nangong Shiyun was at a loss for words. How could one of such age still be so juvenile? Yet, sect master, you may be disappointed. Are you not aware of the private relationship between Li Siyu and Su Luo? You intend to use Li Siyu to teach Su Luo a lesson? That is implausible. Li Siyu would not unleash her true strength against Su Luo. And once again, Su Luo was rendered speechless. Is this a joke? Just pass Xiaoyu. And now this absurdity. How could Li Siyu possibly win? She would have to resort to using the Lin Snake Whip early on, hoping it would not be damaged. As Su Luo took the stage, she disregarded the surrounding shouts of foul play. Nonsense. I walk a righteous path. What foul play? It has nothing to do with me. Li Siyu stood on the field, displaying no semblance of caution, casually inquiring, how do you intend to proceed? Shall you concede? Su Luo was already poised to wield the Lin Snake Whip. Very well, I concede. Su Luo, the sect leader, the audience. Why does this scene feel eerily familiar? Did I mishear? Truly, the tension has driven me to hallucinations. I suspect I am still in the previous round. I must be seeing things. Pray tell, is the figure above truly a disciple of the sect leader? Surely, this must be a jest. How could Li Siyu possibly concede? When the host announced Su Luo's victory, the newcomers could no longer contain their astonishment. What the heck? And they claim there is no foul play? What is Su Luo's true identity? A hidden powerhouse. Once might be excusable, but twice. What nonsense is this? Su Luo possesses something extraordinary. I refuse to accept this. It reeks of conspiracy. Su Luo must have some leverage over Li Siyu. The newcomers were the first to object, questioning. On what grounds does Su Luo compel Li Siyu to concede? Is it merely due to his good looks? How absurd. In the realm of cultivation, beauty holds no merit. Surely, it is strength that speaks volumes. I fail to comprehend. The newcomers do not understand, and neither does Su Luo. Li Siyu, why did you yield? And if you must concede, at least feign some resistance, much like Xiaoyu. Your nonchalance makes it impossible for me to dismiss this as a conspiracy. Your concession is astonishingly straightforward. Su Luo was at a loss for words. Li Siyu, with a proud demeanor, declared, if Xiaoyu can achieve it, so can I. But what are you all competing over? What pride is there in this? What merit is there in comparison? Although it may seem that Su Luo has gained an advantage, he cannot bring himself to feel joy. The sect leader, witnessing this scene, has lost all rationality. Are you not going to manage your disciple? He reproached Nangong Shiyun. Initially expecting Li Siyu to teach Su Luo a lesson, but unexpectedly, it resulted in an effortless victory for Su Luo. This was akin to lifting a stone only to crush one's own foot, or even both feet. The sect leader felt utterly humiliated. It's perfectly fine. I completely allow my disciples to act as they wish, and I perceive no significant issue with this matter. Is this not trivial? Have I grown old? The sect leader could not comprehend why young people do not relish competing for rankings. Why did Li Siyu concede so readily? Indeed, you have aged. Do not attempt any more tricks, warned Nangong Shiyun. What do you mean? It means that I will protect Su Luo. Do not interfere with him. Huh. The sect leader was left bewildered. Am I truly out of touch? It has been less than a month, and how has Nangong Shiyun, this salted fish, become entangled with Su Luo? Has the sun risen in the west? When did you, Nangong Shiyun, develop an interest in a man? Moreover, you speak of protecting him? Can someone enlighten me on what has transpired? Chapter 41. Let me show you my efforts. The sect leader pressed for answers for quite some time, but received none from Nangong Shiyun. However, he indeed refrained from any underhanded tactics. Given Nangong Shiyun's stance, he naturally had to save face. The competition among newcomers continued. Upon reaching the sidelines, Su Luo quietly inquired of Li Siyu, "What is wrong? Do you not like it? I was asking why you no longer desire the prize." "I do not want it. It pales in comparison to what master has given." Li Siyu spoke the truth. A few days ago, Nangong Shiyun bestowed numerous exquisite gifts upon her, rendering her indifferent to the prizes of the newcomer competition. Su Luo intended to inquire about her concession, but was preempted by Li Siyu. "Just ask if you like it." "I do." "Then that settles it. If you feel indebted to me, you must acquiesce to my requests in the future." "No, I do not feel indebted." Su Luo promptly corrected her stance, asserting with conviction, "I do not easily grant favors." "Then it is agreed. You owe me a favor." "No." "Did you even listen to me?" Yet, Li Siyu, covering her ears, dashed away. "Ah, so now I owe a favor." The subsequent competitions proceeded without incident, successfully concluding the first day and determining the top 8, Su Luo, Lin Xian, and 6 other newcomers. The next day continued with even more senior disciples present, keenly observing the prowess of the newcomers. "Look, the 7 stars and 4 talents. Indeed, I never expected to see them. I have heard tales of their prowess even in my small town. So handsome, so beautiful." The newcomers were exhilarated. The so-called 7 stars and 4 talents comprised Qin San, Han Inger from the recent newcomer assessments, along with Zhuo Mingyuan and Yuan Jia, 2 males and 2 females. They frequently teamed up for sect missions, consistently achieving success, and boasted considerable renown across various cities. Furthermore, their strength among disciples was unparalleled, all exceeding the golden course stage. Moreover, both the male and female are strikingly handsome and beautiful, embodying the very essence of the 7-star sword sect's disciples, be it in prowess or appearance. Such individuals are indeed the envy of many. However, today as focus is not on us, let us concentrate on the competition, Qin San gently remarked, having long grown accustomed to the attention that accompanied such scenes. Returning to the arena, the first match featured Su Luo against Lin Xian. Su Luo had waited far too long. The sooner it concluded, the sooner he could depart. Yet, as Su Luo stood on the stage, a chorus of boos erupted, a testament to his lack of reputation. In stark contrast, Lin Xian was met with cheers and encouragement upon his entrance. "Lin Xian." The opening remark from Su Luo erupted with such intensity that it nearly drowned out the crowd. The newcomers were taken aback. Why such hostility? "Lin Xian, today I shall settle our past grievances. I will ensure your defeat is nothing short of humiliating. Indeed, there was animosity. This is all your fault. My once bright future, along with the woman I cherished, has been stripped away because of you. As for the future, that was a matter for another time. Wasn't your beloved woman Li Siyu? Just yesterday, she forfeited her match for your sake, after all." Upon witnessing Li Siyu concede, Lin Xian realized that her prior claims of detesting Su Luo were mere fabrications. Though the reasons remain unclear, it was evident that Su Luo and Li Siyu were performing for his benefit. Enough with the prattle. Today, we shall determine our standings and confront our fates. Of course, the notion of life and death was far-fetched, given the presence of so many esteemed figures. Unforeseen calamities were unlikely. Nevertheless, one must maintain an appropriate demeanor. "Very well, I shall refrain from further comments. I hope this time, you can unleash your full potential. Well, allow me to demonstrate the fruits of my labor over these past few days." Su Luo then produced the Lin Snake Whip. Upon activation, the whip moved with remarkable agility around Su Luo, resembling a living creature rather than an ordinary weapon. Suddenly, the Lin Snake Whip lunged forward, aiming directly at Lin Xian. Caught off guard, Lin Xian was struck fiercely at his waist. Even those with minimal experience could discern that this was not merely a testament to Su Luo's strength, but rather the prowess of that exceptional whip. "Is this what you call effort? Have some dignity." Yet, Su Luo appeared unabashed, laughing heartily. "Didn't he expect this, did you? True, I cannot match your strength, but I have discovered a way to defeat you." The other newcomers could no longer contain themselves, voicing their indignation on behalf of Lin Xian. "Hey, isn't this against the rules? This isn't fair. How can his weapon be so powerful? Who allowed him to bring that? It seemed utterly unreasonable. Weren't there any regulations?" The host glanced around before declaring, "Su Luo has not violated any rules. A weapon is indeed a part of one's strength. He is entitled to wield a superior weapon, just as you are. Where on earth can I find such a weapon?" In an instant, the newcomers were hurling insults at Su Luo, accusing him of lacking martial integrity. At that moment, Su Luo had become the pariah of the group. Nevertheless, He feigned ignorance, continuing to wield the Lin snake whip with a look of delight upon his face. Ha ha, Lin Xian, today is your day of reckoning. Don't concede just yet, for I have not yet had my fill of this. Under the relentless assault of the Lin snake whip, Lin Xian found himself in a desperate predicament, dodging and weaving. Yet the whip relentlessly pursued him with its innate tracking ability. However, Lin Xian would not sit idly by. At the moment when Su Luo was lost in her own triumph, he hurled a small flying knife directly towards her chest. Clang! The knife struck Su Luo, yet it bore no consequence. Su Luo, no longer pretending, tore open her clothing to reveal the Lin snake armor beneath. Not only do I possess weaponry, but I also have protective gear. How does that make you feel? Are you in despair? Su Luo's expression of triumph intensified, directly shattering the morale of the newcomers. Oh no, my fists have hardened. Can I still charge into attack? Count me in. Using such treasures is nothing short of bullying. I cannot tolerate it any longer. Indeed, the weapons and armor are far beyond what one in the Qi refining stage should possess. The newcomer's anger stemmed from the realization that Su Luo seemed poised to win. If such a person were to claim first place, they would forever be marked as the shameful generation of novices. The sect leader turned to Nangong Shiyun and inquired, "Is this truly the person you have chosen to protect? Surely, these treasures are not bestowed by you?" "Of course not, but you need not concern yourself with that. Simply watch." Humph, Su Luo is utterly incapable, while Lin Xian, on the other hand, is actively seeking opportunities to counterattack. The sect leader's insight surpassed that of the newcomers. He believed Lin Xian could very well prevail. Indeed, Lin Xian swiftly adapted to the automatic attacks of the Lin snake whip, which pursued its target with a certain pattern. Having discerned this, Lin Xian was able to evade most assaults, and in instances where evasion was impossible, he would withstand them with minimal cost. This exemplifies Lin Xian's extraordinary combat talent. Moreover, he was not confined to mere defense. He began to inch closer to Su Luo. Yet another hit landed. Can you endure it? If not, then hold your ground. Su Luo maintained her smug demeanor, reveling in her momentary ascendancy. Unbeknownst to many, it appeared as though Su Luo was encouraging Lin Xian, when in fact, she sought to torment him. The battle was overwhelmingly one-sided, leaving the newcomers restless. What could be done? Should they simply allow Su Luo to claim victory? That was out of the question. It would keep me awake all night. Lin Xian, you must prevail. Should you win, you shall be my elder brother. The entire arena rallied behind Lin Xian. In that moment, it seemed as if Lin Xian awakened to something profound, entering a peculiar state as he moved gracefully beneath the relentless strikes of the Lin snake whip. He perfectly anticipated the whip's assault, advancing towards Su Luo. You. Su Luo gazed at Lin Xian in bewilderment, her complexion betraying a sense of panic. Lin Xian's right hand was already gathering strength. This blow would be excruciating. No sooner had the thought crossed his mind than he channeled all his energy into his right hand, unleashing a radiant burst of light. 8 Extreme's Great Collapse. With a single punch, the Lin snake armor, after a brief defense, shattered into fragments. Su Luo was sent hurtling backward. The force of the strike, combined with the armor's resistance, left Lin Xian's right hand battered and gradually succumbing to fatigue, hanging limply by his side. Yet, his indomitable spirit remained unyielding upon the arena. Incredible, a reversal. Lin Xian, you are my idol. How magnificent he is, truly magnificent. The crowd erupted, chanting Lin Xian's name. With sheer willpower and explosive energy, he captivated everyone present. However, the battle was not yet concluded. Su Luo rose once more, only to falter and collapse, suddenly spitting blood. Yet, she paid no heed to her plight. Lin Xian, she cried out again in desperation. Lin Xian, why is it always you? I want to kill you. Kill you. Su Luo was already incoherent. With this thought, Su Luo once again rose to her feet, launching a punch at Lin Xian. Yet, he deftly evaded her strikes. If this is all you can muster, you should concede. I have no desire to battle someone who is not exerting their full strength. Lin Xian maintained an instinctive belief that Su Luo possessed greater depths. How infuriating. How infuriating. Su Luo repeated these words, attacking wildly, resembling a deranged clown who had lost all reason. Lin Xian, having lost his patience, delivered a single punch that sent Su Luo sprawling far away. Ultimately, she collapsed to the ground. The host proclaimed Lin Xian the victor. Nangong Shiyun, having observed the entire battle, could only remark, in terms of acting, among all I have witnessed, none surpass you. I, Nangong Shiyun, shall deem you the strongest. As Nangong Shiyun concealed his true self, he had adopted many facades and played numerous roles, thus becoming quite adept in the art of performance. Yet, upon witnessing Su Luo today, he felt a pressing need for improvement. Had it not been for his diary, he would have remained oblivious to Su Luo's theatricality. Chapter 42. The newcomer competition concludes. Upon seeing Su Luo's ultimate defeat, the newcomers erupted into a frenzy of celebration. Even the sect leader bore a smile upon his face. Exactly. This is the outcome I desired. Soon, I shall revel in the irony of Su Luo before Xiaoyu. After a day of pent-up frustration, the sect leader finally felt a sense of relief. He was now, without a doubt, in high spirits. Nangong Shiyun immediately discerned the leader's thoughts. I advise you to refrain from courting misfortune. You, an old man, cannot possibly rival Su Luo. I remain unconvinced. Nangong Shiyun refrains from comment, as she has already surmised the outcome. The competition among newcomers continues, with the subsequent battles becoming increasingly thrilling. Although Lin Xian's arm is temporarily incapacitated, it does not hinder his extraordinary prowess. In the ensuing semifinals, he continues to dominate his opponents, displaying little decline in combat effectiveness despite the loss of one arm. In the finals, he grows ever more formidable, achieving remarkable feats, culminating in a narrow victory against his adversary. Many newcomers, witnessing this, become ardent admirers of Lin Xian, while those who do not become his fans strive to emulate him. Standing tall on the field, Lin Xian raises his fist in triumph, proclaiming his victory. This era belongs to Lin Xian. Given his performance, it is undeniable that those around him must acquiesce. It is not until the newcomer competition concludes that Su Luo awakens, with further matters to attend to and Xiaoyu vigilantly observing him. He finds himself in a precarious position. Su Luo swiftly performs a somersault and makes his way directly to Elder Yanqi. Upon entering, he is overwhelmed with anguish. Elder, I implore you, grant me a more powerful treasure, just one, so that I may exact my revenge. Elder Yanqi sets aside his tasks and shakes his head, lamenting, alas. Why go to such lengths? I must kill Lin Xian. In our sect, do not speak of killing fellow disciples. Such talk is detrimental, while casual banter is permissible. As sparring often incites heated emotions, taking the life of a fellow disciple would lead to consequences more severe than death. The Seven-Star Sword sect does not permit internecine conflict among its members, except under extraordinary circumstances. Indeed, Elder, but I. Very well. Let me inquire. Have you ever contemplated the notion of ending Lin Xian's life? The moment these words were uttered, a palpable pressure emanated from Elder Yanqi, causing Su Luo to tremble and momentarily lose her voice. After a prolonged silence, Su Luo gritted her teeth and confessed, yes. I would relish the opportunity to eliminate him right now. Elder Yanqi shook his head, observing, I sense no genuine resolve within you. Your feelings are merely rooted in resentment. He continued, I possess treasures in abundance, yet I wish for you to comprehend that true strength lies in your own power. Yes, I understand. So, does Elder Yanqi intend to bestow a treasure upon me? Su Luo inquired. You seem entirely oblivious. Allow me to clarify. When you genuinely harbor the intent to kill Lin Xian, then seek me out, Elder Yanqi replied, turning away to resume his tasks. I truly possess the determination to kill him, Su Luo reiterated, but Elder Yanqi remained indifferent to her words. You lack even the faintest aura of killing intent. Do not misconstrue my meaning. I merely require your resolve. It is not imperative for you to slay Lin Xian, but this conviction will fortify your strength. Very well. Soon, they arrived at their residence. Upon opening the door, Su Luo was greeted by the sight of Xiaoyu waiting, with the sect master by her side. However, Xiaoyu felt it prudent to offer consolation to the defeated Su Luo, so she lingered. The sect master, concerned for Xiaoyu, also hesitated. Upon seeing Su Luo, he was met with her playful demeanor, rendering any consolation unnecessary. Su Luo accepted the tea, pondering the sect master's presence. Regardless of the circumstances, a proper address was still in order. Sect master, indeed, I observed the recent competition, and the performance was commendable. Acquiring such a treasure must have come at a considerable cost, yet regrettably, it has been damaged. Yes, that detestable Lin Xian. I shall ensure he pays for this in due time. Su Luo casually remarked, responding to the sect leader. Ah, we are all members of the same sect. Let us not harbor such animosity, he chuckled. Indeed, the leader wished to tease Su Luo further, but was preempted by Xiaoyu's interjection. Su Luo, are you all right? I am fine. What could possibly be wrong? I assure you, there is no need for concern. That is reassuring. I shall grow stronger and stand beside you to confront Lin Xian. Though Xiao Yu was progressing rapidly, there remained a slight disparity when compared to Lin Xian. The leader, upon hearing this, became displeased, questioning how Xiao Yu could continue to support Su Luo after witnessing his dismal display in the competition. Su Luo, do not lead Xiao Yu astray. Indeed, I shall not. Master, Su Luo has never led me astray. The leader could no longer contain his frustration. Xiao Yu's unwavering support for Su Luo left him baffled regarding Su Luo's merits. Su Luo, let me be frank, regardless of the weapons, treasures, or elixirs you desire. I can provide them, but only if you sever ties with Xiao Yu. Your performance has profoundly disappointed me. You neglect your training and rely on treasures during critical moments. Yet you have not even managed to best Lin Xian. I see no redeeming qualities in you. Allowing Xiao Yu to remain by your side will only lead to her downfall. The leader vented all that he had been holding back. Had it not been for Xiao Yu, he would have spoken up long ago. Enough, enough. I desire nothing. I shall distance myself from Xiao Yu. Su Luo said to Xiao Yu, Xiao Yu, although our acquaintance has been brief, you are a good child. Our fates diverge here. I apologize, for I am unworthy. Aware that their paths must ultimately part, Su Luo had long prepared for this moment. The sect leader was somewhat bewildered. What? Is this truly your decision? I expected a more arduous struggle. Even as the sect leader, you should not relinquish Xiao Yu so easily. It is indeed correct to regard you with disdain. You exhibit no fortitude, truly pitiful, the sect leader exclaimed without restraint. Xiao Yu, taken aback by this, quickly regained her composure and turned to the sect leader. Master, although our time together has been short, you are a good master. Our fates must part here. I apologize, for I am unworthy. After speaking, Xiao Yu stood beside Su Luo. She simply thought that since her master forbade her from being with Su Luo, she could only apologize to her master. Once their master-disciple relationship was severed, the master could no longer hinder her from being with Su Luo. In Xiao Yu's heart, in that rainy little forest, Su Luo had already become an exceedingly significant presence. Are you truly sincere? The sect leader found it difficult to accept this sudden severance of their master-disciple bond. Indeed, Xiao Yu replied earnestly. Chapter 43. The ubiquity of undercover agents. The sect leader was compelled to put on a smiling facade. Haha, what are you saying? I was merely joking earlier. I don't truly oppose your companionship. Really now, Xiao Yu, don't take it to heart. Oh, is that so? Certainly. You can still play with Su Luo in the future. I have no objections. The sect leader, on the verge of tears, lamented the rarity of finding such an exceptional disciple after a century. How could he bear to let her go? Observing the sect leader feigning a smile while uttering insincere words. It was at this moment that Su Luo could no longer contain herself. Lacking any dignity, it was truly pitiful. Alas, my fiery temper, and you, young man, are remarkably handsome. The sect leader dared not speak further, for Xiao Yu had already positioned herself protectively behind Su Luo. Moreover, whether it was an illusion or not, the sect leader felt that Su Luo's lips seemed to curl increasingly askew, which only fueled his irritation, yet he found himself powerless to act. Family, who truly understands? Why is this young man so exasperating? And then, there was nothing more to be said. The sect leader could only depart in dejection, utterly helpless, forced to leave them to their own devices. As night deepened, Su Luo opened her diary. Certain matters are best attended to in the stillness of the night. What follows is my growing resentment towards Lin Xian due to my defeat in the newcomer competition, compounded by Elder Yanxi's lack of assistance. In my desperation, I sought out my senior brothers and sisters. To my fortune, I indeed found a benevolent senior brother who agreed to teach Lin Xian a lesson, for which I provided a certain reward. This senior brother had no trouble in dealing with Lin Xian, as his strength far surpassed that of Lin Xian. While he did deliver a sound thrashing under the guise of sparring, the consequences of such actions may not have crossed his mind. The following day, Lin Xian commenced a thorough investigation into the background of this senior brother, delving into various aspects such as his daily dietary habits, outdoor activities, and personal preferences. Understanding an individual is essential for effectively confronting them. It soon came to light that this senior brother was an undercover agent for a demonic sect, and Lin Xian managed to secure irrefutable evidence of this. Consequently, he was rewarded by his sect and avenged himself. What a delightful outcome. However, one might think this was the end of the saga, but it was not. Fueled by an insatiable desire for retribution, Lin Xian sought out another senior brother, only to discover that he too was an undercover operative for the same malevolent faction. This time, Lin Xian was well-versed in the process and promptly reported the senior brother, thereby obtaining another reward. Was there a third instance? Certainly. I was left speechless upon witnessing the sheer absurdity of it all. Thus, Lin Xian successfully reported 3 undercover agents from the demonic sect in succession, elevating his reputation within the sect as everyone extolled his keen insight. At that moment, I too found myself at a loss for words. It is quite normal for a sect of this size to harbor a few infiltrators. With so many individuals, the presence of 1 or 2 is hardly surprising. Yet, due to Lin Xian's interference, those who had skillfully concealed their identities were unceremoniously exposed, leaving one breathless. It seems that regardless of the schemes we, the antagonists, devise, we ultimately serve as stepping stones for the protagonists. In the end, witnessing Lin Xian bask in his triumph only fueled my irritation further, prompting me to summon a formidable figure, one of the 7 stars, Qin San. With the connection to Elder Yanxi, and having established a bit of rapport during the previous assessment, Qin San acquiesced. However, due to Han Inger fortuitously passing by, the matter was ultimately left unresolved for her sake. After all, one must occasionally change their taste. It becomes tiresome to watch me perpetually being beaten. The next antagonist is, indeed, the very Qin San I have lured out. He is an undercover agent from the top-tier demonic sect, the Tianma sect. Yes, yet another infiltrator. I cannot help but ponder that had he not encountered Lin Xian, Qin San might have ascended to the position of steward in 3 years. Then to peak master 3 years thereafter, and eventually the sect leader. 3 years followed by another 3, and he would have become the paramount figure. But I digress. Qin San was not destined for such a fate. His encounter with Lin Xian not only brought him misfortune, but also cost him his life. This outing was proposed by Qin San, driven by his own objectives, yet tragically, he failed to achieve them. Speaking of this excursion, it was indeed remarkable. It contained a unique formation that allowed for accelerated cultivation within its confines. The speed of advancement was, in fact, 20 times greater than usual, seemingly exaggerated. Yet the results were genuine. Regrettably, this formation could only operate within that specific instance, and as the scenario concluded, it crumbled into oblivion. Nevertheless, even in that brief period, it provided ample opportunity for Lin Xian to cultivate fervently, his prowess surging exponentially. Such is the privilege of the protagonist. Having penned another diary entry, Su Luo felt unworthy to lament about stagnation. Yet, upon reflection, if one does not document their journey, are they merely to rely on diligent cultivation? Would that not be even more exhausting? As the days pass, I complete my journal, earning a boost to my physique of 2, strength of 4, and a level increase in my cultivation, currently at the early stage of the golden core. My special ability has been upgraded. My suffering exceeds yours. When attacked, I can transfer 50 of the damage I receive to a designated individual. The name of this special ability has been changed to Feel the Pain Together. I endure 50 of the pain, and my adversary suffers the same. Together in suffering, there is no fault in this. Time flows inexorably onward. When Lin Xian reported the 3rd infiltrator from the demonic path, he gradually began to comprehend everything. He realized that Su Luo was orchestrating a grand scheme. With this guise, he could better gain the trust of the demonic faction and subsequently use my hands to eliminate the infiltrator. Otherwise, how could one rationally explain the events of the past few days? Su Luo sought trouble with me, yet every time I confronted him, he would collapse and call for help. The individuals he summoned were all infiltrators from the demonic path. His intent was not to trouble me, but to subtly alert me to the fact that this person posed a threat, facilitating the elimination of the infiltrator through my intervention. Indeed, it all makes sense now. How else could one explain Li Siyu's continued association with him? It became clear that she had always understood Su Luo's intentions. With a heart inclined towards the light, yet a body shrouded in darkness, Lin Xian found no more fitting rationale. Had it not been for Su Luo, he would have remained oblivious to the existence of infiltrators within the sect. Su Luo's every action, previously inscrutable, now resonated with Lin Xian's understanding. He realized that Su Luo had transformed himself into a pawn, destined to infiltrate the inner sanctum of the demonic path. To survive as an infiltrator amidst the chaotic dance of demons is surely a daunting endeavor. In that moment, Lin Xian felt a profound respect. I apologized, Su Luo. I underestimated you in the past. Chapter 44. Who are you, Brother Lin Xian? Su Luo once again sought trouble with Lin Xian, her fury manifesting vividly. Indeed, it was she who had summoned someone to teach Lin Xian a lesson, yet it had somehow become a credit to him. This left Su Luo feeling as though she were merely assisting an enemy, a situation more disheartening than anyone in her position would be displeased. Naturally, Su Luo had to portray her anger vehemently. This time, it would lead to Qin San, and after this encounter, there would be little plot left to unfold. Lin Xian had grown accustomed to such outbursts and calmly replied, "You have arrived. Yes, this time, you shall not be fortunate. I intend to make you aware of the consequences of offending me. So, who is it this time?" "Qin San," Su Luo declared proudly, asserting that not just anyone could summon Qin San. "Are you certain?" Lin Xian asked, astonished, never anticipating it would be this individual. One of the representatives of the seven-star disciples, facing an issue? It was one thing to contend with lowly minions, but even someone of Qin San's stature? The demonic path is exceptionally adept at concealment. Upon hearing that name, Lin Xian couldn't help but frown, sensing trouble ahead. Su Luo was perplexed. What was there to be uncertain about? Did she not possess the capability to summon such a figure? Who does one think I am? Understood, you have worked hard. It's no trouble. When Su Luo naturally responded to the acknowledgement of her efforts, it felt amiss. "Ah, what have you understood? And what do you mean by hard work? I summoned someone to teach you a lesson, and you expect gratitude from me? What peculiar inclination is this? Could it be that the previous three have rendered you foolish? That should not be the case. Lin Xian, you cannot be so weak. Lin Xian, is there something amiss with your mind? No, I have received your message clearly. Su Luo, only at this very moment are you my brother. Thereafter, we shall have no further ties. Su Luo, I initially believed that, given your current strength and status, it would be quite remarkable for you to find a few minor infiltrators, yet you have exceeded my expectations, even managing to catch a significant fish. You must have exerted considerable effort unbeknownst to others. At this moment, you are indeed my brother. Yet we must continue to feign rivalry to conceal your true identity as an infiltrator. I comprehend that. Rest assured, I shall not let you down. The investigation into Qin San will be entrusted to me. I will procure irrefutable evidence and subsequently eliminate this infiltrator." Su Luo was even more bewildered. Who is calling you brother? Why is Lin Xian acting strangely today, as if his attitude towards me has subtly shifted? I understand then. Shall we proceed as per our usual practice? What practice? Do we have any established customs between us? Su Luo, accustomed to yielding, realized the implication of your words. So this is what you meant by practice. It seems plausible. Given Lin Xian's intelligence, he should have deduced that I am feigning weakness. Yet he certainly remains unaware of my true capabilities, for Lin Xian has only recently achieved the pinnacle of qi training. Nevertheless, the narrative must unfold as it ought. How infuriating. Just wait, I will summon assistance. Very well, I shall await your return. Indeed, it is quite peculiar. Lin Xian should be displaying impatience at this juncture. Yet he has begun to soften. How nauseating. What has gone awry? Soon, Qin San was summoned. He had initially been reluctant to engage in such matters. Yet upon mentioning Elder Yanxi, he acquiesced. Lin Xian, do you recall what I stated during the sect entrance examination? Have you forgotten? Or did you merely choose to disclose the matter regarding Su Luo, demonstrating that my admonitions were of no consequence to you? In other words, you regard me with disdain. Very well, let us spar now. You have no objections, I presume? This was merely an excuse, a pretext to deliver a sound thrashing to Lin Xian. During the sect entrance examination, Qin San had scarcely given it a thought. Within the sect, however, a semblance of justification was necessary to cloak his intentions. All right, let us begin. At that moment, Lin Xian had no objections. He was eager to witness Qin San's prowess and comprehend the disparity between them, preparing for future encounters. Even in defeat, Lin Xian did not perceive a lack of gain, for growth often springs from failure. With audacity, Qin San unleashed his signature move, the heart-piercing claw. The potency of his golden core strength was unequivocal, and the vicious angle he struck left Lin Xian no opportunity to evade. With a moment's hesitation, Lin Xian found himself unable to defend, suffering the consequences. The sound of fabric tearing echoed, and not only that, distinct claw marks marred Lin Xian's skin, blood seeping forth. In just a single strike, Lin Xian grasped the chasm between their abilities. Indeed, he was not yet equipped to contend with such prowess. Su Luo, you have presented me with a formidable challenge. Su Luo, however, was indifferent to Lin Xian's thoughts, reveling instead in jubilant exclamations. Ha ha ha, splendid. Absolutely marvelous, this delights me immensely. Qin Sen had merely held back with that last move. Otherwise, Lin Xian would have met his end there. It is inconceivable that Lin Xian could truly be killed. Qin Sen has toiled for so long to conceal his identity and ascend to this position. So how could he so easily reveal himself? Is he still able to endure? I have barely even warmed up. Though Qin Sen derives a certain satisfaction from bullying the weak, Lin Xian's utter vulnerability only feeds his arrogance further. This Lin Xian is nothing remarkable. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xian concentrated and unleashed his most formidable technique, the 8 extremities great collapse. However, the outcome was as Lin Xian had anticipated, ineffectual. Qin Sen received the blow directly and appeared hardly injured. That punch was commendable, but alas, your cultivation is too low. Had you reached the golden core stage, I might have hesitated to accept such a strike from you. Regrettably, you are not there yet, Qin Sen appraised him, then raised his hand, transforming it into a dragon's claw. Just as he was about to strike, a voice interrupted him. What are you doing? Han Inger, clad in white, happened to pass by? It was her mastery of disguise that allowed her to remain hidden within the 7 Stars sword sect for so long. What kind of sparring is this? Are you not merely bullying Lin Xian? While she voiced her concerns, Han Inger, observing Qin Sen's cultured demeanor, did not sound overly reproachful. Senior sister, I'm fine. Fine. You're injured. Let me see. Han Inger gently examined Lin Xian's wounds with her delicate hands. Su Luo, watching from the side, couldn't help but click her tongue, recognizing that someone was about to lose sleep over this. Indeed, that someone was Qin Sen, whose gaze was fixed on Lin Xian, now tinged with concern. Not bad at all. You managed to withstand Qin Sen's attack and only sustained this minor injury. Junior brother, you are truly impressive. Hunting, while praising, was applying medicine to Lin Xian, revealing that it was indeed a precious and effective remedy. Humph, had I not held back, he would have lost his life. You are aware of the need to restrain yourself. Causing such injury to someone is truly excessive. What do you mean by I? Hurry and apologize to Lin Xian. Yes, Qin Sen reluctantly conceded. Lin Xian, I'm sorry. I may have been a bit too rough. It's nothing. Injuries are inevitable during sparring. Junior brother, if you wish to spar in the future, feel free to come to me. I assure you I won't strike so harshly. The admiration in Han Inger's eyes was unmistakable, leaving Qin Sen genuinely wishing to give Lin Xian a good thrashing. Yet, in front of Han Inger, that was simply not an option, lest he incur her disdain. Chapter 45. Before the departure to the secret realm in the end, Qin Sen and Han Inger departed together. Lin Xian felt that today's encounter was still worthwhile. Even if discovered, it could serve as a justification. Otherwise, why would one investigate Qin Sen without reason? Upon returning to her residence, Su Luo resolved to prepare a delectable meal for herself as a reward. She had successfully completed her part of the narrative, and now all that remained was to observe how Lin Xian and the others fared in the secret realm, undoubtedly with Lin Xian emerging as the sole survivor. Just then, Li Si arrived, her demeanor cheerful yet seemingly insidious. Have you been free lately? What do you need? Su Luo sensed something amiss. She needed to clarify the situation before determining her availability. Previously, during the newcomer competition, you owed me a favor. I believe it is time to settle that debt. Let's not prolong it any further. The sooner we make use of it, the better. How about you accompany me to a certain place? That would clear our obligations. Where shall we go? Lately, my cultivation has been rather disheartening, and I wish to take a break. What do you say? You have nothing pressing, do you? Are you also facing difficulties? Shouldn't you consult your master about your troubles? Alas, some matters cannot be resolved by a master. If I continue my cultivation in this state, I fear I may succumb to inner demons. Is it truly that severe? Indeed, that is why I implore your assistance. Very well, it is not impossible. After a moment's contemplation, Su Luo realized there were indeed no significant issues. A brief respite was certainly permissible. One must admit, during the newcomer competition, Li Siyu's concession had spared him considerable trouble. In truth, Li Siyu's cultivation had been progressing remarkably well as of late. With the acceleration provided by the clear moon pendant and her exceptional innate talent, she was advancing at a pace that left others far behind. Moreover, with the guidance of Nangong Shiyun, her skills were improving at an astonishing rate. The speed at which her strength was enhancing was beyond her own imagination. She had recently achieved a breakthrough to the mid-foundation stage, marking her as a prodigy among her peers. Indeed, in the realm of cultivation, achieving high levels is a noteworthy accomplishment. Yet, how can one ever cease to strive forward? Upon glancing at Su Luo's diary, She was taken aback. The speed is said to be 20 times faster than usual. Her eyes widened in disbelief. Even the clear moon pendant could not possibly provide such an extraordinary acceleration. What must it feel like to cultivate at such a pace? Like soaring through the skies? It is better not to know, for knowing only intensifies the struggle to resist. However, this time was markedly different from the past. Previously, one could ascertain a general location. But now it was imperative for Qin San to reveal the exact place, leaving her unable to venture alone. After much contemplation, Li Si resolved not to forego this opportunity. Thus, she decided to accompany him. Being still aligned with Lin Xian, she believed that through him, she could persuade Qin San to include her in the journey. Moreover, she felt compelled to invite Su Luo along, as Xiaoyu incessantly lingered around Su Luo, who, having recently been devoid of any narrative, was prone to trouble in such idle circumstances. Resolutely, she enlisted Su Luo's company. One day in the realm of cultivation, Qin San proposed an expedition to seek treasures. Having recently acquired news of a hidden realm thought to belong to an ancient powerhouse, a visit might yield an abundance of valuable findings. The other 3 members of the group had no objections, as this was the customary course of action. Whenever a team outing was suggested, they would simply agree without question. However, Han Inge recalled Lin Xian and extended an invitation for him to join, ostensibly to broaden his horizons. Initially, Qin San was reluctant to acquiesce. Yet upon Han Inge's earnest request, he relented. Although he harbored concerns that Lin Xian might impede his plans, the thought of Lin Xian's frailty assuaged his worries. Should he become a hindrance, he would not show any mercy this time. Upon receiving Han Inge's invitation, Lin Xian hesitated momentarily before agreeing. Realizing that Qin San was shrouded in mystery, he promptly initiated an investigation. However, the task proved exceedingly challenging. Qin San was markedly different from his former lackeys, exhibiting exceptional vigilance. On several occasions, Lin Xian's distant observations nearly led to his discovery. It was as if not a single trace of evidence had been left behind, prompting Lin Xian to question whether Su Luo had erred in her assumptions. The invitation from Han Inge provided an opportune moment to observe Qin San at close quarters. However, venturing outside would significantly heighten the risks, particularly with a lurking threat nearby. Lin Xian was naturally concerned for his safety, yet the presence of other capable individuals, all of whom possessed golden core strength, offered some reassurance. Furthermore, Elder Yan had assured them that he would intervene if necessary, having regained a modicum of his former power, sufficient to contend with Qin San. Thus, Lin Xian felt a wave of relief wash over him. What Lin Xian did not anticipate was that Li Siyu expressed a desire to accompany them, bringing Su Luo along as well. This left him perplexed. What purpose did they have in joining the expedition? Li Siyu's response was simply for leisure, yet Lin Xian remained skeptical. Ultimately, the rationale mattered little, as the decision rested with Qin San, who had consistently assumed the mantle of leadership among the 4 of them, with most decisions falling under his purview. It seemed rather precarious. Bringing Lin Xian alone was already burdensome, and now 2 more individuals were being added to the mix. This was unacceptable, and Qin San firmly declined. Han Inge, however, was displeased. What is there to fear? With the strength of the 4 of us, can we not ensure their safety? Moreover, this secret realm is merely based on hearsay. Its authenticity remains in doubt. If it turns out to be a fabrication, we can treat it as an excursion, and a larger group would only add to the merriment. I said no, and I mean it, Qin San retorted, nearly laughing in exasperation. This secret realm was one he had discovered long ago, and he was uncertain of what lay within. Their journey was intended specifically for this realm, and accommodating so many exceeded his original plans. If they do not go, then neither shall I, Qin San. Very well. Qin San reached a compromise. With his primary objective being Han Inge, the others were merely supplementary. If she did not attend, everything would be rendered meaningless. Consequently, the number of participants for this expedition increased from 5 to 7. Unbeknownst to them, however, one individual was stealthily trailing their path, Nangong Shiyun. She had been closely monitoring Su Luo and was taken aback by the undercover incident, as Qin San was still highly regarded within the sect. Had it not been for Su Luo, she might have remained oblivious until the matter reached its conclusion. This piqued her interest. She was eager to witness the fate that awaited Qin San, especially considering the notorious reputation of the Tianma sect in the realm of demonic arts. Presently, half of the infamous figures in the demonic world hailed from the Tianma sect, which undoubtedly fueled the disdain from righteous sections. Furthermore, The disfigurement that Nangong Shiyun endured was inflicted by a member of the Tianma sect. Naturally, once she had gained sufficient strength, her first course of action would be to obliterate the individual responsible for her scars. With a single stroke, they would be reduced to nothingness. Chapter 46. Humph. This is more like it. A few days later, Li Siyu set off with Su Luo. It was then that Su Luo encountered Lin Xian and his companions. What bad luck, encountering Lin Xian here. We should take another route. Su Luo attempted to detour, but was halted by Li Siyu. There's no mistake. Our senior brothers and sisters are eager to take us out to experience the world. No, thank you, Su Luo replied decisively. Yet Han Inger interjected. Su Luo, aren't you quite familiar with Qin San? There's no need to feel awkward. Everyone gathered. Let us not waste time. We must depart swiftly. Qin San was already growing impatient, hastily tossing people onto the flying steed before taking off. His agitation stemmed from his recent confession to Han Inger, expressing his desire to become life partners. He felt it was time to make a definitive decision, yet he was met with rejection, as she had always regarded him as an older brother. This was something Qin San could not accept. He spent an entire sleepless night, and the more he pondered the situation, the more vexed he became. Nevertheless, a flicker of hope lingered within him, as he considered the possibility that within the secret realm, Han Inger might harbor deep affections for him. On the flying steed, Su Luo glared discontentedly at Li Siyi. Are you plotting against me? Li Siyi hurriedly apologized. Yet Su Luo remained unresponsive. All right, everyone, we are in this together. Let us lighten the mood. Yuan Jie interjected to break the silence. Indeed, I heard there are tensions between Su Luo and Lin Xian. How about we take this opportunity to reconcile for the sake of our senior brothers and sisters? Li Siyi chimed in. As Su Luo's childhood friend, I cannot bear to see him go astray. Which is why I brought him out to interact more with Lin Xian and resolve their differences. Lin Xian, why not offer an apology? Lin Xian retorted. Why should it be me who apologizes? What have I done wrong? In that moment, Lin Xian found himself contemplating numerous possibilities. Was Su Luo's presence a reminder of Qin San's movements? Was there something peculiar about this secret realm? Did Li Siyi's suggestion for him to apologize aim to eliminate the discord between him and Su Luo? But if they were to reconcile, could Su Luo still serve as an undercover agent? In truth, Lin Xian was overthinking. Li Siyi merely sought an excuse to bring Su Luo out, and this rationale was at least somewhat reasonable. Su Luo refused to acquiesce, asserting, I am the antagonist. Reconciliation with the protagonist is utterly impossible. Very well, she said, a smile gracing her lips as she extended her hand. Yet, in the fleeting moment of their handshake, Su Luo exerted a fierce grip on Lin Xian's hand. Her expression twisted into a grotesque mask of determination, as though she were channeling all her strength. However, Lin Xian remained unfazed. For Su Luo's grip was far weaker than she had anticipated, failing to inflict any harm upon him. Observing this, she concluded that any hope for reconciliation was futile. The disheartened Han Inger, having failed to persuade them, could only sigh quietly, wishing for a resolution during their forthcoming expedition into the mystical realm. After a day of travel, Qin San and his companions finally descended to rest. Li Siyu took Su Luo aside for a whispered conversation. What is it? I do not accept your apology. Aren't you curious as to why I brought you here? Why? I discovered that this secret realm provides an accelerated path to cultivation. You did some digging. But if Qin San didn't inform Han Inger, what makes you think he would tell you? It's likely your dream revealed it. And now you wish to partake in the bounty. That hardly justifies your secrecy. All right, do not be angry, even if I owe you a favor. Accompany me for this round of cultivation. A favor? Wait, it seems I ventured out solely to repay Li Siyu's kindness. Now, not only have I repaid it, but I have also gained another. It feels like a profit. No, Su Luo, how could you fall into a woman's trap? At least 2 favors. Very well. I shall grant you 3. You must forgive me. That is more like it. With these 3 favors in hand, should Li Siyu find herself in a state of uncontrollable chaos, she could be persuaded to comply gracefully. In accordance with Li Siyu's character, she would not breach a promise. However, Li Siyu couldn't help but chuckle, as Su Luo's proud expression bore a striking resemblance to her former self. What are you laughing at? Su Luo inquired, perplexed. You owe me 3 favors. What is so amusing? I recalled something joyous. I have reached the mid-stage of foundation establishment. Oh, and so what? Aren't you envious? What stage are you at? Late stage of qi refinement. Su Luo still presented herself as being in the late stage of qi refinement. Feigning modesty, Li Siyu mused. Su Luo's prowess in foundation establishment should be comparable to her own. Isn't that the point? With your inadequate cultivation, how could you possibly succeed? Thus, tagging along was undoubtedly a wise choice. Am I required to disclose my higher cultivation level to you? I possess methods for advancement. What methods? Seek Elder Yanxi. Is there any room for conversation? While Su Luo and Li Siyu whispered to one another, Qin San summoned Zhuo Mingyuan, one of the four talents. Mingyuan, I wish to pose a question to you today. What do you think of Han Ying? Just an ordinary fellow disciple. Do not deceive me. We are brothers. Do you suspect a connection between me and her? If it makes you laugh, I will tell you the truth. I asked Han Ying to become my Dao partner yesterday, and she declined. Why? We all believed you two would eventually become a couple. Indeed, I am perplexed as well. Do you know the reason? I do not. Deep within Zhuo Mingyuan's heart, he had harbored affection for Han Ying long ago. However, upon discovering that Qin San also cherished her, he relinquished his feelings and buried this secret deep within. Is that so? Qin San sighed. A look of helplessness etched upon his face. In truth, Qin San pondered whether Han Ying had rejected him because she had someone else in her heart. His first suspicion fell upon Zhuo Mingyuan, for he had no other suspects, yet lacked any evidence, prompting him to summon Zhuo for a subtle inquiry. Clearly, this yielded no valuable information. On the day following their flight, Qin San engaged in a private conversation with Yuan Jia, one of the four. Yuan Jia, you get along so well with Han Ying. Do you know who she likes? Isn't it you? Qin San replied with a wry smile. Just a few days ago, I was turned down by Han Ying. Ah, why? I would like to know as well. It troubles me immensely. There must be some misunderstanding in this. Probably not. I fear I may have lost all hope. That's not true. Then why did she reject me? Qin San's face fell into despair. In a moment of impulsiveness, Yuan Jia exclaimed, Qin San, what do you think of me? You're quite wonderful. Just quite wonderful. It seems I still fall short compared to Han Ying. You cannot compare this way. Each of you possesses unique merits. Yet you will never appreciate my qualities. Yuan Jia you. Indeed, Qin San, I have feelings for you. However, I am aware that your heart belongs to Han Ying. Therefore, let us disregard my feelings. I will inquire about the reason for her rejection. This left Qin San utterly perplexed. He was genuinely unaware that Yuan Jia harbored feelings for him. Chapter 47. Qin San's multifaceted scheme. Subsequently, Yuan Jia concocted a reason to temporarily withdraw with Han Ying from the group, claiming they needed to share a private conversation. What is the matter? Why did you call me out alone? Ying, don't you like Qin San? Han Ying pondered for a moment before uncertainly replying, perhaps. I don't really like him. What do you mean by perhaps? Liking someone is straightforward. Either you like them or you don't. I'm not sure how to articulate it. The more I get to know Qin San, the more I sense something amiss. He remains enigmatic, and I simply cannot stir any feelings. Is that the reason? Yuan Jia's voice rose slightly in volume at this point. What's wrong? Han Ying was startled. They were supposed to be whispering, not raising their voices. Yuan Jia lowered her voice again. What kind of reasoning is that? Are you not aware of how well Qin San has treated you? Yes, I am aware, but such matters cannot be forced. You wouldn't understand. I wouldn't he understand? Huh. I don't understand. Yuan Jia became increasingly agitated. Are you all right? Yuan Jia's loud voice startled Han Ying once more. Sorry, it's nothing. On the third day of their journey, while astride their flying steeds, the four companions presented a FAA day of laughter and conversation. Yet an undercurrent of dissonance lingered among them. Even Lin Xian, who previously interjected with remarks, now observed in silence. Li Siyu covertly inquired of Su Luo. Why does the atmosphere seem increasingly strange? What is love indeed? What do you mean? It is better not to understand. Do not speak halfway. However, Su Luo indeed expresses himself in fragments, leaving the remainder inscribed in his diary. Naturally, he writes only when undisturbed, though others cannot see the diary. One must concentrate while writing. After 3 days of travel, we are nearing the secret realm. Let us discuss the narrative within this domain. This secret realm is indeed a remnant of an ancient powerhouse, containing certain treasures that Qin San has long since discovered, yet he has refrained from taking them. He has waited until now to bring Han Ying and her companions to retrieve them, all to showcase his fortunate providence before her, while simultaneously winning her favor with these precious items. He has even gone so far as to contribute some of his own unparalleled treasures to the cause. Truly, it brings me to tears. However, this is not his sole intention. Another aim is to eliminate Zhuo Mingyuan and Yuan Jia, sacrificing them to lift the seal within the secret realm. This realm holds records of a mighty heart demon emperor sealed within. As the name suggests, the heart demon is intricately linked to one's inner turmoil, adept at drawing forth the inner demons of cultivators. It is well known that these demons reside within the cultivator, entwined with their very essence, manifesting as a collective of negative emotions born from various forms of regret, anger, or obsession. Should one allow these inner demons to flourish unchecked, they risk losing their sense of self and becoming a mere puppet to the heart demon. Thus, at a certain juncture, one must conquer these inner demons to progress further. The manifestation of one's inner demons varies from person to person, appearing at different times and exerting distinct influences. The demon emperor possesses the ability to provoke the inner demons of others, compelling them to engage in an internal struggle before any physical confrontation commences. If circumstances permit, he can even manipulate others through their inner demons. This character, who has ascended to imperial status, possesses a remarkable skill, the ability to materialize these inner demons. Typically, inner demons reside solely within one's being. However, the inner demons manifested by this emperor are undeniably projections of their true selves, indistinguishable from the individuals themselves. The strength of these manifested inner demons is not inferior to their original forms. In fact, they may even surpass them in power. The calculation for their strength is based on the formula: personal cultivation level minus negative emotional energy multiplied by the soul. While ordinary inner demons reflect the individual's attributes, the manifested version is significantly enhanced, exhibiting a threefold increase in malevolence and a frenzied advantage in combat. It is crucial to note that the inner demons conjured by the demon emperor are not mere reflections of humanity, but are instead manifestations through the soul. The stronger the soul, the more resilient the manifested inner demon becomes, as it cannot regenerate indefinitely. For the average individual, the inherent strength of their soul is predetermined, with vitality closely mirroring that of their original form, thus mitigating fears of substantial enhancements in this regard. Nonetheless, the manifested inner demons retain an advantage. As long as their vitality is not entirely depleted, they are capable of regeneration. Imagine the challenge if one were to be severed in two. So, is the demon emperor truly formidable? Not particularly. He has never lifted the seal placed upon him, allowing him to fade away with the collapse of the secret realm. The reason lies in the fact that Qin San is unaware of how to lift the seal, with the only possible clue being the word sacrifice found within the secret realm. Concurrently, the heavenly demon sect has assigned him a task to eliminate some of the exceptional disciples from the righteous sects in preparation for their forthcoming plans. Indeed, the heavenly demon sect is intent on igniting the fourth sect war, although it might not be the fourth. In any case, they aim to confront 10 renowned sects, a venture both audacious and formidable. Thus, Qin San has devised a plan to eliminate Zhuo Mingyuan and Yuan Jie during this encounter, fulfilling his undercover mission while also attempting to unravel the seal of the heart demon sovereign, achieving 2 objectives in one stroke. Subsequently, the 4 would dwindle to 2, leaving Han Inger with no one but him to rely upon. Moreover, he could conveniently pin the blame for Zhuo Mingyuan and the others' demise on this secret realm, ensuring his own perfect escape. It is indeed a stroke of genius. Alas, with the inclusion of Lin Xian, all plans are swiftly shifting. Initially, the discovery of the treasure is certainly a cause for celebration, but it is not long before Lin Xian uncovers a large hidden chamber that Qin San had overlooked. Inside, there are 8 rooms, each containing profound formations that significantly accelerate cultivation within. If there are 2 individuals, the speed can reach 20-fold. However, with 3 people, the formations cease to function. Indeed, this is a dual cultivation formation. Unlike those frivolous and seductive variations, in this room, one merely needs to clasp hands together to enhance the cultivation speed, without any superfluous actions required. With such a formation at their disposal, who cares about treasures? Cultivation takes precedence. One can only say that Lin Xian truly deserves his reputation, as fortune has consistently favored him. Meanwhile, Qin San harbors resentment towards Lin Xian for overshadowing him. Concurrently, Lin Xian's relationship with Han Inger has blossomed during their cultivation, intensifying the conflict with Qin San. Ultimately, unable to tolerate the situation any longer, Qin San resorts to self-destruction, abandoning his facade. In a surprise attack, he severed Zhuo Mingyuan's right hand and swiftly thrust a blade into Yuan Jie. It is evident that they placed too much trust in Qin San, as both were unable to fathom the betrayal. As for Han Inger, Qin San incapacitated her cultivation. As an undercover agent within the Seven Stars Sword sect, his affection for Han Inger is genuine, yet his other sentiments are merely a facade. Reluctant to harm her, he chose to strip her of her powers, ensuring her compliance to remain by his side. However, what purpose does this serve? He is merely a jester, and when he planned to deal with Lin Xian, an unexpected ally intervened. Elder Yin unleashed a devastating attack, obliterating him. It is quite amusing that he still sought to insult Lin Xian, oblivious to the consequences he would face. Nevertheless, Elder Yin subsequently retreated into slumber, leaving Lin Xian temporarily devoid of a crucial advantage. The narrative reaches its conclusion here. As the secret realm collapses due to the excessive utilization of the dual cultivation formation, leading to a significant depletion of energy. Within the Seven Stars Sword sect, one talent has perished, another has been rendered useless, one is gravely injured, and another lightly wounded. The situation is dire indeed. Chapter 48. Entering the secret realm. Upon completing the diary, the rewards included defense increase of 4, a strength boost of 4, and an elevation in cultivation by 1 tier, resulting in a current cultivation level of mid-golden core. The rewards, though unremarkable, are nonetheless achieved. After completing her diary, Su Luo could now indulge in a languorous existence, becoming an inconspicuous presence, as there was little left that warranted her direct involvement. Meanwhile, hidden in the shadows, Nangong Shiyun furrowed her brow, her concern piqued by the impending movements of the Heavenly Demon sect. Having engaged with them on multiple occasions, she was acutely aware of their formidable nature. A top-tier expert from the Heavenly Demon sect could be dispatched with ease, 2 could be eliminated within seconds, 5 would be crushed, and 7 would suffice for a warm-up. When it came to 10, she would still prevail, albeit with genuine effort. However, should the number exceed that, there was a significant likelihood that a few might escape her grasp, leaving her with a tinge of regret regarding her own capabilities. Such elite practitioners of the Heavenly Demon sect were often elusive, masters of evasion, and it was rare to encounter them, with each one more adept at survival than the last. If only her cultivation could advance further, then no matter how many came, they would be compelled to remain. Unfortunately, she had not made any significant progress in her cultivation for quite some time. Nevertheless, urgency in this endeavor would yield little fruit. Her immediate focus should be on thwarting the plans of the Heavenly Demon sect, just as she contemplated employing some minor spells to safeguard Han Inger and the others. She noticed Li Siyu discreetly relaying a warning to them, advising caution against an unknown ambush, yet failing to specify the nature of the threat. Moreover, Li Siyu had bestowed upon them some protective treasures, items that Nangong Shiyun had originally given to Li Siyu for her own safety. Now, Li Siyu was passing them on to Han Inger and her companions, excluding only Qin San. This left Nangong Shiyun puzzled. After all, Su Luo had not mentioned any of this to Li Siyu since their departure. If Li Siyu had been aware of the dangers all along, why had she not provided the protective artifacts earlier? It was precisely after Su Luo updated her diary that a thought struck. A diary? Could it be that Li Siyu also kept one? This revelation seemed to weave all the threads together. What a diligent disciple. It turns out you too possess a journal. After 3 days of flight, Qin San and his companions finally arrived at the secret realm. This realm lay shrouded in a dense fog, a peculiar mist imbued with potent interference capabilities. Even those of high cultivation could easily become disoriented within it. Yet, Qin San, brimming with confidence, guided them directly to the heart of the realm. This was his moment to shine. He had traversed the mist numerous times, becoming quite adept at navigating its twists and turns. Did I not mention that my luck has always been splendid? A smile crept across Qin San's face as he led the group into the secret realm. As they fully stepped into the domain, a pair of eyes deep within the mist slowly opened, followed by a murmured whisper. The numbers are finally correct. I hope this time we can break free from this accursed seal. Upon entering the secret realm, Qin San immediately showcased his remarkable observational skills, consistently uncovering treasures hidden within. It was hard to believe. Our previous endeavors had never been so fruitful. Qin San, how have you suddenly become so extraordinary? Han Inger exclaimed in awe. Previously, the arduous struggles we endured yielded returns that were utterly disproportionate to our efforts, and with 4 people sharing the spoils, it often felt dismal. At times, it barely covered the cost of medicinal pills. Of course, not every expedition was fraught with such misfortune, but the majority were. This time, however, we have already profited, which is indeed a rarity. Qin San reveled in Han Inger's compliments. I'm uncertain of the mechanics, but I sense an improvement in the future. You won't go wrong by aligning with me. Then I shall observe with keen anticipation. You may observe closely. I shall not disappoint you. Subsequently, as anticipated, Qin-san rediscovered the treasures he had previously unearthed. Moreover, he unearthed the treasures he had previously bestowed. The cumulative yield of this expedition elicited hearty laughter from all present. Han Inger, Zhuo Mingyuan, and Yuan Jie laughed genuinely. Lin Xian, in truth, did not place much value on these items, but merely offered a polite smile. Su Luo and Li Si, aware of the truth, feigned amusement. Qin-san, however, harbored a sinister smile, for soon these possessions would belong solely to him and Han Inger. Qin-san intended to exploit the respite to betray and murder Zhuo Mingyuan and Yuan Jie, offering them as sacrifices to the Heart Demon Emperor. However, scarcely had his thoughts crystallized when Lin Xian's voice reverberated. Ah, what is this? Lin Xian, unwittingly, activated some mechanism, and following a thunderous rumble, a concealed passage materialized within the wall. Wow, it appears there are further treasures to be found. How delightful. Han Inger's eyes gleamed with avarice. The day's bounty had been truly abundant. Qin-san, inwardly, seethed with resentment. Lin Xian, however, the moment for exposure had not yet arrived. Qin-san was compelled to maintain a facade of amiability. The company cautiously ventured into the secret passage, wary of potential hazards. Yet, none materialized. They progressed smoothly until they reached the terminus. At the terminus, a vast semicircle unfolded, within which 8 chambers were equidistantly distributed. What manner of place is this? The company, piqued by curiosity, cautiously entered to investigate, maintaining a high degree of vigilance. However, there was nothing perilous. Upon surveying the surroundings, they found only 8 rooms encircling them. As the group pondered in confusion, a brilliant light flickered and the formation activated. Soon, they discerned its purpose, for the ancient master had thoughtfully left behind a manual. As the formation commenced, it displayed the method of operation, presumably prepared for future generations. Yet, it remained a mystery why this secret realm had been concealed thereafter. A moment of silence ensued. Qin-san was the first to break it. The speed enhancement for 2 is quite astonishing, but we are 7 in total. What shall we do about the remaining one? Lin Xian glanced around the group and quickly reached a conclusion. It's fine. I can manage on my own. The 4 had often faced life and death together, and any pairing would suffice. Moreover, Su Luo and Li Siyu had developed a close rapport since their time in Qiufeng City. Thus, Lin Xian had to take on the challenge alone. Qin-san snorted in response, considering Lin Xian perceptive. He then turned to Han Inger. So it's settled. Inger, let us form a team. The mere thought of being alone with Han Inger made Qin-san impatient with anticipation. All right, Han Inger acquiesced. Though she felt a twinge of guilt towards Lin Xian. You discovered this place, yet you will not reap the greatest rewards. I have some treasures here. Please accept them as compensation. Chapter 49. Let us give it a try. No, I insist. I really want you to have it. Seeing Lin Xian and Han Inger continuing their polite refusals, Qin-san grew increasingly exasperated. Just take it. Qin-san handed treasures to Lin Xian without uttering a word and pulled Han Inger into room 6. Zhuo Mingyuan and Yuan Jie entered room 5 to ascertain whether this so-called cultivation array truly possessed extraordinary capabilities. Li Si, brimming with anticipation, was swiftly drawn into room 1 before Su Luo could even react. Observing their choices, Lin Xian casually selected room 7. Inside room 1, upon entering, Li Si glanced around the modest surroundings, noting the only feature was the array beneath her feet, with nothing else of interest. Was it truly capable of enhancing cultivation speed by nearly 20-fold? Only one way to find out. Su Luo, having grown accustomed to such scenarios, was not surprised. Li Si grasped Su Luo's hand, seated herself, and commenced her cultivation. Su Luo mirrored her actions, recognizing that dual cultivation necessitated mutual effort. In that instant, the surrounding spiritual energy began to gather fervently, subsequently flowing into both Su Luo and Li Si. The energy that entered their bodies was not immediately refined. Rather, it traversed between them along a specific pathway. A sensation emerged, an unimaginable acceleration. For the first time, Li Si experienced a palpable enhancement in her cultivation, far exceeding her expectations. Moreover, the spiritual energy flowing from Su Luo felt warm and substantial, making it easy to become absorbed in it. Su Luo, however, found himself somewhat unaccustomed. Since he began journaling, he had not engaged in cultivation. Thus, even with a 20-fold increase, The experience felt rather ordinary to him. Su Luo, are you truly cultivating? Why do I feel as though you are not? Two individuals practiced together, and Li Siyu distinctly sensed that Su Luo's aura was extraordinary. Indeed, it was the cultivation of qi. Why not discreetly share your secret with me? I assure you, I can keep it confidential. Cultivating qi is simply what it is. Without evidence, I shall not concede. Even with evidence, I shall still deny it. Su Luo was resolute in her stubbornness. If you choose not to speak, so be it. Let us focus on our practice. Li Siyu immersed herself in her cultivation, silencing her words. Yet, her grip on Su Luo's hand unconsciously tightened a fraction. Meanwhile, within room 6, Han Inger initially felt exhilarated as her cultivation speed surged dramatically, yielding tangible results. However, this rapid progress soon waned, and her body began to exhibit signs of discomfort, dizziness, nausea, and fatigue. Is it common for such phenomena to occur during cultivation? A similar plight befell Qin San. After an hour had passed, Han Inge was struggling to endure. Qin San, I cannot take it any longer. I need to step outside for a breath of fresh air. Very well. Even Qin San found it unbearable. Yet, upon releasing Han Inger's hand, he felt a resurgence of vigor. His cultivation speed gradually increased, stabilizing at approximately 3 to 4 times that of before. Though it paled in comparison to the initial 20-fold increase, it was still an improvement, leaving Qin San perplexed. As Han Inger stepped outside for respite, she observed that they were the only two experiencing such a predicament. Others continued their practice, seemingly unaffected. She glanced around and noted that Su Luo and Li Siyu appeared to be in the best condition, while Zhuo Mingyuan and Yuan Jie were also faring decently. Even Lin Xian, solitary, was engrossed in his cultivation. In the formation, there was no one else encountering various issues like myself and Qin San. Perplexed, Han Inger contemplated whether to try with Lin Xian. Much improved, let us proceed. The first day of formation training has concluded. At this moment, beneath the formation, a pair of eyes opened once more, followed by a murmur. The numbers are correct, and thus the formation commenced. Indeed, the faster you cultivate, the sooner I shall emerge. On the second day, training continued. Such an opportunity could not be squandered. Relentless cultivation was imperative. However, Su Luo held a different perspective. Although the pace of cultivation had accelerated, fatigue became more pronounced. All right, after such prolonged training, it is time to rest. Are you unable to continue? What are you saying? I mentioned resting, not that I cannot. Oh, very well. In that case, I must demonstrate my strength to you. Let us continue. Su Luo and the others diligently persisted in their training, their hands remaining intertwined since yesterday. In contrast, Zhuo Mingyuan and Yuan Jie did not share such urgency. They would occasionally step outside for a stroll when fatigue set in, particularly Yuan Jie, who preferred to cultivate in a comfortable state. Qin San and Han Inger, however, were not so fortunate. It would have been better for each to cultivate independently. This was only natural, for Qin San's foundational technique was of the demonic path, inherently at odds with Han Inger's righteous cultivation. Yet, Qin San refused to accept this discord, denying the incompatibility between him and Han Inger, insisting on dual cultivation despite the discomfort. Thus, Han Inger could only accompany him. After a period of cultivation, she would step outside for a breath of fresh air. As for Lin Xian, even when alone, he remained unwavering in his practice, diligently honing his skills without pause. Each time Han Ingo observed Lin Xian's relentless dedication, she felt a surge of inspiration, a reminder not to surrender easily. Thus, she persevered through her discomfort, collaborating with Qin San to explore effective utilization of the formation. A speed enhancement of 20-fold. What significance do 3 or 4 times hold? Anything less than maximum speed would be a loss. However, after a day had passed, Han Inger found herself in a state of confusion, grappling with intense discomfort. Unbeknownst to her, she had wandered to the entrance of Lin Xian's room. Senior sister, what troubles you? Lin Xian inquired, having sensed her presence. With a sigh, Han Inger confided, Qin San and I have encountered some difficulties in our cultivation. What sort of difficulties? He asked. It is rather uncomfortable during our dual cultivation, yet Zhuo Mingyuan and the others do not seem to face such issues. I cannot fathom this, as I have always practiced alone. Precisely. Taking hold of Lin Xian's hand, Han Inger began to cultivate anew. The sensation was entirely different. It was not worse. In fact, it was quite pleasant. What is it? Lin Xian, experiencing dual cultivation for the first time without any prior comparison, remained oblivious to the underlying issues. Let us give it a try. Upon hearing Han Inger's words, Lin Xian suddenly recalled Qin San. Considering Qin San's temperament, the implications of him discovering this matter were too daunting to contemplate. It would not be wise. What if Qin San finds out? Lin Xian left his sentence unfinished, but the understanding was mutual. Observing her somewhat melancholic expression, Lin Xian grasped her hand firmly. What is Qin San to me? What do I owe him? In fact, it is he who owes me. Once a thread, once a lesson he wished to impart. Let us put it to the test. Chapter 50. Destruction. This is the essence of cultivation. This is where the profundity of formations lies. Han Inger finally comprehended that the discord lay between herself and Qin San. But why? Why is it that interactions with Lin Xian are pleasant, while those with Qin San are particularly unsettling? She could not fathom it. Nevertheless, Han Inger dared not cultivate excessively with Lin Xian, for fear that Qin San would emerge in search of her. Things have improved. Qin San nodded in response, reaching out to clasp Han Inger's hand. What is the matter? Nothing. Their hands intertwined. Yet, before long, that uncomfortable sensation surged once more. Su Luo now felt as though she had been hollowed out, and Li Siyu experienced a similar sensation. Ultimately, they decided to take a moment to rest. Despite the exhaustion, the gains were considerable. Li Siyu vaguely sensed that another breakthrough was imminent, despite having just recently achieved one. Do you feel a breakthrough coming on? Li Siyu continued to hold Su Luo's hand, yet they did not engage in further cultivation, opting instead for casual conversation during their respite. No, not at all. That should not be the case. I am on the verge of a breakthrough in the mid-stage of foundation building, yet you remain stagnant in Qi training? Perhaps my talent is lacking. It cannot be that dire, can it? Ah, I have broken through. Su Luo immediately adjusted her cultivation to the peak of Qi training. Satisfied now, are you content? How fortuitous. Li Siyu realized that Su Luo had been concealing her true abilities. Thanks to you, with such dedicated cultivation. Refusing to squander even a moment. Hiki. No flattery intended. It seems like 30 years have passed, and Negong Shiyun has nearly forgotten the sensation of a breakthrough. Unfortunately, she now finds herself at an impasse, one that cannot be surmounted merely through cultivation. Otherwise, given her innate talent, she would have achieved it long ago. What is required is an opportunity, yet the nature of this opportunity remains uncertain and varies from person to person. On the third day, once she had attempted it once, she found herself unable to stop. Unable to endure the dual cultivation with Qin San any longer, Han Inger began seeking Lin Xian with increasing frequency and duration. Coincidentally, at that moment, Yuan Jie emerged for some fresh air, only to feel as though her mind was playing tricks on her. Why was Han Inger cultivating with Lin Xian? How could this be? As these thoughts swirled in her mind, a sense of foreboding washed over Yuan Jie. What if Qin San were to witness this? Turning around, she was nearly struck with terror, for Qin San had indeed seen them. He held his left hand around his right wrist, his gaze fixated on that very spot. Why was it that what had just been in his grasp was now? Tears streamed down Qin San's face. Yuan Jie wished to offer words of comfort, yet none emerged from her lips. At that moment, Qin San also became aware of Yuan Jie, his rationality rapidly dissipating. He rushed towards her. Yuan Jie, you like me, don't you? Please, help me forget all of this. Qin San implored, grasping Yuan Jie's hand and attempting to pull her into a room, seeking solace through cultivation to numb his pain. However, with a sharp slap, Yuan Jie brought him back to reality. This was utterly pathetic. There was no way she would consent to Qin San under such circumstances. Otherwise, what would she become? The substitute for Han Inge? The mere thought of it brought tears to Yuan Jie's eyes, realizing she was merely a replacement. Subsequently, she departed in sorrow, leaving Qin San standing in a daze. After a long moment, Qin San let his hands hang limply. Let it be destroyed. Following his collapse, Qin San ceased to feign innocence and resolved to execute the plans of the celestial demon sect. Ultimately, he intended to torment Lin Xian in front of Han Inger. His sole desire was to exhale a breath of vengeance, to subject Lin Xian to the cruelest torments of the demonic path, and to make Han Inger utterly regretful. As for Su Luo and Li Siyi, they were mere trifles, easily dispatched. Though he might feel remorse towards Elder Yanxi, Qin San no longer cared about being undercover. What was there to fear now? Once the scheme was solidified, Qin San's gaze turned icy. As the dormant, demonic energy within him began to stir, he first lured Han Inger from her place of cultivation, then ensnared her. Initially, he intended to incapacitate her directly, but for reasons unknown, a great bell-shaped phantom suddenly appeared around her, shielding her from harm. No matter how formidable his attacks, he found himself unable to break through. Thus, he could only confine her for the time being. At that moment, Han Inge recalled Li Siyi's warning to guard against ambushes. Yet she could never have anticipated that the assailant would be Qin San. Li Siyi was equally powerless. Who would believe her claim that Qin San would launch a surprise attack? They had faced life and death together countless times. Why would they trust her? Had Li Siyi truly warned them of Qin San's betrayal, they might have merely laughed it off, jesting about her absurd suggestion. Li Siyi claims you would ambush us. Isn't that amusing? This would only heighten Qin San's vigilance. Why are you doing this, Qin San? This is all your fault. Qin San roared, disregarding any words from Han Inge, and departed once more. He aimed to take action before Zhuo Mingyuan and Yuan Jie noticed any anomalies. The cultivation levels of the 7 stars and 4 talents were all at the early golden core stage, but Qin San had actually reached the mid-stage long ago, concealing his true power. When employing demonic techniques, his strength could advance to the brink of the late golden core stage, and with the use of certain secret methods, he could even enhance his prowess to that level. Yet, despite this, he had no intention of confronting Zhuo Mingyuan and Yuan Jie head-on. If one could employ a sneak attack, why engage in direct confrontation? Under the pretext of Han Inge's disappearance, Qin San lured Zhuo Mingyuan and Yuan Jie out. However, Lin Xian, intrigued by their hurried exit, stealthily followed them. Meanwhile, Su Luo and Li Siyu continued their training undisturbed. Seizing the opportunity, Qin San struck with his sword, intending to cleave Zhuo Mingyuan in half. Ordinarily, Zhuo Mingyuan would have been able to evade the attack, but his excessive trust in Qin San left him unprepared for an assault from behind. Yet, instinctively sensing danger, he attempted to dodge, though it was too late. The sword would sever his right hand. In a critical moment, a phantom of a great bell enveloped Zhuo Mingyuan, intercepting the blow. Qin San was taken aback, surprised to see such a manifestation. With no time for further contemplation, he thrust his sword toward Yuan Jie. Qin San was acutely aware of the strength they possessed when united. Facing both of them simultaneously would be daunting. However, Yuan Jie also summoned a bell phantom. At this point, Qin San could no longer maintain his composure. What was this? How could you possess such a thing? After countless life and death encounters together, I had no idea you wielded such power. Are you specifically using this object to thwart me? Chapter 51, The Heart Demon Emperor. Zhuo Mingyuan and Yuan Jie were equally bewildered, utterly perplexed by the nature of this illusory protective bell and its origins. Yet, the most pressing matter was not this. Qin San, what are you doing? Zhuo Mingyuan immediately positioned himself in front of Yuan Jie for her protection. Do you truly believe I was merely careless? This is no trivial jest. Qin San cast his sword to the ground and offered a wry smile. Truly, I cannot fathom how it happened. But it seems I momentarily lost control and charged at you both. There was no alternative. Qin San's lethal strike failed to breach the bell. How could he proceed with the ensuing battle? Would exhausting every ounce of strength suffice to shatter it? It was uncertain. If it could not be broken, or if doing so consumed an inordinate amount of energy, how could they continue fighting thereafter? Without this bell, even if the ambush had faltered, this place would have been rife with traps, rendering the situation far more precarious. For now, retreat seemed the only option. Qin San continued to justify himself. I have heard that a heart demon emperor is sealed here, capable of manipulating others. I suspect he is behind this. Really? Zhuo Mingyuan remained cautious but was somewhat convinced. Indeed, what motive would I have to attack you? Zhuo Mingyuan pondered for a moment and realized he had no substantial reason. From the shadows, Nangong Shiyun comprehended the situation immediately and subsequently dispelled the bell. It was imperative that Qin San's true nature not be revealed. Nangong Shiyun could easily eliminate Qin San. Yet without evidence, how could Zhuo Mingyuan and the others perceive it? To slay his brother in front of him while maligning him as a member of the heavenly demon sect? Just because you are the peak master, does that grant you such liberty? The 7-star sword sect has seemingly abandoned reason. The next to succumb to madness may very well be them. When Qin San discovered the illusory great bell had vanished, a glimmer of hope ignited within him. However, he remained cautious, triggering the surrounding traps to test the waters. In an instant, a torrent of sword energy assailed from all directions. Zhuo Mingyuan and Yuan Jie brandished their swords in defense. After a brief 5 seconds, the onslaught ceased. Though somewhat disheveled, Zhuo Mingyuan and his companions bore only minor injuries. Noticing the absence of the illusory bell, Qin San kicked a sword from the ground towards Yuan Jie and then drew another blade, slashing horizontally towards Zhuo Mingyuan's neck. Just as Zhuo Mingyuan and the others exhaled in relief, they were met with a far more ferocious assault. Qin San's strikes were on an entirely different level from those traps. What are you doing, Qin San? What am I doing? Is it not obvious? You've lost your mind. Indeed, I have lost my mind. As he spoke, every move Qin San made was lethal. Zhuo Mingyuan, possessing slightly greater strength, managed to fend off the blows. But Yuan Jie was not as fortunate and had sustained several wounds. Confusion clouded their minds as they grappled with the reason behind Qin San's attack, leading them to prioritize defense over offense. However, this approach would not suffice. Zhuo Mingyuan was the first to make a decisive choice. Unleashing his full power with a secret technique, rain transforming the heavens, conjuring countless sword shadows that encircled Qin San in an instant. With a derisive smile, Qin San navigated through the sea of blades, identifying a gap amidst the sword shadows, and thrust his blade forward. As the sword shadows dissipated, even though Zhuo Mingyuan swiftly transitioned from offense to defense, he was unable to guard against the strike, which pierced his shoulder with brutal force. Qin San followed up with a kick, sending Zhuo Mingyuan sprawling. In a fluid motion, he pivoted and struck Yuan Jie with a palm, subsequently launching 2 more bursts of sword energy. At a critical moment, Zhuo Mingyuan, suppressing his pain, stepped forward with a swift stride to shield Yuan Jie, furiously dispelling 2 waves of sword energy. Qin San, are you serious? The sword energy just moments ago truly threatened to inflict grave harm upon Yuan Jie, which was the source of Zhuo Mingyuan's ire. Do you still not comprehend? Qin San, covering his face with one hand, erupted into wild laughter, introducing himself anew. I am Qin San, a member of the 7 stars and the 4 talents, also one of the 7 demons. In an instant, a sinister aura began to emanate from his feet, enveloping his entire being. Behind him, malevolent spirits writhed and danced, an evil presence sweeping across the arena. It is time to earnestly bid farewell to old friends. Meanwhile, Su Luo and Li Siyu continued their cultivation. Did they sense something amiss? Li Siyu felt a disturbance, yet the clash between Qin San and the others was distant, leaving her uncertain. I don't know, just continue your practice. Su Luo was well aware that a battle had commenced. However, it was not his concern. Lin Xian would take action, and Yin Lao would swiftly deal with it. There was nothing more to discuss. They merely needed to await the outcome. Meanwhile, under the formation, the Heart Demon Emperor was in a state of panic. Why has the cultivation ceased? What are you fighting for? Cultivate before engaging in battle. For cultivation would rapidly deplete the power of the seal, and at this moment, relying solely on Su Luo and his companion was futile. Although they accounted for the majority of the overall consumption, there is strength in numbers. The Heart Demon Emperor had painstakingly awaited this opportunity. Yet now he could only watch helplessly as it slipped away. No, waiting any longer was not an option. After much contemplation, the Heart Demon Emperor resolved to sever a part of himself and allow it to escape. Time has grown perilously short. He senses the imminent collapse of the secret realm. Should he fail to escape, he will vanish alongside it. Yet, to venture forth now would diminish his strength to the embryonic stage, a level he once crushed with the ease of squashing an ant. Alas, choices have become scarce. If only they had dedicated more time to their cultivation, their powers would have burgeoned. Regrettably, it seems that the others outside can no longer utilize this formation for their training. Nonetheless, gratitude must be extended to them. Without their inaction, he would not even be able to extricate a fragment of himself. The Dark Demon Emperor's eyes widened in horror as he muttered incantations. With each utterance, the chambers of the training formation erupted one after another, rendering the entire system ineffective. Su Luo and the others were left bewildered. What had happened to their secure training environment? However, he swiftly regained composure, sensing the presence of some malevolent force. A mysterious black substance seeped from the ground, gradually coalescing in the air. Su Luo felt a flicker of unease. The situation was decidedly grim. Li Siyu was nearly suffocated by the aura of this unknown substance. Trembling as she gazed at the gathering anomaly above. What is that? No time for questions. We must flee. Li Siyu channeled her spiritual energy to withstand the invisible pressure surrounding them, preparing to escape when she noticed Su Luo standing still. Aren't we supposed to be leaving? Is fleeing futile? She exclaimed, nearly losing her footing. You said we should run. At a time like this, be serious. Su Luo shook his head. It is too late. The crisis is upon us swifter than anticipated. The gathered essence transformed into a middle-aged man, gaunt and disheveled, enveloped in an aura of malevolence. He emerged, finally liberated, breathing freely once more. How many years had passed in forgetfulness? Yet here I stand, the emperor of inner demons, returned to the mortal realm. Ha! The emperor of inner demons spread his arms wide, reveling in the ecstasy of regained freedom. Su Luo sensed the necessity of intervention, otherwise, none would survive. Though his power seemed somewhat lacking, a confrontation was not beyond the realm of possibility. Ah, young one, your fighting spirit is commendable. The emperor of inner demons acknowledged Su Luo's transformation with a note of admiration. However, there is no need for trepidation. While I could extinguish your lives as easily as one crushes an ant, I do not advocate violence. Therefore, come forth. With a snap of his fingers, darkness radiated from his fingertips, engulfing the entire secret realm in an instant. When the shadows receded, normality returned, yet the emperor had completed his incantation, unleashing his formidable ability, the manifestation of inner demons. I shun violence. I prefer to witness you inflict harm upon yourselves. Chapter 52. Each one's inner demon, the emperor of inner demons had shattered his seal, unbeknownst to Qin San and the others, as the battle had reached a fever pitch. Qin San engaged two opponents while maintaining a dominant position. The twin swords harmonized. Zhuo Mingyuan and Yuan Jie unsheathed their blades in unison, their power exponentially amplified. How amusing. Have you forgotten that the combined swordplay of our quartet was conceived by me? Qin San effortlessly countered their assault. It is time to conclude this. Qin San gathered his strength, preparing for his decisive strike. Just then, darkness enveloped the surroundings, only to restore itself moments later. The events unfolded with astonishing swiftness, leaving Qin San and his companions bewildered by the sudden turn of affairs. Subsequently, a mass of black substance detached itself from the group, meticulously reshaping itself into another entity. This doppelganger was shrouded in darkness, revealing only vague similarities to its original form. The Heart Demon Emperor, reveling in the long-lost enchantment, proclaimed with a voice that resonated throughout the entire secret realm. Descendants of the secret realm, do you hear me? I thank you for your sacrifices that have granted me my freedom once more. With nothing to offer, I shall bestow upon you a portion of heart demons as a token of my gratitude. Following this declaration was the echo of the Heart Demon Emperor's maniacal laughter. Qin San's heart leaped with joy. He had not anticipated the Emperor's emergence before his own sacrifice. However, his elation was premature, for the Heart Demon that mirrored him unleashed a devastating strike. Quick to react, Qin San managed to parry the blow and create distance. Yet the Heart Demon relentlessly pursued him. This adversary proved to be more formidable than the combined efforts of Zhuo Mingyuan and Yuan Jie. Meanwhile, Zhuo Mingyuan and Yuan Jie were also besieged by their own heart demons, as each individual's heart demon prioritized attacking its original host, fueled by the highest levels of derision. Unwilling to squander his stamina in vain, Qin San shouted into the void, "Heart Demon Emperor, can you hear me? We are allies. Please lift this curse." The Heart Demon Emperor, despite his presence being felt in Su Luo's vicinity, could indeed hear him. With the ability to perceive the entirety of the secret realm, he acknowledged the truth of Qin San's plea. However, once the Heart Demon materialized, he found himself unable to dispel it entirely, though he could exert a modicum of control over the manifestations. Of course, he was powerless against the more potent heart demons and had little inclination to manage the weaker ones. Although this spell possesses certain shortcomings, the inner demons will actively assault the host, rendering the manifestation of these demons merely an inconvenience for the adversary, thus presenting little concern. Upon hearing this, Qin San found himself mentally cursing the Demon Emperor. If only it were so easily accomplished. The issue lies in the fact that this malevolent spirit is extraordinarily formidable, unafraid of injury and intent on exchanging wounds with him. With numerous others still to address, he is hindered by these inner demons. Qin San's inner demon taunted him. "You are utterly useless, Qin San. With Han Inger treating you this way, how could you not eliminate her? I hold you in contempt from the depths of my being." Silence. You have no right to speak. Do you still wish for his affection? Look at your current state. It is beyond hope. You seek death. Ha ha. Similarly, Zhuo Mingyuan was also oppressed by his inner demons. "Zhuo Mingyuan, your sword is far too feeble. Who are you, and why do you resemble me so closely? Even in your sword techniques? I am, indeed, your inner demon, and my swordsmanship is far more ruthless than yours. Your feeble moves are utterly unappealing. Yet, it appears the inner demon is indeed slightly stronger. Yuan Jie, You actually have feelings for someone like Qin San? Are your eyes blinded? Just moments ago, he wished to take your life. Yuan Jie was already in sorrow, unable to fathom that Qin San would harbor intentions to harm her, rather than remain silent. Let me take your place. You may forever dwell in the shadows and weep. I believe Qin San must have some profound grievances. You crack me up. You are still pondering this? Truly useless, perish. As long as Yuan Jie is defeated, her inner demon can replace her and become the master of her body. Meanwhile, in another part of the secret realm, Han Ying'er's inner demon has shattered her constraints, granting her the ability to escape. Initially, Han Ying'er does not engage in a struggle with her inner demon, but seeks out Qin San to seek clarity on the situation. As for Nangong Xiyun, who lurks in the shadows, she has already fled, not out of fear of the demon emperor, but rather her own inner demon. Nangong Xiyun has long been plagued by her inner demon, which she has been unable to confront, thus keeping it sealed deep within herself. Just moments ago, the demon emperor's spell had loosened that seal. Coupled with the information gleaned from her diary, if her inner demon were to materialize, it would spell doom for all. The aftermath of her battle with the inner demon would be sufficient to annihilate everyone present, including the demon emperor himself. Hence, Nangong Xiyun can only observe from a distance for now. As for Lin Xian, during the one-on-two confrontation between Qin San and the enemy, he too remains a distant observer, as he feels ill-equipped to participate in such a battle and would only hinder their efforts. However, he has Yin Lao, who is attentively monitoring the situation. Should Zhuo Mingyuan and his allies truly falter, it would be up to Yin Lao to intervene. Yet, the situation takes an unexpected turn as the inner demon emerges. Lin Xian, you were useless before, and you still are. After all this time, you remain at the qi refining stage. Despite having Yin Lao, your cultivation has not improved one bit. Progress must be gradual. That is my principle of cultivation. Utter nonsense. That applies to ordinary individuals. You have Yin Lao yet still adhere to a slow progression. Strength is paramount. Rapidly enhancing your cultivation is the only correct path. Very well. Then let me take your place. As Lin Xian's inner demon surfaces, it unleashes its most powerful attack recklessly. Lin Xian found himself momentarily at a loss. The secret realm was engulfed in a fierce battle between his true self and his inner demons, and Li Siyu was no exception. Formerly positioned beside Su Luo, Li Siyu was now engaged in combat with her own inner demon, drifting further away from Su Luo with each passing moment. Li Siyu, your cultivation progresses at a glacial pace. If it were me, I would have already attained the golden core stage. What nonsense are you spouting? Despite my relentless efforts, I have merely reached the foundation establishment stage. On what grounds do you boast? Ha ha ha. It is merely a reflection of your lack of determination. You have someone right beside you capable of rapidly enhancing your cultivation, yet you remain indifferent. The inner demon's words rang true, as it referred to Su Luo. Li Siyu had contemplated acquiring superior techniques from Su Luo, yet she surmised that he would likely refuse, as he was solely focused on completing the trial. Thus, she abandoned the thought. The inner demon, however, deemed Li Siyu's approach to be insufficiently ruthless. If it were me, I would simply confine Su Luo, torment him, and extract information through severe interrogation. I refuse to believe this would not yield results. Upon hearing the inner demon's perspective, Li Siyu felt a surge of murderous intent. Enough of this chatter. I will deal with you myself. You cannot, so allow me to take over. We are one and the same. You are you, and I am I. Then let me transform you into me. Li Siyu's battle with her inner demon was as fierce as that of others, fighting with all her might. Yet, she remained undaunted, responding to every challenge with composure. Chapter 53. I am here to assist you while Li Siyu grappled with her inner demon. Su Luo observed his own inner demon, which did not charge at him like Li Siyu's. Instead, it stood quietly. This peculiar demeanor naturally captured the attention of the demon emperor. Upon closer inspection, one cannot help but marvel at the formidable strength of this young man's inner demons. How powerful must his soul be? Yet, the demon emperor of the heart merely smiled faintly. However, this was indeed unfortunate. For others might still have a chance to conquer their inner demons, but this lad was doomed. The demon emperor prepared to intervene, only to discover that he could not control Su Luo's inner demons. He inwardly cursed, loathing such uncontrollable manifestations. Enough watching, advance. That is your most despised true form. Since control was futile, he resorted to verbal provocation. Yet, it bore no fruit. The inner demon remained unmoved, and neither did Su Luo. He contemplated how to deal with the demon emperor of the heart. In truth, It was not overly difficult. With the skill, I accept your power. Su Luo was not at a loss against the defenses of the Demon Emperor. The real question was whether a golden core body could withstand the might of a nascent soul. Even if it could endure, how many assaults could he launch? Of course, there was also the skill feel the pain together, which would allow him to attack multiple times. But could a few more strikes bring down the Demon Emperor of the Heart? It was uncertain. Overthinking proved futile. Ultimately, this was the best strategy Su Luo could devise. At a critical moment, it was time to make a desperate gamble. Desperation was something Su Luo was well acquainted with, thus he felt no fear. Just as he prepared to strike at the Demon Emperor of the Heart, the inner demon spoke. I have but one question. Have you loved? The inner demon disregarded Su Luo's erratic responses and continued, have you forgotten your original intent? Without a moment's pause, Su Luo blurted out, activate. The Demon Emperor of the Heart was left bewildered, pondering what this activation entailed. In an inexplicable turn of events, a confrontation ensued. Su Luo's inner demon grinned, its laughter growing increasingly maniacal. The password is correct. Our ideologies are aligned, and I am here to assist you. The inner demon dissipated, transforming into a swirling mass of black vapor that enveloped Su Luo. In an instant, she found herself encircled by a dark vortex. As her inner demon began to take on a new form, amidst the inky shadows, a pair of vivid crimson eyes emerged first, followed by the revelation of its true appearance. What shape is that? The Demon Emperor exclaimed in astonishment. Su Luo's form morphed into that of a mechanized knight. And to match this visage, her inner demon's voice adopted a mechanical tone. Yet, this was not a fusion, but rather a mere external shell enveloping the inner demon. Although her appearance resembled a formidable mech, Su Luo retained the reins of control. The intentions were obscure. The inner demon promised to assist the original self, a sight and sound unlike any other. However, misfortune befell her adversaries, for she would personally intervene to resolve the conflict. The Demon Emperor descended from the heavens, exerting the weight of his primordial essence directly upon Su Luo. Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am the Demon Emperor, a being of primordial essence. Your appearance is quite striking. You nearly frightened me. Alas, you are merely at the chi refinement stage, rendering you powerless. Su Luo acknowledged the truth in his words. Yet fear eluded her as she stepped forward toward the Demon Emperor. Lacking sufficient chi refinement? Then let us establish a foundation. In that moment, her cultivation soared to the foundation establishment stage, prompting the Demon Emperor to raise an eyebrow in curiosity, though he deemed it still insufficient. Su Luo took another step forward. I know what you wish to say. Foundation establishment is still inadequate? Then let it be the golden core. With that declaration, her aura surged once more. How can your cultivation rise so dramatically? Do not tell me there is still room for improvement. The Heart Demon Emperor was thrown into a panic, already prepared to flee. In just a few fleeting seconds, his previous understanding was completely overturned. This young man was exceedingly extraordinary, for who could ascend their cultivation in such a manner? After enduring great difficulty to emerge, how could he possibly perish here? Absolutely not. Ha ha ha, I had thought you were genuinely capable. Yet the golden core is hardly impressive. Seeing this, the Heart Demon Emperor found some semblance of calm. This is sufficient, today. With Lin Xian harnessing the fiery prowess of Elder Yen to slay the golden core, and now I, Su Luo, shall sever the nascent soul with my golden core. This is no issue. I will lay an ambush, absorbing his power. Upon hearing this, the Heart Demon Emperor laughed. It appears you have not quite grasped my words. I am the nascent soul. Golden core severing the nascent soul? What a farce. Su Luo paid no heed to the Heart Demon Emperor's derision, instead addressing the Heart Demon. It is time to confront my other self. Yes, I am here. The Heart Demon of Su Luo reshaped itself, conjuring a colossal slicing ship's blade in Su Luo's grasp. This weapon was merely a manifestation of the Heart Demon, its durability contingent upon the strength of the Heart Demon itself, while its weight was virtually non-existent. The enormous blade did not necessitate Su Luo to approach the Heart Demon Emperor. From a distance, it could deliver a decisive blow. However, just as he was about to strike the Heart Demon Emperor's head, he suddenly halted. Su Luo inquired, "Why do you not evade?" "Because I am unafraid." "Why are you unafraid?" The answer is, Su Luo had already brought down the blade. The immense force sent the Heart Demon Emperor tumbling to the ground. Ignoring his cries of anguish, Su Luo raised the blade once more, preparing to strike again. The Heart Demon Emperor, now rolling to evade, could no longer maintain his composure. Su Luo pressed. "Did you not claim you would not dodge?" What manner of power is this? Is it the strength one would expect from a typical golden core? Is there a problem? While speaking, Su Luo did not forget to launch an attack. The Heart Demon Sovereign attempted to evade. Yet, evasion was no longer an option. With another strike, even though the Heart Demon Sovereign tried to dodge, he was still struck by Su Luo's blade. However, the physical form of the Heart Demon Sovereign was remarkably resilient. Despite the immense force exerted by Su Luo, which should have been unbearable for her body, the presence of the Heart Demon absorbed the brunt of the damage. This meant that half of the inflicted harm was transferred to the Heart Demon Sovereign, while the other half was endured by Su Luo's Heart Demon. Su Luo emerged unscathed, and given the current strength of her Heart Demon, executing several more strikes posed no challenge. Su Luo's Heart Demon urged, "What other techniques do you possess? Unleash them swiftly." Without needing to speak, the Heart Demon Sovereign understood the urgency. Otherwise, he would face demise. Demonic Avatar. However, the moment the Heart Demon Sovereign conjured an avatar, Su Luo swiftly struck both the avatar and its creator. The avatar disintegrated in an instant, sending the Heart Demon Sovereign flying once more, his wrath palpable. Instant abyssal soul wave. The Heart Demon Sovereign thrust his hands to the ground, unleashing a colossal wave of dark demonic energy that surged violently forth. Amidst this wave of malevolence, countless skulls wailed in anguish. Su Luo regarded the demonic wave with an expressionless visage, dragging her blade along the ground. She then executed a downward cleave. The massive wave was cleaved in two, and more remarkably, she accurately struck the Heart Demon Sovereign. With a single move, she obliterated the Heart Demon Sovereign's fury. This cannot continue. I will perish. The Heart Demon Sovereign realized that if this persisted, he would indeed meet his end. Flee. Escape swiftly. Did I not forewarn you that evasion was no longer an option? The 40-meter blade approached as promised. Chapter 54. The Heart Demon Emperor's mental breakdown in the face of mortality. Why is it that, despite your formidable power, you are always able to anticipate my movements? Because I possess a keen blade and sharp vision. Of course, it is not merely that. Su Luo has returned countless times, honing her combat skills to perfection. A mere glance suffices for her to gauge the Heart Demon Emperor's capabilities. Do not be so arrogant, young one. Phantom Frenzy Gale. Fallen Heaven Seal. Demonic Sound Devour. The Heart Demon Emperor unleashed a barrage of techniques, one after another. Think, what other moves do I have? Yet, he found himself at a loss. None of his recent techniques had proven effective. A long-forgotten despair enveloped him. However, as an emperor, he could not allow himself to succumb to such emotions. Damn it! Heart Demon, attack this brat. The Heart Demon Emperor believed that the boy's newfound strength stemmed from the Heart Demon itself. Although his previous attempts to control Su Luo had failed, he was determined to try again. No, he had no choice but to do so. He channeled all his power into a spell of control over the Heart Demon. Su Luo's Heart Demon cackled. It's futile. He is the king, and I am his steed. You cannot control me. What king and steed? How absurd. Who understands such nonsense? The Heart Demon Emperor's eyes began to bleed, yet he persisted in strengthening his control spell. He was the ruler of all, while I merely enhanced his combat prowess. Such a relationship is beyond your control. What a joke. Is this what you call a Heart Demon? This is nothing short of a tremendous humiliation for the Heart Demon itself. Do you not comprehend? Allow me to elaborate further on the matter at hand. My passion for gaming borders on obsession, which does not conflict with my essence. Rather, our philosophies are in perfect harmony. Enough. Do not utter another word. Direct your attacks towards the main body. The Heart Demon Emperor unleashed spells with such fervor that blood streamed from all 7 orifices of his face. Yet, despite this, Su Luo's Heart Demon remained untouched. Su Luo proclaimed, to be defeated by a golden core cultivator is a disgrace for an emperor. With another strike, he felled the Heart Demon Emperor once more. However, to lose to me still preserves some semblance of dignity. As the dust settled, the Heart Demon Emperor lay prostrate on the ground, barely clinging to life. It is over. Su Luo raised his great sword high, asking, do you dare to evade this time? The Heart Demon Emperor slowly knelt, pressing his head firmly to the ground, utterly lacking in dignity, and implored, I beg you, spare me. Su Luo's Heart Demon replied, spare you? That is not feasible. If you possess any hidden techniques, now is the time to reveal them, for you may not have another opportunity. I beg you. I fear I truly cannot endure any longer. Spare me, and I shall comply with any request you make. Su Luo's Heart Demon remarked, you have softened my heart. I shall grant you a chance. Since you are at death's door, let us engage in a challenge of laughter. A challenge of laughter? The heart demon emperor raised his head, puzzled. What sort of challenge is this? Su Luo's heart demon explained, you must not laugh for a quarter of an hour. If you succeed, I shall allow you to depart. Really? What kind of challenge is this? The heart demon emperor silently vowed that he would absolutely not laugh. Su Luo's heart demon declared, indeed, let us commence now. Su Luo was at a loss for words. This was rather childish, yet he decided to indulge the heart demon. The joy of the jester, the heart demon emperor. Ha! You smiled. With a serene expression, Su Luo struck down with her sword. Ah! The heart demon emperor once again let out a wail. Yet, upon witnessing Su Luo raise her sword once more, he could no longer afford the luxury of lamentation. Give me a chance, I beg you. Grant me another opportunity. This time I shall not laugh. Very well. Then, all that remained was the sound of the heart demon emperor's laughter. He laughed, yet within, he was unraveling. He did not wish to laugh, nor did he desire death. After all those years of yearning for freedom, why must he now face such a fate? You squandered your chance. At that moment, the heart demon emperor realized. Is it your doing? Su Luo, embodying the heart demon, replied, indeed. From the very beginning, I had no intention of sparing you. The heart demon emperor was overwhelmed, words eluding him, a multitude of thoughts trapped within. Only simple sounds escaped his lips, tears flowing uncontrollably as he beheld the sword descending. Yet, despite this, the heart demon emperor remained alive. No matter. If one strike is insufficient, I shall persist until the deed is done, Su Luo mused, adept at delivering the final blow. Ultimately, the power he had once bestowed upon the heart demon emperor dissipated, signifying that he was irrevocably dead. Su Luo remarked on the heart demon's earlier antics. You truly are despicable. Do not speak in such a manner. He provoked us first. We are the victims. Indeed. It had been quite some time since she had fought earnestly. She was grateful to him for that. Li Siyu is still engaged in battle. Shall we lend a hand? No, she can manage. However, I wish to assist. Why? I have yet to indulge. The battle has only just commenced. Following the recent skirmish, the manifestation of inner demons has turned a muted shade of black, and soon it shall dissipate. Yet at this moment, I desire to prolong the engagement. Very well. Su Luo is not one to be overly rigid, and given the progression of events, this narrative is nearing its conclusion. It is reasonable to assume that Lin Xian has dealt with Qin San. Wait, could the emergence of inner demons herald unforeseen developments? Let us investigate, but prior to that, I shall resolve Li Siyu's inner demons as well. Nearby, Li Siyu continues her struggle against her inner demons, albeit with occasional glances towards Su Luo. Upon witnessing the fusion of Su Luo and his inner demon, she remarks, look at Su Luo's inner demon, and then at yourself. Do you not see the futility in resisting? Can they truly overpower the demon emperor together? I shall yield to the demon emperor after you defeat me, and thus we may survive. I would rather die. Then Su Luo proceeds to overwhelm the demon emperor. Li Siyu is perplexed, yet profoundly shaken. Is he not at the foundation stage? Is that strength truly from the foundation stage? I feel that even a single blow would reduce me to ashes, yet now presents an opportune moment to taunt the inner demon. So, do you still wish to abduct Su Luo? Do you think I lack other methods? There are plenty of base tactics at my disposal. Even the inner demon, having observed the earlier confrontation, cannot help but feel a twinge of trepidation. However, it is not shameful to alter one's strategy. You were so arrogant just moments ago. Enough with the prattle. Swiftly relinquish control of your body. Let us see if you possess the capability. Su Luo vanquished the heart demon emperor, subsequently directing her formidable blade towards him. At that moment, Li Siyu's heart demon urgently exclaimed, hurry, in my existence. To which Li Siyu retorted, with such a colossal weapon aimed at me, what can I possibly do? I would rather succumb to your blade. Why? You are driving me to the brink of madness. I am your heart demon. If you do not conquer your inner turmoil, how can you evolve? Such folly. Allow me to take matters into my own hands. Rather than perish in vain, she preferred to benefit her original self. Thus, the heart demon of Li Siyu lunged towards her and met its demise upon her sword, leaving Li Siyu in a state of bewildered triumph. Observing the vanquishment of the heart demon, Su Luo sheathed her blade and proceeded towards the location of Lin Xian and the others. From a distance, the sounds of their fierce skirmish echoed, suggesting that the battle was far from over. Chapter 55. a sense of deficiency compared to the Heart Demon Emperor at Lin Xian's location. The atmosphere was thick with combat. As each individual grappled with their respective heart demons, the outcome still hanging in the balance, with the heart demons seemingly gaining the upper hand. Qin San, Han Ying'er arrived, only to be met by a Qin San she had never encountered before. What has transformed you into this? At that moment, Qin San had succumbed entirely to darkness, employing demonic techniques to combat his heart demon, exuding an aura of malevolence. Upon seeing Han Ying'er, Qin San was momentarily distracted, causing his heart demon to scornfully remark, "Allow me to resolve your inner conflict," thus devoting himself entirely to the service of the celestial demon sect. With that, he suddenly launched an attack towards Han Ying, but she was not the one to strike first. Qin San intervened. Witnessing Qin San's heart demon charging at Han Ying'er, Zhuo Mingyuan rushed to impede the assault, bringing along the nearly defeated Yuan Jie in the process. At this moment, Zhuo Mingyuan realized that only by uniting the three of them could they hope to grasp a glimmer of survival. Alone, he could still contend with his inner demons. But the situation was far more precarious for Yuan Jie and Han Ying'er. Before long, Zhuo Mingyuan met up with Han Ying'er, and together with the three talents, they joined forces to fend off the surrounding onslaught. Chaos reigned as the inner demons clashed amongst themselves. Meanwhile, Lin Xian continued to fight solo. Yet he was nearing the conclusion of his battle against his own inner turmoil. Through this confrontation, Lin Xian gained further insight into his own shortcomings and continuously improved during the fight. At this juncture, the inner demons were no match for the evolved Lin Xian. In fact, he even experienced a breakthrough in his cultivation, advancing to the early stages of foundation establishment, swiftly dispatching the inner demon with a single counterattack. Afterward, he gazed toward the tumultuous battlefield where the three talents were engaged, contemplating what to do next and what actions he could take. Just then, a peculiar sound echoed from a distance. Initially, no one paid it any heed, but gradually, all paused and turned their attention toward the source. The oppressive aura emanating from it was impossible to ignore. They beheld a bizarre entity sliding across the ground, dragging a lifeless body behind it. The sound originated from this very being. Indeed, it was the grand and majestic background music created by Su Luo's inner demon, transformed into a towering figure. Su Luo approached the three talents and casually tossed the corpse before them. What was this? Everyone was taken aback, astonished that this unknown menace had been eradicated so effortlessly. Qin San, in particular, thought he had misheard. The Emperor had unleashed a mere inner demon spell that had plunged everyone into peril, and now it had simply vanished? What on earth was this grotesque entity? Su Luo pointed towards Qin San, indicating his inner demon. 2. The focus shifted towards Zhuo Mingyuan's inner demons. 3. Then it directed towards Zhuo Mingyuan. 4. The attention turned to Lin Xian. 9. This sequence of actions left the crowd in confusion. My intent is to strike them all. Upon finishing his declaration, Su Luo leaped high into the air, causing an immediate sense of foreboding among the onlookers, who promptly scattered in all directions. Their instincts proved accurate. A moment's delay would lead to either death or injury. Su Luo's inner demon proclaimed, "Behold, your king." Su Luo crashed down, executing a sweeping motion of 360 degrees. Su Luo remarked, "Oh, could I not utter a different phrase? How utterly humiliating. I hereby solemnly declare that the inner demon is unrelated to my true self. Please do not conflate the actions of the inner demon with my own identity. Thank you. Move. Comrades, why do you remain still?" Su Luo's inner demon pondered, wondering why the true self had ceased its offensive. It was merely contemplating in silence. Yet, the crowd found nothing amiss with the prior statement, for a single strike had convinced them of his formidable prowess, prompting them to brace themselves for confrontation. Su Luo sighed, regaining composure. "First, let us address the inner demon." A beam gun materialized in Su Luo's hands. The malleable nature of the inner demon proved exceptionally useful. Bang, 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 bang. 4 shots struck for inner demons directly. Following that, another 4 shots were fired, and without a single wail, the inner demons vanished amidst the beams of light. The scene quieted momentarily as everyone feared who Su Luo would target next. Su Luo's inner demon declared, "Enough, wielding a gun feels somewhat unfair. Let us engage in close combat. Do not even think of fleeing. A direct confrontation has pleased me, and you may yet survive. However, should you attempt to escape." The earlier example serves as a warning. Indeed, the prediction proved accurate. In this scenario, Zhuo Mingyuan contemplated leading his companions away, yet now they could only confront the challenge head-on. The three of them exchanged glances before launching their assault. The three swords merged into one. Su Luo thrust forward, effortlessly deflecting the combined force of their weaponry, and with a push, their union shattered. Su Luo's inner demon mused, 7 stars and 4 talents? Now reduced to 3. I wonder how you will fare next. Defeated and humiliated, indeed. At that moment, Qin San attempted a surprise attack from behind. Su Luo sheathed her sword at her back, effortlessly blocking the strike. Su Luo's inner demon remarked, the 7 disciples of the demon path? You might as well become my son. Alas, it would be a disgrace. With a flourish of wings, Su Luo's inner demon sent Qin San crashing to the ground, turning to Lin Xian, the only remaining adversary with fighting spirit. The inner demon declared, Lin Xian, let us exchange blows. Who are you? Who I am is of little consequence. What matters now is how you intend to overcome this predicament. Lin Xian, undaunted, understood his own limitations. Old Yan, can you manage this? With my current restored power, it would be difficult. Is that so? A challenging situation indeed. Lin Xian pondered whether to summon Old Yan. His hesitation stemmed from the peculiar and grotesque forms before him, which had yet to claim any lives. With his strength, he could have easily dispatched them all, yet he chose restraint. Instead, he aimed to eliminate the inner demon. The demon emperor, a decision that felt inherently just. Thus, Lin Xian resolved to observe the situation further, should it become untenable. He would have no choice but to call upon Old Yan. Noticing Lin Xian's indecision, Su Luo's inner demon found itself momentarily disinterested. Alas, I had hoped to indulge in a bit more enjoyment, only to discover that this group is rather dull, far inferior to the Heart Demon Emperor. Comrade, let us conclude this. My remaining time is also limited. Very well. Su Luo aimed his great blade at Qin San. It is time for you to exit the stage. Qin San felt utterly frustrated. Why am I being targeted? Is it simply because I am of the demonic path? Senior, may I have a turn? At this moment, Zhuo Mingyuan stepped forward and spoke. You? Provide me with a reason. I wish to settle matters with him. Very well, I shall observe how you conclude this. I have a premonition that you will disappoint me. Zhuo Mingyuan approached Qin San, and before he could utter a word, Han Inger interjected. Han Inger. All right, I understand. Since that is the case, I have nothing further to say. Let us commence. Ostensibly, Qin San relinquished his resistance, yet in truth, he was preparing for a desperate strike. Chapter 56. Breakthrough. Even in this predicament, he still hesitated, despite having been resolute just moments before. Qin San, could it be that everything we experienced together was merely an illusion? An illusion. How joyous we were when we divided the treasures. I secretly appropriated 70% while you were not paying attention. Ah, Lin Xian's eyes widened. How did you manage that? It seems I could learn from it. Yet, Zhuo Mingyuan shook his head. None of that is significant. In your heart, was I ever your brother? No, never. My heart has always belonged solely to the heavenly demon sect. At this moment, Lin Xian sensed something amiss and addressed Zhuo Mingyuan. Senior brother, it is time to make a decisive choice. Zhuo Mingyuan hesitated even more. Qin San, truly a waste. Your inner demons have not misjudged you, for you are far too feeble. Qin San mocked. At this moment, he was prepared to sacrifice his own life to unleash his final surge of power. He feigned an attack on Zhuo Mingyuan, yet his true target was Han Inger. Join me, he implored. However, his intentions had already been discerned by Lin Xian. Although Lin Xian's current strength could not inflict any significant harm upon Qin San, Elder Yan had lent him a modicum of power, enabling him to barely withstand the onslaught. Gritting his teeth, Lin Xian urged, do not linger. This is not the time for hesitation. Zhuo Mingyuan thrust his sword forward, yet his heart was torn. Su Luo, unable to bear the sight, was indeed disappointed. With a swift stroke of her sword, she severed Qin San's life. With the crisis averted, Su Luo paid no heed to the thoughts of others and departed. Lin Xian, having sustained a blow, appeared pale despite Elder Yan's assistance, the pain evident on his visage. He addressed Zhuo Mingyuan, saying, I am but a junior disciple and do not wish to dictate your actions, but should you ever wish to parley with an enemy, I hope you consider disabling their limbs first. Should you lose senior sister Ingo again, your regret will be profound. After speaking, Lin Xian withdrew to rest. Elder Yan, having expended only a small fraction of his power, was spared from falling into slumber. Meanwhile, Zhuo Mingyuan knelt upon the ground, still unable to accept the departure of Qin San. The other two companions were weeping inconsolably. The enemy, who had once been cherished friends. Why had it come to this? After Su Luo's departure, the inner demons dissipated. On the way back, she encountered Li Siyu. Then she was surrounded and scrutinized with lecherous eyes. What is the matter? Some people conceal their true selves. I shall not reveal who it is. Is that so? Who could it be? Su Luo feigned ignorance, maintaining her facade. Do not claim that it was not you just now. Is that true? Indeed, you are aware of my many flaws, my laziness, my envy, and how easily I succumb to my inner demons. Your reasoning is rather implausible. Believe it or not. Ah, wait for me. Although Li Siyu was aware of Su Luo's secret, she chose not to speak indiscriminately, for she cherished the notion of possessing a secret that belonged solely to the two of them. It felt profoundly genuine. They then rejoined Lin Xian and the others. San Kai and the rest remained engulfed in sorrow over Qin San's demise. Yet, regardless of their grief, it was time to depart. For the secret realm was on the verge of collapse. Even after leaving the realm, San Kai lingered for a moment longer. Lin Xian busied himself with his own matters. Su Luo and Li Siyu did the same, as they were not particularly close to Qin San. Furthermore, given that Qin San was associated with the demonic path, they felt no sorrow at all. After their departure, Nangong Shiyun, who had observed the events unfold from beginning to end, did not leave empty-handed. Witnessing the combination of Su Luo and her inner demon sparked great inspiration within her. Moreover, the necessary conditions were met. It was entirely feasible. Thus, the time had come to resolve her own inner demon. Nangong Shiyun ascended into the sky, pausing amidst the clouds. She closed her eyes, allowing her consciousness to delve into the depths of her soul, a place she had long avoided, yet now she found clarity. There lay a seal, hidden within. With a gentle wave of her hand, the seal was undone. Immediately thereafter, another version of herself emerged from the seal, exuding an aura of extreme ferocity. Nangong Shiyun, you have finally come to your senses. Let us together upheave this world, for it is but a meaningless existence. I have come to seek reconciliation. Reconciliation? Huh, impossible. The sole reason for our alliance is the annihilation of this world. My visage has been restored. The laughter of the inner demon abruptly ceased. Really? Indeed. Now you should be able to see. The inner demon had been sealed for far too long, and not in a conventional manner. Thus, she was utterly ignorant of the events transpiring outside. Now, as her true self allowed her to witness, she could naturally behold the truth. Truly, ha ha ha. The inner demon shed tears. The destruction of her appearance was the very catalyst for the birth of this inner demon. So, assist me. Nangong Shiyun implored once more. Ha ha ha. You have changed, Nangong Shiyun. Proud as you are, you now plead for assistance, even from yourself. The inner demon was uncertain whether to feel gratified or otherwise. Since the inception of the inner demon, Nangong Shiyun had been solely focused on its obliteration. Had she not exhausted every means to eradicate it, she would not have resorted to sealing it away. Yet, this very Nangong Shiyun dared to solicit the inner demon's help. Recognizing the inner demon's assessment, Nangong Shiyun could not deny it. Had it been before, even with her appearance restored, she would not have contemplated reconciliation, but would have persisted in her quest to vanquish the inner demon through force. Yet now, I have learned from the youth. Allow me to show you. Nangong Shiyun pierced the heart of the demon within with a single strike, and memories began to flow toward that very heart. How intriguing indeed. What say you? I have no objections. Your appearance restored. I harbor no desire to annihilate the world. Moreover, it is rare for you to humble yourself and seek my aid, so I shall acquiesce to your request. The heavens darkened. Heavy clouds gathering as if the apocalypse were imminent, soon accompanied by flashes of lightning and roars of thunder. Deep within the Tiangong sect, an ancient voice resonated. How long has it been since someone has broken through to that realm? Upon the throne of the beast army, a voice echoed. The human race has indeed been favored by destiny, gaining yet another formidable being. However, we beasts shall not be stagnant. Atop the highest peak of the foremost sect in the cultivation world, the Emperor Tiangong, a change was brewing. The skies have shifted, one remarked. Indeed. Whether this is a blessing or a curse remains uncertain. We must prepare ourselves accordingly. Meanwhile, the concealed powerhouses scattered across the land involuntarily turned their gaze towards Nangong Shiyun, each speculating on the identity of the one who had achieved such a breakthrough. Su Luo looked up at the sky, sensing a powerful presence breaking through. The intensity suggested a formidable force. Yet, she did not dwell on it, for such grand breakthroughs, though rare in the cultivation realm, were not entirely unheard of. With so many events and individuals in the cultivation world each day, it was understandable that Su Luo could not remember every significant figure. The sky cleared. Negong Shiyun, through a natural progression, successfully broke through, experiencing a qualitative leap in her cultivation after many years. Chapter 57. No innocence in the Tiangong sect in this cultivation world. It was a far cry from the ancient times. In those days, numerous immortals emerged, the prodigies taking turns to shine, truly embodying the essence of celestial battles. However, it is uncertain when the decline of the immortal cultivation realm began, as celestial beings have gradually vanished one by one. Presently, there are not even any tribulations to speak of, let alone true immortals. Thus, in the foremost echelon of the cultivation world, the Mahayana stage, there exists only a select few individuals. On the surface, merely 10 are acknowledged, while secretly, although there may be others, they are certainly not numerous. The second tier comprises the void realm, where the heads of the top sects are typically situated, representing an exceedingly rare breed of powerful beings. The third tier is the nascent soul stage, encompassing the peak masters or elders of various sects, which, in totality, constitutes a considerable number. Below the nascent soul, the practitioners are merely engaged in trivial matters, unworthy of being ranked in terms of strength intensity. Nangong Shiyun, as a newly ascended Mahayana cultivator, cannot claim to be the most formidable among them, yet she is undoubtedly the youngest, without exception. She has finally achieved a breakthrough. As she feels the surge of her newfound power, Nangong Shiyun finds no particular sensation accompanying it. In truth, she has been rather lackadaisical, and the adversaries she previously encountered have not compelled her to exert her full strength. Invincible among the void realm, she finds it improbable to encounter any challenges in the Mahayana stage, which renders her somewhat proud. It has been quite some time since she paid heed to her cultivation, but nonetheless, the breakthrough brings her a sense of elation. Subsequently, she reports the matter concerning Qin San to the sect's law enforcement hall, which is specifically tasked with handling sect-related cases. Qin San is an exceptionally outstanding disciple of the Seven Star Sword sect, and such a matter naturally warrants reporting. Initially, this incident requires thorough verification, as the law enforcement hall cannot hastily accept that Qin San is affiliated with the Heavenly Demon sect. Additionally, one cannot rely solely on one side of the story. A comprehensive investigation is imperative. Unexpectedly, I was released quite swiftly. The reason behind this was the intervention of Nangong Shiyun, who selectively recounted the details of the incident to the head of the law enforcement hall. Naturally, the head placed immense trust in Nangong Shiyun. In the eyes of the sect's higher-ups, her status was nearly equivalent to that of the sect leader. This was simply due to her formidable strength. Occasionally, the higher-ups pondered whether the sect leader might not be a match for Nangong Shiyun. Of course, such considerations were baseless and purely speculative. Upon pushing open the door, I discovered the sect leader gently swaying in a recliner within the courtyard, wearing a look of utmost comfort. Surprised to encounter the sect leader upon my return, I closed the door and stepped back to ascertain that I was indeed in my own quarters. Opening the door once more, I found Xiaoyu, who appeared slightly perspired, evidently having just finished her cultivation. Yet, she could not conceal the smile that bloomed upon her face. How long had it been since I had heard such inquiries? The sect leader scoffed, yet internally felt a twinge of envy, for he had never enjoyed such treatment. He felt compelled to utter a few words to assert his presence. "What brings the esteemed sect leader here?" he asked. "You think I wish to be here?" Xiaoyu replied. "I find this place conducive to my cultivation. It seems to enhance my abilities, though perhaps it is merely an illusion." "Ah, really? I find this place rather ordinary," I remarked. Indeed, it was quite unremarkable. A typical location. The sect leader resumed his complaints. "Indeed, my location possesses abundant spiritual energy, equipped with various cultivation-enhancing formations, far superior to this place." Upon hearing the sect leader's words, any disciple of the Seven Star Sword sect would undoubtedly be tempted to visit. I played along, offering flattering remarks. "Indeed, your words are quite enticing, esteemed sect leader." "Humph, I won't give it to you." The sect leader felt a moment of satisfaction. "That's right. That envious expression is just what I wanted." However, I had already conveyed this sentiment to Xiaoyu a few days ago. Yet, Xiaoyu remained unfazed and insisted on being there. Su Luo remarked, "I never said I wanted it." At that moment, Xiaoyu interjected, "I think this place is wonderful." The sect leader responded, "Can we still engage in conversation?" Su Luo, unwilling to dwell on the matter, retrieved a lounge chair from the room and settled into it, embracing a leisurely mode. So, young one, what insights have you gained from this outing? The sect leader inquired. Not much to report. It's rather complicated. Oh, do elaborate. It was quite dull. Do you truly wish to hear? Speak. Judging by your expression, it seems you encountered some misfortune. The sect leader's curiosity was palpable. I too wish to listen, Xiaoyu added, gazing at Su Luo with anticipation. All right. Su Luo recounted his experiences. From his perspective, there was little of significance to share. The entire journey consisted of following the group and merely passing time. He spent most of it training in the room, devoid of any noteworthy tales. However, since he had embarked on the storytelling path, embellishing the narrative seemed only natural. Though Su Luo was not particularly skilled at storytelling, he possessed a modicum of understanding. He articulated the events with reason and coherence, making it difficult, even for the sect leader, to discern any fabrication. Unable to contain his curiosity, the sect leader inquired, "Who emerged victorious between you and your inner demon?" "Fortunately, my younger brother had the upper hand." "You managed to win?" "It's merely my inner demon. Just as weak as I am. It was merely a clash of mediocrities, so why embellish it so grandly? To witness your triumph, albeit a Pyrrhic one, is somewhat gratifying." The sect leader mused, his spirits lifting. Yes, Su Luo interjected, recalling a pertinent matter. "Qin-san, he may be of little consequence to me, but I suspect he holds some significance for you. He's dead, by the way." The sect leader, still reeling from the previous pronouncements, was momentarily dumbfounded. A startling revelation had abruptly shattered the preceding narrative, the two utterly disconnected. "What did you say?" he finally managed. "Qin-san is dead. How did he die? Perhaps you should inquire with the Hall of Law Enforcement. I fear my account alone may not suffice." The sect leader, dispensing with further pleasantries, teleported directly to the Hall of Law Enforcement. Su Luo, equally disinclined to linger, recounted the tale in its entirety to Xiaoyu, albeit with certain strategic alterations to his own role. "Xiaoyu," he cautioned, "should you encounter members of the Heavenly Demon sect, show no mercy. None are innocent." "Understood." Why such a definitive assertion? Because, in time, Su Luo, too, would become one of them. Chapter 58. Lin Xian prepares to farm reputation en route. The sect leader was intercepted. Nangong Shiyun stood before him. "Sect leader," she surmised, "I presume your haste is in regard to the matter of Qin-san?" "Indeed. Forgive me, but I must ascertain the facts." The sect leader's concern was palpable. "Allow me," she offered. "I witnessed the entire sequence of events." "You? When did you venture out?" "I do occasionally leave the confines of the sect. Such stereotypes. Am I truly perceived as so reclusive?" However, Nangong Shiyun first recounted the sequence of events. Alas, it was unexpected that Qin-san would be affiliated with the Heavenly Demon sect. The sect master had contended with the Heavenly Demon sect numerous times on his journey to this position, harboring no goodwill towards them whatsoever. Yet, Qin-san had been nurtured as a disciple of the Seven Stars Sword sect for many years. How could he not feel a pang of sorrow? "Should we take action against them?" Nangong Shiyun proposed, indicating that the targets would naturally be the Heavenly Demon sect. "Let us deliberate further. These rascals are adept at concealing themselves. Indeed, while it would be easy to locate mere foot soldiers of the Heavenly Demon sect, those at the nascent soul stage are exceedingly skilled at hiding. They tend to emerge unexpectedly to cause turmoil and then vanish again, quite vexing. Indeed, if they had a fixed location, I would charge in without hesitation." "Nangong Shiyun, when did you become so audacious?" The sect master was perplexed. While he could understand Nangong Shiyun's potential actions, she typically refrained from such declarations, preferring to act silently and decisively without boasting. "Wait, something feels amiss. Have you broken through?" It was a stroke of luck. If mere luck could facilitate a breakthrough, the sect master would have transcended the bottleneck of the void refinement stage long ago. Nangong Shiyun did not conceal her thoughts. "Su Luo, do you know? I was inspired by him." Inspired by Su Luo? Wasn't he merely squabbling with his inner demon? He said this. Indeed. Nangong Shiyun smiled. In truth, he did not even engage in combat with his inner demon. It was simply handed to him. Why? Uncertain, yet he faced his inner demons with remarkable ease, which in turn inspired me. "So, you have transcended?" "Indeed. The method cannot be replicated, for the sect leader's inner demons have long since vanished." In that moment, the leader was filled with emotions, mourning the loss of Qin-san while simultaneously rejoicing in the breakthrough of Nangong Shiyun. The Seven Stars Sword sect stands as one of the three great sects in the southern continent, yet only the Grand Elder had attained the ascension stage. With the addition of another, their confidence was significantly bolstered. Having grasped this matter, it was time to contemplate how to proceed. The leader promptly convened a sect conference to discuss how to handle Qin San's demise with the peak masters and elders. After lengthy deliberation, the consensus was to publicly disclose Qin San's affiliation with the Heavenly Demon sect. While it was possible to conceal the truth, the leader chose to reveal the facts to the entire sect. As expected, this revelation sparked widespread discussion within the sect. Subsequently, the leaders began a covert investigation to ascertain if any more spies from the Heavenly Demon sect remained. However, the Heavenly Demon sect proved to be adept, capturing only one or two inconsequential figures. The leader found himself at an impasse. They were not skilled in the art of uncovering spies. It would be unreasonable to subject everyone to intense interrogation or to constantly surveil the disciples. Such matters would have to be set aside for the time being, to be addressed gradually. The narrative of the antagonists was rather sparse. An occasional appearance was considered fortunate. Su Luo opened her diary. The recent plot developments have been tolerable. They remain unrelated to my affairs, and my obligations are minimal. The following narrative will revolve around Lin Xian enhancing his reputation within the sect. It is well known that Lin Xian garnered a substantial amount of prestige during the newcomer competition. The next step involves the reputation of senior brothers and sisters. The initial phase is to ascend the tower. The Qixing Sword sect boasts a tower known as the Pure Martial Tower, which stands 100 stories high. Upon entering this tower, one's cultivation level is temporarily sealed, meaning that only conventional martial arts techniques may be employed within its confines. Inside, there exists a combat automaton, with each level presenting a different degree of difficulty. The higher the level, the more adept the automaton's techniques become, rendering them increasingly formidable. Victorious challengers are permitted to ascend to the next level. Therefore, this tower measures not cultivation but rather the application and proficiency of techniques. This is precisely where Lin Xian excels. Setting aside cultivation, his combat talent is undeniably extraordinary. The 100-story tower is exclusively accessible to disciples, and the individual who reaches the pinnacle may leave behind a phrase that will be displayed outside the tower for others to see, serving as an inspiration for fellow practitioners. Contemplating the advantages of securing first place, it is evident that having one's words showcased brings considerable prestige. Currently, the highest record stands at the 87th level. With the phrase, second place is merely one layer away, why not strive for it? Xiefiren. It is fair to say that this has indeed motivated many. The second place contender has become engrossed in the Pure Martial Tower for several months. The first place holder may appear somewhat arrogant, but it matters not. For Lin Xian will undoubtedly bring him down to earth, surging to the 100th level within a month. Such an achievement is nothing short of astonishing, leaving the entire sect in a state of astonishment. In the realm of understanding techniques, Lin Xian, under the tutelage of the venerable Yan Lao and endowed with extraordinary talent, has achieved numerous victories. Consequently, within the Pure Martial Tower, both senior brothers and sisters have recognized the emergence of such a formidable newcomer. However, mere skill is insufficient to earn respect, as the true measure lies in one's cultivation level. The advantage held by the seniors is their superior cultivation. Thus, the next step in elevating his reputation involves challenging these esteemed seniors. With Lin Xian having reached the foundation establishment stage, he is now poised to confront his seniors. The highest cultivation level among the disciples of the 7-star sword sect is merely at the 4th rank, corresponding to the early golden core stage, leaving the majority at the foundation establishment stage. Lin Xian, being invincible among his peers, finds it rather commonplace to surpass even higher ranks. Consequently, he possesses the capability to contend with most seniors. Although not guaranteed victory, his chances remain highly favorable. As he embarks on these challenges, he advances to the mid-foundation establishment stage, enabling him to best a significant portion of his seniors. A new star rises steadily in the firmament. Meanwhile, I continue to harbor resentment towards Lin Xian. The more radiant his achievements, the deeper my envy grows. This time, however, I refrained from intervening. Having previously summoned numerous seniors without success, ultimately deciding to rely on my own efforts, I then dedicated myself to rigorous seclusion. The once frivolous antagonist now toils relentlessly in pursuit of surpassing Lin Xian, a scenario almost tragically amusing. Yet, in the end, such efforts prove futile when one's mindset falters. It is not surprising that all manner of erratic behavior ensues. Chapter 59. The Convergence of the 7 Stars Diary completed. Rewards: Speed 3, Strength 4. acquiring a unique ability to cause explosions at will. The power of the explosion is contingent upon one's own strength. Su Luo examined this extraordinary skill, recognizing it as the first offensive capability bestowed by the system. Previously, most abilities had been augmentative in nature. Its efficacy could only be gauged through experimentation. Thus, Su Luo embarked on her trials. Boom. Indeed, wherever her gaze fell, a thought would trigger an explosion, its magnitude dictated by her intent. Naturally, it could not surpass the might of her strongest strike. Moreover, each explosion consumed her spiritual energy, the extent of which varied with the size of the detonation. This consumption presented a notable drawback. Several of Su Luo's other techniques wielded greater power and lethality with the same amount of spiritual energy and by a considerable margin. Hence, while this ability could be useful for clearing lesser foes, facing elite opponents would warrant the use of more cost-effective techniques. Nevertheless, this ability possessed an advantage that others lacked, the element of surprise. The explosion would catch adversaries off guard, and they would remain oblivious to Su Luo's involvement. The detonation drew directly from her spiritual energy rather than being a spell cast by her. Consequently, even those of higher cultivation would be unaware of her role in the explosion. There would be no apparent connection between Su Luo and the blast. This made it quite advantageous. After completing her experiments, Su Luo reclined once more. By afternoon, light rain began to fall, and Xiaoyu greeted her. They exchanged a few casual words before Xiaoyu resumed her practice of the 7 stars unification technique. During Su Luo's absence, Xiaoyu had been diligently training, showing some progress, albeit modest. The sect leader also arrived, settling into a nearby lounge chair beside Su Luo. In the courtyard, beneath the shade of a tree, an elderly man and a young boy reclined leisurely, while the boy practiced tirelessly, repeating the same movements over and over. In recent days, the sect leader had managed to resolve the matters concerning Qin-san. Although tinged with a hint of sadness, he quickly adapted, having endured much in his own life. This time, after listening to Nagong Shiyun's account, Su Luo effortlessly conquered his inner demons, which left the sect leader with a slightly altered impression of him, though only slightly. Yet, upon observing Su Luo's languid demeanor, he couldn't help but express his frustration, embodying a sense of disappointment akin to that of a mentor witnessing a lack of ambition. Young man, every time I visit, you're merely lounging about. Don't you aspire to accomplish anything? The sect leader pondered, concerned about the potential negative influence of his presence. Fear not, no one is aware of my visits. I have no desire for others to know of my whereabouts, especially given your dubious reputation, the boy replied. Initially, the sect leader had been apprehensive about the possibility of Xiaoyu learning bad habits from Su Luo. However, after observing their interactions, he found that aside from the occasional annoyance and foolishness, the boy appeared to be rather harmless. The most crucial factor was that Nagong Shiyun had assured him of responsibility for Xiaoyu's well-being, allowing the sect leader to turn a blind eye. While he held reservations about Su Luo, he placed his trust in Nagong Shiyun. I truly appreciate your support. Seeing Xiaoyu so dedicated, are you not at all inspired? Perhaps you should rise and engage in some physical activity, the sect leader suggested. But you are no different, Xiaoyu retorted. You do not understand, at my level. The key lies in seizing opportunities. Excessive training pales in comparison to a moment of profound enlightenment. Su Luo comprehended this, having reached that state himself. To illustrate, one might say that daily practice yields an experience of 1, yet advancement requires a monumental 10,000. It is inconceivable that one could rely solely on cultivation. After all, life is fleeting. However, a singular opportunity or moment of enlightenment can lead to exponential growth in experience. Of course, there are also other means, such as elixirs and secret techniques, that can swiftly enhance one's prowess. Yet at the level of a sect master, such opportunities are exceedingly rare. Although he understands this, Su Luo remains obstinate and unyielding. I too require an opportunity, he mused. You jest. What opportunity could a mere Qi practitioner possibly need? In my time, I felt nothing during my training. It was a straightforward process. If you seek an opportunity, a fine elixir would suffice to elevate my abilities instantly. So, your idea of an opportunity is merely waiting for a windfall. Young man, temper your consumption of elixirs. It may prove detrimental in the long run. What of Xiaoyu's progress? Su Luo deftly shifted the topic, and the sect master followed suit. What, do you comprehend? Have you discerned something? This is the supreme sword technique of our sect. No matter how much you see, it will avail you little. Even if you were to master it, it would merely be a fade devoid of true essence, as it must be harmonized with one's mental cultivation. Indeed, it is perplexing. Su Luo had once practiced it, but, due to limitations in his aptitude, he only grasped about 80%, never reaching its pinnacle. It is arduous to learn, and Su Luo has other techniques that resonate with him, thus he relinquished it. Do you wish to learn? If you plead, I might consider imparting knowledge to you. What a fanciful notion. The sect master merely jested. How could he possibly teach so freely? I have no desire, came the reply. The sect master retorted. Although I shall not instruct you, your lack of interest angers me even more. You would not be able to comprehend it, regardless. Su Luo casually inquired. You speak of the 7 stars returning to 1, yet why are there still 7 moves? The response came, the 1 signifies the individual, delving deeper would be futile, as you would not comprehend. In essence, it is about integrating the 7 techniques into oneself, employing them at will. Oh, I had thought it meant merging the 7 moves into a singular, ultimate technique, Su Luo remarked. Young one, does such a technique truly exist that can shatter myriad laws with a single move? The 7 stars returning to 1 signifies 7 responses tailored for different circumstances. The master sighed, continuing, moreover, to amalgamate these into a single, definitive technique is no simple task. How would one achieve that? The 7 moves, inherently profound, are already challenging to refine, let alone unify. I merely jested. Wouldn't it be quite impressive if the 7 moves could coalesce into one ultimate skill? It aligns splendidly with the name 7 stars returning to 1. The master pondered for a moment. Indeed, that would be remarkable, yet alas, it remains unattainable. Numerous esteemed predecessors from various sects have endeavored to modify this sword technique, pouring their hearts and souls into it. It has reached its most perfect form. Upon hearing most perfect, Su Luo instinctively felt compelled to argue, questioning the existence of such perfection. However, he restrained himself. After all, this was not the online realm where one could bicker without consequence, as offline disputes often culminated in real confrontations. Unbeknownst to them, Xiaoyu had been listening intently from the sidelines. Suddenly, she exclaimed, I understand now. Ah, what have you come to understand? Xiaoyu began to wield her sword. Initially, both Su Luo and the master paid little heed. Yet, as they observed further, an unsettling realization dawned upon them. Was she attempting to merge the 7 moves? The master initially presumed Xiaoyu was merely experimenting, expecting her efforts to falter, but gradually, his expression grew grave as Xiaoyu's swordplay became increasingly fluid. The 7 techniques have been synthesized into a singular move, not merely amalgamated into one, but rather an extraordinary fusion. This move bears the essence of the 7 techniques, yet incorporates new elements that harmonize rather than clash, resulting in a smoother execution. Ultimately, Xiaoyu's technique was perfected, with a swift thrust of her sword. Immense power erupted, and the sword aura pierced through the air for several hundred meters, raising clouds of dust. As the move concluded, Xiaoyu's eyes sparkled with brilliance, her aura coalescing around her, and her hair flowing elegantly, an ethereal sight reminiscent of a celestial being. The sect leader, filled with excitement, exclaimed, The 7 stars return to 1. This is the true essence of the 7 stars return to 1. Su Luo glanced sideways at the sect leader, remarking, If you say that, your sect's predecessors would be heartbroken. Chapter 60, Tower Climbing. Xiaoyu, how did you accomplish that? The sect leader was completely unable to contain his astonishment. Having witnessed that move, he could only reflect on the poignant reality that the forerunners had perished on the shores of time. I'm not quite sure. It just happened. Like this, and then that. Xiaoyu struggled to articulate her thoughts, attempting to convey her experience, yet failing to elucidate it for the sect leader. Perhaps I was too anxious. It's all right, Xiaoyu. Take your time to master that feeling until it becomes second nature. Only then will you be able to express it fully. Indeed. Thus, Xiaoyu resumed her practice of the newly refined 7 stars return to 1. The sect leader observed her, increasingly unable to suppress his admiration. Sect leader, you truly lack the demeanor of a teacher. Turning the tables and asking Xiaoyu to instruct you. Unfazed by Su Luo's sarcasm, the sect leader replied, What do you understand? A disciple need not be inferior to their master. I have never doubted Xiaoyu's talent. I simply did not know how to help her realize it. I have also noticed that Xiaoyu is indeed remarkable. And what about you? Aren't you going to make an effort? You truly wish for me to set a good example for Xiaoyu, don't you? Forget it. Just a slacker. Speaking of slackers, the sect leader recalled Nagong Shiyun, who was once unambitious yet astonishingly ascended in cultivation, which is simply incredible. Could it be that Su Luo is also a slacker-type genius? However, upon glancing at Su Luo, the sect leader dismissed the notion impossible, absolutely impossible. After practicing a few times, Xiaoyu has already mastered the new 7 stars return to one technique, which is far more suited to her than the previous one. Of course, this isn't a retreat into seclusion. After a few days, it is time to take action. Xiaoyu, let us go. I will take you into real combat. Very well. Su Luo led Xiaoyu directly to the pure martial tower. Although the narrative is sparse, it is essential to proceed with purpose and sincerity. Currently, within the sect, it is imperative to maintain an antagonistic persona towards Lin Xian and to create conflicts with him. Once again, in comparison with Lin Xian, who is also a newcomer, Su Luo, brimming with confidence, climbed to the 14th floor. Meanwhile, Lin Xian ascended to the 50th floor on his very first day, outpacing even the more experienced seniors. This stark contrast shattered Su Luo's confidence. And with the mocking gaze of the onlookers, the blame fell squarely on Lin Xian, further accumulating her resentment. Upon arriving at the pure martial tower, attention surged immediately. Look, the sect leader's disciple. She has come to the pure martial tower as well. I wonder how far she can ascend this time. Indeed, it was somewhat regrettable that her prowess was not witnessed during the last newcomer competition. The interest in the sect leader's disciple remains exceedingly high. Wait a moment. The one beside her, could it be? I seem to have caught sight of something unsavory. Alas, we are of the same sect. How can we refer to him in such a manner? He is not a mere object. Indeed, why is he not considered one? Upon noticing Su Luo, the discussions grew evidently more frequent, laced with disdainful remarks. Is he also attempting the pure martial tower? Is it merely a jest? I wager he can ascend to the 20th level. Isn't that a stretch? The 10th level is the utmost he can achieve. The skepticism was incessant. Su Luo merely smiled disdainfully, thinking to herself, soon you shall comprehend that with greater scrutiny comes greater ridicule. In truth, the initial 30 levels of the pure martial tower are not particularly challenging. They are within the reach of novices, primarily serving as a process of acclimatization. Beyond the 30th level, the difficulty escalates progressively. Stop your unfounded chatter. Su Luo is undeniably formidable, Xiaoyu interjected suddenly to those around. She wished to elaborate further, but Su Luo hastily covered her mouth. Enough, enough, let us proceed inside. Should you continue, it will be Xiaoyu who faces the repercussions. As they reached the entrance, they encountered Lin Xian. Su Luo's confidence surged. Lin Xian, just in time. Allow me to showcase my true prowess. I shall undoubtedly ascend higher than you. Very well. I await with anticipation. The surrounding seniors began to buzz with excitement. Who do you think will triumph? I wager a fine sword that Lin Xian will win. Yet, no one took up the bet. It was clear to all that Lin Xian was the inevitable victor. At that moment, Xiaoyu inquired, Su Luo, how far do you intend to ascend? To the topmost level. Su Luo proclaimed with grandiloquence, deliberately raising his voice for Lin Xian to hear. Is that so? Then I shall pursue the same objective. However, as soon as these words escaped his lips, the derisive laughter erupted around him. Laughable. He dares to speak of reaching the upper tiers? If he can ascend, I will eat dung. After you, I shall consume what you excrete. Then I shall feast upon yours. In succinct terms, they utterly disbelieved that Su Luo could reach 100 tiers. 50 was simply out of the question. With resolute strides, Su Luo advanced, exuding an air of confidence as he tossed his hair. Xiaoyu followed closely behind. In the pure martial tower, the lower the tiers, the more rooms available, allowing for multiple challengers. As one ascended, the number of rooms diminished while the space expanded, facilitating a better performance. Nonetheless, the rules stipulated that each tier could only be challenged 3 times per day to prevent monopolization of the rooms. Naturally, the higher the tiers, the greater the number of challenges allowed due to the scarcity of competitors. No one could accuse you of occupying a room. Su Luo meandered through the pure martial tower, reaching the 14th tier, and after a while, emerged looking disheveled and defeated. He had entered with such grandeur, yet departed in utter despondency. What a pathetic tower. It offers no consideration for newcomers. Were it not for my poor condition today, I would have undoubtedly reached 100 tiers. Su Luo vented his frustrations at the pure martial tower, casting blame haphazardly. It was truly a farce, and the onlookers were in stitches. Ha ha, I knew it. Only the 14th tier, what a novice. When I first arrived, I secured a minimum of the 30th tier. TSK, is this it? At that moment, news emerged from within. Lin Xian had already ascended to the 41st tier. In stark contrast, Su Luo was completely reduced to a figure of ridicule. Sua Luo departed in a fit of anger. According to her current capabilities, Xiaoyu should ascend many levels. It would likely continue until dusk. As anticipated by Sua Luo, Xiaoyu emerged only after nightfall, eager to share her joyous news. Sua Luo, can you guess where I have reached? 60? Ah, not quite that high, but 54. Not bad at all. You will definitely reach 60. It's merely a matter of time. Indeed, I shall strive to improve. In the following days, Xiaoyu consistently challenged the pure martial tower, while Sua Luo found no need to join. Her presence would only serve as a jest. The sect leader paced back and forth before Sua Luo. What is it? Speak if you have something to say. Sometimes, I truly fail to comprehend the thoughts of your generation. Isn't it quite normal not to understand? Normal? You ought to reflect on your actions within the pure martial tower. Boasting without the capability to back it up is rather foolish, wouldn't you agree? Is there a problem? I am simply inexperienced yet fervent. I implore you, strive for improvement. Sect leader, you are actually quite amiable. Then could you not rise and practice? I cannot. You. The sect leader pointed at Sua Luo, rendered speechless. Chapter 61. Xiaoyu's slogan time passed gradually, and Xiaoyu thrived within the pure martial tower. Initially, her ascent matched Lin Xian's pace, but after surpassing 60 levels, she began to lead. The more she fought, the more fluid her movements became. Her previous inadequacies and practical experience were swiftly remedied. A week later, she surpassed the top contender, CFA Ran. However, Xiaoyu did not provide a slogan. Instead, she continued to challenge herself, aiming for the pinnacle. As she had not yet submitted a slogan, the current one remained unchanged, only to be altered upon her submission. Previously, the top contender, CF Firen, had been rather boastful with his slogan, and now it was others who turned the tables on him. Oh, isn't this CF Firen? After a few days, how has he fallen to second place? And your slogan is still here, fittingly directed at you. Aren't you going to make a move? CF Firen retorted, am I to chase with my life? If I were merely a level higher, I would, but she has surged ahead fiercely these past days. Already reaching level 90. What can I do? I humbly concede. After all, the disciples of the sect leader are formidable. CF Firen shook his head with a bitter smile. While he acknowledged this, the pride of having long dominated the rankings would not allow him to concede so easily. Thus, he clandestinely ascended the tower at night. He refused to accept defeat. He was determined to improve. He believed that since no one had surpassed him before, there was still potential for his advancement. After a sleepless night, CF Firen finally broke through his limits, ascending another level. This was the strength of one who had once been first. The pure martial tower would ultimately be conquered by him. With outstretched arms, he reveled in his ascent, feeling a glimmer of hope. Yet, he was soon surpassed by Lin Xian. What the hell? CF Firen had never anticipated that his own slogan would become a source of mockery for him, wondering why such formidable opponents emerged all at once. In that moment, he came to a stark realization of himself. Oh, a reluctant self-awareness. Yet, the gaze of the crowd had already shifted away from him, for there were others more deserving of attention. Xiaoyu had ascended yet another level. She had ascended to the 100th floor, preparing for the final challenge. The night had fallen, and outside, a throng of spectators had gathered. Could it truly be that someone had reached the 100th floor? This record, it seemed, had only been achieved by the esteemed Master Nangong in the past few centuries. Though she was a disciple of the sect leader, her time in the sect had been brief. Wasn't he a bit exaggerated? Indeed, it was said that another newcomer, Lin Xian, had also reached the 95th floor. How astonishing. It appeared we were the weakest cohort. This day was destined to be one of great significance. Since entering the pure martial tower, Xiaoyu had relied solely on the 7 stars returning to one technique. It was the only skill she possessed. And the sect leader had recognized her exceptional talent, promptly teaching her this technique first. Yet, it proved sufficient, allowing her to navigate through each level with remarkable ease. She had slowed her pace at times, deliberately allowing herself to observe the diverse combat techniques of the puppets on different floors, especially those in the latter stages. The puppets' movements were exceptionally refined, which enabled Xiaoyu to amass combat experience, thus enhancing her mastery of the 7 stars returning to 1. Upon reaching the final puppet on the 100th floor, which was expected to be the most formidable challenge, she found it was unlike what she had anticipated. After exchanging a few moves, Xiaoyu even felt that it was less challenging than the puppets she had faced on the 90th floor for the first time. This was due to her extensive accumulation of experience. There was no longer a need for trepidation. Gripping her sword, she directed her focus towards the puppet. Her spiritual energy settling into a tranquil state, yet she had never been more dangerous. 7 stars returning to 1. With all her might, she unleashed her attack. This iteration of the 7 stars returning to 1 was more formidable than any before. After 100 levels of accumulation, Xiaoyu began to undergo a transformation. With a single strike, she shattered the puppet of the 100th floor. At that moment, as the rain shattered the puppet, the administrator of the Pure Martial Tower made an announcement. The rain had breached the top level, achieving the summit. What on earth? So soon? Is this a joke? I just arrived, and it's already over? I never anticipated witnessing such an event in my lifetime. The rain emerged, and the surrounding crowd erupted in cheers. This was indeed a remarkable accomplishment. Anyone who has ventured into the Pure Martial Tower understands the sheer absurdity of the puppets within, reliant solely on martial skills. I have long harbored disdain for those puppets, and now someone has come forth to vanquish them all, fulfilling a dream of mine. The level of difficulty was such that I could scarcely fathom how to ascend. Even the 70th floor was notoriously challenging, akin to battling phantoms. Truly, the disciple of the sect leader is unparalleled. Their strength is extraordinary. Ignoring the accolades from the crowd, the rain dashed forward, swiftly arriving at Su Luo's residence, where Su Luo remained idly engaged in nothingness. Su Luo, I have something to show you. Huh. And with that, the rain pulled Su Luo along. Su Luo was uncertain of the rain's intentions. What are we doing here? The rain led Su Luo to a small hilltop, which was unremarkable, merely a commonplace elevation. Wait, the rain said, contemplating that the time should be just right. Look, outside the Pure Martial Tower, the previous slogans had vanished, replaced by new ones. The entire tower erupted with radiant light, dazzling in its brilliance, instantly capturing the attention of the majority. The light converged, forming an array of characters that coalesced into a single slogan, shining resplendently in the night sky. Su Luo is the strongest. Upon reading these words, Su Luo could not help but burst into laughter, partly because he could no longer contain himself. Even if Xiaoyu had altered it to, Xiaoyu is the strongest, Su Luo would have found it reasonable. However, to be deemed the strongest by someone at the 14th level when he was at the 100th level was, in itself, quite difficult to bear. The other part of his amusement stemmed from the fact that this was a delightful surprise from Xiaoyu. He had initially anticipated what kind of slogan Xiaoyu might hang up, and the result was truly unexpected. It was rare for Xiaoyu to prepare such a surprise for him, and Su Luo was genuinely amused. Yet, Xiaoyu perhaps did not foresee the repercussions. Once those words were uttered, Su Luo was only further ridiculed. Given Su Luo's reputation and achievements within the sect, how could he possibly withstand being called the strongest by someone at the 100th level? He could already envision his reputation plummeting once again. Perhaps even passers-by would spit in disdain. Nevertheless, he was indifferent to it all. Thank you, Xiaoyu. I am truly happy. Su Luo, regardless of how others perceive you. You are the strongest. Are you trying to comfort me? Su Luo thought that after being mocked in the Pure Martial Tower, Xiaoyu believed he could not endure it. Not at all. The Su Luo I know has always been resilient. I am merely speaking the truth. Please do not say that. I am just an ordinary person. And you are being overly blind. No, I am quite aware. This one thing, Xiaoyu understood best. Unknowingly, she had spent a considerable amount of time beside Su Luo, witnessing many things. Su Luo shook his head. Forget it, you have broken through to the 100th level today, becoming a formidable figure. What is it that you wish to do? I shall make it happen for you. Xiaoyu's face flushed as she stammered. I am not a master. If possible, a simple stroll would suffice. Chapter 62. Li Siyu surprised Xiaoyu ascended to the pinnacle of the Pure Martial Tower, where the disciples of the 7 Stars Sword Sect already held her in high esteem for her martial prowess. However, the climax was yet to unfold. As Lin Xian also prepared to reach the summit, all eyes were fixed upon him, awaiting to see if he could achieve the same feat. The entire sect was engulfed in astonishment. Could this herald the dawn of a prodigious era? Would the sect progress even further? Regardless of the outcome, it was undoubtedly a joyful occasion. The simultaneous ascension of 2 individuals was unprecedented in the annals of the 7 Stars Sword Sect. As for the slogans, in the past, the measure of success on the same level was determined by who completed it in the least amount of time. However, this time was an exception, for the significance of reaching the summit was profound, allowing both slogans to be displayed concurrently. Lin Xian's slogan read, "This is not my destination, it is my starting point." Such a sentiment was entirely reasonable, so much so that the disciples of the 7 Stars Sword Sect questioned if there was a mistake. Reflecting on the former champions, one could recall their penchant for boasting and derision. utterly neglecting the encouragement of others. Moreover, the slogan of the sect leader's disciple was unfathomably extraordinary, beyond the grasp of ordinary minds. In stark contrast, Lin Xian's approach felt right. Indeed, he was correct, embodying the essence of the pure martial tower's proper slogan usage. The only circumstance under which such a slogan would be removed was if the writer relinquished their identity as a disciple of the Seven Stars Sword sect, becoming a steward or peak master instead. Recently, Li Xiyu had been in seclusion, diligently cultivating and assimilating her recent gains while reinforcing her previous studies. After this period of introspection, she emerged with a renewed understanding of herself. She was exceedingly content with her current progress. As her retreat concluded and she ventured out in search of Su Luo, she unexpectedly encountered a banner within the pure martial tower proclaiming, "Su Luo is the strongest." Li Xiyu was taken aback. She had merely been in seclusion for a month, not completely isolated from the world. How could it be that Su Luo had garnered such a claim? Li Xiyu had only felt at ease retreating because her diary indicated that there was little happening recently. It seemed as though the tides had shifted. Upon inquiring further, she learned that Xiaoyu had reached the pinnacle of success. This revelation left Li Xiyu utterly astonished. Xiaoyu's prowess was truly remarkable. Without hesitation, Li Xiyu quickened her pace and arrived at Su Luo's residence. Upon entering, she found Su Luo as relaxed as ever. "Su Luo, how is it that you always appear so leisurely? I truly envy you. I am quite busy. Did you not notice I was in seclusion?" Su Luo replied. "If this were before, I would indeed have been in retreat, but now, things are more casual." Li Xiyu settled beside him and remarked, "I heard you have become the strongest?" "Indeed, I have vanquished all challengers." Such a statement. Did anyone truly believe it? Surely that cannot be the case at present. Perhaps it will be clearer later. Li Xiyu jested, yet inwardly, she believed that Su Luo might genuinely be unbeatable. "Then what troubles you? I feel somewhat disheartened. Xiaoyu's talent is simply astounding. And have you considered my feelings? In comparison to you all, my talent pales in insignificance. If you are feeling stimulated, I might very well lose my mind. Do not overthink it." "Ah, do you mean I should refrain from comparison and simply be myself?" "No, I mean to rely on external advantages. If you feel disheartened, then strive harder. Does that not provide you with motivation?" "Indeed. So what does Xiaoyu's remark imply?" Li Xiyu is referring to Xiaoyu's pure martial tower slogan. "Oh, the surprise she gifted me. Is this truly a surprise?" "I suppose so. It certainly brought a smile to my face." I cannot comprehend it." After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Li Xiyu took her leave. On her way, she reflected, realizing that she too ought to bestow a surprise upon Su Luo. She pondered what she could present to Su Luo, only to find that he lacked nothing. Treasures? If he desired them, he could undoubtedly acquire them. With his knowledge of the narrative, what could he not obtain? Assisting him in the storyline? The issue is, aiding him in the narrative merely appears as a standard performance in his eyes, hardly qualifying as a surprise. Elevating his cultivation? Similar to treasures, he could resolve that himself. Suddenly, Li Xiyu felt a wave of inadequacy, sensing an impending defeat. No, think, Li Xiyu. Yet, with her intellect, she truly struggled to conceive of anything Su Luo might require. She even considered directly inquiring of Su Luo, but how could that be deemed a surprise? After much contemplation, Li Xiyu decided to procure a life-saving item for Su Luo. While a life-saving gift may not be classified as a surprise, it surely would not be amiss. However, she did not possess such an item. Although she could call upon her master in critical moments, her master had expressed uncertainty about timely arrival. Thus, in crucial times, one must rely on oneself. Li Xiyu remained unaware of Nagong Shiyun's intentions. In truth, Nagong Shiyun had already cast a minor spell on Lin Xian and Li Xiyu, capable of saving their lives in dire situations. However, nature would not disclose this to them. Otherwise, they would possess no sense of urgency, rendering their growth in adversity impossible. Do they truly wish to summon their master at the first sign of trouble? They ought to be like caretakers. Li Xiyu possessed no means of self-preservation. Yet her master certainly did. Thus she resolved to seek her master's assistance, bringing along her modest treasure in hopes of swaying her master. Yet, Li Xiyu was acutely aware of the difficulty, for half of her small fortune was bestowed by her master. The only item of worth she possessed was the ancient celestial sword obtained at the auction in Xiufeng City. However, Su Luo had yet to document this in her diary, and the sword remained only partially unsealed, gathering dust instead. She hoped to exchange it for a more reliable means of survival. Soon, Li Xiyu found herself before Nagong Shiyun. Master, may I trouble you with a matter? Speak. I wish to obtain a means of self-preservation. Nangong Shiyun shook her head. Li Siyu, you must understand, it is not that I do not wish to provide for you, but rather that I have your best interests at heart. If you possess my item of protection, it would indeed ensure your safety, and you would lack any sense of crisis. I am willing to trade all that I have. As she spoke, Li Siyu laid out all her possessions. No need for that. This matter is non-negotiable. Upon hearing this, disappointment washed over Li Siyu. Yet, an idea suddenly struck her. For my own good? Then it is not truly for me, as it was never meant for myself. Master, I wish to gift it to a friend. To whom? Su Luo. The moment she uttered the name, regret seeped in. She had entirely forgotten Su Luo's current reputation. She hurriedly explained, Master, do not be misled by his current poor reputation. He is actually quite a decent person, I assure you. Li Siyu wished to extol Su Luo further, but Nangong Shiyun interrupted. Very well. What? Master, very well about what? Li Siyu questioned, somewhat incredulous. Has Master not heard of Su Luo? This is unexpected. You mentioned providing him with something to ensure his safety. Very well, let him come, and collected himself. Upon hearing this, Li Siyu began to speculate on Master's feelings towards Su Luo. If Master harbored no fondness for Su Luo, summoning him could potentially jeopardize the latter's safety. Cautiously, Li Siyu responded, perhaps it is unnecessary. He is quite shy. I can deliver it to him myself. Noticing Li Siyu's anxious demeanor, Nangong Shiyun felt a mischievous urge to tease her. It is too late for such considerations. You shall bring him here, or I shall go seek him out myself. Nangong Shiyun said, her tone decidedly stern. Upon hearing this, Li Siyu felt a pang of despair, realizing she had made a grave error. Oh no. Chapter 63, The Meeting with Nangong Shiyun. Master, I was wrong. Li Siyu's words were cut short by Nangong Shiyun. Hurry up and go, otherwise I shall meet him myself, and I cannot predict what might transpire. With that, Li Siyu was unceremoniously ushered out of the room, with no indication that Nangong Shiyun would reconsider her decision. Li Siyu, feeling disheveled by the wind, sensed that she had stumbled into a significant predicament. It seemed that Master harbored little affection for Su Luo. This was troubling indeed. With a heavy heart, she set out to find Su Luo. Ah, 2 visits in one day. Are you quite idle? Upon encountering Li Siyu once more, Su Luo found herself perplexed by the latter's intentions. Su Luo, my master wishes to see you. Why? Li Siyu proceeded to elucidate the circumstances. I truly appreciate your assistance, Su Luo replied, her words laced with irony. I was mistaken. I did not anticipate that my master would acquiesce so readily. Are you certain she will provide me with something to ensure my safety? Su Luo pondered, bemused by the notion that her master, Nangong Shiyun, would offer such protection, especially given their lack of connection. Is it because of Li Siyu? Yet, that does not seem sufficient, she mused, recognizing that Li Siyu's influence was evidently inadequate. From my understanding of my master, she has never reneged on a promise. My concern lies in the possibility that she may harbor some misapprehension about you or react unfavorably. Su Luo contemplated the scenario. If Nangong Shiyun were to turn against her. Oh, it is an enigma. At least for now, there is no means of resistance. She sighed deeply. Li Siyu, increasingly anxious, inquired, what shall we do now? Perhaps we should flee? Have you lost your senses? Do you truly believe you could outpace your master? What else can we do but proceed? I sincerely wish she would come to find me. At this juncture, Su Luo resolved to meet with Nangong Shiyun. Throughout their journey, Li Siyu continued to impart her advice. When you meet my master, it is imperative to exhibit proper decorum. Strive to remain silent. Leave the conversation to me. I will safeguard you. Li Siyu was genuinely apprehensive that Su Luo might inadvertently provoke her master's ire. While it was unlikely that Su Luo would face dire consequences, the prospect of receiving a reprimand seemed quite plausible. After reiterating numerous precautions and articulating the preferences and habits of Nangong Shiyun, the intention was to prevent Su Luo from treading on sensitive ground. At last, they arrived at the entrance of the cloud-entering peak, in front of Nangong Shiyun's chamber. When Li Siyu prepared to escort Su Luo inside, she was unexpectedly barred from entry. Meanwhile, Su Luo effortlessly stepped in, leaving Li Siyu in a state of shock. She had yet to enter. In a flurry, Li Siyu knocked on the door, but her efforts proved futile. Master! Master! She called out, contemplating a forceful breach of the door, but such thoughts were beyond her capabilities. Pressing her ear against the door, she found herself unable to hear anything due to Nangong Shiyun's soundproofing spell. All she could do was fret outside. This entire sequence of events did not escape the notice of Lin Xian. Among other concerns, what intrigued him the most was the private meeting between his master and Su Luo. He pondered what they might discuss. Logically, since Su Luo and his master were strangers to each other, why would Li Siyu be excluded if she was the one to introduce them? The situation grew increasingly perplexing. As for Su Luo, she too was baffled by Li Siyu's rejection at the door. Nevertheless, the paramount concern remained facing Nangong Shiyun. There was little to fear regarding her. After all, her own issues had yet to escalate to the point where they required Nangong Shiyun's intervention. However, she would still extend the respect due to a formidable individual. To elaborate, it is well known that during the impending attack of the Heavenly Demon Sect on the Seven-Star Sword Sect, they specifically dispatched 10 masters of the Void Realm to stall Nangong Shiyun. The objective was to delay, not to eliminate, which speaks volumes about her prowess. The Heavenly Demon Sect's record stood at 7 casualties and 3 severe injuries, with Nangong Shiyun sustaining merely a slight injury after expending only a small amount of time, demonstrating her mastery in the Void Realm. In the later stages of the novel, she transcended to the Great Ascension phase, having never faced defeat. Of course, various classic obstacles would impede her, otherwise, she would resolve every issue effortlessly alongside the protagonist's endeavors. The disciple Su Luo had encountered the leader of Nangong Peak. The title of disciple was merely a self-designation of a Seven-Star Sword Sect disciple, not an indication of being Nangong Shiyun's apprentice. Su Luo slightly lowered her head, refraining from meeting Nangong Shiyun's gaze, demonstrating basic disciple etiquette. Upon observing Su Luo's respectful demeanor, Nangong Shiyun recognized this as their first genuine introduction. Typically, he was accustomed to her poised demeanor, but this time, her slight awkwardness was a novel sight. However, one could not dismiss the possibility of her performing. Do not feel anxious. Raise your head, he encouraged. All right, Su Luo complied, lifting her gaze to behold the visage of Nangong Shiyun. It was striking, an unfamiliar countenance. Yet, Su Luo felt no surprise. She was aware that Nangong Shiyun did not reveal her true appearance, this merely being a facade. She had only encountered descriptions of Nangong Shiyun's appearance within the novel, having never witnessed her true form since entering the story. Various failures had led to setbacks, both in emotional pursuits and combat strategies, prompting Su Luo to ultimately relinquish her efforts. The two exchanged glances for a protracted moment, before Su Luo broke the silence. May I inquire why the leader of Nangong Peak wishes to see me alone? Li Siyu has also informed you, he replied. This small sword can protect your life once. As he spoke, a wisp of spiritual energy emanated from Nangong Shiyun's fingertips, coalescing into a bracelet around Su Luo's wrist, upon which rested a miniature sword. Su Luo was familiar with this. It was indeed a life-saving spell, designed to activate in the face of lethal harm. Certainly, with Su Luo's understanding of this spell, she could activate the bracelet without any threats, and even utilize it for offensive purposes. Its power is comparable to that of Nangong Shiyun's basic attack, albeit a one-time use. In essence, she has acquired a nuclear weapon free of charge. Many thanks to Master Nangong. However, Nangong Shiyun refrained from responding, and Su Luo remained silent as well. The atmosphere was laden with unfamiliarity as they exchanged glances, each aware of their mutual estrangement. Although Nangong Shiyun possessed considerable knowledge of Su Luo in secret, she maintained an aloof demeanor to avoid revealing too much. Su Luo, wishing to avoid offending Nangong Shiyun, constrained her actions and words, opting for silence to minimize any missteps. This led to an awkward silence until Su Luo finally broke it. Upon stepping outside, Li Siyu hurried over to check on her. She lifted Su Luo's hands, patted her legs, and felt her backside. Wonderful, you are unscathed. Your words are audible to your master. What do you mean by unscathed? Do you regard Nangong Shiyun as some heartless witch? I am not yet in a dire state where she would resort to breaking my limbs. Li Siyu quickly realized her mistake and hastily apologized to her master. Master, I did not mean it that way. After bidding farewell to her master, Li Siyu promptly took Su Luo away. Chapter 64. Lin Xian's prominence. Once they were a distance away from Nangong Shiyun, Li Siyu eagerly inquired, "How was it? What did you discuss inside?" "Patience, there isn't much to recount. We sized each other up for a while, exchanged a few words, and she gifted me a life-saving item." As she spoke, Su Luo revealed the bracelet, which indeed resembled a genuine artifact. Li Siyu observed for a moment and found that the bracelet bore no significant distinction from a genuine one. Yet beyond that, she discerned nothing particularly remarkable. Her limited cultivation left her in a state of confusion. Why won't you let me in after just a few words? Master is truly perplexing. She pondered. I really don't know. There seems to be nothing noteworthy. However, what surprised her most was that Master had indeed provided you with a life-saving artifact. A notion I had always doubted. Isn't that wonderful? It signifies your esteemed position in Master's heart. Perhaps I think too much, though lacking in evidence. I sense that I alone may not suffice. My acquaintance with Master is not extensive, and I do not know him deeply, but this time, I genuinely feel it is not solely due to my influence. Throughout her acquaintance with Master, Li Xiyu had seldom witnessed anyone seek his counsel, nor had she seen him bestow gifts upon others, save for herself and Lin Xian. Was Master so generous as to offer life-saving items so readily? Li Xiyu found it difficult to comprehend. Su Luo, however, was indifferent to Li Xiyu's musings. In any case, it brings me no detriment. I shall accept this life-saving item. Indeed, congratulations. But do refrain from causing trouble in the future. No amount of life-saving artifacts will suffice then. Yet Li Xiyu felt that it was improbable for Su Luo to avoid trouble, and she chose to remain silent. After Su Luo and the others departed, Lin Xian sought out Nangong Shiyun, increasingly convinced that he should inquire further. His understanding of Su Luo was not particularly deep, even if he did understand. It was merely the fade that Su Luo chose to present. Master, what was Su Luo seeking you for just now? Nothing much, just a casual conversation. Why do you ask? What specifically should we discuss? Can you enlighten your disciples? Oh, why are you concerned about Su Luo? I almost forgot that you two share a history. Nangong Xian suddenly recalled that Su Luo and Lin Xian had encountered multiple conflicts. However, since Nangong Xian often peruses her diary, she is aware of the truth. Su Luo is merely performing, so she has not taken these matters to heart. Yet, Lin Xian is certainly preoccupied with them. Indeed, why is the Master seeking him? It is merely that Li Xiyu entrusted me with a life-saving item for him. Did the Master provide it? Naturally, your grievances do not warrant fatal consequences, do they? No. Although he frequently contemplates my demise, Lin Xian has not disclosed his suspicions regarding Su Luo's intentions to infiltrate the demonic path. It is merely conjecture. What if he is mistaken? Although Lin Xian currently harbors an 80% belief in Su Luo, he is hesitant to voice anything without certainty. Rest assured, he is merely expressing his thoughts. Once Lin Xian finished his inquiries, if it pertains to Li Xiyu, though bizarre, it is not entirely implausible. By the way, allow me to caution you. Su Luo is not as simple as she appears. Do not underestimate her. Lin Xian paused in his steps. What does the Master mean by that? Does she perceive the complexity of Su Luo? Lin Xian is also aware of Su Luo's intricacies. Yet he lacks specific intelligence on the matter. Could it be that the Master possesses knowledge? Just as Lin Xian was about to seek further clarification, Nangong Shiyun ushered him away, leaving him no opportunity to inquire. Subsequently, when Lin Xian attempted to ask again, he received no answers. Writing in a diary offers little of significance, as the rewards merely consist of attribute points. Thus, each day is spent idly, lying around. Xiao Yu's mastery of the 7 stars unification has progressed remarkably, prompting the sect leader to teach additional skills. However, at the outset, Xiao Yu still struggled to grasp the essentials, which puzzled the leader. It was perplexing that such an intricate technique as the 7 stars unification could be learned and innovated upon, yet simpler techniques eluded her grasp. The leader was at a loss. Meanwhile, under the guidance of Nangong Shiyun, Li Xiyu began to enhance her abilities at an impressive pace. As for Lin Xian, his life was anything but mundane. After conquering the pure martial tower, Lin Xian assimilated the experiences gained there and commenced challenges against various senior disciples within the sect. This entire endeavor was characterized by relentless combat, a whirlwind of battles that kept him occupied. Lin Xian's combat style has evolved into 3 distinct forms. The first is swordsmanship, featuring his ultimate technique, the Flaming Dragon Sword, which is both audacious and formidable, capable of devouring opponents with its illusory dragon shadows. The second form is sorcery, primarily fire-based spells, frequently augmenting the power of his sword with fiery enchantments. The third form involves his fists. Although he is trained in sword techniques, he has developed a profound affinity for hand-to-hand combat. Thus, many adversaries, believing they have secured victory upon shattering his weapon, find themselves enveloped in despair as Lin Xian's fists deliver crushing blows. His most powerful fist technique is the 8 Extremes Great Collapse. In the ensuing period, Lin Xian achieved notable recognition throughout the sect, with his primary accomplishments including 3 confrontations against Xie Firen. Despite facing defeat in their first two encounters, primarily due to Xiaofiren's superior cultivation at the perfected foundation establishment stage, others had assumed victory was guaranteed against Lin Xian, who was still in the early stages of his foundation establishment. The flames of the Jade Balance Peak burned brightly. Certainly, it is not an actual conflagration. Rather, Lin Xian practices the 3,000 flames motion, enveloping himself in flames and charging at his opponent with remarkable speed. During the challenge at Yuheng Peak, he solely employed this technique, and with it, he achieved a resounding victory over the senior disciples of Yuheng Peak, which, it must be noted, ranks at the bottom in terms of comprehensive strength within the Seven Stars Sword sect. The three heroes faced Lin Xian. They are the trio of brothers from Tianquan Peak, renowned for their impeccable cooperation. However, even their synergy could not withstand Lin Xian's prowess. He also encountered Su Xiaofei, reputed to be the fastest disciple in the sect. Yet he too fell short against Lin Xian. Lin Xian sought out the three talents as well, but they are currently experiencing a downturn and lack their usual form. He could only offer them some words of consolation before refraining from engaging in combat. Lin Xian's achievements extend far beyond what has been mentioned, and his martial ethics are exemplary. In defeat, he remains undaunted and persistent. In victory, he triumphs with integrity, relying solely on his strength. Furthermore, Lin Xian maintains a commendable demeanor, displaying neither arrogance nor pride. Consequently, even those who suffer defeat at his hands harbor no grievances. This very quality has contributed to the burgeoning of Lin Xian's reputation. These events, one after another, had previously captivated Su Luo, who read through numerous chapters of the novel. However, they have finally reached a conclusion, prompting Su Luo to tidy up briefly as she prepares to embark on her journey. The next chapter unfolds in Qiufeng City, a scenario often referred to as returning home in glory. Though Lin Xian is not originally from Qiufeng City, he hails from a nearby village. His initial foray into the world also began in Qiufeng City, thus he can be considered, albeit loosely, a denizen of Qiufeng City. It is evident that this is Lin Xian's return in glory rather than Su Luo's. Chapter 65. Listen closely. I, Su Luo, have achieved the pinnacle of qi refinement. Unbeknownst to us, it has been a year since we departed from Qiufeng City. The four of us who set out for the Qixing Sword sect have all experienced varying degrees of growth. Lin Xian has progressed to the mid-stage of foundation establishment, while Li Xiyu has reached the late stage of foundation establishment. It is evident that Lin Xian has begun to exert himself, and his cultivation level is visibly advancing at an astonishing pace. Similarly, there is Xiao Yu, who has recently broken through to the early stage of foundation establishment. Despite being the last among us to embark on her cultivation journey, her speed is remarkable. Only Su Luo appears to have merely achieved the completion of qi refinement. Nonetheless, this is not a matter of great concern, for achieving the pinnacle of qi refinement is still a source of pride in Qiufeng City. An event akin to a seminar showcasing the experiences of outstanding youths from Qiufeng City could be organized. Gaining entrance to the Qixing Sword sect is a significant accomplishment, one that brings honor to our city. Now, after a year of study within its walls, the envy of the entire city is palpable. Such a splendid opportunity. How could the city lord possibly let it slip away? Xiao Yu's home is likely no longer standing. She resided in a rather secluded area, devoid of others, and her dilapidated house has probably collapsed. As for Lin Xian, he faces no issues, for the city lord had treated him favorably before, and assisting him would be a mere trifle. The expenses are entirely covered by the city lord of Qiufeng City. On the flying vessel, Li Xiyu stretched languidly and spoke to Su Luo. Indeed. Su Luo casually replied, "How shall I put it? The narrative this time is rather troubling. I hope you can still smile in the end." "No, I want to be able to smile." "What's wrong? You seem rather lethargic. Think about it. It has been a year since we began this journey together." "Su Luo, what is the matter? You seem dissatisfied." "Although the diary has brought forth many valuable treasures, there are times when they do not quite align with your narrative. How shall I put it? It seems you have become rather absurd." "Is that so?" "I do not perceive it that way. Rather, it is you who has changed considerably. How can you criticize me? Were it not for the diary, I would remain oblivious to numerous matters." "No, I am still the same youth as before." Xiao Yu remained silent beside them, harboring a dislike for Li Xi. Li Xi was well aware of Xiao Yu's sentiments, likely stemming from their previous collaboration in a performance with Su Luo. Perhaps, in Xiao Yu's eyes, she had caused significant harm to Su Luo. Yet, in truth, Su Luo had completely dismissed the incident from her mind. Nevertheless, Li Si had no intention of winning Xiao Yu's favor. As long as she did not obstruct her, that would suffice. At that moment, Li Si suddenly inquired, Xiao Yu, where do you reside in Qiufeng City? I have heard you lack a place to stay. Why not come to my home? It is quite spacious. Li Si feared that Xiao Yu might venture to Su Luo's residence. Given Xiao Yu's current status as a disciple of the sect leader, she undoubtedly had accommodations arranged by the city lord long ago. However, Li Si was anxious that Xiao Yu might sneak away to Su Luo's home. Thus, inviting her to her own abode seemed the better option, as they could all visit Su Luo together instead of sneaking off. No, Xiao Yu replied immediately, then turned to Su Luo and asked, May I go to your house? Of course, Su Luo responded. It's not as if you haven't been there before. I am not particularly concerned about such matters. My home is large, and an extra person is hardly a burden. Li Si was anxious. It has been a year since I arrived at the 7-Star Sword sect, and my cultivation has only reached the late foundation establishment stage. If my father finds out, he will surely be furious, claiming I am unworthy. Why not let me hide at your home for a while? Su Luo remained silent. And so did Xiao Yu. Meanwhile, not far away, Lin Xian was diligently practicing. He had a nagging feeling that the jovial Su Luo had already surpassed him by leaps and bounds, especially since their master had acknowledged her extraordinary potential. Lin Xian surmised that Su Luo's previous lack of seriousness towards him might have been due to his own weakness. Thus, he resolved to rapidly enhance his cultivation, hoping that Su Luo would finally regard him with the respect he sought. The flying vehicle moved swiftly, soon arriving at Qiufeng City, gazing upon the familiar skyline. Each person harbored their own thoughts. However, it was nighttime, and the city lord had arranged for them to stay outside for the night. Formally entering the city the following morning, it was essential to make a grand entrance. On the morrow, the streets were bustling with activity. The entire populace gathered along the thoroughfare, eagerly anticipating the return of the prodigies from the 7-Star Sword sect. The atmosphere was vibrant with excitement as they awaited the moment. As the time drew near, the city lord maneuvered the flying vehicle, gliding just above the ground as it slowly traversed through the city. Su Luo and her companions occupied the most prominent position on the vehicle, graciously receiving the warm welcome from the townsfolk. A year had passed, and the four of them appeared even more spirited and striking than before. Look at me. He is looking at me. A wave of envy swept through the crowd, their cheers directed towards Lin Xian and his companions. The city lord introduced them one by one. This is Lin Xian, who has triumphed over countless peers in the 7-Star Sword sect. He is also a hero of our Qiufeng city, with his cultivation at the mid-stage of foundation establishment. Upon this declaration, the crowd erupted in excitement. Lin Xian, Lin Xian. The city lord continued his introduction. This is Li Si, a familiar name to all. Since childhood, she has been a proud genius of Qiufeng city, achieving remarkable feats in the 7-Star Sword sect. Currently at the late stage of foundation establishment. Once again, the entire city simultaneously called out her name, Li Si. As the commotion settled, the city lord proceeded. This is Xiao Yu, a disciple of the sect master of the 7-Star Sword sect, at the early stage of foundation establishment. Though not widely recognized, the crowd joined in the chant nonetheless. Then came Su Luo. This name was also known to all, Su Luo, at the perfected stage of qi refinement. A hush fell over the crowd, and murmurs arose. Ah, he has only reached the perfected stage of qi refinement. I remember he left at the late stage. I thought entering the 7-Star Sword sect would make foundation establishment a breeze. Enough chatter, let us give him some face. The once fervent cheers had now turned perfunctory. Su Luo, feeling aggrieved, shouted loudly, Listen carefully, I am Su Luo at the perfected stage of qi refinement. Yet, his words fell flat, and the whispers grew louder. We hear you, but why do you sound so confident? The other three have reached foundation establishment, and you are still at qi refinement. Don't you feel embarrassed? Although we may not have reached the perfected stage of qi refinement, in comparison, I can't help but feel superior to Su Luo. Without comparison, the achievement of mastering one's energy in Autumn Wind City is quite commendable, especially at such a young age. Yet, it is through comparison that one feels resentment. For there will always be someone to play the fool. Su Luo was infuriated, though she feigned calmness. Such behavior is only exhibited during the unfolding of a narrative. In Chapter 66, Su City's reception unfolds as Su Luo confronts the city lord, emboldened by her recent return from the 7-Star Sword sect. Indeed, she asserts. And the city lord immediately signals to his subordinates. In deference to the city lord, They once again raise their voices in praise of Su Luo. Only then does she feel satisfied. Now that is more like it. Who was it that scoffed earlier? Was it you? Su Luo pointed at one of them casually. No. No, you must have misheard. The individual hastily denied. That was you. No, no. The city lord intervened swiftly, saying, Su Luo, you must have misunderstood. That was not the case. No, I must get to the bottom of this. You all once dared not look down on me, yet now you do. We have always looked down on you. You just weren't aware, came the retort. Very well, who dares to confront me? Yet, no one answered Su Luo's challenge. Humph, since you all look down on me, I shall not attend this pathetic sharing session. Let whoever wishes to share do so. With that, Su Luo truly departed. Disregarding the prearranged agenda, Li Siyu was left dumbfounded. Didn't you always jot down your thoughts before doing something like this? Why is this time so abrupt? With no preparation whatsoever? In truth, it was not solely Su Luo's fault. She felt there was little of significance to record. And after writing in her journal for so long, it was only natural to become complacent. She only documented matters of importance when the mood struck her. Moreover, it was only at the sharing session that Su Luo chose to depart, for she had no substantial experience to impart. She spoke of bringing treasures from home and consuming idle elixirs. Upon hearing such statements, who would not feel incensed? With treasures and elixirs in my possession, why would I attend your discourse? You should be the one to share those with me. Some individuals openly hurled insults. Just as Su Luo was about to retaliate, she was restrained by Lin Xian. Those people only dared to speak so audaciously in Lin Xian's presence. After all, he had once fiercely confronted numerous young elites from Qiufeng City for the sake of someone dear. With his presence, Su Luo's chaos would not be tolerated. One could only commend their astuteness in assessing character. Frustrated yet powerless, Su Luo chose to leave, knowing that departing now would hold the same significance as waiting until later. Thus, she opted not to prolong the encounter. It was but a trivial matter, inconsequential to the unfolding narrative. Xiaoyu paused momentarily before presenting her manuscript to the city lord. I apologize, but this is my experience manuscript. Please share it on my behalf. Initially, the writing was exceedingly abstract, incomprehensible to the average individual. Consequently, Su Luo refined Xiaoyu's work, rendering it simpler and more accessible, resulting in this manuscript. After Xiaoyu submitted her manuscript, she hurried to catch up with Su Luo. Li Siyu could only watch as they departed, unable to act as Su Luo had. For her own home remained in Qiufeng City, and she had her reservations. The city lord remained indifferent, having never held high hopes for Su Luo. Although it was somewhat regrettable that a disciple of the sect leader had left, the manuscript still existed. Therefore, even in Su Luo's absence, the sharing session could proceed, perhaps even more smoothly. Xiaoyu quietly followed behind. Xiaoyu, how do you find this place? Quite agreeable. In the past, Xiaoyu endured hardships. Yet she felt incredibly fortunate to have encountered Su Luo here. I share her sentiment. Su Luo too began to reminisce about the scenes replayed countless times. Everything commenced from this very place. After a brief stroll, he was initially awaiting Su Luo and her companions at the sharing session. He heard that his son had departed without much concern, but upon learning that a disciple of the sect had also left, accompanying Su Luo, he could not help but chuckle heartily. Previously, he had received intelligence regarding the strong bond between Su Luo and the disciple of the sect, which he had doubted. But now it was unequivocally clear. Establishing a good rapport with the sect's disciple could serve as a safeguard should Su Luo ever find herself in trouble. Ah, this must be Xiaoyu. Please, come in and take a seat. We have prepared some dishes for you. Su Qinkong warmly beckoned, completely disregarding Su Luo. Father, could you at least spare a glance in my direction? She remarked as she ushered Xiaoyu into the living room, where an array of dishes awaited. Come, come. You must be hungry. Although the offerings are not particularly extravagant, they are the finest we could present. I hope you will not find them lacking. Not at all. I truly appreciate it, Xiaoyu replied, feeling a bit embarrassed by Su Qinkong's enthusiasm. I raise my cup in lieu of wine, Su Qinkong declared, taking the lead in toasting. Xiaoyu, I am grateful for your care of Su Luo within the sect. Without you, she might not have returned safely. Xiaoyu quickly interjected. Oh, no. It was Su Luo who took care of me more. Do not jest. I am well aware of my son's nature. In any case, I hope you will be lenient with him. If he has ever offended you, I sincerely apologize. After expressing his respect with another drink, Su Qinkong remarked, Father, please refrain from further comments. Xiaoyu is feeling quite embarrassed. Indeed, Su Qinkong's enthusiasm left Xiaoyu at a loss for how to respond. Yes, let us focus on the meal. Enough of this conversation. However, Su Qingkong's gaze proved even more challenging for Xiaoyu to endure, particularly when she gradually inched her chair closer to Su Luo, which caused Su Qingkong's eyes to sparkle with excitement. Unable to bear the scene any longer, Su Luo interjected, "Can we not behave in a more composed manner?" Clearing his throat, Su Qingkong straightened up. "Very well." Yet, the smile tugging at the corners of his mouth betrayed his true feelings. The meal was filled with joy, predominantly fueled by Su Qingkong's exuberance. After dining, Su Qingkong privately addressed Su Luo. Well, this rascal has managed to befriend a disciple of the sect leader. Father, surely you do not underestimate me. I have no intentions of ingratiating myself with Xiaoyu. It is not that I hold you in low regard. Have you done anything to make me proud? No. Yet this time you have succeeded. You treated the sect leader's disciple well, and I am proud of you. Xiaoyu expressed genuine interest in witnessing Su Luo's growth, wishing that Su Qingkong would not accompany them. Unbothered, Su Qingkong strolled back and forth. It is quite normal for me to take a walk after a meal in my own home. I am not particularly following you, merely meandering about. You carry on with your affairs, and I shall attend to mine. There is no issue whatsoever. From a distance, Su Qingkong observed Su Luo and Xiaoyu engaged in cheerful conversation, unable to suppress his own smile. This lad has finally made some genuine friends, he mused, reflecting on the unsavory companions of his past. However, Su Qingkong was never one to intervene. He adopted a laissez-faire approach to parenting. When issues arose, he would step in to address them. Chapter 67, The Army of Beasts. A day passed swiftly, and as night descended, it was time for rest. The experience-sharing session today was destined for embarrassment, yet I chose to exit early, for there was still a second half where I could falter. The more I played the fool, the more Lin Xian appeared towering in stature. Meanwhile, the events transpiring in Qiufeng City during this interval culminated in an eruption of resentment towards Lin Xian. Firstly, the transformation within the city was stark. Previously, I commanded respect in Qiufeng City, enjoying both fortune and favor, with all acknowledging me as brother Su Luo. Now, however, it was Lin Xian who was revered, having usurped the accolades that were once mine. His cultivation surpassed mine, his character eclipsed my own, and his achievements far outshone anything I had accomplished, though, admittedly, I had contributed nothing to Qiufeng City. On the contrary, my removal could enhance the city's accolades. In summary, the shift in status within Qiufeng City was evident from today's sharing session, and I found it utterly intolerable, my resentment registering at 80. Then, the army of beasts launched a surprise attack. The previous attempt by the army to deploy their eggs had failed, and they should have remained dormant, waiting for another opportunity. Yet, one of their leaders, unwilling to concede, hesitated for an extended period before ultimately deciding to execute the plan to annihilate Qiufeng City, charging forth despite knowing the difficulties that lay ahead. Upon receiving this news, the city lord immediately convened a meeting in the city of Autumn Wind. All prominent figures gathered for the occasion, and naturally, I too possessed the qualification, given my identity as a disciple of the Seven-Star Sword sect. The army of demon beasts was alarmingly vast this time, numbering in the tens of thousands, and even the city lord lacked confidence in our ability to defend the stronghold. Among the demon beasts, the strongest were merely at the Golden Core stage, comparable to the city lord, while the remainder consisted of chi refinement and foundation establishment level creatures, suggesting that Autumn Wind City still had the potential for a valiant struggle. However, the outcome remained uncertain. In a timely manner, Lin Xian informed our sect, seeking reinforcements. But the arrival of assistance would require time. To protect the ordinary citizens within the city, we were left with no choice but to engage in a desperate battle, holding our ground until the support from the Seven-Star Sword sect arrived. Before the battle commenced, the city lord rallied the troops with words of encouragement, expressing his understanding should anyone choose to withdraw, emphasizing that no one would be forced to remain. Initially, this was merely a formality. Who would dare to back down at such a critical juncture? It was then that I made my entrance, prepared to lead the charge in self-preservation. I proclaimed that only a fool would recklessly confront the army of demon beasts, for my singular desire was to survive. The expressions of those around me darkened upon hearing my words. Lin Xian, infuriated, retaliated with a punch, reprimanding me fiercely, reminding me that this was the place of my birth and growth. Did I not wish to protect it? After his scolding, Lin Xian declared his unwavering determination to fight until the end. With my cowardice as a backdrop, Lin Xian immediately appeared more formidable, raising questions about the disparity between us, both being disciples of the Seven-Star Sword sect. His steadfastness in the face of the demon beast army inspired those present. The onlookers regarded Lin Xian with admiration, while I, still on the ground, simmered with jealousy, my resentment reaching a staggering 90. At last, the reinforcements from the seven-star sword sect arrived. Ensuring the defense of Chofeng City, Lin Xian fought valiantly until the very end. He may very well be the one who claimed the most enemy lives. The cost, however, was heavy. Numerous cultivators perished within the city, including my father, who fell on the battlefield. The Su family subsequently fell into decline, leaving only me. Due to this battle, Lin Xian's reputation soared. The citizens of Chofeng City expressed their gratitude towards him without exception. His relentless effort during the fight was evident to all. Furthermore, the support from the seven-star sword sect was largely attributed to Lin Xian, thus rendering him a truly deserving MVP. As for me, once the dust settled, I faced the consequences. My cowardice was laid bare, tarnishing my name beyond repair. The disciples of the sect, upon hearing of my disgraceful actions, could not restrain themselves and reported me to the sect, demanding my expulsion. What could I do? I had no choice but to seek Elder Yanxi, whose status could still offer me protection. After all, I merely sought to preserve my life and had not harmed anyone. It should not be too difficult for the elder to safeguard me. Following this incident, my resentment towards Lin Xian reached a peak of 100. As a villain, how could I engage in self-reflection over such humiliating matters? Naturally, all blame was placed squarely on Lin Xian. Why is it that you, Lin Xian, can bask in glory and earn the admiration of others while I have become a pariah? I firmly believe that Lin Xian is the root cause of all my misfortunes. Since the moment I encountered him, nothing good has come my way. Thus commenced my journey of empowerment and vengeance, however. It is evident that the pursuit of revenge shall invariably be futile, for he is the protagonist. In truth, there was another matter in Chofeng City. After vanquishing the army of demonic beasts, the entire Li family perished. Previously, Lin Xian had taken the Qifeng pendant from her home, and subsequently, the hidden aristocratic family sought them out based on their investigations. Only one individual arrived, yet he was a formidable being of the nascent soul stage, capable of stirring chaos in Chofeng City with ease. However, despite an exhaustive search, he could only ascertain that the Li family resided nearby. Growing increasingly impatient, he began to interrogate the members of the Li family, yet they possessed no knowledge of the matter at hand. In a fit of rage, he resorted to eliminating them one by one. Just at that critical juncture, Li Siyu appeared, declaring herself a disciple of the seven-star sword sect. For a hidden aristocratic family of considerable power, and with influential backing, does the name of the seven-star sword sect hold any weight? Indeed, it does. For he spared only Li Siyu, slaughtering the remainder of the Li family. His rationale was, I am aiding you in severing your earthly ties. Should you not express your gratitude? Though he dared not lay a finger on a disciple of the seven-star sword sect, he felt unrestrained when it came to her family. He was unconvinced that the seven-star sword sect would pursue him, a nascent soul cultivator. For the sake of ordinary individuals, especially with the hidden aristocratic family supporting him, the seven-star sword sect would surely weigh their options. While the seven-star sword sect may not act, Lin Xian certainly would. Yet, at that moment, Lin Xian lay unconscious due to his grievous injuries. Only later to learn of these events and etch this hidden aristocratic family into his memory. Eventually, this reclusive family provoked Lin Xian. What initially seemed a trivial matter escalated, as old grudges intertwined with new animosities, leading to the family's demise. All because of one foolish individual, the entire clan suffered. It appears I am also implicated, truly. The plight of a villain. Closing the diary, Su Luo sat in quiet contemplation. After numerous reincarnations, one would expect a tranquil response. Yet, there are moments when one cannot help but ponder. If I were not the antagonist, would my true nature allow me to shine brightly in this world, earning the admiration of others? Indeed, Su Luo had tasted that exhilaration before, and it was genuinely delightful. However, failure to complete the journey meant a return to the beginning. Each new start felt hollow. Thus, Su Luo frequently suppressed the discomfort of the narrative, having previously achieved flawless completions and held high expectations for many things. Even the dissatisfaction had to be endured in performance. Ultimately, success eluded him. This would be the final attempt. Chapter 68. The Actions of Li Siyu, Diary completed. Rewards. Speed 2, Strength 4. Special Ability Upgrade. What you perceive is merely what I wish for you to see. At this moment, Su Luo lacked the inclination to review the rewards. Instead, he gazed at the moonlight, awaiting the unfolding of the plot. To be candid, this day had been quite eventful. He had traversed the streets during the day and participated in a sharing session. Regrettably, he was unable to witness Su Luo's sharing. One could only wonder how he would impart his experiences. Engaging with various individuals was no simple task. It was mentally exhausting. Perhaps accompanying Su Luo would have been a preferable choice. Nevertheless, Li Xiyu merely entertained such thoughts, recognizing that the day's experiences were not without merit. Li Xiyu prepared to rest thoroughly before casually opening her diary. She updated it. Lying down, she began to read. Halfway through, Li Xiyu sprang up abruptly. Was the demon beast army approaching? Or was it tonight? This matter was exceedingly grave. Although encounters with the demon beast army were infrequent, each instance remained vividly etched in her memory. They were utterly frenzied, undeniably formidable. As she continued to read, Li Xiyu's eyes widened in disbelief. Had her entire family perished? So swiftly. Long ago, Li Xiyu had foreseen the annihilation of her family, yet she had not anticipated it would come so soon. Merely a year had passed. What to do, what to do? At that moment, panic engulfed Li Xiyu. Though aware, her preparations were woefully inadequate. The Golden Core realm felt so distant. It was a challenge far beyond her current capabilities. How she envied others, wishing her strength were sufficient. Her only hope now rested with her master. If only her master could arrive, everything would be manageable. Suddenly, Li Xiyu pondered whether saving her family would alter the narrative concerning Su Luo. Surely it would. In that instant, Li Xiyu experienced an epiphany, a bitter smile gracing her lips. How could she have hesitated? Had she not resolved to alter her fate long ago? Could she truly fail to rescue her family? If it were any other matter, Li Xiyu might comply with Su Luo, but this was different. She could not relent. Having decided to save her family, Li Xiyu needed to contemplate how to explain to her master the knowledge she possessed about impending events. How could she assert that Su Luo was aware of the future and had documented it in her diary? Such a ludicrous justification would surely be met with disbelief from her master. Were it not for the diary, Li Xiyu herself would find it hard to believe. A compelling reason was indeed required to persuade her master to intervene. Li Xiyu paced restlessly, acutely aware that time was of the essence, and she needed to consider when her master would arrive. Ultimately, she clarified her thoughts and consolidated her recent ideas. This was the course of action she would take. Her master had previously stated that she should not be summoned unless in dire circumstances, yet the current situation left her with no alternative. She desperately hoped her master would arrive swiftly. Uncertainty loomed over whether her master could make it in time, and what if she was delayed by other matters? What is it that you require? Li Xiyu pondered anxiously when suddenly, Nangong Shiyun appeared before her. How swift! It felt as if scarcely a breath had passed. Li Xiyu was so astonished that words escaped her. Given the considerable distance from the Seven-Star Sword sect, how had her master arrived so quickly? Remarkable indeed. Yet, it was not mere magic. Nangong Shiyun had observed Su Luo and Lin Xian departing together, instinctively sensing that something was amiss. With a spirit of curiosity, she had followed them and, upon perusing the diary, confirmed her suspicions. Fortunately, the situation had since resolved itself. Had she not witnessed it, she would have remained uninvolved. However, having seen the minor threat posed by the beast army, she felt it was inconsequential. Nevertheless, Nangong Shiyun had no intention of overtly intervening, preferring to protect them discreetly to avoid raising Su Luo's suspicions by revealing herself prematurely. Her arrival was prompted by Li Xiyu's call, which had caught her off guard. Noticing Li Xiyu's dazed expression, Nangong Shiyun inquired once more, "What is the matter?" "Master, I beseech your assistance," Li Xiyu implored, hastily recounting the invasion of the beast army and the tragic fate of her family at the hands of the reclusive clan. "How did you come to know this?" Nangong Shiyun pressed, eager to hear Li Xiyu's explanation of the unfolding events. "I occasionally find myself dreaming of future events." Li Xiyu is exceedingly anxious, unable to conjure a plausible explanation and resorting to this old excuse. The trust of the master is pivotal for what unfolds later. It is imperative that you believe. Nangong Shiyun narrowed her eyes, remarking that this dream resembles Su Luo's earnest diary. Once again confirming, Li Xiyu indeed possesses Su Luo's diary. The moment Su Luo updates, "You come to summon me. Why did you not do so earlier?" Nevertheless, Nangong Shiyun has no intention of exposing her. Instead, she boldly declares, "Very well. I shall believe you. I will vanquish the beast and simultaneously address that hidden family." "Master, wait. I have a request." "Speak. Could you perhaps offer clandestine protection? You see, it is a rare opportunity for such rigorous training. If the master resolves everything with a single stroke, It may foster a greater dependency on your prowess in the future. Nangong Shiyun, upon hearing this, nodded in agreement, recognizing the merit in her words. That is acceptable. There is yet another request. Li Siyu felt somewhat contrived, but found it necessary to voice it. Might the master masquerade as a member of that hidden family to injure my kin? Nangong Shiyun naturally comprehended Li Siyu's intent, understanding that this was to assist Su Luo in completing his narrative. After all, Su Luo sacrificed all semblance of dignity for the sake of his plot, underscoring its significance to him. Yet, she still inquired, what an odd request this is. It is simply that I desire to seek vengeance myself in the future, for which I would then possess a legitimate rationale. Li Siyu's anxiety resurfaced, as she struggled to find a suitable justification in such a brief span. Nangong Shiyun cast a glance in her direction, though it may seem somewhat forced. I shall cooperate with you. Nangong Shiyun was still contemplating how to protect Li Siyu's family while assisting Su Luo in navigating the storyline. Unexpectedly, her disciple had already devised a plan. That works then. Thank you, Master. Li Siyu finally exhaled in relief. Her Master's agreement meant that these two matters would pose no issue. She had prepared numerous justifications to defend her reasons, yet now they were rendered unnecessary. Did her master place too much trust in her? Reflecting on it, it seemed that whatever she said was taken at face value. For a moment, Li Siyu felt a pang of guilt towards her master, realizing that some of her words had been deceitful. Master, I apologize. I will repay your kindness in the future. Chapter 69. I shall lead the cowardly life. The city lord, weary from a day's toil, had yet to succumb to slumber. In his hands lay Xiaoyu's manuscript, which he perused repeatedly. During the day's sharing session, he was struck by its exceptional nature halfway through reading. Indeed, among Lin Xian, Li Siyu, and Xiaoyu, it was Xiaoyu's experience sharing that proved most profound. Some listeners even experienced a moment of enlightenment, enhancing their cultivation. Although it pertained merely to the foundational stage, it was commendable nonetheless. The more he examined it, the more he appreciated its quality. This manuscript must be transformed into a textbook. Unable to contain his laughter, the city lord felt as though he had stumbled upon treasure. Soon, Qiufeng City would advance further still. However, amidst this joy, ominous news arrived. City lord, there is trouble. Speak. The sheer panic of his trusted aide indicated the gravity of the situation. The demon beast army is approaching. How many? The demon beast army was no stranger to attacking Qiufeng City. Estimates suggest over 10,000. The lord's expression darkened. Such a gathering had never been witnessed before. Come, inform the esteemed families to prepare for battle. The action was swift, and soon, the prominent figures from various families convened. The lord declared, the urgency in summoning you all stems from the impending approach of the beast army, numbering over 10,000. At this proclamation, silence enveloped the assembly, the atmosphere in the grand hall turning palpably oppressive. The Lord continued, I am aware that this will be an arduous endeavor, yet this is our homeland, where our families reside and the citizens of the entire city dwell. We cannot abandon them. This crisis is unlike any we have faced before. It will be the gravest threat to Autumn Wind City. I hope we can confront it together. I firmly believe that if we unite without engaging in petty schemes, we shall overcome this dire situation. However, if anyone wishes to withdraw, now is the time, and I shall understand. Having spoken, he scanned the room, poised to continue when Su Luo interjected. No, I refuse to combat the beast army, especially one of such magnitude. All eyes turned to Su Luo. Incredulity etched upon their faces. Was he serious? Su Luo pressed on. Such a vast number is not a challenge, it is a death sentence. Only a fool would engage the beast army. At this moment, the Lord contemplated seizing Su Luo by the throat to silence him, yet another acted more swiftly. Lin Xian grasped Su Luo's collar, demanding, are you serious? To which Su Luo replied assertively, of course, I do not wish to die. This is the place where you were born and raised. Should you not protect it? Lin Xian was genuinely angry. A person should possess a fundamental moral baseline. He believed that although Su Luo aimed to infiltrate the demonic path, she could not possibly abandon her most basic principles. After all, her family was also here. He outwardly appeared to have reached the pinnacle of qi refinement, yet secretly harbored greater strength than many others, all of whom had chosen not to withdraw. Su Luo, how could you be the first to suggest retreating? Protect? Who will safeguard my life then? No matter what is said, I refuse to cease fighting. Su Luo, it is time to be serious. I am indeed serious. The crowd looked at Su Qingkong with a hint of pity, realizing that having such a son was indeed a misfortune for him. Ignoring their gazes, Su Chengkong declared, "Fine, since my son is unwilling to fight, I shall eliminate that beast of his myself. Is that agreeable to everyone?" With that, Su Chengkong unleashed his cultivation. Golden core. The city lord, astonished, inquired, "When did you break through?" "Not long ago." "Who would believe you? You old fox." The city lord was skeptical that Su Chengkong had recently achieved such a breakthrough. Yet at that moment, it was indeed welcome news, enhancing their chances of victory. At this juncture, everyone present simultaneously turned their attention toward Lin Xian. For at that moment, Lin Xian's aura had transformed. A palpable battle intent enveloped him, and his sharp energy surged forth. "I will fight until the very end." His tone and demeanor ignited a fervor within the hearts of the crowd, compelling them to follow Lin Xian into the fray. It was then that they understood what it truly meant to be a disciple of the Seven Stars Sword sect. The city lord couldn't help but exclaim, "Very well. Blue emerges from indigo. We must not falter. Everyone, prepare yourselves." The crowd dispersed, gathering the cultivators from various families to ready themselves for the impending battle against the monstrous army. Su Luo emerged from the hall, where Li Siyu approached him, saying, "Su Luo, I understand your feelings. Simply do what you believe is right. I have already arranged matters for you moving forward." "What do you mean by understanding me? What could possibly be understood about my previous actions?" "Understanding? It almost makes me laugh. When I unleashed the Kunpai Iron Mountain and received no acknowledgement, I realized that this world fails to comprehend me." Xiaoyu also stepped out, polishing her sword. "Su Luo, I have grown stronger than before. I will assist you in defeating those beasts." "Xiaoyu, you don't think what I did was right, do you?" "No, but Su Luo, your actions surely stem from your own reasoning. You are not one to fear death. On the contrary, I am quite afraid of death. Fear is natural. I share that fear as well. So, await my assistance in vanquishing more beasts." With that, Xiaoyu made her way to the city gates. Not a single word of reproach escaped her lips, leaving Su Luo in a daze. Su Chengkong unknowingly approached Su Luo's side. "What a good child," he remarked, having overheard the conversation between Xiaoyu and Su Luo. "Father, enough. Do not dwell on it. It is of no consequence. You are my son, Su Chengkong. Live as you choose." Su Luo couldn't help but respond, "Your words at this moment seem rather misguided. Your mother passed away early. Thus I hope you can live a long life. My temperament has transformed to such an extent that it may lead to my demise. Yet, what significance does it hold? In this realm of cultivation, virtuous individuals do not necessarily enjoy longevity. It is paramount to live in accordance with your own desires." Su Luo. After a moment of silence, she recalled something. "By the way, you are already aware of this. I shall entrust it to you now. Take good care of it, for it is a treasured heirloom of the Su family." Naturally, Su Luo recognized it as the gold coins meant for Lin Xian in the future. Just as she prepared to accept it, Su Chengkong seemed to have an epiphany. With a calm analysis and a brief contemplation, he remarked, "You reckless son. By giving this to you, are you not squandering our family heirloom? You are my only son. If not you, to whom should I bestow it?" "Who says so? I have just thought of a suitable candidate." He then pursued the petite figure of Xiaoyu. "What?" Su Luo was taken aback. "You have known Xiaoyu for less than a day, and you are already willing to part with our family's heirloom? Am I the prodigal one, or are you?" Chapter 70. Evaluating Lin Xian upon the city walls, a multitude had gathered, surpassing any previous assembly, with more arriving continuously. These were the cultivators of Qiufeng City. They were acutely aware that a fierce battle awaited them. No, it had already commenced. Their gazes were fixed ahead, where an army of 10,000 demonic beasts surged forth. Although they endeavored to remain concealed, such efforts could not be sustained for long. They understood the futility of hiding, yet they resolved to prolong it as much as possible. For their intention was to raise Qiufeng City and withdraw without allowing it to summon reinforcements. In the darkness, pairs of crimson eyes gleamed ominously. This time, the leader of the beasts was the Black Sha Wolf King, who typically stood on two legs in a beastly form, bearing a scar across its chest like a sword mark. This time, more than 80% of his army comprised his own kin, while the remainder consisted of various creatures, the Yujiao snake, the blood jade spider, the scythe mantis. At the forefront strode the Black Sha Wolf King, exuding an air of nonchalance, seemingly dismissive of Autumn Wind City. Although he perceived the city as somewhat challenging to conquer, he understood the necessity of maintaining an imposing fade. The momentum must not falter. "It appears you have all been awaiting our arrival, which is fortuitous. Our previous plan met with failure, causing us considerable disgrace amidst the beastly horde. Thus we have come for retribution. Now, you are all but ensnared in your own calamity. Ah, it is you. 8 years ago, I spared your life, and now you have delivered yourself unto me." The city lord engaged him in conversation, his own presence unwavering. 8 years ago, I could not bring about your demise. The amusement of the onlookers. Ha. It is your incompetence. Ha. Thus, it is you who shall perish today. Ha. The Black Sha Wolf King seethed with rage. "Have you finished your laughter?" With a swift motion, he struck the cackling Black Sha Wolf beside him, sending it sprawling to the ground. "Could you refrain from laughing until I have finished speaking? They cannot hear my words." The fallen Black Sha Wolf, clutching its face, nodded in acquiescence, utterly perplexed as to why it had burst into laughter, despite not wishing to do so. The Black Sha Wolf King reiterated his previous statement, yet he had barely uttered the first sentence when another beast's laughter erupted nearby. "You fail to comprehend my words, do you?" The Black Fiend Wolf King seized the neck of the cackling beast and forcefully drove it into the ground. Though it did not perish, the creature was too intimidated to emerge on its own. The event transpired with such swiftness that the beast could hardly comprehend the situation. It felt bewildered as to why it had been laughing. Had it recalled some joyous memory? No, certainly not. The Black Fiend Wolf King paid no heed to its musings, instead continuing to issue stern warnings to the other creatures. Should anyone dare to laugh again, they would meet the same fate. In an instant, the atmosphere fell silent, and the beasts nodded in unison. Satisfied, the Black Fiend Wolf King turned towards the city wall to further assert his dominance with fierce proclamations. Yet, before he could utter a single word, another beast erupted into laughter. As fate would have it, the Black Fiend Wolf King swiftly severed the head of the laughing creature, resulting in its immediate demise. How foolish it was to challenge his authority just before the impending battle. They clearly did not understand the gravity of their actions. With a ferocious glare, he warned the remaining beasts that any further laughter would bear dire consequences. Indeed, it was becoming evident that those who laughed were the truly foolish ones. The Black Fiend Wolf King discarded the severed head and readied himself to engage in dialogue with the city lord. However, upon turning around, he discovered yet another beast laughing, despite its frantic attempts to stifle the sound. In the blink of an eye, another head joined the collection in his grasp. He conveyed a clear message through his actions. Do not challenge his authority, especially in such critical moments. Yet the laughter persisted. The third beast laughed. He. The fourth. Ha. The fifth. The Black Shale Wolf King cackled darkly, realizing that further slaughter was unwarranted, even before the battle had commenced. He had already dispatched several demonic beasts. If he continued this way, he would risk becoming akin to those he opposed. Ultimately, the Black Shale Wolf King conceded. "Whoever dares to laugh, charge to the front," he commanded. "I will not be thwarted by you. Were it not for the impending conflict, none of you would escape unscathed." Upon hearing his words, more demonic beasts bared their fangs and laughed, a genuine expression of mirth. They did not fear battle. Rather, they craved it. The very thought of tearing through their adversaries only fueled their primal instincts. I yearned to see rivers of blood. The demonic beasts, unable to contain their fervor, surged toward Autumn Wind City, each vying for the lead. This scene alone was striking in its intensity. The defenders atop the city walls questioned their own sanity. They could not match such fervor, yet retreat was not an option. To flee would render them prey. The city lord struggled to comprehend the Black Shale Wolf King's recent actions of slaying his own, but such matters were trivial. Engaging with the demonic beasts required no justification. Advance. The initial assault would undoubtedly leverage the advantage of the city walls, employing ranged spells. As a horde of foes approached, any spell cast would find its mark, with no fear of hitting allies. Thus, the adept cultivators specializing in ranged magic unleashed a barrage of spells one after another. If only it were that simple. The demonic beasts were formidable in their own right. They skillfully evaded spells and occasionally deflected them entirely. Some even dared to intercept the spells, showcasing their own might. Even in the face of casualties, there was no room for hesitation or retreat among them. Over 10,000 beasts, having endured the consumption of remote spells, had only slightly diminished in their numbers. The foremost among them had already surged to the edge of the city walls. There existed but a single gate, yet they were indifferent, capable of climbing or directly assaulting the structure. If one beast was insufficient, they would send forth several, attempting to breach the walls. The cultivators within the city could no longer afford to hesitate. They were compelled to engage in close combat, lest the walls be breached and the ordinary citizens behind them suffer dire consequences. Lin Xian was the first to act, leaping from the ramparts. In midair, crimson flames erupted from beneath his feet, enveloping his entire form. Upon landing, he unleashed a torrent of 3,000 fiery movements, carving a blazing path through the horde of beasts. Ultimately, 3 of the creatures managed to seize Lin Xian and forcefully halt his advance, while a dozen others pushed against these 3, momentarily stalling his progress. However, the 3 beasts that made contact with Lin Xian were already wailing in agony, as the intense heat began to melt their flesh where they touched him. Surrounded by the beasts, Lin Xian remained unfazed. He stepped back, drew a sword, and inhaled deeply. All the flames transferred to the blade. Flame kill, white dragon sword. With a single stroke, he unleashed a fierce arc, his sword cleaving through the beasts that dared to invade his path. Yet, the onslaught did not cease there. With a horizontal sweep of his arm, the white dragon manifested, its tail transforming into a fiery gale, engulfing a vast area of beasts in a sea of flames, their anguished cries echoing as they perished. In merely 2 swift moves, not only were the beasts rendered dazed, but even those on the city walls began to doubt. Is this individual of our caliber? Are we merely practicing false cultivation? While they knew Lin Xian was a disciple of the 7 Stars Sword sect, capable of remarkable feats, this was truly beyond belief. All this transpired from a solitary, elevated vantage point. Su Luo observed the scene with a sense of familiarity, as if echoing the sentiments of the illustrious General MacArthur. The world shall ultimately recognize Lin Xian. Chapter 71. Explosion. Before the beasts could fully express their astonishment, Lin Xian launched another assault, though this time eschewing grandiose displays. Instead, he wielded his sword with unadorned simplicity, severing the heads of the monsters with precision and swiftness, dancing amidst the throng of beasts. His return to humble techniques remained radiant. "Little brat, do not grow too arrogant," sneered the Black Fiend Wolf King, who held a particular disdain for ostentatious humans. "Allow me to extinguish your light." With a powerful leap, the ground shattered beneath him as he charged towards Lin Xian. At such speed, even a mere brush would be unbearable for Lin Xian. "Hey, do not lay a hand on our junior." The city lord descended from the heavens, landing a decisive kick that brought the Black Fiend Wolf King crashing to the ground, successfully intercepting him. However, the Black Fiend Wolf King managed to grip the city lord's foot, twisting and throwing him down as well. Rising to his feet, the Black Fiend Wolf King retained his hold on the city lord's foot, mercilessly slamming him left and right. In retaliation, the city lord delivered a fierce kick that dislocated the Wolf King's jaw, quickly spinning to break free from the grasp. Harnessing the momentum, he sent the Black Fiend Wolf King flying with a powerful kick. Spitting blood, the city lord remarked, "Though his temperament remains unchanged, his strength has certainly increased." The Black Fiend Wolf King adjusted his jaw, unfazed. "It matters not. Since you interfere, I shall first eliminate you. That is precisely my intention. Today shall mark your end." A clash of kings was imminent, for if their leaders were preoccupied with mere slaughter, what point would there be in their conflict? Others began to join the fray. Li Xiu primarily relies on her sword energy, which has seen remarkable progress recently. It not only consumes less, but also manifests with remarkable speed, proving to be exceptionally effective. Whether in close combat or at a distance, she adeptly balances both. On the battlefield, this is even more evident. She leaps into the air, unleashing a continuous barrage of sword energy upon her foes, achieving a high efficiency in dispatching enemies. Xiaoyu is employing the techniques she has recently learned. Although the 7 Stars unification is indeed a formidable skill, it may not sustain her for long in battle. While seemingly unremarkable, upon closer inspection, one can observe Xiaoyu's composed demeanor. Her every action is methodical, creating a pleasing spectacle. The true standout performers in battle are a select few from the 7 Stars Sword sect. Most cultivators in Qiufeng City operate in small teams, collaborating to combat the monstrous beasts. Despite this teamwork, they are under immense pressure. After a quarter of an hour of fighting, the sheer number of beasts remains staggering. It is exhausting, and I fear I may not endure much longer. Enough of that. The battle has only just begun. They have never encountered such a scene before. In stark contrast to the human side, the monstrous army is much simpler, merely howling with a seemingly joyous demeanor, perhaps only to feel fear in their final moments. In terms of sheer momentum, the monsters hold a significant advantage, and their strength is not vastly inferior. While there may not be any monsters as exceptional as Lin Xian and his companions, overall, the beasts still possess a slight edge. The longer the battle persists, the more arduous it becomes for Qiufeng City. I just saw Dabin fall. Is he all right? Rather than pondering such thoughts, we should focus on how to deal with the beasts before us. Can we truly defend Qiufeng City? Su Luo gazes down at her comrades engaged in the fray. Even amidst confusion and fear, one stands firm, a feat surpassing that of the majority. Su Luo observed silently for a long while before letting out a deep sigh. The 9 years of compulsory education were not in vain. How I, Su Luo, yearn to be a virtuous person. Yet, I find myself powerless. At the very least, allow me to ignite a firework of courage for you. What is seen is an explosion. Boom. 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 Without warning, explosions erupted across the battlefield. The intensity varied. Yet the series of detonations instantly captivated everyone's attention. The simultaneous explosions created a scene so overwhelming that it was impossible to ignore. The demonic beasts were taken aback. There are experts among the human race. We must identify them quickly. The defenders of Qiufeng City were equally bewildered. How despicable. To encounter such troublesome demonic beasts in this critical moment. How shall we fight? Demonic beast army. Qiufeng City. Aren't you the experts lying in ambush here? I wanted to inquire. Isn't this your territory? However, it soon became evident whose aid the explosion signified. Only the demonic beast army was experiencing these blasts. Whether it was a sudden explosion among their ranks, an ambush thwarted by the blasts, or a devastating move interrupted by the detonations. In any case, the demonic beasts faced various calamities, while the defenders of Qiufeng City remained unscathed. In an instant, the cultivators of Qiufeng City were filled with exhilaration. It appears that we should not falter. There is hope. Let us retaliate while the moment is ripe. With divine assistance. With divine assistance indeed. At that moment, the spirit of Qiufeng City soared, and together with the explosions, they stood against the demonic beast army. Lin Xian beheld the explosion with unbridled joy. Though the identity of the perpetrator remained a mystery, their execution was nothing short of spectacular. Li Siyu, perplexed, wondered if such a scene was scripted in the narrative. Yet, it was a boon, alleviating at least some of the pressure. Xiaoyu remained undeterred by the blast, her focus unwavering as she swiftly dispatched the demon beasts, though the intensity of the explosions around her surpassed that of her comrades. Su Chengkong exhaled a sigh of relief. The timing of the explosion was fortuitous. He, too, was a cultivator of the golden core amidst the battlefield, besieged by a dozen elite demon beasts. However, this explosion significantly alleviated his burdens. It seemed the moment for retreat had not yet arrived. With a flick of his hair, Su Chengkong resolved to press on. At this moment, the city lord, engaged in combat with the Black Shale Wolf King, found himself elated. Oh, Black Shale Wolf King, your campaign has faltered. It is not too late to withdraw. Perhaps we should now refer to you as the Turtle King. With no time for sarcasm, he continued the fight. The demon beast army, undeterred by the explosion, fervently advanced their assault. The battlefield was vast, and even Su Luo, with her current prowess, could not cover every angle. Yet, there was another presence in the sky. The faux master of control, Su Luo, contrasted sharply with the true master of control, Nangong Shiyun. Nangong Shiyun had long since intervened. Her action shrouded in secrecy, imperceptible to all. Thus, while the demon beasts surged forth with fervor, their victories were fleeting. As they neared the demise of the cultivators from Qiufeng City, they were swiftly vanquished by Nangong Shiyun. Although some from Qiufeng City fell, it was merely from injury or exhaustion, not death. This exemplified Nangong Shiyun's prowess, as she truly commanded the entire battlefield. Yet she was also filled with bewilderment, pondering who could have orchestrated such an explosion. She sensed the vicinity of Qiufeng City, yet found no indication of the perpetrator. After much contemplation, the most suspicious figure seemed to be Su Luo. However, he merely sat there, exhibiting no extraordinary magical gestures or utilizing spiritual energy in any manner. Could it truly not be him? Chapter 72. The curtain falls. The explosion persisted, engulfing the entire battlefield. The Black Shale Wolf King sensed the situation was dire. Such a magnitude of explosion lasting this long undoubtedly indicated the presence of formidable human allies. He could no longer afford to delay and began to transform into his wolf form, exerting all his strength. Perhaps victory was beyond reach. Yet he would exact vengeance on as many as he could. The Black Shale Wolf King contemplated seizing an opportunity to wreak havoc within Qiufeng City. But the city lord immediately discerned his intentions and fought desperately to thwart him. The battle escalated into a fierce confrontation. Li Si resolved to hold nothing back, unleashing a torrent of sword energy that reaped the lives of the demon beasts. Xiaoyu also employed the 7 Stars Unite technique with a single strike. She annihilated the demon beasts before her. She could do it once more. With an expressionless demeanor, Xiao Yu invoked the 7 stars unite again. For the demon beasts. 2 instances of this technique proved catastrophic. Lin Xian began to channel his power, sending his sword flying, piercing through several demon beasts in succession. He was prepared to resort to his fists. Under the might of his fists, his attacks became increasingly ferocious, often prioritizing offense over defense, rendering him indistinguishable from the demon beasts in terms of raw physical prowess. At this moment, the demon beasts found themselves incapable of retaliation. Others, too, capitalized on the chaos created by the explosions, relentlessly slaying the demon beasts. The tide of battle began to turn in their favor. Nevertheless, despite this progress, the strength of the demon beast persisted until the reinforcements from the 7-star sword sect arrived. Oh, Lin Xian, you look quite disheveled. Allow me to assist you. Lin Xian remains as formidable as ever. Lin Xian, let us join forces in battle. In response to Lin Xian's call for support, numerous disciples arrived, a testament to his esteemed reputation within the 7-star sword sect. However, upon arrival, they quickly discerned that the battlefield was far from ordinary. The ravaged landscape and the shattered bodies of the demonic beasts raised the question, was support truly necessary? Who could have unleashed such devastating explosions? Essentially, the role of the 7-star sword sect was to conclude the skirmish. The Black Fiend Wolf King met its demise under the assault of the newly arrived sect members, effectively neutralizing the threat posed by the horde of demonic beasts. Thanks to the assistance of Su Luo and Nangong Shiyun, the entire confrontation concluded without any casualties. Nevertheless, some individuals experienced significant exhaustion and required ample rest, particularly Lin Xian, Xiao Yu, and Li Xiu, who had each claimed the highest number of kills. Lin Xian, in particular, exerted himself to the fullest, leading to several days of unconsciousness. Given such a momentous victory, a celebration was inevitable. The entire Qiufeng city basked in the joy of survival after the calamity. However, matters of accountability could not be overlooked, especially concerning Su Luo. His reluctance to engage in battle quickly spread, and many who had previously harbored disdain for him seized the opportunity to publicly berate him. As for Su Luo, he was also contemplating his next steps, but first, he sought to bid farewell. He entered the room of Su Qingkong, who lay injured and bedridden. Father, you are here. How are you? Did you witness my performance on the battlefield? This is the strength of our Su family. I have come to say goodbye. Is that so? Su Qingkong had withdrawn his smile, pondering whether he had truly discovered his purpose. Well, I will be joining the Heavenly Demon Sect, he declared. The mention of the Heavenly Demon Sect compelled Su Qingkong to regard him with newfound respect. He had not anticipated hearing such an ambitious aspiration from him. Not everyone can gain entry to the Heavenly Demon Sect. If this is your own decision, I have no objections, he replied, revealing no intention to dissuade him. Let me forewarn you, in the future, you may find yourself entangled in my troubles. Contemplating the implications of Su Luo embracing the path of darkness, he wondered if his family would suffer the consequences. The answer was undoubtedly yes. Su Qingkong scoffed, with your abilities, what heights can you truly attain? Just observe. Rest assured. Your father is not one to be underestimated, he added confidently. Su Luo shook his head in resignation. Having faced near death, such bravado lacked persuasive merit. Nonetheless, he chose not to counter Su Qingkong's assertions. Take care as you depart. You've chosen your own path. Do not harbor regrets. And above all, stay alive. With a wave, Su Luo bid farewell. Yet, before parting, he resolved to accomplish one more task. Nangong Shiyun ultimately failed to identify the individual responsible for the explosion. However, another matter demanded her attention. She had sensed the arrival of members from a hidden lineage. Hunjio was one of the members of the enigmatic Dihun family, tasked this time with locating the Qingwei pendant. After a year of searching, a glimmer of hope finally appeared, yet impatience was beginning to set in. Failure would render a year's efforts futile. The thought alone was infuriating. He even contemplated whether to secretly claim the Qingwei pendant for himself, having heard it was quite a remarkable treasure. Suddenly, a figure emerged before him, blocking his path. Who are you? If you wish to live, then be gone. My mood is rather foul at present. I have heard you seek the Qingwei pendant, the figure replied. Nangong Shiyun has learned of it from a diary. You know? Speak of its whereabouts at once. I shall not. It seems you court death. Huan Jiao intended to teach this person a severe lesson. However, no matter how he attacked, it proved futile. He could not even graze the individual. He found it astonishing that such a formidable being could exist in such a small locale. Nangong Shiyun, unfazed, did not rush to eliminate her opponent. Instead, she observed his moves and habits with keen interest. This was a quirk of her profession. Having often assumed other identities, she would typically study them beforehand. Though her impersonation would be brief, one must still possess the essential traits. Have you come to a decision? Will you tell me? She inquired. But it is too late. Even if you divulge the information, I shall still take your life. His confidence was striking, as if he had already triumphed, despite never having touched Nangong Shiyun. She delivered a faint punch into the void. Huanjiu desperately attempted to defend himself, yet his protective measures failed to activate and proved ineffective. With a single strike, his bones shattered, and he collapsed to the ground. In a feeble voice, Huanjiu pleaded, "Spare me. I beg you." Nangong Shiyun nearly faltered at the speed of his supplication. It seemed he was capable of both humility and arrogance. Nevertheless, she had no intention of torturing him. After all, her character could hardly be deemed malevolent. In this manner, let us engage in a wager. Should I lose, I shall concede my defeat. Should I prevail, I shall grant you your freedom. Huanjiu promptly nodded in agreement. The stake shall be whether the number of spirit stones you possess is odd or even. Huanjiu could not recall the exact count of his spirit stones, as they were merely accumulated within his storage ring. You may abstain from choosing, for I shall select for you. It shall be odd. With that, Nangong Shiyun swiftly opened Huanjiu's storage ring and poured out the spirit stones. In an instant, the count was complete, an even number. Upon hearing this, Huanjiu visibly brightened, breathing a sigh of relief. Nangong Shiyun smiled with a sense of liberation. I do not gamble. And then, he executed Huanjiu. Chapter 73. The performance begins. Nangong Shiyun transformed seamlessly into Huanjiu, mimicking not only his appearance, but also his attire, mannerisms, and expressions with remarkable accuracy. Perfection. Almost there, let us proceed. Even his voice bore no distinction. For Nangong Shiyun, these were trivial matters, having mastered them effortlessly. Meanwhile, the Li family was rejoicing in overcoming their tribulations, yet their pride was chiefly directed towards Li Siyu's commendable performance. The family had finally produced another promising talent. One of exceptional merit, perhaps capable of restoring the family's former glory. It was rumored that the clan had once boasted a formidable Void Realm expert, though it was uncertain how long ago that was, or if it was merely a grandiose tale spun by some ancestor. Amidst this celebration, an individual descended from the heavens, shattering the banquet table. Who dares to cause a commotion in the Li family? Huanjiu inquired coldly. Do you know where the Qingwei pendant is? What pendant? You ought to contemplate whether you can survive to leave this place. However, in the next moment, the speaker was sent flying by Huanjiu. Once more, he inquired. Where is the Qingwei pendant? Even within the Li family, knowledge of the Qingwei pendant was scarce. Those aware of its existence were equally cognizant that it had long since vanished. Thus, no matter how Huanjiu questioned, his efforts were in vain. At this juncture, the Li family had come to realize that their visitor harbored malicious intent and possessed formidable strength. Yet, they remained oblivious to the nature of the Qingwei pendant. You choose not to speak, is that it? Before Huanjiu could make his move, Li Siyu fortuitously arrived on the scene to intervene. Stop. I am a disciple of the Seven-Star Sword sect. I implore you to spare my family for the sake of our sect. The Seven-Star Sword sect indeed posed a considerable challenge, but Huanjiu retorted, Do you know who I am? I am Huanjiu of the Emperor's Soul Clan, and I do not regard the Seven-Star Sword sect with any measure of respect. As he spoke, Huanjiu extended his hand, preparing to unleash a spell, intending to use a member of the Li family as a pawn. Of course, his intention was not to kill, but merely to incapacitate them for appearance's sake. Li Siyu feigned terror, yet internally, she held immense admiration. Truly, her master was remarkable, displaying such exceptional acting skills. Suddenly, an explosion erupted at the very moment Huanjiu reached out his hand. It came without warning, and even Huanjiu, caught off guard, was unharmed. From within the crowd, a figure cloaked in black emerged. Intrigued, Huanjiu inquired, Who are you? Recognizing the familiar explosion, it seemed that the individual from the battlefield had made an appearance. No need for a search, he had revealed himself, offering a chance to observe his true nature. Su Luo spoke slowly. I am Nangong Shiyun of the Seven-Star Sword sect. Nangong Shiyun? And who might you be? Ah, Huanjiu, is it? Unbeknownst to her, Nangong Shiyun chuckled at the unexpected circumstance of being impersonated. Ah, so this is how it is played, is it? Unfortunately for you, you have encountered a formidable opponent. Yet, she could not deny that the individual before her bore an uncanny resemblance to herself, to the extent that Nangong Shiyun felt as though she were gazing upon a doppelganger. Naturally, Su Luo's ability to alter her voice was a trivial matter. Her unique skill, which allowed only selective visibility, had been upgraded, enabling her to effortlessly emulate the characteristics of Nangong Shiyun's techniques. It could be said that there were no discernible flaws. Li Siyu, equally perplexed, inquired, "Ah, so this is the master? But is this Soul 9 truly real? Did Master not promise to impersonate Soul 9 and refrain from appearing in person?" A sudden realization struck Li Siyu as she recognized the familiar black robe. The silhouette was unmistakable, Su Luo. As her certainty grew, she recalled that it had been a considerable time since Su Luo had manifested in this guise, to the point that it had nearly slipped her mind. "Su Luo, cease this at once. That is my master. Do not expose yourself, oh dear." Li Siyu had envisioned Su Luo coming to her aid, yet she understood this was merely a fantasy. Now that the fantasy materialized, she was overwhelmed with both gratitude and urgency. However, she could not afford to alert anyone, lest her cover be blown. Master, I implore you to adapt swiftly." After much contemplation, Su Luo concluded that she must step forward. Otherwise, she would be unable to face Li Siyu in the future. As for the black robe and the impersonation of Nangong Shiyun, Su Luo was indifferent. The robe was commonplace, and even if Li Siyu recognized the individual who had previously rescued her, it was irrelevant, for that person was a woman. What evidence existed to link Su Luo to her? As for Nangong Shiyun, in the future, Li Siyu and she will certainly not align in their recounting of this matter. But what does it matter? No matter how they speculate, they will never guess that it pertains to me, Su Luo. Do I have any connection with Nangong Shiyun? Not in the slightest. Could I possibly embody the characteristics of Nangong Shiyun so flawlessly? Surely, no one would believe it. Thus, it is time to deal with Hunjiu. Su Luo directly utilized the life-saving item that Nangong Shiyun had previously bestowed upon him. With a slight alteration, the life-preserving capability could be transformed into an offensive force. A colossal sword, forged from the convergence of spiritual energy, materialized above Hunjiu's head. With this, Su Luo could further assert that she is indeed Nangong Shiyun. It was overwhelmingly powerful. Even the mere sensation of that sword above was suffocating. Li Siyu could not fathom how Su Luo possessed such formidable strength. She merely sensed that the power was immense, unable to distinguish that it belonged to Nangong Shiyun. Yet, how could Nangong Shiyun remain oblivious? "So it was you, Su Luo. Truly an unexpected yet fitting revelation. This is splendid. I had initially intended to teach a lesson to this impostor, yet now I must cooperate with you." Su Luo continued. "Li Siyu is my disciple from the 7-Star Sword sect and my direct apprentice. If you harm her family, humph. No, I dare not. Spare me." Under the immense pressure of such overwhelming power looming above, Hunjiu was engulfed in sheer panic. Driven by an instinctual desire to survive, he hastily fled. It was too late. As Nangong Shiyun, I wield only one sword. Very well, I shall rend the heavens. One sword sliced through the sky, leaving a trail of light, resembling a cleft in the firmament from afar. Although Soul 9 momentarily fled a considerable distance, Su Luo accurately locked onto him and struck with a single sword. Without needing to glance back, Su Luo was confident that Soul 9 was doomed. What was he? How could he possibly withstand a blow from Nangong Shiyun? Without waiting for the crowd to react, Su Luo gracefully departed. Li Siyu felt immensely relieved by her master's exceptional acting skills and ability to adapt to circumstances. However, before she could fully relax, Li Siyu was frantically calling out to her master, hoping that he would not be angered by the black-robed figure impersonating her and attacking her. Her master remained unaware that it was Su Luo. "What do you think of my performance just now?" Nangong Shiyun, of course, was unscathed. He had merely absorbed his own strike to portray the strength of Soul 9. After all, Soul 9's escape speed was limited, incapable of evading Su Luo's targeting. "Wonderful, master. You are truly remarkable. Then who is that black-robed figure? He was not part of your plan. He saved me once before. I never expected him to appear at this moment. Master, could you refrain from being angry with him? He is genuinely good. Do tell how he saved you." Li Siyu candidly recounted the incident of Su Luo rescuing her, as there was little to fabricate. She merely mentioned that the black-robed figure was a woman. For at that time, Su Luo had indeed spoken in a female voice. Oh, Nangong Shiyun realized. So Su Luo had previously saved Li Siyu. And Li Siyu remains unaware of this. TSK, with one providing covert assistance and the other keeping a diary. There seems to be quite a few secrets between you two. Nangong Shiyun was oblivious to the fact that Su Luo had documented this event in her journal. Rest assured, I am not so petty as to hold a grudge over such matters. Thank you, master. Chapter 74. Xiaoyu, pay attention. Lin Xian, akin to a character in a narrative, garnered a substantial amount of prestige. Although the explosions on the battlefield captivated numerous onlookers, they remained oblivious to the identity of the individual responsible, rendering them unable to amass any recognition. Their discussions were limited to mere admiration of the blast's ferocity, lacking any depth. The fervor could not be sustained. In contrast, Lin Xian was the first to charge into battle, wreaking havoc among the horde of demonic beasts, his prowess overshadowing that of his peers. Aside from the city lord, Su Chenkong, he was the most formidable. Furthermore, he sought assistance from the Seven Stars Sword sect, although it was merely to conclude the engagement. The arrival of such skilled warriors brought immense reassurance. His every action was evident. How could they not be grateful to him? At this moment, what of Su Luo? After playing the role of Nangong Shiyun, she made her way home to continue her unfinished farewells. She bid farewell to Qiufeng City and to her father, uttering little more than a caution to take care on the journey. Ultimately, the only farewell she felt compelled to offer was to Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu was currently recuperating at Su Luo's residence. Su Luo knocked on the door. "It's me, may I come in?" At that moment, Xiaoyu lay on the bed. Her injuries not severe, merely a result of overexertion. "How do you feel?" "Much better. Don't push yourself. I can see that." "No." Xiaoyu continued to deny it. Yet Su Luo chose not to press further. She understood that Xiaoyu was indeed striving to fulfill her promise. "Just wait for me to help you slay more demonic beasts." "Why?" "You ought to pay more attention to your surroundings. At present, I am the object of public disdain." I confronted them, and Xiaoyu seized the sword beside her. "You are being rather extreme." However, they should not speak ill of Su Luo. "It is none of their concern. You may interpret my actions as intentional, for I have earned this." "I understand, yet I still feel anger." In truth, Xiaoyu had previously sensed that Su Luo occasionally engaged in inexplicable actions that tarnished her image in the eyes of others. Having witnessed this several times, Xiaoyu was vaguely aware that Su Luo harbored her own motives. Nevertheless, she could not help but feel irate on Su Luo's behalf. Indeed, merely having saved her by chance, Su Luo unconditionally trusted her, even when she was in the wrong, still advocating for herself. What a profound trust that is. It is unwarranted. Su Luo extended a finger. "Xiaoyu, watch closely." A small explosion erupted from Su Luo's fingertip. Being a system-generated explosion, the effects were quite remarkable, displaying a spectrum of colors, thus making it highly distinguishable. "Su Luo, it's you." Xiaoyu immediately recognized it as an explosion from the battlefield. "It is I." Initially, I did not wish to disclose this to anyone, but Xiaoyu, you are the exception. "Really?" Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu's face lit up with a smile. "I revealed this to you to convey that I have my own objectives and capabilities. You need not worry excessively about me. In the future, should I act foolishly again, you need not defend me. I have my own reasons." "So this is our secret?" "The crux is not this. The main point has been misconstrued. I mean, there's no need for you to deliberately offend others on my behalf. I shall become even more unruly in the future." Su Luo cupped Xiaoyu's face with both hands, giving it a gentle tug. "Do not dismiss me." Su Luo. After reiterating several times, Xiaoyu finally seemed to grasp the situation, or so it appeared. Everything that needed to be said had been articulated. However, at that moment, Su Chenkong arrived. Hearing from his subordinates that Su Luo had gone to meet Xiaoyu, he decided to check on them. "Son, you haven't left yet? You spoke so charmingly before. I hope you are not merely jesting. There is no room for negotiation on this matter." "Su Luo." Su Chenkong glanced at Su Luo, then at Xiaoyu, and suddenly feigned anger, saying, "Son, our Su family does not support idleness. With Xiaoyu in such a state, she is of no use to us and merely squanders our resources. Take her away." "Father, please cease your humor. Do you not understand that Xiaoyu is simply naive?" "So, Xiaoyu, are you gravely injured?" Su Chenkong inquired. "Not at all." Xiaoyu stood up from the bed, responding loudly. "See, she is perfectly fine. What issue do you have? The injury is indeed minor. Yet she ought to rest properly at this time. This is non-negotiable. Take her away. This is your father's command. I shall not comply." "Rebellious child. What a farce. When has Su Luo ever been obedient?" Nonetheless, outside the autumn winds in the city, Su Luo carried Xiaoyu on her back. "I cannot argue with you. Let us depart." In truth, Xiaoyu understood that Su Luo could have left directly without concerning herself with him. Yet, Xiao Yu understood that Su Luo too possessed moments of tenderness. Time gradually slipped away. Lin Xian yearned to articulate his thoughts, yet found himself at a loss for words, ultimately resigning to silence. In doing so, he tarnished his own reputation as much as the infamous demonic path, and Su Luo succeeded. But was such a sacrifice truly worthwhile? To abandon one's own home, how does that differ from the ideologies of the demonic path? Lin Xian was perplexed by Su Luo, unable to fathom how she could stoop to such depths. Was it genuinely necessary to infiltrate the demonic sect to such an extent? Lin Xian remained bewildered. He had consulted Elder Yin, who also reached no conclusions. Despite his extensive experience and discerning character, encountering someone so contradictory was unprecedented. As their conversation unfolded, Elder Yin even mused that Su Luo was simply foolish, fortunate rather than intent on becoming a spy within the demonic path. Nonetheless, Lin Xian believed there was still faith to be placed in Su Luo. With a sigh, he felt an overwhelming sense of frustration, unsure of whom to confide in. Meanwhile, Su Luo and Xiao Yu ambled leisurely along, exhibiting no urgency whatsoever. Overall, there was no rush. However, the diary could be written at this very moment. Su Luo opened her journal and began to write. Chapter 75. Elder Yan's Extinguishment. The long-awaited day of enhancement has finally arrived. Indeed, I have surpassed Lin Xian, experiencing a substantial elevation in cultivation, advancing from the completion of qi refinement to the pinnacle of foundation establishment. With the treasures bestowed by Elder Yan, my overall strength has swiftly ascended to become one of the foremost disciples within the Seven-Star Sword sect. I am exceedingly content with this outcome and was poised to seek vengeance against Lin Xian. Alas, I was thwarted by Elder Yan. He informed me that the moment was not yet ripe, advising me to conceal my true capabilities. And he assured me that I would have the opportunity to eliminate Lin Xian. With no alternatives at my disposal, I complied, recognizing the necessity of discretion. Otherwise, my rapid advancement in cultivation would undoubtedly attract the scrutiny of the sect, and Elder Yinshi had no desire to expose himself. His method of cultivation was unconventional, bordering on the arcane. While his intentions may appear benevolent, offering enthusiastic assistance to a perceived underachiever, one could also view it as a form of human experimentation. Indeed, his altruism was merely a fade for his own scientific pursuits. His lifelong ambition was to demonstrate that even the most inept could ascend to greatness. This brings us to a brief overview of Elder Yinshi's life. In every realm, there exist those who toil at the lowest echelons of cultivation. In the beginning, Elder Yinshi was one such individual, lingering in obscurity within the Seven-Star Sword sect, unable to match the prowess of the sect's most distinguished disciples despite his relentless efforts. Fueled by discontent, he embarked on a quest to discover methods of enhancement. However, conventional approaches proved to be limited in their efficacy. Thus, he delved into the darker arts, exploring alchemical practices associated with demonic pathways. He achieved modest success, yet as he progressed, the challenges intensified, inflicting severe damage upon his body, instilling in him a sense of trepidation that deterred further experimentation. Consequently, he resorted to using others as subjects for his trials, ultimately applying the most effective outcomes to himself. In pursuit of this endeavor, he has caused the demise of countless low-ranking disciples of the Seven-Star Sword sect, conducting his activities with such secrecy that the sect remained oblivious to his transgressions. Today, through relentless determination and a series of calculated steps, he has ascended to the esteemed position of a nascent soul-level elder, marking a significant achievement in his relentless pursuit of power. However, Elder Yinshi does not consider himself a practitioner of the demonic path. Rather, he scorns the idea of aligning with it, not out of any noble sentiment, but due to his contentment with his current status. He enjoys the comforts afforded by the Seven-Star Sword sect, relishing the power to wield influence in various matters. Thus, when Shin-san repeatedly urged Elder Yinshi to join the Heavenly Demon sect, the elder dismissed the proposition with disdain, for he preferred to remain untainted while still engaging in morally ambiguous dealings. Elder Yinshi has engaged in transactions with the Heavenly Demon sect on more than one occasion, receiving forbidden texts in exchange for intelligence regarding the Seven-Star Sword sect. This explains why Shin-san has shown particular deference to Elder Yinshi. The elder consistently provides invaluable information to the sect. Moreover, Elder Yinshi's capabilities extend beyond mere intelligence gathering. For quite some time, he has masqueraded under the guise of aiding the seemingly inept disciples of the Seven-Star Sword sect, secretly implanting demonic seeds within them, a technique of his own invention. This spell enables these disciples to unleash powers that far exceed their own, albeit at the cost of their sanity, driven solely by a desire for destruction. The demonic seeds are deeply concealed. Without the meticulous scrutiny of an elder, they would remain undetectable. However, one must ponder why an elder would expend such effort investigating inconspicuous disciples. Thus, within the Seven Star Swords sect, Elder Yinshi wields a substantial yet hidden influence. Those disciples he has aided are profoundly grateful, and should they exhibit exceptional qualities, they are taken under his wing. Otherwise, they are regarded merely as disposable assets. Of course, controlling these disciples may not seem impressive, as they do not possess exceptional combat prowess. However, during the subsequent invasion by the Heavenly Demon sect, Elder Yinshi acted as an insider, sabotaging the protective formation of the sect, inciting chaos among the disciples that led to their ambush on their own comrades, and even guiding the Heavenly Demon sect. The contributions of those disciples he assisted are undeniable. Elder Yinshi's fervent aid to the Heavenly Demon sect was not born from a desire to join them. Rather, it stemmed from his dependency, as the sect had provided him with demonic scriptures on more than one occasion. Moreover, he meticulously planned to leave no traces behind after his treachery. Elder Yinshi merely operated from the shadows. Had he been affiliated with another sect, he would have retained his status as an elder afterward. Unfortunately, with Lin Xian present, he was destined to be exposed and subsequently face retribution, such as the consequence of his actions. For now, one can only mourn for himself, as the price for this newfound strength is exorbitantly steep, primarily manifested in excruciating pain. The medicine he consumed was essentially poison. The experience is akin to being cut with a knife, then having salt rubbed into the wound, followed by a searing heat, repeated ad infinitum. The agony is so profound that it feels as though one's throat could shatter from the cries of suffering. Each session leaves one feeling as if they have traversed through the depths of hell. Upon my initial encounter with the medicine, I promptly surrendered, unable to endure the torment. Even as time progressed, I struggled to acclimate, illustrating just how outrageous the pain truly was. Thus, even if the potential for enhancement exists, joy eludes me. For my innate talent is woefully inadequate, leaving me no choice but to rely on aberration for advancement. After becoming stronger, I was met with a slap in the face from Lin Xian. However, prior to that, I would undoubtedly bask in my newfound prowess, disregarding Elder Yinshi's warnings and revealing my capabilities to astonish others, only to be subsequently knocked down by Lin Xian, leaving the onlookers in awe of his strength. Yet, it suddenly dawned on me that he was no longer the person he once was. This time felt remarkably different. My physique had significantly improved, and my cultivation had ascended to new heights. Furthermore, I could employ the strategy of sharing the burden of pain with another antagonist, perhaps even feigning an agonizing expression. Indeed, it was reassuring. Relying on extraordinary means was undoubtedly preferable, rendering any mutations utterly insignificant. Upon completing my journal entry, I was rewarded with enhancements, a boost of 3 to my physique, 4 to my strength, and an elevation in my cultivation level. Now reaching the late stage of the Golden Core. Although the content of this diary was scant, it left Negong Xian utterly astonished. She could scarcely fathom the extent of Elder Yinshi's clandestine machinations. Her countenance darkened as she pondered this revelation. After careful consideration, Negong Xian resolved to take action. First, she sought to ascertain who possessed demonic seeds. Su Luo had elucidated this matter clearly, indicating that the disciples remained inconspicuous within the sect. Based on this criterion, Negong Xian discreetly began her investigation into these disciples. To her surprise, she discovered a total of 463 individuals residing within the sect, with some away on missions. Thus, the stage was set. Elder Yinshi, open the door. The sect is offering benefits. Chapter 76. Elder Yinshi has disappeared. Benefits from the sect? Surely, it was not yet time. At this moment, Elder Yinshi felt no sense of alarm and naturally opened the door, only to find the sect master and Negong Xian awaiting him. To my astonishment, it is these two esteemed figures from the sect who have come. Is there something you wish to discuss with me? What could this imply? Elder Yinshi, sensing the gravity of the situation, feigned composure. Colluding with demonic forces and causing harm to one's own sect, these two transgressions alone warrant a death sentence 10 times over. Elder Yinshi has undoubtedly committed more than just these acts. However, given that Negong Xian is not adept at investigation and time is of the essence, the situation is precarious. Negong Peak Master, one must refrain from making baseless accusations. I have not engaged in such deeds, Elder Yinshi asserted with unwavering conviction. To admit to such matters is tantamount to a death sentence. Although he has indeed committed them, he cannot allow himself to be cornered. But do you possess any evidence? El Yongjia, Wang Yuanzi Ma Peng. Must I continue? Elder Yinshi recognized that these individuals were disciples upon whom he had implanted demonic seeds. Yet, how could he confess? I am acquainted with them. I have even assisted them in the past. What has befallen them? They have been afflicted by your demonic seeds. Demonic seeds? What do you mean by that? In this critical moment, denial is paramount. Acknowledgement equates to doom. You refuse to see the truth until it is too late. All these items were discovered in your possession. Strange artifacts and obscure texts. Over the past few days, Nangong Shiyun has diligently sought evidence, ransacking Elder Yinshi's abode during his absence. Regrettably, no substantial proof was unearthed, only a collection of bizarre items that failed to substantiate any claims. It could only be said that Elder Yinshi had meticulously concealed his tracks. Is there anything amiss with these items? Elder Yinshi silently chuckled within, thinking, is this the extent of your evidence to condemn me? It seems I must turn my suspicions toward your storage ring. Upon uttering these words, Elder Yinshi felt a twinge of anxiety within. Indeed, there existed incriminating evidence against him within his storage ring, and the pristine exterior was merely a facade. As everything had been concealed within, since ascending to the position of elder, his audacity had somewhat increased. Nevertheless, he remained vigilant. Having cast a minor spell on the storage ring to obliterate its contents should it be forcibly accessed. Thus, while he was perturbed, the trepidation was only slight. What perplexed him was where he had inadvertently revealed a flaw that allowed Nangong Shiyun to point the finger at him. Regardless, to demand access to a person's storage ring without substantial proof was a grave transgression. Nangong Shiyun, this seems rather inappropriate. The storage ring contains my private matters, and it cannot be scrutinized merely because you wish to see. I suggest you procure evidence before seeking me out. Don't you agree, Sect Master? The Sect Master remained silent, leaving Elder Yinshi uncertain of his stance. However, as the leader of the sect, it was imperative that he did not unjustly accuse anyone without evidence. For to do so would be a grave injustice. Elder Yinshi, I find it hard to believe and sincerely hope it is not true. I swear, I have never committed any transgressions against the sect. Elder Yinshi promptly asserted his position. Nangong Shiyun, disinclined to elaborate further, had summoned the sect master. Believing that handling an elder's matter should not be taken lightly and would benefit from the sect master's presence as a witness, Nangong Shiyun held a fondness for the Seven-Star Sword sect and was unlikely to act recklessly within its confines. I shall take matters into my own hands. With that, Nangong Shiyun swiftly seized Elder Yinshi's storage ring. Elder Yinshi sighed inwardly, lamenting the loss. Although there were other storage rings to rely upon, the contents of this particular one were irreplaceable, making its absence quite regrettable. Nonetheless, the most important thing was that no one was harmed. However, before the items could be destroyed, Nangong Shiyun had extracted them all. Why? Elder Yinshi's eyes widened in disbelief. Why were the items not obliterated? Your destruction spell was too slow. I extinguished it the moment it was activated. Impossible. Is such a feat even achievable? Given that you are merely at the nascent soul stage, it is understandable that you cannot fathom my level of power. Therefore, it is time for you to elucidate the nature of these items. A variety of experimental apparatus, research records, and tomes of demonic arts. Elder Yinshi realized he was doomed. Could I claim that these are merely collections I acquired from others? What do you think? Sect Master. The Sect Master sighed. Nangong Shiyun was indeed speaking the truth, and it was difficult to accept. Elder Yinshi had served the Seven-Star Sword sect for a considerable time, making numerous contributions. Yet unexpectedly, it was disheartening. Witnessing the Sect Master's expression, Elder Yinshi understood that his fate was sealed. May I inquire where the issue lies? Nangong Shiyun had pinpointed him right away, despite the lack of substantial evidence. That is of little importance. Let us discuss the matters concerning the demon sect. Will speaking save my life? You think too much. Then why should I speak? Suddenly, Elder Yinshi adopted a defiant tone. Indeed, I cannot comprehend your prowess. For it has taken me a considerable time to reach the nascent soul stage, yet you, Nangong Shiyun, long ago. I attained the nascent soul while you were still in the chi refinement stage, and now I am at the nascent soul, yet you have already reached the void stage. How am I to understand this? Nangong Shiyun retorted, is it my fault? Elder Yinshi, upon hearing this, was filled with indignation. This is precisely why I detest you prodigies. Yes, even if I exert myself to the utmost, My current strength poses no threat to you. However, I will ensure you come to regret it. Elder Yinshi activated the demonic seed, contemplating that even if he were to perish, he would take more with him. When those disciples of the demonic seed descend into madness and wreak havoc upon their companions, the expressions of the sect master and Nangong Shiyun will undoubtedly be quite grim. Do not struggle. The demonic seed has already been dismantled. Is such a thing so easily dismantled? It was manageable, not overly difficult, though its concealment was indeed well executed. One could hardly discern it without close scrutiny. Despite the compliments, Elder Yinshi was unable to find joy. The culmination of my life's research has been so effortlessly unraveled. Ha ha ha. Elder Yinshi self-destructed. Nangong Shiyun sought to intervene, but Elder Yinshi's self-detonation was unlike any other, employing methods of the demonic path, exceedingly peculiar, rendering intervention impossible. While he could not prevent the self-destruction, a swift strike silenced all. Elder Yinshi's self-detonation proved futile. Nangong Shiyun had not intended to eliminate Elder Yinshi so swiftly. He wished to interrogate him thoroughly, extracting all he knew before sending him on his final journey. Elder Yinshi was aware of this, hence he resolutely chose self-destruction. If the deeds he had committed were to be uncovered and he still survived, it would imply a certain disdain for him. He himself believed he deserved death, though he felt no remorse and harbored no regrets. Yet, until his last breath, he could not fathom where he had gone astray. Alas, it was unexpected that such an event would occur within the sect. As the sect leader, he felt utterly negligent. The sect leader was at a loss for words, his expression one of profound melancholy. Until just now, I could not believe that Elder Yinshi was capable of such actions. How did you come to this revelation? The sect leader, upon learning of the matter today, found it hard to accept, yet the evidence lay before him, compelling him to confront the truth. Thus, he was curious as to why none among the many members of the sect had detected Elder Yinshi's anomalies. How could a mere bystander like Nangong Shiyun have discerned them? Nangong Shiyun, equally perplexed, pondered why he was viewed through the lens of insignificance. Was it so strange for him to engage in such actions? Admittedly, he had not been the one to uncover the truth, but he possessed his own sources of intelligence. The sect leader, with a peculiar expression, remarked, "Could it be Su Luo?" Chapter 77. Nangong Shiyun declares, "It's not my concern." Oh, why do you think so? Nangong Shiyun struggled to follow the sect leader's line of reasoning. What connection did Su Luo have to this entire affair? Aside from Su Luo, with whom have you had frequent interactions over the years? Of course, excluding your disciples, the sect leader inquired. But that doesn't necessarily imply anything. You don't follow me around every day, so you may not know with whom I interact. Although the sect leader acknowledged the truth in this statement. Indeed, there is nothing amiss, yet my recent excursions seem invariably linked to Su Luo. Reflecting upon the length of time since your last outing, could it possibly be attributed to my disciple, Lin Xian? The sect leader continued, Elder Yinshi has already looked after Su Luo on several occasions. And you previously mentioned that Su Luo was entrusted to your care. It is difficult not to ponder the implications therein. Logically speaking, Nangong Shiyun found herself at a loss for counterarguments. However, the reality was not as it appeared. It was merely a matter of having glanced at Su Luo's journal. Yet, upon deeper reflection, the explanation proved cumbersome, thus the facts could indeed be construed in such a manner. Indeed, Su Luo serves as my informant. It was unexpected that this incident would come to light. Although there was a slight element of deception, the principal truth remained intact. The intelligence was indeed acquired from Su Luo. Upon hearing this, the sect leader unexpectedly broke into a smile. I had no idea Su Luo possessed such capabilities. This lad is not as dire as I imagined. However, you must keep this confidential. We are preparing for significant undertakings. Nangong Shiyun, you seem rather unfamiliar to me, he remarked. Her enthusiasm bordered on excessive, since her rise to fame. It had been quite some time since she had exhibited such fervor, often retreating to her cloud-entering peak, idly passing her days. The sect leader, astonished to learn of her subsequent plans, found it almost inconceivable. Nangong Shiyun, disregarding the sect leader's astonishment, an affront to her, continued, henceforth, I shall temporarily assume the guise of Elder Yinshi. Why, you may ask? Because we have larger fish to catch. The heavenly demon sect poses a threat to our sect. Upon hearing these words, the sect leader adopted a serious demeanor. For the heavenly demon sect is not easily trifled with. Very well, feel free to express any needs. I shall cooperate fully. No need for that. Simply keep this matter confidential and refrain from sharing any indiscretions with Su Luo that might disrupt our collaboration. Rest assured, I possess the requisite discretion. After a succinct wrap-up, the general outline of the situation was settled. The death of Elder Yanxi will be kept secret for the time being, with Nangong Shiyun assuming a disguise. As for Elder Yanxi's trusted aides, they will be temporarily overlooked. Most of those who have been implanted with demonic seeds remain oblivious and, naturally, will not face punishment. It is indeed a rare occurrence. Whenever one witnesses Lin Xian's cultivation, it is always imbued with a fervent joy for the practice. What is amiss? You seem profoundly distracted. It's nothing. This hardly seems trivial. Speak your mind, or perhaps I could offer you a suggestion. After some contemplation, Lin Xian decided to disclose the matter concerning Su Luo in Qiufeng City. I have a friend. I am uncertain if this is worth it. Does one truly need to forsake family for the sake of an undercover mission? Initially, Nangong Shiyun listened intently, but as the narrative unfolded, a sense of familiarity began to unsettle her. With a peculiar expression, she remarked, "The person you speak of cannot possibly be Su Luo, can it? Why do both of you believe Su Luo is an undercover agent? Where has the confusion arisen? Master, are you aware of this? Let us first discuss your perspective. How did you come to uncover Su Luo's covert role? Surely, you do not possess a diary, do you? Is it truly that mundane?" Lin Xian then recounted the process of his conjecture. Firstly, Su Luo has provoked himself several times, yet he fell without putting forth any effort. It seems rather implausible. Secondly, Su Luo previously brought several undercover agents from the demonic sect, essentially bestowing upon himself a remarkable achievement, and it was he who alerted Qin San. Thirdly, Li Siyu maintains a friendly rapport with Su Luo. Given her character, she would never associate with someone of despicable nature. Upon hearing this, Nangong Shiyun found herself momentarily at a loss for words. Were it not for her diary, she would have deemed Lin Xian's assertions reasonable. However, it appears that there may be merit in his claims. Turning away, Nangong Shiyun feigned profundity and remarked, "You question whether Su Luo's actions are warranted. But do you truly understand what he has accomplished? During the incident involving Qin San, I was present, and it was indeed due to Su Luo that I was there. Had I not been, Zhuo Mingyuan would have lost his hand, Han Inger would have been incapacitated, and Yuan Jie would have sustained severe injuries. The events in Qiufeng City were also linked to Su Luo. I went there to covertly protect you, yet Su Luo did not merely stand idly by. Do you recall the explosions? Those were his handiwork. Moreover, recently, owing to him, we uncovered an individual who posed a significant threat to our sect. As for their identity, you needn't concern yourself. We have already dealt with the matter. You only need to know that, because of Su Luo, hundreds of disciples of our sect were saved. Thus, you need not be perplexed by him. He is far more aware of his actions than you may imagine." After hearing Nangong Shiyun's words, the content was so shocking that Lin Xian found it difficult to believe. You may struggle to accept this at first, but I assure you, I speak nothing but the truth. Nangong Shiyun's words indeed ring true. However, any misunderstanding on your part is not my concern. And it was merely your speculation from the outset. After a considerable pause, Lin Xian finally accepted this reality. His master had no reason to deceive him, and such deception would serve no purpose. I had misjudged Su Luo. I had indeed underestimated him, as I had not anticipated his remarkable capabilities. It is entirely understandable that you remain unaware. He has a penchant for concealing his true self and excels at it. Just assume you do not know, and do not feel perplexed on his behalf. Understood, Lin Xian replied. Focus on your cultivation. He raised his gaze to the sky, still processing the recent revelations. In any case, having confirmed that Su Luo intends to infiltrate the demonic realm, it appears he has been orchestrating his plans for quite some time. Truly impressive. Moreover, for this purpose, even in the face of misunderstanding and criticism from the majority, he resolutely pursues his goals, diligently safeguarding what he cherishes in secrecy. Lin Xian felt that henceforth, he would no longer question Su Luo's worthiness. To do so would be a sign of disrespect. Su Luo's resolve profoundly moved Lin Xian. Furthermore, Su Luo's strength is formidable. The explosion alone attested to that. Lin Xian recognized that with his current abilities, he could not replicate such devastating effects. Has Su Luo truly grown that powerful? At that moment, Elder Yin interjected, "Did I not mention before that this young man is not inferior to you? Indeed. It seems he surpasses you now." The explosion's duration and magnitude were such that even I cannot discern the extent of Su Luo's current strength, but it is undoubtedly far beyond your own. I concur, Lin Xian affirmed. Thus, Elder Yan, I shall redouble my efforts in cultivation. Do not trouble yourself. Have you not been diligently honing your skills all along? Progress steadily and establish a solid foundation. There is no need to rush. Chapter 78 on this day. As soon as I stepped out of my room, I sneezed. It felt as though someone were speaking ill of me from behind. But that has always been the case, so there is nothing to worry about. I, Su Luo, have grown accustomed to ignoring those who berate me, nearly forgetting my own circumstances. However, today seems to be the day to seek Elder Yinshi to secure my identity as a disciple of the Seven Stars Sword sect. Su Luo, rise and shine. At this moment, Xiaoyu was still practicing in my courtyard. Similarly, the sect master was present as well. This place had practically become a training ground for Xiaoyu. The sect master inquired, "How are you, Su Luo? Did you sleep well? We did not disturb you." "Did we? Sect master, have you consumed something amiss? Is there not a soundproof array here?" I looked at him in confusion. "Sect master, is everything all right? Just the other day, you mentioned that I was idle and lazy, lacking ambition. Never mind that. Consider it as if I never spoke." As I stepped outside, I felt a sense of curiosity. Logically, given that I had taken the lead in a rather cowardly affair, the sect master should have been aware of it by now. However, due to Xiaoyu's words, his reluctance to express disdain was understandable. Yet, why was he now showing concern for me? Was it a form of persuasion? A strategy to reform me? How naive. I, Su Luo, shall not change my ways. Su Luo, the sect master called out. He extended his thumb towards me. Unable to contain his praise. Well done. Did leading a cowardly charge really warrant such commendation? Su Luo was utterly perplexed. And the sect leader was not at all being sarcastic, which only deepened her confusion. Could it be that the philosophy of self-preservation was also prevalent here? However, this was no longer mere self-preservation. It was a complete degradation of morals. Was it appropriate for the sect leader to commend such actions? The values of the sect would surely become distorted. Unable to comprehend the leader any longer, Su Luo hastily departed, feeling a chill run down her spine. What on earth was happening? Upon exiting, she made a beeline for Elder Yinshi. Upon arrival, she immediately lamented, "Elder Yinshi, you must help me." Elder Yinshi had been waiting for quite some time. "What is it? Take your time," he urged. Su Luo recounted her current predicament. "You are the only one who can assist me, Elder Yinshi," she implored. Elder Yinshi fell silent for a moment before responding, "Helping you is not an issue. But what makes you worthy of my assistance?" I. Su Luo stammered, struggling to articulate her own value. "I wish I could kill him. It is because of him that I have become like this." At this moment, Su Luo's eyes blazed with fury, as if she were about to unleash her wrath. "Do you wish to take revenge on him?" Elder Yinshi inquired. "Yes, I do. I want to kill him." Su Luo was beside herself with rage. To become stronger, one must pay a price, especially with your level of talent. The cost will be even greater. I no longer care about anything. As long as I can kill Lin Xian, I am willing to do anything. Very well then, if that is the case, I will help you grow stronger. Follow me. Elder Yinshi said, visibly pleased with Su Luo's current state. This was precisely what he had hoped for. He opened a hidden door, leading to an underground chamber. As I traversed the dimly lit basement, I arrived at a chamber replete with intricate formations, illuminated solely by a solitary torch. At the center stood a large vat, which served as the focal point of the formations. This place, hauntingly familiar, was once the site of Su Luo's anguished cries. Yet, now all was prepared, and the situation seemed manageable. Su Luo maintained a calm demeanor, though a hint of trepidation lingered within, for the ambience was undeniably eerie. "Step inside," Elder Yinshi commanded, gesturing toward the vat. The murky, dark water within was unmistakably sinister. Su Luo recognized that it contained substances meant to enhance cultivation, albeit not ordinary elixirs. The majority were toxins. Elder Yinshi employed a strategy of combating poison with poison, utilizing these gentle yet potent substances, which were exceedingly rare and prohibitively expensive for the average person. Thus, Elder Yinshi conducted his experiments with relatively inexpensive ingredients. The effects were mild, prompting the addition of various peculiar substances for experimentation, and if successful, he would apply them to himself. After a moment of hesitation, Su Luo gazed into the vat, feeling a surge of fear. However, upon contemplating Lin Xian, she steeled herself and leaped into the depths. Elder Yinshi smiled with satisfaction and began to add more ingredients. To her astonishment, among the substances he introduced was the Qi Long Huoshun. This was a prime material for concocting top-tier elixirs, and even without alchemical processes, Its efficacy in enhancing cultivation and fortifying the body was remarkable, significantly benefiting those at the nascent soul stage. Elder Yinshi, is that truly Qi Long Huashen? She inquired, astonished. I had thought you lacked knowledge in this area, yet you possess such understanding. I have just finished reading. Can I assert that I possess knowledge of the vast majority of matters pertaining to the realm of cultivation? Since you are aware, you must also comprehend its effects. There is no need for concern. With the array and this specially formulated water, the process will gently facilitate the acceptance of the medicinal effects, making enhancement a natural outcome. No, that cannot be right, can it? Elder Yinshi, have you erred? This should be reserved for your own use, should it not? Elder Yinshi, have you truly made a mistake? What is it? Do you understand? Are you aware of my intentions? I do not comprehend. However, it is of no consequence. Trust me, I shall empower you, and in 3 months, you will surpass Lin Xian. 3 months? With a substance of this caliber, I assure you that 3 weeks would suffice. We are merely at the foundational level. The issue lies in the fact that Elder Yinshi, you are not one to engage in such practices. The elder I am acquainted with favors potions that offer unparalleled value, often eschewing cost entirely, as long as they enhance cultivation. Yet now you resort to the red dragonfire ginseng? Such a substance is simply not meant for individuals of our stature. Have you forgotten your own maxim? Even the most inept can become the strongest. With so many inept subordinates at your disposal, do you truly intend to provide each of them with such a remedy? The use of red dragon fire ginseng lacks universality. I still sense an issue. Perhaps we should consider the little dark fruit? That is the true medicine. Humph. Do you comprehend? Or is it I who understands? Now it is your turn to question me? I dare not. Su Luo felt quite stifled. It was evident that he was in the wrong. Yet he could not afford to erupt in anger at this moment. For the sake of the narrative, he chose to endure. Upon hearing your words, I shall add another element to the mix. Elder Yinshi tossed another medicinal concoction into the vat. The Tianlin fruit. This was indeed outrageous, rivaling the red dragon fire ginseng in potency, if not surpassing it. Elder Yinshi, I am here to conduct experiments, not to indulge in luxury. Merely steeping for a short while, Su Luo sensed an overwhelming enhancement. Chapter 79. Why does this world seem so full of affection? Nan Gong Shiyun found himself at a loss. While he could emulate Elder Yinshi's personality, he was utterly baffled by his methods of concocting medicine. Although he had discovered the experimental records, they appeared to be comprehensible only to the elder himself. Nan Gong Shiyun dared not proceed recklessly, as this was no trivial matter. Thus, he resolved to follow his own approach, inquiring whether it could bolster his strength. Would Su Luo dare to turn against him? Nan Gong Shiyun was far less apprehensive. He welcomed confrontation, fearing only a lack of opposition. However, he made it clear that should a conflict arise, it was initiated by Su Luo, not him. Su Luo truly would not turn against him. He must continue to play his part earnestly. Throughout the entire medicinal process, he experienced no pain. Rather, it was a sensation so pleasant that it made him want to drift off to sleep. As he exited Elder Yinshi's domain, his steps felt light and airy. Su Luo, what is the matter? Su Luo turned to Li Siyu. How have you been lately? Quite well. I've recently learned a technique in massage. Would you care to try it? Li Siyu's sudden declaration left Su Luo perplexed. Why had she taken up massage all of a sudden? What prompted this? No, I have no confidence in your skills. Just a little relaxation. Come on, I learned it from my master. Farewell, I was quite comfortable just now. Even the prestigious name of Nangong Shiyun holds no sway, as Su Luo has never experienced her massage. Comfortable? Li Si was perplexed, as the diary conveyed a different sentiment, one of suffering. Oh, it must be the machismo at play. Leave it to me. I shall help you forget all unpleasantness. Bewildered, Su Luo was led to a nearby pavilion, where he sat on a chair and received Li Si's massage. It must be said that the combination of spiritual energy and her technique was indeed remarkable. Having replenished his energy with Elder Yinshi earlier and now receiving a massage, Su Luo could no longer resist the urge to slumber, eventually drifting off to sleep. Upon awakening, he found himself resting on Li Si's lap. How did I fall asleep? Su Luo inquired, noticing that it was already dark. I have no idea, Li Si chuckled mischievously. You didn't do anything weird, did you? Hard to say. Su Luo examined himself and found nothing amiss. In any case, thank you. Your technique is commendable. And my perception of you has changed. I told you so. You can come find me next time. We'll see. As he entered the house, an enticing aroma filled the air. Xiaoyu was already waiting, with a table laden with delectable dishes. Why does it feel like the world is suddenly showering me with affection? Nevertheless, the truth must be uncovered. Elder Yinchi's behavior is highly unusual. How could he possibly forget his own experiments? Senile dementia? Su Luo could not accept the existence of such a malady in the world of cultivation. Thus, Su Luo resolved to investigate Elder Yinchi. With the current capabilities, as long as one exercises caution and is familiar with Elder Yinchi, there should be no significant issues. However, no matter how much Su Luo investigated, an undeniable sense of unease lingered. Naturally, as soon as Su Luo arrived, Nangong Shiyun realized that regardless of how well Su Luo concealed her true strength, it was of no consequence in the face of absolute power. The conversation with Elder Yinchi required careful maneuvering, which left Nangong Shiyun feeling weary. To manage Su Luo, she devised various strategies while remaining vigilant about her words. It was exhausting. Nonetheless, Nangong Shiyun was aware of Su Luo's suspicions. However, as long as the issues were not grave, Su Luo would not resort to hostility. Furthermore, with Elder Yinchi's intervention, Su Luo's matters seemed to have settled, allowing her to maintain a presence within the sect. She was compelled to remain discreet within the sect, which gradually diminished Su Luo's sense of existence. Although Su Luo felt vigorous and robust, she chose to remain low-key and venture out infrequently. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had elapsed. Su Luo, do you feel as though you've gained weight? Xiao Yu inquired, glancing at her. It's nothing. I'll just exercise more, Su Luo replied. Having concluded her period of enhancement, she felt a sense of resignation. During this time, Elder Yinchi truly treated her as one of his own, bestowing numerous valuable items upon her. Even her cultivation level ascended, reaching the pinnacle of the golden core stage. Tears welled up. This was the first time Su Luo had improved her cultivation without relying on her journal. Nevertheless, she still portrayed her strength as being at the foundation establishment stage, adhering to the narrative. Throughout these 3 months, Lin Xian simultaneously advanced his cultivation and continued to enhance his reputation, embarking on various missions with senior brothers and sisters, further solidifying his standing within the sect. Those who have teamed up with Lin Xian unanimously praise him, deeply admiring his strength and character. Lin Xian is currently in the prime of his life. After 3 months, his reputation has nearly reached a critical point, making further enhancement challenging. Thus, it is time to elevate his standing externally. Fortunately, the Sect Exchange Conference has recently commenced. This conference, organized by 10 sects from the southern continent of the cultivation world, serves as a platform for disciples to engage in friendly competitions and collaborative tasks, thereby strengthening the connections between sects and sharing insights on cultivation. Although it is presented as a cordial exchange, the reality is that the competition is fierce, with participants striving to outdo one another to enhance their sect's prestige. It is well known that the protagonist sect is primarily among the top sects, yet it ranks at the bottom among them. The 3 major sects of the southern continent, Qixing, Tianguang, and Yunya, have seen Qixing fall to the last position, with a subtle trend of slipping out of the top 3. In terms of elite cultivators, Qixing holds its ground against the other 2 sects. However, its disciples are significantly lacking, with only 4 golden core disciples compared to at least 10 in each of the other 2 sections. The Qixing Sword sect exemplifies a transitional phase, and the overall strength of a sect is heavily dependent on its disciples, who represent the future of the sect. At this juncture, a rising sect, the Yuesheng sect, has emerged, as suggested by its name, aspiring to usurp the title of the Qixing Sword sect among the 3 major sects of the southern continent. Therefore, should the Qixing Sword sect underperform at this exchange conference, its prestige could suffer a considerable decline. Worse still, the foremost of the 4 talents, Qin San, is an undercover agent of the demonic path, while the other 3 talents have seen a significant decline in their abilities as per the storyline. Although the current situation is manageable, their condition is evidently subpar. Consequently, the sect harbors concerns regarding this event. Yet, there is no alternative, and participation is imperative. To complicate matters further, this exchange meeting is being held on their own grounds, leaving no room for excuses should they falter in performance. Presently, disciples from various sects have begun to arrive at the 7-Star Sword sect, and the pressure they face is considerable. The sect holds high hopes for Lin Xian. Yet their opponent's foremost disciple has reached the golden core stage, making Lin Xian's current standing somewhat inadequate. Thus, the sect approaches this exchange conference with a rather pessimistic outlook. Chapter 80. The minor circumstances of each sect. Due to the grand scale of this exchange conference, its duration will inevitably extend. Some sects have already arrived at the 7-star sword sect in advance, initiating amicable interactions. First among them is the Union sect, a rather unique establishment comprised entirely of women. This exclusivity renders them exceedingly popular within the 7-star sword sect, attracting considerable admiration from male disciples. Despite their unwillingness to accept male members, the status of the sect indicates that, despite being entirely female, the Union sect is by no means weak. Leading them is the senior sister Yao Hanmei, who is at the early stage of the Golden Core realm. She is currently organizing her disciples to sell items at the 7-star sword sect, primarily skincare products, renowned throughout the cultivation world for their remarkable efficacy. In no time, a considerable number of female disciples from the 7-star sword sect flocked to witness the spectacle and, in the process, found themselves at a disadvantage. Male disciples, too, were not exempt. Though they may not use the products themselves, they still succumb to the same fate, purchasing gifts for others. The grand sale is upon us, and the exquisite Zixia tears are available for merely 198, promising to render your skin remarkably smoother. This product is perfectly suited for you, priced at just 588, truly a bargain. Witnessing my companions looking so delightful, I am inclined to offer you a secret discount, exclusively for you. Do not hesitate. Observing the eager throng clamoring to purchase, Yao Hanmei wore a triumphant smile, reveling in her profits. Initially, Su Luo had no intention of joining the fray, but driven by curiosity and a desire to engage with disciples from other sects, she decided to take a look. The plethora of skincare products left Xiaoyu utterly astonished, as she had seldom utilized such items. Wow, they appear to be quite impressive. Xiaoyu marveled at her fellow disciples' fervent purchases, indicating the product's undeniable efficacy. Su Luo remained unfazed, suggesting they merely browse without making any purchases, as the prices were excessively inflated. The Union sect could not abide such remarks, and Yao Hanmei approached with a sweet demeanor, asserting, "Dear sir, you are mistaken. These are genuinely excellent products, and I am merely earning a modest profit." Yao Hanmei even cast a flirtatious glance at Su Luo, secretly plotting to extract a handsome sum from him. Su Luo nearly forgot the extent of his own charm. However, he was not easily swayed. "Pardon my candor, but Union sect members do not offer anything worthwhile under 50. Upon hearing this statement, the atmosphere erupted with indignation. This cannot be ignored. What I possess is merely 32, featuring a gentle formula and delicate texture. Allow me to demonstrate what truly constitutes a quality product. Just 27, originally priced at 99. Now a token of friendship. And my Zixia tears are available for only 49. Wasn't your previous statement a mere 198? It is not that I cannot swallow this indignation. Rather, I wish to demonstrate that our Union sect possesses an abundance of admirable treasures." In a moment's notice, the Union sect began to unveil products priced below 50. How could Su Luo be swayed? She regarded it with disdain. Humph, let it be known that anything priced below 50 is of no value. Such is merely a primitive baiting tactic, although I too had fallen for such tricks in the past during my earlier days in the tangible world. Initially, Yao Hanmei perceived no issue, believing that if one refused to comply, they should simply present products until compliance was achieved. However, as time passed, a sense of discontent brewed. It felt as if they were on the verge of incurring losses, and those who had previously made purchases suddenly experienced the sensation of being deceived. Why should he have paid 198 only to witness the price plummet to 49 in an instant? The atmosphere became exceedingly chaotic. Su Luo expressed her indifference, bidding farewell. Yao Hanmei, unwilling to let Su Luo slip away so easily, devised a plan. She turned to Xiaoyu and said, "This young lady possesses remarkable talent. How about joining our sect? Not only will you have access to skincare products at your leisure, but various cultivation resources will also be plentiful. Furthermore, our sect is particularly suited for female practitioners." Yao Hanmei's attempt to recruit was not a novel endeavor. This is, after all, a characteristic of the Union sect, known for enticing the female disciples of others. With strength comes audacity, and indeed, their sect is well suited for women's cultivation. Alas, Xiaoyu merely nodded slightly, expressing her apologies, before following Su Luo, leaving Yao Hanmei bewildered in the wind. How infuriating! I shall remember you. After Su Luo's departure, a thought struck. Perhaps it would be delightful to let Xiaoyu try some skincare products, satisfying her curiosity. Thus, some materials were gathered, and the process of refinement commenced on the spot. Su Luo had a modest acquaintance with these substances and soon completed the task. When she presented it to Xiaoyu, she treated it like a treasure, reluctant to use it at all. In an instant, Xiaoyu transformed into a vision of beauty, adorned with extraordinary effects. Although the appearance was somewhat amusing, it offered a unique experience. Upon witnessing this scene, both Su Luo and Xiaoyu burst into laughter. The unparalleled and formidable master Ding Guanghua was engrossed in the challenge of the pure martial tower, having ascended to the 90th level. However, no matter what he did, advancing further proved exceedingly difficult. If only he could harness spiritual energy, everything would flow with greater ease, and he would be confident in surpassing the pinnacle. Regrettably, that was not an option. After yet another failed attempt, he exited the pure martial tower, gazing at the slogans above. This is not my endpoint, but my starting point. Su Luo, the strongest. These two slogans, rumored to belong to the individuals who reached the summit, elicited admiration even from someone as proud as him for those who could ascend to such heights. It seemed this time would not be dull, especially with Su Luo boldly claiming to be the strongest. He was determined to meet her. The more he contemplated, the more excitement bubbled within him as he resumed his challenges at the pure martial tower. Meanwhile, the Yuesheng sect had already clashed with the disciples of the Qixing sword sect. Lin Xian took action. Is this all the courage you possess? Seeking trouble and then bullying us? To which the retort came, what do you mean by seeking trouble? It was clearly you who provoked us first. The members of the Yuesheng sect smiled insidiously, yet regrettably, they had encountered a formidable opponent. Lin Xian once again displayed his prowess, turning the tables on them. This was merely a minor skirmish. The true experts of the Yuesheng sect had yet to reveal themselves. However, this singular occasion left an indelible impression of Lin Xian on the members of the Yuesheng sect, who planned to humiliate him thoroughly at this exchange conference. Their intentions were to employ every conceivable method to demean the disciples of the Seven-Star Sword sect. The remaining sects arrived gradually, and although they displayed some restraint, minor skirmishes with other sects persisted, all engaging in amicable exchanges in their own manner. As the conference progressed, the intensity of these interactions escalated. The higher-ups seemed disinclined to intervene, believing that without some sparks flying, the exchanges would lack vigor. However, the Seven-Star Sword sect appeared somewhat beleaguered. Some senior members of the sect lamented that each generation seemed to be weaker than the last. In the era of Nangong Shiyun, would other sects have dared to be so arrogant? They wouldn't have dared to utter a word. Alas, those days are now but a memory. With all major sects having arrived and preparations nearly complete, the sect exchange conference commenced as scheduled. Chapter 81. Writing in my diary in the quiet of the night. Su Luo found solace in penning her thoughts. The sect exchange conference has arrived, which signifies that my time within the sect is drawing to a close. As for this conference, it remains Lin Xian's moment to shine. Everything has been orchestrated for him. If the protagonist of such a contest cannot seize first place, could it still be deemed a tale of Dragon Ao Tian? Who cares if your combat prowess falters? Lin Xian is determined to challenge beyond his limits. With his formidable strength, Lin Xian surged into the finals, where he faced Ding Guanghua of the Tianguang sect. Ding Guanghua, a disciple of the Tianguang sect and the most gifted among his peers in a century, mastered the secret technique Starlight Shining within 2.5 years. Leaving no rival among his fellow disciples, he managed to withdraw unscathed when encountering one of the 7 demons. Numerous achievements testified to his strength, however. He ultimately faced an even more formidable protagonist, rendering all his glory a mere adornment for Lin Xian. The final match unfolds in a predictable sequence. Lin Xian grappling with fierce battles, struggling for survival, experiencing utter collapse, facing inevitable defeat, and finally delivering a speech of victory. If, at that moment, Ding Guanghua were to express his regret that Lin Xian did not unleash his full potential, it would have been the perfect touch. Yet he lacked such insight. The outcome took everyone by surprise, leaving them in a state of shock. In short, Lin Xian emerged magnificent once again. I played a minimal role in this sequence, as Elder Yanxi instructed me to conceal my strength. Through painful trials, I experienced growth, becoming much steadier. And when I feigned defeat, a subtle smile crept upon my face. With burgeoning power comes increased confidence. Serving merely as a prelude to my future endeavors, an enigmatic smile that clearly signifies complexity. Within 3 days, the scope will gradually narrow, and the sect that endures to the end shall claim victory, akin to a team-based survival game. I joined this team due to my ability to wield a precious artifact with immense power. In essence, I offered the location of my sect while covertly coordinating with the members of the Yuesheng sect to set up an ambush. Thus, These sects tacitly joined forces to assault the Seven Stars Sword sect, intending to dismantle it before turning their attention elsewhere. The Union sect happened to pass by and was incensed by the sight of so many sects bullying a single one. Such behavior was utterly unacceptable. Had it been the Tianguang sect, they would undoubtedly have taken the opportunity to join in the fray. One must say Lin Xian possesses an undeniable charm. Following the chaotic battle, everyone lay defeated, having lost their combat capabilities. Seizing this opportune moment, as the mastermind behind the scenes, I naturally intended to showcase my prowess. My target remained Lin Xian, as I sought to exact my vengeance. However, prior to that, I relished the thought of humiliating the members of the other sections. The malicious glee of the underhanded was exquisitely displayed, as I could only take advantage of their incapacitated state. Before it could come to Lin Xian's turn, he too grew discontented, proclaiming that enough was enough. Even if they were adversaries, he believed such humiliation was unwarranted, especially when they were rendered immobile. With great determination, Lin Xian, despite his grievous injuries, rose to his feet, poised for confrontation against me. At that moment, the other sects were utterly astonished, unable to fathom that Lin Xian would stand up for them and engage in battle against his own sect. In the eyes of the crowd, he appeared extraordinarily gallant. I promptly disregarded the words of Elder Yanxi, exposing my full combat prowess to engage Lin Xian in a fierce duel. The outcome was predictable, even in his weakened state. I found myself unable to best Lin Xian. He defeated me and simply stated that they were deserving of respect. In that instant, Lin Xian's figure loomed larger than life in the eyes of the other sections. At this juncture, Lin Xian finds himself not only adored by the youthful admirers of the Yunyan sect, but also by the budding enthusiasts from other sections. Consequently, due to this incident, individuals from various sects hold Lin Xian in high esteem and extend their assistance to confront the formidable Tianguang sect. Even the Tianguang sect expresses admiration for Lin Xian, astonished by his remarkable accomplishments. As for myself, I would undoubtedly withdraw from the competition at the first opportunity. Otherwise, I would have been besieged by the revived sections. Although my abilities have been revealed, the ongoing exchange meeting has allowed Elder Yanxi to skillfully deflect any scrutiny, leaving any thorough investigation to be conducted at a later time. Furthermore, it is only with a common adversary that true collaboration and communication can flourish. Otherwise, should the enemy be merely a facade, they would undoubtedly resort to underhanded tactics. As the repercussions would be negligible, the outcome has been quite gratifying, as the stronghold of the Tianma sect has been thoroughly dismantled, with Lin Xian exhibiting exceptional prowess by vanquishing one of the 7 fiends of Tianma. However, this too was part of the Tianma sect's elaborate scheme. Everything was meticulously calculated, and even this stronghold was provided by them. The objective, naturally, was to create momentum. Having toppled a stronghold of the Tianma sect, the 10 sects are keen on broadcasting their triumph, with the Tianma sect covertly aiding this promotion. The intent behind this orchestrated display is to lay the groundwork for an impending assault on these 10 sections. Simply attacking the sects no longer satisfies the ambitions of the Tianma sect. They have attempted this before, and repeated efforts have become mundane and insufficiently sensational. They feign vulnerability, projecting an image of the Tianma sect as weakened and no longer formidable. As the sect reveled in joy, the Heavenly Demon sect simultaneously launched an offensive against 10 other sects, achieving remarkable victories, while the complete annihilation of these sects proved a daunting challenge. Satisfactory outcomes were deemed sufficient. This stark contrast undoubtedly left everyone astounded. The Heavenly Demon sect understood the principle of raising expectations through initial suppression, if successful. Their renown would only amplify. Indeed, they triumphed, exemplifying the Heavenly Demon sect's formidable and audacious nature. In Chapter 82, a precious egg was acquired. Elder Yanxi cherished me as an experimental subject, for my physique was exceptionally suited to his research. He had never encountered such an ideal specimen before, and given time, he would undoubtedly devise a more robust method for enhancing cultivation. Thus, Elder Yanxi began to probe my willingness to accept the Heavenly Demon sect. He had long orchestrated a plan, intending for his confidants to act as internal support during the Heavenly Demon sect's assault on the 7-Star Sword sect. Knowing they could no longer remain there afterward, these confidants served as semi-internal agents for the Heavenly Demon sect, which would not neglect those who aided them, provided they survived the pursuit from the 7-Star Sword sect. To safeguard me as a valuable asset, Elder Yanxi had no choice but to facilitate my induction into the Heavenly Demon sect. With my grievances against Lin Xian reaching a boiling point, my affiliation with the Heavenly Demon sect became inconsequential. Thus, Zhou Heimo, one of the 7 sons of the heavenly demon, met his demise. He had been privy to the entire plan and had secured an escape route for himself, making survival a trivial matter. However, I provided the encrypted information about Elder Yanxi, which only Zhou Heimo could comprehend. The essence of the message indicated that Lin Xian was an extraordinary talent, growing into a significant threat, and thus, this individual must not be allowed to remain. Subsequently, Zhou Heimo relentlessly pursued Lin Xian, initially believing that eliminating him would be a straightforward endeavor. Yet, Lin Xian appeared almost invincible, leading Zhou Heimo to become increasingly frustrated, ultimately resulting in his demise. His death subsequently elevated Lin Xian's reputation, as no one anticipated that the resolution of one of the 7 demons would occur in such a manner. Following this incident, Elder Yanxi expressed considerable satisfaction with me. After all, my indifference towards the demon sect allowed him to confide in me slightly, discussing future plans and inviting my participation. Su Luo closed the diary, having nearly finished writing, with the intention of completing the remainder later. Upon finishing the entry, she received rewards, an increase in constitution by 1, strength by 4, and an elevation in cultivation level, now at the early stage of the yuaning. Additionally, she acquired a peculiar item, a mysterious pet egg, the contents of which were unknown, prompting her to incubate it herself. Thus, Su Luo found herself in possession of an egg, roughly the size of her fist. Upon receiving the egg, her first inclination was to steam it. When had she ever considered raising a pet? Although riding a steed was indeed impressive, she had grown weary of it long ago. Her current disposition was far from nurturing a creature. Nevertheless, she contemplated keeping it, perhaps to gift it to someone who caught her fancy. The following day, the sect exchange meeting commenced officially. There was no unnecessary preamble. One-on-one battles began immediately. The rules were straightforward. One-on-one combat, with the victor advancing and the defeated being eliminated, facing randomly assigned opponents. The only distinction lies in the impossibility of aligning with one's own sect. The theme remains the exchange among sects, and such gatherings cannot be organized on a whim. Every effort must be made to facilitate this exchange. Those designated cannot refuse. In the spirit of exchange, grievances can be noted as opportunities abound. If one is unable, they may call upon capable individuals from their own sect. The emphasis is on fostering amicable communication. Lin Xian was fortunate to be the first to take the stage, facing an opponent from the Yueshing sect, albeit a mere pawn. After 3 months, Lin Xian's cultivation had advanced to the late foundation establishment stage, placing him at a moderate level within the context of the gathering. The pinnacle level is the early golden core stage, which is why the sect held some reservations regarding Lin Xian's prospects. However, there is no cause for concern, as Lin Xian excels in challenging those beyond his current level. He effortlessly secured victory in the first match, drawing the attention of those present. An impressive feat, Ding Guanghua remarked. Pay attention. When you encounter him, you must give it your all. Yao Hame added, do not let his handsome appearance deceive you. Showing mercy will only lead to regret. The Yueshing sect made a gesture of slitting their throats. While most were engrossed in the competition schedule, Su Luo inquired of Xiaoyu, would you like to have a pet? After a moment of contemplation, Xiaoyu shook her head. I cannot care for one. Many of the little dogs that followed me in the past ultimately perished. At that time, I could barely look after myself, let alone sustain a puppy. Those puppies had to fend for themselves, and if they couldn't find food, they naturally perished. Very well, Su Luo replied, moving on to the next individual. See, do you desire a pet? Just say the word, and I shall provide one for you immediately. Li Siyu found herself momentarily perplexed as to why Su Luo had inexplicably gifted her a pet. However, after some contemplation, she decided to let it go, focusing instead on her own self-improvement. The pressure had been mounting for her lately. Lin Xian had already advanced to the late foundation establishment stage, while she remained stagnated in the later stages, unable to break through. She finally grasped the true significance of the protagonist's worth. Yet, she could not afford to concede defeat. Otherwise, she would be relegated to merely reading Su Luo's diary, unable to effect any change. Meanwhile, Su Luo was puzzled by the apparent disinterest of those around her. Who else could she consider? The sect leader? She dismissed that thought, as the old man hardly seemed the type to care for a pet. Lin Xian? That was even less likely. After all, he had humiliated her on numerous occasions, and she certainly wouldn't willingly offer him any gifts had she lost her mind. Just as Su Luo was contemplating whether to dispose of the pet altogether, Nan Gongxiun happened to pass by. The last time, she had even given Su Luo a life-saving item, and she seemed quite amiable. However, she might not have any interest. Perhaps it was best to forget it. Noticing Su Luo's gaze, Nan Gongxian inquired, "Is there something you need?" Su Luo had not anticipated being addressed, as she was not the only one observing Nan Gongxian. "I found an egg and was considering giving it to someone, but no one seems interested." This reaction was understandable. Given Su Luo's reputation within the sect, the items she offered were often deemed undesirable. "Give it to me." Su Luo was taken aback. Would Nan Gongxian truly accept it? Would she perhaps turn around and steam the egg? "Do you really want it?" "Yes, give it to me." With that, Su Luo relinquished the egg, still baffled by the encounter. After all, she and Nan Gongxian were not particularly close. In her memory, Nan Gongxian seldom requested items from others. Generally, she would directly refuse or snatch things away. When did she descend to the level of accepting others' possessions? Su Luo felt that she and Nan Gongxian were not particularly acquainted, yet Nan Gongxian held a different perspective, especially after 3 months of playing the role of Elder Yanxi. Initially, Su Luo pretended to suffer during her performance, but eventually, she ceased the charade and embraced a state of relaxation, finding pleasure in her interactions with Elder Yanxi. Occasionally, they would engage in conversation, leading Nan Gongxian to believe that there was a semblance of camaraderie between them, albeit one-sided. Chapter 83. Su Luo takes the stage. Su Luo exits regardless of the circumstances. The egg had been given away. Su Luo was aware that the items bestowed by the system were of high quality. Yet the novelty of raising pets had waned. Previously, she had even achieved the title of Beastmaster by training pets to become Pokemon masters and commanding them in battle. However, she no longer had the inclination to tend to her pets. It required immense dedication for them to fight wholeheartedly for her. Now that it was in Nan Gongxian's possession, the fate of that egg was uncertain. Hopefully, it wouldn't be left to gather dust. It seemed plausible. As Nan Gongxian was not in need of treasures, one could only speculate why he desired it. Perhaps it was merely a matter of good humor. Who could tell? It mattered little to her. Su Luo brushed aside her thoughts and prepared herself, for her turn to take the stage was approaching. Nan Gongxian raised the egg towards the sun, scrutinizing it, but discerned nothing extraordinary. "I never expected you to accept something from a junior, Nan Gongxian. Have you finally lost your way? Is there a problem?" Nan Gongxian, unperturbed, merely smiled, accustomed to the jealousy of mortals. "The situation has escalated. Could it be that you are but a wild chicken's egg?" Huang Yanqian's laughter was unrestrained. "Fear not, for I can also hatch wild chicken eggs." "Oh. Do you hold such confidence? What evidence supports this claim?" "I have never encountered such an egg before. No, my spirits are high. Is it not permissible for me to hatch?" "Indeed, you are Nan Gongxian. You can achieve anything. Yet may I presume that the disciple you mentioned earlier is particularly special? Otherwise, what compels you to accept their belongings?" Huang Yanqian was determined not to let Nan Gongxian off the hook, and she had come seeking a purpose. "Do you see that individual? Yao Hame, my disciple. I have heard that your disciple is also present. Pray tell, who among our disciples possesses greater prowess?" Huang Yanqian was acutely aware that she could never surpass Nan Gongxian in her lifetime, yet having heard that Nan Gongxian had also taken on a disciple, she deemed a victory for her disciple as a victory in its own right. "My disciple requires no concern from me." Nan Gongxian had perused the diary and could not deny that Lin Xian was indeed commendable. Furthermore, everything about this unfolding narrative was satisfactory, leaving no particular desire for intervention. Maintaining such confidence, we shall see how this unfolds. Huang Yanqian was equally confident in her own disciple. After all, they had reached the golden core stage. How could they possibly lose to someone at the foundation establishment stage? Such exceptional beings like Nan Gongxian are a rarity in this world. At that moment, Yao Hanmei took the stage, facing off against Su Luo. Xiaoyu encouraged, "Do your best. Guess how many matches I will win." The smile, the tone, it was as if Xiaoyu had begun to sense something. Is it possible that this match would end in defeat? Haha, indeed. Would it not be a pity? This colloquium is of even greater magnitude than the previous sect competition, hence Xiaoyu's desire to share the experience with Su Luo. "Very well. I shall endeavor to do my best. Su Luo, I implore you to show leniency later." Yohame postured alluringly. Having investigated Su Luo, she was cognizant of his capabilities and confident of victory, the coquettish gesture merely a habit. Su Luo was tempted to say, "Do not despair, you are deserving of affection," but refrained, out of respect. Ding Guanghua regarded Su Luo with eager anticipation, eschewing prior research in favor of first-hand observation to maintain an element of surprise. Encountering adversaries from other sects, akin to unwrapping a blind box, was the thrill he sought. Ah, so you've encountered my disciple. When do you foresee this, Su Luo? The one who presented you with an egg earlier, meeting his defeat? Huang Yanxian inquired. No need for conjecture, he will be vanquished in a single move, Nan Gongshiyun asserted. Indeed. Why? Explanations are superfluous. Su Luo has already been defeated in a single move, she declared, exiting the stage with alacrity and adding an enigmatic, sinister smile. The audience responded with a chorus of boos. Ding Guanghua was dumbfounded. Ah, Su Luo is already gone? Who claimed he was the strongest? Huang Yanxian exclaimed, too feeble. Was he not? So you found him remarkable? Remarkable, hardly. Nan Gongshiyun's lips curled slightly. Hence, you remain unenlightened. Subsequently, it was Xiaoyu's turn. Su Luo offered, do your best. Xiaoyu responded with a nod and ascended to the stage. Seeing the sect leader's disciple enter the arena, coupled with Su Luo's previous glory for the sect, one could only conclude that Su Luo had led them astray. Xiaoyu's opponent hails from the Yueshing sect and is a late-stage foundation establishment disciple. Moreover, the sect leader's disciple is trustworthy, having ascended to the pinnacle of the pure martial tower. Xiaoyu was not surprised. With a single strike of the 7 stars returning to 1, she triumphed in an extraordinary challenge, executing it with finesse and precision. Regrettably, her training period was somewhat brief. Otherwise, she would undoubtedly have shown brilliantly at this exchange conference. Currently, her cultivation level is merely at the mid-stage of foundation establishment, which can be considered as merely participating in the festivities. However, due to this battle, no one dares to underestimate Xiaoyu's mid-stage foundation establishment prowess. Why does it feel like the 7-star sword sect is rising again? Huang Yanxian furrowed her brows. Be confident. You are not mistaken, replied Huang Yanxian. With that, she promptly instructed her disciples to engage fiercely with any disciples from the 7-star sword sect. Soon after, Li Siyu defeated a disciple from the Yunyan sect with impressive skill, indicating another promising talent. Yet, her current cultivation level left Huang Yanxian's expression darkened. Fortunately, this year's exchange conference was taking place. Had it been a few years later, the 7-star sword sect would have dominated the scene alone. Other sects shared similar sentiments, but those were matters for the future. For now, the advantages of the other sects remained substantial. Ding Guanghua also showcased his might, delivering a devastating punch that swiftly eliminated his opponent. Simultaneously, other disciples from the Tianguang sect began to display their capabilities, collectively surpassing other sects in strength. The Yueshing sect, when encountering the 7-star sword sect, aimed to stall for time, intent on delivering a thorough beating to its members. Although the Yunyan sect comprises only female disciples, their prowess is commendable, achieving more victories than defeats. In an instant, the entire exchange conference became a showcase of skills among these 4 sections. Though other sects boast of remarkable talents, they pale in comparison. Chapter 84. Hope fades, yet light emerges. After the first round, each sect gained a general understanding of the others. Despite the possibility of some concealing their true abilities, it became evident who would pose the greatest challenge. The initial round had eliminated the mere onlookers, and the second round commenced with fervor. Nevertheless, both Xiaoyu and Li Siyu persevered, albeit with increasing strain. In the third round, Li Siyu faced off against Yohanmei. Sister, I see you possess true talent. Join our sect, and we shall better assist you. Yohanmei spoke with sincerity, recognizing the unique advantages of their female sect. The words struck a chord within Li Siyu, yet she remained resolute in her decision. She had no desire to shift to another sect. Her ambition was to grow stronger, and her current sect treated her well. How could she betray that loyalty? What a pity. Let me illustrate the disparity between us. Even Li Siyu's adept sword energy merely inflicted a light wound upon Yohanmei. To be frank, your sword energy is commendable, especially at your level of cultivation, but alas, now it is my turn. Yohanmei moved with astonishing speed, launching a relentless assault around Li Siyu. Falling Blossom Kill. With her final strike, Yao Hanmei concluded the battle, leaving Li Siyu in a dismal defeat. As Yao Hanmei's master, Huang Yanxian reveled in her triumph, particularly in vanquishing a disciple of Nan Gongshiyun. TSK, Nan Gongshiyun, your disciple has succumbed to mine. In less than 3 years, your disciple will no longer be a match for Li Siyu. Humph, that remains to be seen. Even so, Huang Yanxian would never concede at this moment. All she desired was to revel in her triumph. Nan Gongshiyun, however, paid her no mind, for such matters were not worthy of her concern. nor did she feel the need to intervene on behalf of her disciple. Li Siyu approached Su Luo. As Su Luo was about to voice her thoughts, Li Siyu preempted her, saying, "No need to console me. I just need a moment of silence." Li Siyu rested her head against Su Luo's back. Su Luo sighed, realizing that with Li Siyu's pride, she likely felt like crying now. Indeed, Li Siyu had recently endured significant setbacks, and having seen the diary, Su Luo was on the brink of departure. Li Siyu had attempted multiple times to thwart this, but ultimately, she refrained. She understood all too well that preventing Su Luo from leaving would only incite her disdain. Next, it was Xiao Yu's turn. Her opponent was someone from the Tianguang sect who had achieved the pinnacle of foundation establishment. Xiao Yu, employ that technique, she was advised. Is that permissible? Of course. It is time for you to showcase your brilliance. All right. Xiao Yu ascended the stage, acutely aware of the need for vigilance. Initially, she employed the 7 stars returning to 1. Having witnessed it before, the Tianguang disciple was prepared. Yet, the 7 stars returning to 1 was exceedingly intricate, and they could not entirely counter it. Nevertheless, it sufficed. The Tianguang disciple seized the moment when Xiao Yu paused after executing her technique, launching an all-encompassing assault from every conceivable angle, leaving Xiao Yu with no choice but to defend. The disciple's strategy was to absorb the initial strike, and then suppress Xiao Yu's cultivation throughout the match, ensuring she would not be granted another opportunity to retaliate. He succeeded. And now, the objective was to deplete Xiao Yu's stamina. If she faltered even for a moment, she would suffer grave injuries. Thus she could only endure and seek an opportunity to counterattack. If opportunities are not afforded, one must create their own. With unparalleled martial prowess, Xiao Yu finally discovered a chance to retaliate, compelling the disciples of the Tianguang sect to retreat. However, he sensed an ominous shift and unleashed his full cultivation, launching another assault. Yet, it was too late. Xiao Yu had prepared himself fully. The 7 stars unite, second form. He understood that, for her, the most significant deficiency in challenging opponents of higher ranks was damage output. The 7 stars unite could render one nearly invincible among equals, and it could indeed work against opponents of 1 rank higher, but facing 2 ranks above proved challenging. Thus, he devised this technique, the 7 stars unite, with double the potency. With his sword pointed at his adversary, spheres of light danced around him. He moved, thrusting his sword forward. The disciple of the Tianguang sect exerted all his strength to resist, but upon contact with Xiao Yu's blade, he was sent flying, as if struck by a colossal force. He soared high, only to fall back down, his vision fading to white. Such a reversal was unforeseen by all. Even more astonishing was that this cultivator at the mid-foundation stage could defeat one at completion stage. It was utterly bizarre. Yet, witnessing that formidable strike firsthand, they could not deny its power. Admiration filled the air, and applause erupted throughout the city. Ignoring the gazes of others, Xiao Yu approached Su Luo and made a victory gesture. Su Luo responded with a thumbs up. The 7 stars unite. Second form was a technique Su Luo had taught Xiao Yu, a method for stacking damage. It was difficult to master, but not insurmountable for Xiao Yu. The only issue was the extreme physical toll it exacted. Thus, while victory was achieved, it came at a great cost. In the next round, Xiao Yu found herself unable to fight and had to forfeit. On the competition stage, it was not just the disciples of the 7 stars who were showcasing their skills. The members of the Yueshing sect began to act outlandishly as well. When the disciples of the 7 stars sword sect faced them, they brought up the incident involving Qin San, striking a nerve. In truth, it has been quite useful. Han Inger and Yuan Jie both faced defeat, their opponents displaying commendable strength. Even without invoking the name of Qin San, victory was within reach, as their intent was merely to vex the 7 stars sword sect. The disciples of the 7 stars sword sect now yearn for a confrontation with the Yueshing sect. Yet such aspirations remain unfulfilled, as the higher-ups have remained silent, forcing them to endure. Their hopes now rest upon Zhuoming Yuan, whose prowess and psychological resilience slightly surpass those of the other 2, allowing him a tenuous victory, albeit in a most disheveled state. However, in the subsequent round, he encountered the Yueshing sect once more, facing their strongest contender, Liang Gaozhan. Zhuoming Yuan succumbed, extinguishing the last flicker of hope for the 7 stars sword sect. Presently, the disciples of Tianguang outnumber the others, followed by Yunyan, and then the Yueshing sect. This scenario indeed corroborates the adage, the curtain has fallen on the 7 stars sword sect. Yet, there is no time for lamentation as a new contender has risen. Lin Xian has once again triumphed over his adversary. In this remaining competition of golden core practitioners, Lin Xian's late-stage foundational prowess stands out remarkably. Previously, he had not encountered any golden core opponents, leading others to attribute his success to mere fortune, but that streak of luck has come to an end. Ahead lies a series of opponents, each a golden core practitioner. Yet so what? Lin Xian remains undaunted, prepared to face the golden core challengers. First among them is Liang Gaozhan of the Yuesheng sect. It appears you are the last hope of the Seven Stars Sword sect. How ironic, isn't it? Your hopes have crumbled before us, and your glory has been seized. I have heard tales of your sect's sharp tongues, and it seems they are indeed as foul as rumored. Humph, yet my sword is even sharper. The two engage in battle. The members of the Seven Star Sword sect initially held no hope and believed that Lin Xian should concede, sparing himself from further torment. However, as events unfolded, they began to perceive a shift. Lin Xian first demonstrated his technical prowess, overpowering Liang Gaozhan. Despite Liang Gaozhan unleashing the strength befitting a golden core cultivator, he resorted to scornful taunts directed at the Seven Star Sword sect and at Lin Xian himself. Yet, Lin Xian transcended his limits, achieving the pinnacle of foundation establishment. The tides of battle turned, and once again, Lin Xian dominated Liang Gaozhan, transforming Liang's former air of supreme disdain and assured victory into that of a fool caught off guard. Ultimately, Lin Xian emerged victorious. The entire process left the spectators baffled as to how Lin Xian triumphed. Was it reasonable? Yet, for the Seven Star Sword sect, victory was all that mattered. In that moment, Lin Xian became the beacon of hope for the sect. With a single battle, he rendered all the prior efforts of the Yuesheng sect futile. Chapter 85. Lin Xian vs. Ding Guanghua in the final days. With each victory Lin Xian secured, the Seven Star Sword sect erupted in cheers, even contemplating rushing onto the arena to lift Lin Xian in celebration. Overcoming a golden core cultivator once may be attributed to chance, but achieving such a feat twice or thrice cannot merely be explained by luck. Lin Xian, you are my deity. By the end, Lin Xian stood as the sole representative of the Seven Star Sword sect, while only 3 members from the Tianguang sect remained unscathed. All other sects had been eliminated. Thus, Lin Xian continued to battle against the Tianguang sect, with the final sect remaining to determine the outcome. Could Lin Xian defeat 3 opponents in succession? Had it been anyone else, such an idea would have been deemed fanciful. Yet now, anticipation filled the air. Initially, no one had faith in Lin Xian, but he had proven his strength. Surprisingly, even some outside the Seven Star Sword sect began to believe in Lin Xian's potential. Truly, it was remarkable. Lin Xian, Lin Xian. Victory has been achieved. Every triumph reverberates with Lin Xian's name throughout the arena. Now he stands poised to face Ding Guanghua. The thrill of a comeback is always the most exhilarating spectacle, igniting fervor in the hearts of the spectators, save for the one who faces the reversal. At this moment, that individual is Ding Guanghua. Yet, he does not perceive himself as such. He touches his bald head, a broad grin illuminating his face. Lin Xian, witnessing your combat stirs my very soul. You ignite a fire within me. Let us engage in this final duel. I shall exert my utmost effort. Very well. I shall hold nothing back. Here comes my radiant punch. Ding Guanghua strikes first, his fist enveloped in a dazzling white light, brimming with power as it crashes towards Lin Xian. Armed with a single sword, Lin Xian meets the assault head-on. The clash of fist and blade produces a piercing sound. As both engage in a fierce exchange of offense and defense, their speeds escalating. A moment's inattention could lead to disaster, yet Lin Xian's formidable swordsmanship withstands the onslaught. Exhilarating. Ding Guanghua grows increasingly animated. This is the battle he yearns for. Under such relentless pressure, Lin Xian can only defend with great effort. Yet merely managing to withstand the assault is a commendable feat. Hey, why does it seem like Lin Xian has grown even stronger? Fool. He thrives when faced with strength. Do you not understand? How impressive. Even when being struck, he remains so dignified. Nothing special. Our esteemed brother Ding will surely prevail. Indeed. Perhaps he is merely strong at the outset. Later he may falter. The audience buzzes with speculation. Suddenly, Lin Xian creates distance between them. Flame/, White Dragon. A magnificent white dragon emerges, showcasing remarkable power. This is excellent. Ding Guanghua grasped the dragon's mouth firmly and effortlessly tore it open, thus resolving the situation with ease. Lin Xian, realizing that a single attempt was futile, unleashed several more, encircling Ding Guanghua. Yet, even multiple attempts proved ineffectual. with one dragon in each hand. Ding Guanghua deftly swung them from side to side, displaying his mastery in taming dragons. However, this was merely a ruse orchestrated by Lin Xian as he prepared his own strike during Ding Guanghua's dragon taming. Upon noticing Lin Xian, Ding Guanghua found himself confronted by a descending sword strike. He narrowly evaded it, feeling the searing heat singe his clothing, yet a gentle breath dissipated the damage. For his attire was of fine quality. Now it's my turn. This punch is inescapable. With his fist glowing once more, Ding Guanghua launched a series of punches towards Lin Xian. A succession of luminous orbs emanated from his hands, bombarding Lin Xian with relentless intensity. Lin Xian parried with his sword, skillfully deflecting the orbs in all directions. The unleashed orbs detonated upon impact, yet their sheer number compelled Lin Xian to evade and block simultaneously. He narrowly dodged the orbs aimed at his face, but as he did, an ominous feeling washed over him. His instincts proved correct. Ding Guanghua had already positioned himself behind him, and his fist was descending with force. With a resounding impact, Ding Guanghua's punch struck Lin Xian's face, driving him forcefully into the ground and creating a deep crater several meters wide. Yet Lin Xian was not without retaliation. In that fleeting moment of impact, he executed a scorpion kick, landing a blow on Ding Guanghua's chin. However, the effect of this kick seemed negligible. Nevertheless, the onlookers were astonished. Wow, he can still counterattack? That's incredible! Yet, the severity of Lin Xian's received punch raised concerns. Will he be able to rise again? If it were me, I surely wouldn't. Wow, how impressive. I firmly believe that Lin Xian can rise again. Indeed, Lin Xian has stood up once more. You haven't finished yet, have you? Come on. Ding Guanghua shook his fists, signaling the end of his warm-up. Of course, the two resumed their battle, but this time, Ding Guanghua's advantage was unmistakable. Even if Lin Xian managed to inflict harm upon Ding Guanghua, the price he paid would be far greater. Witnessing Lin Xian's unfortunate state was truly alarming, as one might fear being inadvertently struck down. Yet, beneath the surface, Lin Xian was still capable of fighting. Lin Xian, you never cease to astonish me. On numerous occasions, Ding Guanghua thought he had triumphed, only to be surprised by Lin Xian's resilience, which filled him with excitement and, to a slight extent, trepidation. Let us delve into even greater surprises. Lin Xian planted his sword into the ground, tore off his tattered shirt, and clenched his fists. Striking a pose, the crowd was bewildered. What is Lin Xian doing? Is he truly going to challenge Ding Guanghua to a fist fight? Has he lost his senses, failing to comprehend the prowess of Ding Guanghua's martial arts? Madness, sheer madness. His muscles are remarkably well defined. I feel a surge of excitement. Ding Guanghua was momentarily taken aback. He had never witnessed Lin Xian fight with his fists before, yet the intensity of his stance suggested authenticity. How intriguing. Ha! Very well, I shall accept your challenge. Yet beneath the onslaught of fists, Lin Xian exhibited an even more formidable offensive capability, which made Ding Guanghua feel as if he had encountered a kindred spirit. Lin Xian, it is truly wonderful to meet you. The feeling is mutual. Fists continued to clash, and in the span of half an hour, this exchange unfolded. At this juncture, Lin Xian appeared to be tenaciously enduring, having been sent flying by Ding Guanghua's punch, temporarily incapacitated on the ground. It now seemed that Ding Guanghua had ultimately prevailed, much to the audience's dismay. Alas, Lin Xian's fists, though perhaps even more remarkable than his swordsmanship, were ultimately insufficient. Had his cultivation been more advanced, the outcome might have been uncertain. Nonetheless, Lin Xian merits our utmost respect. With a visible effort, Lin Xian stirred, struggling to rise to his feet. However, he faltered midway, collapsing once more. Yet, undeterred, he persisted in his efforts to rise. Ding Guanghua was nearly moved to tears by this display of fortitude, yet he would show no mercy. Your willpower is truly formidable, he declared. Given time, you would undoubtedly soar. However, at this moment, I am the stronger. This is the end. As a mark of respect, I shall employ my most potent strike. Can you withstand it? Behold, this fist, with the radiance of starlight. Instantly, not only did Ding Guanghua's fists illuminate, but also the area above his head. The power manifested was astonishing. In the face of Ding Guanghua's impending strike, Lin Xian inhaled deeply. Venerable Yin, he murmured. I sense it, the realm of 1,000-fold refinement. First came tranquility, succeeded by an eruption akin to a torrential flood. At this moment, Lin Xian, too, unleashed his power, delivering his own formidable punch. Dragon force of engraving. The two forces collided, detonating outward from the epicenter, sending shockwaves in all directions. As the dust settled, Two figures stood in the arena. Who emerged victorious? Lin Xian, known affectionately as Brother Xian. I apologize. I was mistaken in my assumptions about your prowess. Your endurance is indeed remarkable. The crowd awaited the outcome with bated breath. Ding Guanghua gazed at his own fists and chuckled softly. I have lost. With a roll of his eyes, he collapsed. Lin Xian raised his fist in triumph, declaring his victory, yet soon after, he too succumbed to unconsciousness. Nevertheless, he stood resolutely, refusing to fall. Chapter 86. Practice makes perfect. Did I see that correctly? Who won? No. I was merely jesting about Lin Xian's chances, yet he truly did prevail? Incredible. Simply incredible, Lin Xian. Despite their disbelief, a victory is a victory. The Seven-Star Sword sect was already contemplating a celebration, gathering around Lin Xian in admiration. In that moment, Lin Xian was their hero. The items he possessed were undoubtedly valuable and beneficial to him. Lin Xian took the opportunity to share some words of victory. Fear not challenges, all things are possible. Of course, Su Luo remarked that such words were merely for show. Had anyone else been in Lin Xian's position, it would have been less a challenge and more a display of hubris. Next came the rematch. Each sect could appoint challengers. Seeking vengeance, the Seven-Star Sword sect was particularly eager to confront the Yuxing sect. Previously, during their match, they had intentionally held back, offering a glimmer of hope to the Seven-Star Sword sect, only to desire a more thorough thrashing of their adversaries. It was only later that the Seven-Star Sword sect discerned the true nature of the situation, which infuriated them further. Once Lin Xian regained consciousness, he promptly challenged the Yuxing sect, driven by the memory of their prior transgressions. Ding Guanghua, who possesses the ability to triumph over challenges of hellish difficulty, finds himself facing merely trivial obstacles in dealing with them. Other sects, however, boldly pursue their desired challenges, eager to witness the extraordinary skills of their counterparts. The Yunyan sect has attempted to confront Lin Xian multiple times, not out of animosity, but rather out of a desire for close proximity to him, even to the point of playful teasing. Others remarked on their audacity, feeling both envious and incredulous. In an unexpected turn of events, Su Luo found himself challenged as well, and by none other than Ding Guanghua. Why do you challenge me? Su Luo pondered, a sentiment echoed by those around him. It is said you are the strongest. I wish to experience that for myself, Ding Guanghua insisted. You will understand the reason upon investigation. I care not. I seek personal verification. Very well. Then I shall defeat you, Ding Guanghua declared. I shall await your arrival. In the midst of Ding Guanghua's astonishment, Su Luo delivered a single blow, leading to an immediate defeat. Was that all the bravado for? Is this real? Come again, Ding Guanghua exclaimed. You are remarkably strong, remember this. With those words, Su Luo departed, feeling the sting of humiliation once more, having assumed there was substance behind such arrogance, only to find it a mere jest. Ding Guanghua felt a peculiar sensation, unable to articulate it. Ultimately, he approached Lin Xian. What is your assessment? He inquired. Very strong, came the reply. Are you referring to me? Of course, I speak of Su Luo. Ah, he is concealing his true abilities, but why? This is not your concern. Should you wish to challenge, seek me instead. Lin Xian, however, chose to say no more. Forget it, conceding defeat to you is just that, defeat. For the time being, I'll let it go. In the future, when I have improved, I shall return to challenge you once more. Thus concludes the additional competition, wherein each sect has engaged in fruitful exchanges, gaining a clearer understanding of one another. While discussions were still underway regarding who would take the stage next, Su Luo stepped forward, brazenly proclaiming, "This isn't aimed at anyone in particular. None of you are capable. Allow me to take the stage." You? Haha. That is the most amusing jest I have heard today, remarked Xie, echoing the sentiments of others present. No one believed it was Su Luo's turn to participate. What if I were to produce this? Su Luo revealed a large white tube, intricately adorned with array patterns. What is that? A treasure capable of inflicting damage equivalent to the early stages of the Golden Core realm with a single shot. Is that so? Who are you trying to deceive? Then why not give it a try? Very well, aim it here, Xie challenged, skeptical. Su Luo activated the cannon. This cannon had an intriguing origin. Originally, Elder Yinshi had provided a device that could unleash a torrent of flames. While it appeared formidable, it bore significant flaws, it was easily avoidable, produced considerable noise upon activation, and was slow to operate. Had it been truly powerful, Su Luo would have employed it against Lin Xian without hesitation, rather than concocting elaborate strategies. Although it fell short against Lin Xian, it proved useful in team battles, which was why Su Luo was able to join this party. However, Elder Yinchi had not granted that device. Instead, he bestowed upon her a supercharged treasure, the cannon, capable of emitting light waves with the power of a perfected golden core. He genuinely underestimated my willingness to wield this against Lin Xian directly. Even if Lin Xian did not perish, he would surely be gravely injured. Yet, the matured Su Luo would never resort to such a tactic. Instead, she would assist in downgrading the artifact, tempering its power accordingly. At times, Su Luo couldn't help but wonder if Elder Yinchi regarded him as a love child, given the exceptional treatment he received. However, he felt his time was running short. Perhaps a moment of silent tribute was in order. The transformation of the cannon barrel required an extensive charging period, leaving Xie increasingly impatient. When the barrel emitted a fierce wave of light, he hastily dodged, his instincts warning him of imminent danger. Yet, Su Luo would not allow him to escape, predicting his movements with precision. Boom. Xie suffered the full brunt of the attack, collapsing instantly. I possess this artifact. Surely I am qualified to participate. Do you not wish to win and bring glory to our sect? Upon uttering these words, a profound silence enveloped the crowd. Indeed, with such formidable power, he was justified in stepping forward. Not everyone possessed Lin Xian's prowess, capable of surpassing levels with their skills. The rest might struggle to breach the defenses of other sects' golden elixirs. I do not acknowledge this. Xie shouted vehemently from the ground, unable to rise. Su Luo scoffed. If you're weak, practice more. If you can't handle defeat, then refrain from playing. Your strength lies solely in the artifact. Should you not lend it to others? Do you not wish to contribute to our sect? Xie attempted to morally bind Su Luo in return. This is my treasure. Why should I lend it to you? My contribution surpasses yours. As long as my morals are low, you cannot bind me, Su Luo countered. Furthermore, one must boast. For he needed to convey the significance of his role. Xie was rendered speechless with rage. After further deliberation, they ultimately decided to allow Su Luo to take the stage, claiming a spot, for few could unleash attacks of golden elixir caliber. Furthermore, Xiao Yu and Li Siyu were unable to attend, primarily due to their insufficient cultivation levels. While they were naturally pleased, it was essential for them to recognize the reality of their situation. With Tian Guang and Yun Yin each possessing several golden elixirs, how could they possibly engage in battle? Chapter 87. Besieged that evening, Su Luo visited the Yueshing sect to articulate his thoughts. How can I trust that your words are genuine? If you were to dig a trap for us to fall into, would it not be foolish for us to believe you? With Lin Xian present, your sect could hardly overpower us. I am assisting you, and I too find Lin Xian rather displeasing. We cannot allow him to continue basking in the limelight. No matter how you argue, I remain unconvinced. Be that as it may, I will disclose our sect's location, and the other sects would be more than willing to besiege us. You may choose your course of action accordingly. Indeed, those weaker sects could only unite to contend against the three major sections. Liang Gaozhen pondered whether to place his trust in this proposition. Ultimately, he resolved to assess the situation and withdraw at the first sign of oddity. The thought of multiple sects besieging the Qixing sword sect excited Liang Gaozhen. It would essentially mean the annihilation of the Qixing sword sect, a notion that brought him joy. Su Luo employed similar rhetoric with the other sects, who were quite amenable to the idea of an alliance, seeing no detriment in it. As long as the powerful sects were eliminated, the remaining ones could engage in their own contests of skill. This was certainly preferable to being crushed by the three major sections. The survival mode commenced with each sect placed in random positions. The moment one lost consciousness, they would be eliminated. The competition would span 3 days, during which the area of activity would gradually diminish. As soon as the competition commenced, Su Luo fled, vanishing from the sight of the crowd. Where did Su Luo go? It remains a mystery when he departed. I have always known him to be untrustworthy, abandoning us in such dire circumstances. Xie, who consistently opposed Su Luo's inclusion in the team, now harbored an even deeper animosity towards him. His words only fueled the disdain others felt towards Su Luo. Let us proceed according to our plan, Lin Xian interjected. He had assumed the role of team leader, and the others were inclined to heed his directives. Are we truly going to follow this course of action? Zhuo Mingyuan sought further confirmation regarding their strategy for the competition. Indeed, we must unleash our momentum, Lin Xian asserted. The so-called plan was one devoid of structure. Upon encountering rival sects, they would engage directly, with reckless abandon. Although several alternatives had been proposed that could enhance their chances of victory, such as conserving energy for the finals to secure a second-place finish, or subtly instigating conflict among other sects to reap the benefits of their discord. Lin Xin dismissed them all. Achieving a commendable result through such means held little merit. It was far more honorable to engage in relentless combat, showcasing their indomitable spirit to the other sections. Despite his reservations, the decision was made, and the others chose to follow suit. Before long, they encountered multiple rival sects, 3 in total. It appeared a chaotic melee was imminent. Siefirin observed the other sects with caution as the impending battle loomed. Indeed, the circumstances would dictate their actions. Lin Xin too felt the weight of gravity in the situation. He had not anticipated such an early clash with several sections. Before long, the standoff gave way to combat. However, as soon as the battle commenced, the Seven Stars Sword sect sensed something amiss. They had initially anticipated a chaotic skirmish among several sects, only to find themselves confronting 3 opponents simultaneously. Frustration bubbled within them. Did they have some clandestine alliance to attack us with such coordination? Yet, clarity soon dawned upon them. Their adversaries were indeed formidable. This was an opportunity for the Seven Stars Sword sect to showcase their prowess. Even when besieged by 3 sects, they stood undaunted. Fight, fight, fight. Then, the presence of the Yueshin Gate loomed. The atmosphere shifted dramatically, akin to being doused with a bucket of cold water. The Yueshin Gate was unlike any other sect. They were far more powerful. What misfortune had befallen them today? Indeed, it appeared they would have to face 4 factions at once. Could brute force possibly prevail against such odds? The Yueshin Gate harbored no regard for the thoughts of the Seven Stars Sword sect. Enmity was palpable as they confronted their foes. Thus, the 4 sects simultaneously launched an assault on the Seven Stars Sword sect. Lin Xian, this is untenable. We must retreat. Siefirin strained to fend off the onslaught before him. Even if we charge recklessly, we cannot withstand all 4 sects at once. It is time to alter our strategy. At that moment, Zhuo Mingyuan unleashed his full power, swiftly sending several opponents flying. You take Lin Xian and escape. I will hold the rear, he declared resolutely. As long as Lin Xian remained in the fight, there was still a chance for reversal. Otherwise, how could they uphold the honor of their sect and the respect of their junior disciples? Today, they would reveal the might of one of the 4 talents. Zhuo Mingyuan charged toward the enemy. Young Gaozhan scoffed. Just you? A mere waste. Indeed, I may be useless, but today I cannot afford to be, came Zhuo Mingyuan's retort. Yet, what did that matter? He had never claimed to adhere to any notions of chivalry. With a swift motion, Yang Gaozhan summoned his companions to charge forward. Do not presume that you are the only ones with allies. Siefirin made a dashing entrance, executing a sweeping kick that sent several adversaries sprawling. Why haven't you left? Zhuo Mingyuan exclaimed in urgency, for time was of the essence. Lin Xian placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. We may lack the odds, yet we fear not the battle. Indeed, do you think we are like Su Luo, capable of abandoning you? Thus, the Seven Stars Sword sect formed a protective circle, resolutely confronting their foes and rising to the challenge. The Yueshin sect showed no concern for your fervor. Their sole intent was to cripple the Seven Stars Sword sect and continue their assault alongside other sections. The skirmish raged on until the Yunyan sect fortuitously passed by. Witnessing the unfolding scene, what is happening? Are you bullying my brother? A mere one-on-one is one thing, but this multitude of sects attacking is unacceptable. I cannot stand by idly. Sisters, let us intervene. Without hesitation, the Yunyan sect plunged into the fray, their involvement genuine and fervent. The scale of the battle expanded significantly with their arrival, yet Lin Xian and his comrades found their burdens greatly alleviated. After a fierce exchange, all present had exhausted their fighting capabilities. Thankfully, no one had lost consciousness. Otherwise, how could the impending spectacle unfold without an audience? Su Luo observed from the shadows, noting the lack of surprises as the narrative progressed as anticipated. It was rare for these past few days to be so predictably normal, which brought her a sense of relief. It was nearly time for her to make her entrance. Clapping her hands, she wore a smile embodying triumph, exuding an air of conspiratorial delight. Truly captivating. What a splendid performance. I am thoroughly entertained. Chapter 88. Weren't you looking down on me before? Why are you silent now? Su Luo? Upon encountering Su Luo, the members of the Seven Stars Sword sect, who should have been elated to see one of their own, instead felt an unsettling foreboding. Perhaps it was due to Su Luo's extraordinary prowess that they sensed impending misfortune at her presence. Nonetheless, they urged her, Su Luo, quickly render them unconscious. With a sly grin, Su Luo replied, Do not rush. I have only just arrived, and how could I not take the opportunity to torment them? Those who dare to bully our seven-star sword sect shall not escape unscathed. Such audacity. To speak of torment? You only dare to emerge now. Where were you moments ago? Many present contemplated delivering a thorough thrashing to the shameless Su Luo, yet lamentably lacked the strength to do so. Su Luo brandished her cannon, aiming it at Liang Gaozhan. You were so arrogant before, and now you find yourself in my grasp. The weapon's power continued to accumulate. Under normal circumstances, Liang Gaozhan would have remained unperturbed, yet now, prostrate on the ground and devoid of energy, he felt a twinge of fear. The prolonged charging of the cannon only heightened his mental torment. Boom. Soon, his physical form would also suffer. Liang Gaozhan was struck directly by the blast, sent flying several dozen meters, and lost consciousness in an instant. The members of the seven-star sword sect felt a sense of vindication. Harboring as I contemplated the fact that Lin Xian would soon receive the same treatment, I found a perverse pleasure in allowing others to witness his disgrace. Although the notion was intriguing, I knew it would ultimately bear no fruit. Initially, the seven-star sword sect was somewhat tolerant, but gradually their patience wore thin. The humiliation had become intolerable. It would have been more merciful for Su Luo to bring an end to this charade. Lin Xian, unable to restrain himself any longer, felt a surge of indignation. He recognized that Su Luo likely had ulterior motives. Yet his master had expressly instructed him not to indulge her whims. He was to act according to his own will. Su Luo, enough is enough. Release them from their stupor. Patience, I have not yet had my fill. Thus, Su Luo's malevolent influence reached towards the Union sect. A beautiful visage was swiftly sullied by mud. Ha 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 ha. Did you not look down upon me before? Why the silence now? Come, strike me. With a handful of dirt. Su Luo threatened to stuff it into Yao Hanmei's mouth if she dared to utter a word. When Yao Hanmei merely glared at her in silence, Su Luo, feeling suddenly deflated, kicked her away as though she were a mere ball. Even she recognized her own absurdity and excessiveness in this moment. If there were a small book here, she would surely be condemned. Family, who understands? Just moments ago, a shrimp-headed man. Not only did Su Luo hold disdain for herself, but the seven-star sword sect equally looked down upon her. After all, she was a little fairy who had once